a dictionary for believers and non-believers. Progress Publishers. Moscow. Translated from the Russian by Catherine Jude/Son. Preface. This dictionary is the fruit of many years' work undertaken by a large group of scholars from the USSR and other socialist countries. It is designed for all those who are interested in or working on questions requiring a scientific approach to matters of religion. The dictionary has almost 2,500 entries, and it includes a wide range of terms that serve to reflect the modern attainments of philosophy and natural science, and also those of Marxist research into questions of religion. Entries are arranged in alphabetical order, and certain words are picked out in italics to indicate that special entries are devoted to them elsewhere in the dictionary. Dates of the festivals celebrated in the Orthodox Church are given according to the Julian calendar, while the date according to the Gregorian calendar is given alongside in brackets. The period of the rise and consolidation of capitalism in Europe and North America is referred to in this dictionary as the modern era, a term widely accepted in the present-day Soviet historical science. A. Aaronites, adherents of a trend within the Old Believers schism which split away in the second half of the 18th century from the Bispopovcy. The name of this trend was derived from the name of its founder Andrei Zhukov. Unlike the Bispopovcy, the Aaronites recognized civil marriages and rejected extreme asceticism. Abaya, a covering which the Sharia demands that Muslim women should wear outside the confines of their home. The abaya conceals the shape of their figures and covers their body with the exception of their face. Abbey, a building inhabited by a community of monks or nuns governed by an abbot or abbess, a church built near such a building for the use of the monks or nuns, the community of monks or nuns living in the building described above. Abbot, name for the superior of an abbey of monks in Western Europe from the 5th century AD onwards. In less specific usage, the word is used simply to designate a priest in the Roman Catholic Church. Abdur, Muhammad, theologian, leading figure, and reformer of Islam, a lecturer at the Muslim Al-Azhar University, and Grand Mufti of Egypt from 1899. He spent the years 1883 to 1889 in exile. Abdullah wrote a treatise on monotheism. In 1897, commentaries on the Quran, and articles on the reform of Muslim courts and law. Abelard, Pierre. French scholastic philosopher, theologian, and poet. He was famous as a teacher and master of polemics. He set great store by the philosophy and culture of classical antiquity. Abelard's philosophy was characterized by rationalism. He stressed the need to substantiate dogmas of faith with knowledge, which actually served to undermine Christian dogma. Abelard considered that the source of Christian morals was so-called natural morality. His writings include Sic et Non and Historical Amitalam, an autobiographical work. Abelites or Abelians, an early Christian sect of a Gnostic persuasion. The name was derived from the name of the second son of Adam in the Bible story, Abel, who, although he was married, according to the beliefs of the Abelites, remained chaste. Following the example of Abel, the Abelites took wives, but their marriages were not consummated. Couples belonging to the sect would adopt a young boy and girl, who would make a vow lo enter in their turn a marriage of the same kind. Abhidhamma. Ctri Pitaka. 6. Ablution. Ablution, rite of ritual cleansing with water of various parts of the body before the execution of some sacred act practiced by the adherents of Judaism, Islam and a number of Christian sects. In many religions there exists the rite of washing a dead person in order to carry out ritual cleansing before Bulletin Real. In a number of Christian movements, for example, among Adventists, the rite of washing feet is practiced, which can be traced back to the story in the New Testament to the effect that Jesus Christ had washed the feet of his disciples. The sources of these rites are to be found in ancient conceptions regarding the magical power of water. Abraham, the biblical patriarch venerated by Jews, Christians, and Muslims. He is regarded as the founder of the Hebrew people and of the Arab peoples. Religious traditions link to the name of Abraham the start of belief in one God, the conclusion of a contract or covenant with God, strengthened by the rite of circumcision. The legends concerning Abraham and his family reflect pre-biblical concepts that can evidently be traced back to the cult of Abraham as a tribal deity. Abrahamites, a sect of deists in Bohemia which emerged within the Roman Catholic Church in the 18th century. Starting out from the teaching of the Hussites, the Abrahamites declared themselves to be followers of Abraham's original faith, i.e., the ancient Jewish religion, before the rite of circumcision was adopted. The Abrahamites, like the Jews, believed in one God, in the immortality of the soul, observed as sacred the Sabbath day, and did not eat pork, etc. From the Old Testament they only accepted the Ten Commandments, and from the New Testament the Paternoster. They rejected the Christian dogmas of the Trinity, the idea of God made flesh, Christian sacraments, and rituals. In order to undermine the sect, the Abrahamites were deported to the borderlands of the Austrian Empire, in accordance with an edict promulgated by the Kaiser of Austria, Joseph II. Soon afterwards the sect broke up. Abu al-Ala al-Ma'arri, Arabian poet and thinker from the town of Emirat and Numan. His collection of poems Lazumayat brought him international recognition and also a collection of letters on the subject of forgiveness, Risalat al-Ghufran, and a further collection of letters on the subject of angels, Risalat al-Malaika, in which he criticized traditional Muslim conceptions of life beyond the grave and the idea of predestination. He maintained that the earth emerged as the result of a natural process. Akathistus, special church services in the Eastern Orthodox Church consisting of panegyrical, laudatory songs and prayers in honor of Jesus Christ, Our Lady. Adonis 7. Mo there of God, and the saints. These services are conducted standing, with all worshippers participating. Acosta, Uriel. C. de Costa. Uril. Acts of the Apostles, one of the books which, together with the Gospels, the Epistles of the Apostles and the Revelation of St. John the Divine, form the New Testament. The first 12 chapters of the Acts of the Apostles tell of the preaching of Christianity by the Apostle Peter among the Jews. The next 16 chapters tell of the preaching by the Apostle Paul among the heathen. This allows us to assume that the Acts of the Apostles reflect a certain stage in the history of Christianity, when it was turning from a Judaistic sect into a universal religion, embracing many peoples. Church tradition ascribes the authorship of the Acts of the Apostles to St. Luke. Yet a comparative analysis of the content and form of this book and the Gospel according to St. Luke shows that it came from the pen of different authors separated from one another in time by several decades. Moreover, the Acts of the Apostles should not be regarded as an integral work belonging to a single author. It is to be assumed that the Acts of the Apostles were written after the Epistles, in the second half of the 2nd century. Adam. According to the Bible, the first man on earth, created by God in his own image and after his own likeness from the dust of the ground. The Bible story of Adam can be traced back to the myths of ancient Mesopotamia. The figure of Adam, the first man and progenitor of the human race, has, in its turn, been incorporated into Islam. Adamites, general name for religion sects which called for a return to the sinless life in paradise enjoyed by Adam and Eve, preached the divine nature of natural feelings, advocate nakedness and community of property, etc. In the late 14th and early 15th centuries the teachings of the Adamites spread through Bulgaria and Bohemia. The Adamites in Bohemia made up the left wing of the Taborites. Their teachings were aimed against exploitation and sexolence, and against private property. They rejected all kinds of church organization, religious rituals, and the family. Adi Buddha. In the Mahayana it meant the supreme featureless substance in the world. Sometimes it is identified with nirvana. Adi Granth, the Holy Scriptures of Sikhism compiled in the late 16th and early 17th centuries. The original of the Adi Granth is kept in the Golden Temple, the Sikhs' most important place of worship, in the town of Amritsar. Adonai. Cyahweh. Adonis, In classical mythology, a youth of remarkable beauty, a vegetation spirit, whose death and return to life represent the decay of nature in winter and its revival in spring. He was first worshipped in Phoenicia and Syria, but in the 5th century BC the cult of Adonis began to spread. 8 ADV Sts. First in Greece and then, Lat. Based his calculations as to the date of the second coming on references from the books of the prophets. His teaching was taken up mainly within the ranks of the petty bourgeoisie that was experiencing privations during the early development of capitalist production relations in the USA. The failure of Miller's prophecy did not shake the Adventists' belief in an imminent second coming, which they believed would usher in the millennium, Christ's reign of glory which would last 1,000 years. The Adventist movement later split into a number of groups. The largest of these is that of the Seventh-day Adventists, whose teachings are based on the belief that the second coming is imminent, that there will be the day of judgment and that Christ will reign over the righteous for 1,000 years. The history of mankind is seen as an age-long struggle between Christ and Satan, which will end with the downfall of Satan's host. The only path to salvation is to adopt the Adventist faith. The Adventists deny the immortality of the soul, declaring that it dies together with the body so as to be resurrected on the day of Christ's coming. Life on earth is granted to man only as preparation for that day, hence the demand for the individual to aspire not only to moral but also to physical perfection, to which end a code of rules for healthy living was introduced, which in many respects are at variance with medical recommendations. Observation of the Ten Commandments is compulsory for Adventists, in particular, the fourth commandment which demands that man observe the Sabbath as a day of rest. The Adventists are also required to contribute a tithe or tenth part of their income to their church. The authority of the prophetess Ellen Gould White, whose works are venerated on a par with the Bible, is accepted without question. The Seventh-day Adventists engage in active missionary work and are constantly expanding their publishing activities. They run hundreds of hospitals and clinics in which they propagate their tidings of salvation. All this helps the Church of the Seventh-day Adventists to swell the ranks of its members numbering nearly 3 million. The majority live in America and Africa. Aeolus, god of the winds in the mythology of ancient Greece. Late classical writers also often confused him with the mythological eponym of the Greek tribe of the Aeolians. Aesculapius, the god of healing in Roman mythology, his Greek counterpart was Asclepius. Aesir, in Scandinavian mythology, the principal gods. The word is also used sometimes to denote agrarian cults. 9. Gods in general. The principal gods include Odin, Thor, Balder, Heimdall, Bragi, Vidar, Forseti, Uller, Frigg, Ejuna. Aga Khan, the hereditary title of the head of the Shi'ites Malis. Agape, a communal meal taken by the early Christians to commemorate the Last Supper of Christ and the Apostles. Later this practice was forbidden by the Church. Aggiornamento, a term used to convey the attempt at renewal of the Roman Catholic Church, aimed at adjusting its dogma and patterns of worship to present-day conditions. Pope John XXIII used this term to express the endeavors by leaders of the Roman Catholic Church to make it part of the modern, dynamic world by modernizing its ideas, liturgy, and structure. The aim of Aggiornamento was to make Roman Catholicism a more flexible religion and to equip it with more subtle means of influencing people. The program of Aggiornamento was ratified by the Second Vatican Council and expounded in a series of documents approved by that council. Agni, one of the main gods of the Vedic religion. According to the beliefs of the ancient Indians, Agni was the embodiment of holy fire, possessed of a purifying force. Agnis Dei. This Christian term symbolizes Christ who sacrificed himself to expiate men's sins. The image contains an element of totemism permeating the myth about Jesus Christ. In the Apocalypse, and also in some prayers and religious ceremonies, Jesus is proclaimed Immaculate Lamb, and early Christian frescoes depict him as a shepherd carrying a lamb on his shoulders. Agonistics, members of a democratic Christian sect in Roman African territories in the 4th and 5th centuries AD, who constituted the left wing of the Donatists. The members of the sect were drawn for the most part from the rural poor, husbandmen, and slaves. They preached asceticism, a withdrawal from worldly matters, voluntary martyrdom, and viewed the official church as the enemy of the true faith. The agonistics persecute priests and destroy church buildings. It is also known that they led large-scale uprisings against the Roman Empire. Agrarian cults, a system of religious rites and concepts associated with agriculture. The beginnings of agrarian cults in the form of agrarian magic were common even at early stages of certain peoples' development. A system of agrarian cults took shape with the emergence of well-developed rural communes. In historical terms, this coincided with the transition period between pre-class and class societies. Agrarian 10. Ahimsa. Cults are usually associated with an advanced polytheistic pantheon, in which the most celebrated deities are those worshipped as the patrons of farmers. A particularly typical figure venerated by agrarian peoples is that of a deity who dies and returns to life, whose worship was to influence the subsequent emergence of the figure of Christ. In their turn, the matriarchal and clan-linked beliefs intrinsic to agrarian cults shaped in part the image of the Virgin Mary. Ahimsa Sanskrit, the avoidance of causing pain or harm to living creatures. A religious ethical principle characteristic of Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism. For the adherents of these religions it is elevated to the status of a religious duty. The principle of ahimsa is bound up with the teaching of the transmigration of souls and the reincarnation of one living creature as another. Ahmadis, a Muslim sect named after its founder, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, who in 1891 was proclaimed to be a new prophet and Mahdi and preached a doctrine aimed at reconciling Islam, Christianity, and Hinduism. At the present time the sect numbers over 1 million followers living mainly in Pakistan and India. The Muslim World League has outlawed the sect as a trend hostile to Islam. Ahung, a title for Muslim religious leaders of a higher rank. Ahura Mazda, the supreme deity in Zoroastrianism and Mazdaism, the good principle that is in constant conflict with the evil deity Angra Mainyu. Akbar, a Shiite holy tradition. The Akbar, like the Sunnah, is based on the acts, deeds and words of Muhammad, which were supposed to provide a supplement to the Quran and solutions for socio-economic and socio-legal questions. Most of the texts in the Akbar are similar in content to those of the Sunni Hadith, the only differences being in the names of those who handed them down. Akhundov, Mirza Fatali 1812-1878, Azerbaijani materialist philosopher and militant atheist who openly opposed Islam. He rejected the idea of God as the first cause of the world and asserted that nature had not been created by anyone. Nature has been, is, and will be, it exists objectively without the help of any higher force. Nature is its own cause. The works of Akhundov provide a profound and comprehensive critique of Islam. His philosophical and political treatise, 3 Letters of the Indian Prince Kamal-ud-Dawla to the Persian Prince Jamal-ud-Dawla and the latter's answers to them, is one of the best atheist works to be found in Oriental literature. See under name following this prefix. Albanian Orthodox Church, an autocephalous Orthodox Church founded in 1922. Albertus Magnus, St., medieval philosopher, theologian and scientist, teacher of St. Thomas Aquinas, one of the first theological commentators and interpreters of Aristotelian philosophy. He tried Alexii 11. Adapt the ideas of Aristotle to fit Roman Catholic teaching. Albigenses, followers of an heretical movement in France, Italy, and Germany in the 12th and 13th centuries directed against the Roman Catholic Church, that was opposed to the growth of medieval towns. One of the centers of the movement was in the town of Albi. The Albigenses rejected the doctrine of a triune God, church sacraments, veneration of the cross or icons, and they did not acknowledge the power of the Pope. After the Pope had pronounced an anathema against them, the Albigenses set up their own church, declaring it to be independent of the Roman Catholic Church. Pope Innocent LLL launched a crusade against the Albigenses in 1209, which ended with their total defeat. The Albigenses had been suppressed once and for all by the end of the 13th century. Alchemy, a pre-scientific trend in the development of chemistry. It first emerged in Egypt in the 3rd century AD. It was developed and perfected by the Arabs, and in medieval Europe it was to have an extremely wide following. The most famous of the alchemists were Saint Albertus Magnus, Arnold of Villanova, and Roger Bacon. The ultimate aim of all alchemic investigations was to obtain the philosophical stone, that would allegedly be capable of changing base metals into gold and silver, cure all diseases, provide the key to eternal youth and prolong life indefinitely. In the course of fruitless searching for the miraculous substance, alchemists discovered many valuable chemical substances and medicinal preparations, invented pieces of chemical apparatus, described many chemical reactions and processes, elaborated various methods for chemical research, and so on. Alexei I, Patriarch of Moscow and all Russia. He was born in Moscow, educated at the Moscow Lyceum, and then graduated in law at Moscow University and later from the Moscow Theological Academy. He was consecrated bishop in 1913 and was Metropolitan of Leningrad and Novgorod from 1943 to 1945. Alexei was elected Patriarch by the local council of the Russian Orthodox Omrich held in Moscow in 1945 and headed the Russian Orthodox Church for 25 years. Alexei, Metropolitan of the Russian Orthodox Church. In his capacity as Metropolitan of Moscow for nearly a quarter of a century, that was the title AC. Accorded at that time to the head of the Russian Orthodox Church, i.e. during the period when it came under the jurisdiction of the Church of Constantinople, and virtual head of the government during the reign of Prince Ivan Krasny and Dmitry Donskoy. Before he attained his maturity, Alexei strived to enhance the position of the Moscow princedom as the central focus for the unification of the Russian lands. He supported Dmitry Donskoy in the struggle against the princes of Tver and Suzdal Nizhny Novgorod. He also opposed the claims of the Lithuanian princes who were anxious to set up a separate metropolitan see in Kiev. 12. Alexander Nevsky Iyevra. Alexander Nevsky Lavra. Russian Orthodox monastery founded in St. Petersburg in 1710 on the order of Peter the Great, which was accorded the status of Lavra in 1797. It was one of the main ecclesiastical centers that influenced all aspects of religious and political life in Tsarist Russia. Within the grounds of this monastery were situated the residence of the Metropolitan of St. Petersburg, the consistory, a seminary and theological academy, and the Committee for Church Censorship. The Alexander Nevsky Lavra possessed large landed estates, residential buildings, warehouses, and disposed of enormous capital. During the period of the Great October Socialist Revolution it was one of the main centers and bastions of political reaction, a fact which led to its subsequent closure. At the present time the Cathedral of the Trinity, the Seminary, and Theological Academy within the grounds of the monastery are all functioning. Alexandrian Church, an autocephalous Orthodox church that was founded in the city of Alexandria, one of the main centers of early Christianity. In Egypt there were Christians as early as the 2nd century AD led by the bishops of Alexandria. The First Ecumenical Council, the Council of Nicaea, recognized the See of Alexandria as one of the most important alongside those of Rome and Antioch. At the present time the Church is headed by the Pope and the Patriarch of Alexandria and all Africa. The Alexandrian Church numbers several 100,000 faithful of mainly Greek origin, united in 14 dioceses or metropolitan sees. Ali ibn Abi al-Talib, the fourth caliph of the Arab Caliphate, one of the early leaders of Islam. He was killed by members of the Kharijite sect. In accordance with Muslim tradition, he was revered as the cousin and son-in-law of the Prophet Muhammad. The Shiites declared him to be the first Imam. Caliph Ali is venerated as a god by the Ismaili and Theali sect. Ali Ilahi, a Muslim Shiite sect, whose followers call themselves Al-Ihaq men of truth. The sect came into being in the 15th century in western Iran and eastern Turkey. Now its adherents are to be found in Afghanistan, Iran, Turkey, Iraq, Syria, and the southern part of the Azerbaijan Republic of the USSR. They believe that Ali is everlasting and inseparable from God, and also in Ali's incarnation in the Muslim prophets from Adam to Muhammad, in the saints and the Shiite imams, and in the Mahdi to come. They deny the existence of heaven and hell. The Ali Ilahi believe in the reincarnation of the soul. They enact rites similar to the loud dhikr of dervishes. The intrinsic character of the sect is conspiratorial and secretive. Allah from Arabic al plus ilah, the name for God in the Muslim religion. According to Islam, God created all that exists. He is an omnipotent, wise being, the absolute master of the world, who is in total control of nature and society. Man must obey Allah. In the Quran it is clearly stated that piety with respect to God means obedience. Islam provided the ideological expression for the socio-econ. Alter 13. Amic processes that were at work in the Arab world in the period of transition from primitive communal society to class society. Prior to the emergence of Islam, the Arabs lived in separate tribes, each of which had its own god. When primitive society broke down and class society took shape, the idea of a single god emerged, which in its turn paved the way for the unification of the diverse tribes in a single state. Allah was proclaimed the one and only God. He had been the god of the Qurayshite tribe, which had played a major part in the emergence of Arab statehood. In the name of Allah, the Muslim religion made sacrosanct the structure of society based on the exploitation of man by man. Alleluia. This word is used in Christian services as a refrain in hymn singing and addressed to all hypostases of the Divine Trinity. In Judaistic worship, Alleluia is an exclamation glorifying God. Allen, Ethan, hero of the American War of Independence and author of the first anti-religious pamphlet in America entitled, Are Son, the Only Oracle of Man, or a compendious system of natural religion, in which he denied the divinity of Christ, the authenticity of the Bible, rejected the miracles and the revelation, which he countered with the laws of nature and rational knowledge. All Union Council of Evangelical Christians Baptists, the spiritual and organizational center of the UNIONOF Evangelical Christians, Baptists that is elected by a Congress. It is based in Moscow and supervises the work of the senior presbyters and the presbyters' councils, who are elected by the faithful in the republics, administrative districts and regions of the USSR. It trains staff using external courses in Bible studies and has its own periodical, the Jour Nal Brasky Vestnik, which comes out once every 2 months. It also publishes the Bible, collections of hymns, concordances, and calendars in Russian, German, Latvian, Estonian, Georgian and other languages, and it maintains contacts with foreign religious organizations. Delegates of the All-Union Council represent the Baptist faithful of the USSR in international religious organizations and, together with other churches, they support the peace movement. The All-Union Council maintains links with the Soviet state that could be termed loyal, and it observes the stipulations laid down in the legislation concerning religious worship. It campaigns against the organization becoming isolated, and warns the faithful against the danger of degenerating into an exclusive sect, separating itself off from all other Christian movements. An important feature of the activity of the All-Union Council of Evangelical Christians, Baptists, is its drive to ensure the unity of the organization, and to overcome friction between former Baptists and former members of the Evangelical Church on the one hand and between the Baptists and the Pentecostals on the other. Altar. In the ancient world, this was the name given to the sacrificial table erected in holy places. For the early Christians it was a table on which the Eucharist was prepared. 14 Amalric of Bena. And administered. In Christian Ches it is the part of the Church in which the clergy officiates and behind which, in Roman Catholic and some Protestant churches, a reredos is found. In Orthodox churches, the altar is always placed against the eastern wall of a church, and from the 15th century onwards, it has been separated from the rest of the building by iconostasis. Amalric of Bena, Father Amaury, otherwise known as Amalric of Chartres. The philosopher who inspired the heretical movement of the Amalricians, a freethinker who taught philosophy and theology at the University of Paris. Amalric's ideas are extant in the works of Orthodox Roman Catholic theologians who tried to refute his teaching. Amalric was a pantheist, maintaining that everything in the world was one, since everything that exists is God. The individual he saw as a part of God. Departing from the Christian idea to the effect that all men are equal in sin, Amalric considered all men to be equal, since they had been created in the likeness of God. He saw the Spirit of God to be present in those who possessed knowledge. Ignorance he saw as hell, and cultivation as paradise, and he did not believe in life beyond the grave. Amalric's heresy was condemned by the Roman Catholic Church in 1210, and in 1215 the Pope forbade its propagation once and for all. Amalricians, followers of the teachings of Amalric of Bena, who came together to form a separate sect at the end of the 12th and beginning of the 13th century. The Amalricians protested against social inequality and feudal ideology as represented by Roman Catholicism. They rejected the Church and the clergy, the Pope, whom they termed the Antichrist, Christian rituals and sacraments. The Amalricians considered that, since they were part of God, they were immortal, and therein lay the mystical character of their pantheism. The Amalricians rejected asceticism and propagated man's right to satisfy his desires. The leaders of the movement were publicly burned by order of the Church in 1210. Amaterasu, sun goddess, central divinity of Shintoism. According to legend, her parents, Izanagi and Izanami, the first gods who were specifically male or female, created in the sea an island and generated a number of elemental forces, objects, and gods, including Amaterasu. Ambo or Ambon, a raised, usually semicircular platform in the middle of a church, from which the scriptures could be read and other parts of the liturgy conducted. Ambrosia, in Greek mythology the food of the gods said to be the source of their eternal youth and immortality. Amen, a word used by Christians to conclude a prayer or sermon, religious texts, that had been adopted from the services of the Jews. Mos. Amulet 15. Lems always say Amen after reciting the first chapter of the Quran. Amenhotep IV, pharaoh of ancient Egypt of the 18th dynasty who ruled in the 14th century BC. In an effort to break the power of the priesthood and the old patrimonial aristocracy, linked with the cult of Amun-Re and local cults, Amenhotep IV banned the cult of Amun, confiscated the lands belonging to the Theban temples, and introduced a new official cult of the one god, Aten. During Amenhotep's reign a new capital was built, Akhetaton, while the pharaoh himself took a new name, Akhenaten. Yet the first attempt in his story to introduce worship of a single god was to prove short-lived. Monotheism did not evolve naturally from the social structure of ancient Egypt, and there had been no adequate grounds for its introduction at the time. After Amenhotep's death the priesthood and the nobility reverted to earlier cults. Amida worship or Pure Land Buddhism, one of the forms of Japanese Buddhism that had grown up in the 12th century. The name can be traced back to one of the main gods in the Japanese pantheon, Amida Buddha, master of the promised pure land in which dwell the gods and in which righteous men are reborn. The main schools representing this form of Buddhism are Jodo and Jodo Shinshu. The canonical difference between them are not great. The main reason for the emergence of Amida Buddhism was the need to move away from the complexity and aristocratic nature of previous schools and to search for the forms of Buddhism that would be accessible for the peasant masses. The philosophical subtleties and the aristocratic character of early Buddhism were superseded, in Amida Buddhism, by the cult of a single Amida Buddha, by detailed colorful pictures of paradise and hell, and by a simple path to salvation, which only required of laymen sincere faith and that they constantly repeat aloud or to themselves set phrases glorifying Amida. Amida Buddhism attempted to narrow the gap between norms of behavior for priests and the laity. In particular, this school of Buddhism was the first to allow priests to marry. Amitabha, one of the 5 supreme Buddhas in the Mahayana, creator and lord of paradise, the fields of Sukhavati where allegedly all creatures who believed in Amitabha are restored to life. Amun, one of the 1 gods of ancient Egypt. Initially he was the local god, venerated in the town of Thebes as the god of the harvest. In time he merged in the minds of worshippers with the sun god Re and came to be called Amun-Re, thus becoming the principal god of ancient Egypt. This reflected the process of the centralization of power and the increasing strength of the pharaohs. Amulet, an object to which is at tributes supernatural magical power, the capacity to protect its 16 Anabaptists. Owner from misfortune, disease, and other disasters. Belief in amulets, that can be traced back to primitive fetishism and magic, is still to be found in present-day religions and in so-called everyday superstitions. Anabaptists, followers of a movement that came into being in the 16th century in Switzerland and Germany in the course of the Reformation. They were united in their opposition to the feudal order of society. They demanded that members of the movement undergo a second baptism after reaching maturity, in order to found a free church which did not accept state intervention in its affairs. The first such baptism of adults took place in Zurich in 1525. The Anabaptists called each other brothers and sisters, in keeping with the spirit of the early Christian communities. Rejecting the church hierarchy, the Anabaptists declared themselves to be the harbingers of the separation of church and state and of religious freedom for the individual. They regard the Holy Scriptures as the basis of their beliefs, and, deriving from these the justification for their ideas, they condemned wealth, participation in state affairs and military service. They were subjected to all manner of persecution. The Anabaptists were to be found spread right through Germany and beyond its borders in the Netherlands and Moravia. They played an active part in the Peasant War in Germany, led by Thomas Munzer. After Munzer had been defeated, the persecuted Anabaptists grouped together in communes, mainly in Germany and the Netherlands, which laid the foundations for the appearance of a number of Protestant sects, the Mennonites, Hoffmannites, and the Hutterites. At the present time over 10,000 Hutterites are living in Canada and the northern part of the United States in self-contained communities. The Mennonites are to be found mainly in the United States and Canada. There are nearly 100,000 Mennonites living in European countries now. In these free churches that grew up on the basis of Anabaptism, many of the original rules of conduct have been reviewed and modified. Analogy of being, the concept central to the methodology of Neo-Thomism. According to this teaching, the crucial feature determining relationships between objects or phenomena is their similarity, which allegedly substantiates philosophical cognition of God by means of analogies. The elaboration of this concept by Roman Catholic ideologists was designed to help dissociate the Roman Catholic dogma from pantheism and negative theology, that denies the possibility of a philosophical understanding of God. Anat, goddess of fertility and war, patroness of military might in the religion of the ancient Semitic tribes of the Amorites who came from Arabia. After 2000 BC the cult of Elat was to be found in Syria and Phoenicia. In the 16th century BC the cult spread as far as Egypt, and in the 14th and 13th centuries BC, to Palestine. Ancesi or worship 17. Anathema, in Christianity, the ecclesiastical curse of excommunication, regarded as the ultimate punishment. It was instituted at the Council of Chalcedon, the Fourth Ecumenical Council. Anathema was often used by churches of various denominations to serve political ends, as a tool of religious terror in the fight against progressive movements. Anaxagoras, Greek philosopher. He was driven out of Athens for questioning the Aeschatolist dogmas of religion. He declared that the celestial bodies, which had formerly been recognized as divine beings, were material masses that had formed without the intervention of supernatural forces. Along with Empedocles and the atomists, he propounded a teaching of natural philosophy to the effect that all things consist of seeds, that is, minute indestructible particles. Anaximander, Greek materialist philosopher. he was the first to come forward with the concept of ark, the beginning or the universal foundation of being. He considered this foundation to be a pyrrhon limitless, eternal substance engendering the endless diversity of the world. Anaximander also taught that there was an infinite number of worlds constantly emerging and then vanishing. The earth, according to Anaximander, was motionless and lo, he found at the center of the world. The sun, moon, and stars had come forth from a sphere of fire. Animals, he maintained, had come forth from the wafer without the involvement of Di2-0101s. Vine forces, and people, in their turn, had evolved from fish, which, when they found themselves stranded on dry land, had adapted the structure and the functions of their organism to suit the new environment. Anaximenes, Greek materialist philosopher. He held that air was the original primordial element, the source of all that exists, has existed, and will exist, including the gods. Air, according to his theory, was constantly in motion, as a result of which changes in things were taking place. 7 basic forms of matter originate from the air: fire, air, wind, clouds, water, earth, and stone. Anaximenes also put forward a hypothesis explaining solar and lunar eclipses, and the phases of the moon. Ancestor worship, element in family clan worship which took shape within the patriarchal Exogamous clan and was supported by the clan elders and heads of patriarchal families. Various forms of ancestor worship were to be found among the peoples of tropical Africa. Ancestor worship evolves on the following foundations: burial rites, as a result of whose development, in the lower reaches of the Congo, for example, graves began to serve as altars for regularly performed acts of ancestor worship. Totemism, this emerges as the result of the anthropomorphization of an ancestor's totem, and there then takes shape the idea of mythical ancestors either with zoanthropomorphic features or in the form of human ancestors, the worship of personal guardian spirits. And fetishism, worship of a guardian spirit of a deceased member of a family or clan. Particularly important in ancestor worship is the idea that spirits of ancestors remain members of the clan or family, but are more powerful than ordinary people, and that the welfare of the clan depend on them. This idea provides the basis for the evolution of the figure of a venerated tribal leader into a tribal god. As social differentiation takes place, differentiation of ancestors according to their status within the social hierarchy also occurs, as a result of which tribal and clan leaders take priority. On the basis of ancestor worship there later grew up the hero worship characteristic of the religions of ancient Greece and ancient Rome, and later the worship of saints in Christianity and Islam. Ancient China, religion of. See religion of ancient China. Ancient Egypt, religion of. See religion of ancient Egypt. Ancient Germanic peoples. Religion of the. See religion of the ancient Germanic peoples. Ancient Greece, religion of. See religion of ancient Greece. Ancient India, religion of. See religion of ancient India. Ancient Iran, religion of. See religion of ancient Iran. Ancient Rome, religion of. See religion of ancient Rome. Ancient Slavs, religion of. See religion of ancient Slavs. Angels, according to Jewish, Christian, and Muslim belief, spiritual, supernatural beings created by God, who possessed free will and announced the will of God to men. According to the celestial hierarchy accepted by Christians, angels are divided by rank into 9 choirs constituting 3 hierarchies: seraphim, cherubim, and thrones, dominations, virtues, and powers, principalities, archangels, and angels. Reverence of the angels is a vestige of earlier veneration of spirits and one of the legacies of polytheism in monotheistic religions. Anglican Church, the state church in England. It came into being during the Reformation in the 16th century. The Anglican Church embraces both the Roman Catholic dogma of the redeeming power of the Church and the Protestant teaching of salvation through personal faith. In its liturgy and organizational principles, the Anglican Church is nearer to the Roman Catholic Church than the other Protestant churches. The outward rituals of Roman Catholicism underwent hardly any reforms in the Anglican Church. It has also retained a hierarchy reminiscent of the Roman Catholic hierarchy. The head of the Anglican Church is the king, who appoints the bishops. The primate of the Anglican Church is the Archbishop of Canterbury. Three movements are to be found within the Anglican Church: High Church, the closest to Roman Catholicism; Low Church, close to Puritanism and Pete. Animism. 19. Ism, Broad Church, the main trend within the Anglican Church, which seeks to unite all Christian movements. There also exist formally separate Anglican churches in Scotland, Wales, Ireland, and the United States, Canada, Australia, etc. After 1867, the Anglican churches, while preserving their independence, came together in the Anglican Communion. The functions of a consultative body for this organization are carried out by the so-called Lambethcon/Arances. The Anglican churches play an active part in the Ecumenica/movement. ANGW Catholicism, a movement within the Anglican Church which was, in the 1840s, initiated by a group of Oxford theologians who emphasized the Roman Catholic character of Anglicanism and advocate the closest possible links with Rome. Followers of this movement in England formed an independent group within the Anglican Church, which was to become its most conservative wing. They have their own newspapers and journals and convene separate conferences. Anglo-Catholics are recruited mainly amongst the English aristocracy. Anglo-Catholicism also has adherents in the United States. At the present time, Anglo-Catholics advocate closer relations between all Christian churches. Angra Mainyu, in Zoroastrianism, the personification of evil, the devil or spirit of negation, the father of falsehood, injustice, lawlessness, and death. Angra Mainyu is the opposite of Ahura Mazda, the Holy Spirit. Both are born of boundless 2 time, however, while Ahura Mazda is eternal, Angra Mainyu disappears or becomes powerless, for it is always the principle of good that is victorious. Animals, worship of c. Zoolatry. Animatism, the notion of an impersonal force operating within nature, which lends the latter life and shapes the destinies of men. Animatism is a typical feature of early forms of religion. With this notion of a non-personalized, supernatural force were linked all kinds of human success in the hunt, success in fishing, success in battle, and so on. Fertility of livestock and the yield of fruit and cereals were held to depend on this impersonal force. Animatism probably represents one of the first attempts to interpret the world as a single whole. It is to be found in diverse guises in many religions. Animism, belief in souls and spirits, an essential element in any religion. Animistic images are spirits of deceased ancestors, the souls of living people, and the personification of the forces of nature. The host of spirits from nature is particularly numerous and varied. The spirits of the elements could be benevolent, or, on the other hand, they could threaten the well-being of mankind. This is why small sacrifices were offered to them, when it was deemed necessary. As belief in spirits and souls developed, there emerged generalized concepts for the designation of the supernatural properties attributed to thyigs, such as mana, grace. Elements of animism are still to be found in the world religions of today. Anates, in Western Europe from the mid-13th century onwards, this special revenue was paid to the papal curia. It consisted of the first year's revenue of an ecclesiastical benefice. In some countries, for example, in Italy, these dues are collect to this day. Annunciation. Christian festival, which in the Orthodox Church is celebrated as one of the TWL Great Feasts. It is celebrated on March 25. It is based on the biblical legend to the effect that the Archangel Gabriel announced to the Virgin Mary the good tidings that she would bring forth the Son of God. Regarding this event as one that was most important in the accomplishment of the plan for mankind's salvation, Orthodox theologians stress that this day marked the beginning of God's mystical communion with man. Hence the special significance of this festival for the faithful. The celebration of the Annunciation was established in the Christian Church as early as the 4th century, once the Nativity of Christ had come to be celebrated as a separate feast. The date of the Annunciation was established by counting back 9 months from Christmas. In Russia, the Annunciation coincided with that spring sowing. The Orthodox Church attempted to link this festival with the work of peasants, trying to convince the latter that the fate of the harvest depended in large degree on help from the Virgin Mary, to whom it was import, and to pray on the day of the Annunciation. Anointed one, a person who has been anointed with unction. In Judaism and Christianity the word is used to denote prophets, high priests, and monarchs, who through this rite have had their power bestowed on them allegedly by God himself. In the New Testament Jesus is also referred to as the Anointed One. Anonymous atheistic tracts, pamphlets of the 17th and 18th centuries which were propagated through Western Europe and which contained what for those times was very radical criticism of religion and the Church. The anonymity of these tracts was necessitated by the dangers of persecution to which their authors would be subject. Many atheistic works by Pierre Bell, Voltaire, Diderot, and others, were also published anonymously, but the term anonymous atheistic tracts is still used for those tracts whose authorship has still not been established. The most famous of these tracts was that entitled Leg End of the Three Deceivers. The date of its composition and its authorship are still the subject of controversy. In it the founders of Judaism, Christianity and Islam, i.e. Moses, Christ, and Mohammed are all referred to as deceivers, and the success of these religions is accounted for by reference to men's gullibility. The tract also contains ideas regarding the impossibility of proving the existence of God, the futility of worship, the human authorship of Holy Scriptures, yet it does not provide any common philosophical basis for these ideas. Other Apology 21. Anonymous atheistic tracts, on the other hand, such as The Blessing of Christians or The Scourge of Faith or The Spirit of Spinoza, draw for their ideas on the materialist philosophical systems of Hobbes, Spinoza and Lucilia Vianini, and the second of the above-named tracts consists of a compilation of tenets of those thinkers reproduced word for word. These treatises were permeated by a spirit of humanistic, anti-religious skepticism, often taking the form of open atheism. The arguments against all religions go hand in hand with bitter, often satirical criticism of theology, dogma, the Church, and clerics. The Russian tract Mere Roar of Godlessness, dating from the second half of the 18th century, can also be numbered among these anonymous atheistic tracts. From the end of the 17th century onwards they became widespread in Europe and played their part in the emergence and development of bourgeois atheism. Anselm, St., Archbishop of Canterbury and medieval theologian. He tried to substantiate the main doctrines of Christianity, such as the creation of the world from nothing, the unity and diversity of the Trinity, the immortality of the soul, etc. With reference to the hierarchical structure of the world, Saint Anselm sought to substantiate his concept of God as absolute perfection. He also attempted to provide ontological proofs of God's existence, i.e. conclusions as to God's real existence stemming from the concept of God as absolute perfection. Anthropocentrism, a religioneous, idealist view of man as the center and high point of the universe. Anthropocentrism asserts that there exist in the world objective superhuman aims and expediencies, and in this respect it has much in common with teleology. The ultimate development of anthropocentrism is found in Judaism, Christianity and Islam. Natural science, as represented by Copernicus, Galileo, Darwin, and Einstein, together with materialist philosophy destroyed anthropocentrism by demonstrating that there is no supernatural principle in the world lending it a preordained purpose. The scientific world outlook revealed the objective laws of natural evolution, the emergence and development of man and society, thereby explaining the causally preconditioned nature of man's purposeful activity and exposing the inconsistency of anthropocentrism. Anthropodicy, the justification of man. The term used to denote the theological and religious philosophical problem stemming from the impossibility of solving the contradiction between the idea of a divinely ordained world order and the existence of evil, by attributing all responsibility for this disharmony to man. T71 Eadiki cannot conceal its own intrinsic inconsistency ANCJ it evolves to become anthropodicy, man is shown to be free only in the prehistoric act of his choice between good and evil. Anthropogenesis, the process of man's origin and his emergence as a social being. Anthropology, the theory of the origin and evolution of man, of. 22 Anthropology, philosophical. Human races, based on the study of the human body and the natural difference between people. The natural science of anthropology took shape as an independent discipline in the 19th century. Friedrich Engels defined anthropology as a science making possible the transition from the morphology and physiology of man and human races to history. The findings of embryology, comparative anatomy, paleoanthropology, geology of the Pleistocene epoch, archaeology of the Paleolithic period, the physiology of the higher nervous activity of men and primates, the psychology of men and animals, as interpreted by anthropologists, all bear out the scientific, materialist view of man as a natural and social being. Anthropology, philosophical, in the broad sense, a teaching about the nature of man, and, more specifically, a trend in philosophy that emerged in the 1920s and attempted to bring together the concrete scientific study of man with an understanding of the essence of man and on that basis to create a fundamental philosophical science. Anthropomorphism, the personification of natural phenomena, religious and mythological concepts and figures and the attribution to the latter of intrinsically human characteristics. Anthropomorphism is an essential feature of religious beliefs and mythology. In early religions, anthropomorphism is linked with totemism, sorcery, zoomorphism, phytomorphism, theriomorphism, animism, shamanism, bulletin real rites. In mythology there are many examples of the personification of natural phenomena. Anthropomorphism provided the basis for concepts of tribal gods in the religions of early class-based societies. Anthropomorphism found particularly vivid expression in the religion of ancient Greece. The gods of Olympus were perfect physical specimens possessed of all the intrinsically human capacities for thoughts and feelings. Anthropomorphism is a typical feature of such world religions as Christianity and Buddhism, where anthropomorphic representations of gods in sculpture and painting are widespread. Anthropopathy, the attribution of human thoughts and feelings to animals, plants, and other natural phenomena. The term was first introduced in the late 19th century, however it is rarely used in scientific literature. More common is the term anthropomorphism that is closely Anti-clericalism 23. Related to it in meaning. Anthropopathy is also used in conjunction with such concepts as personification or animism. Anthroposophy, a mystical teaching based on the idea that man, by developing the latent possibilities concealed within him, may achieve power over nature. This is accomplished via mastery of the methods for the development of the special organs dormant within man, capable of supersensory perception, and imitation of the shares of mankind Buddha, Zarathustra, Plato, and Christ, who are incarnations of the Supreme Spirit. Anthroposophy took shape at the beginning of the 20th century on the basis of theosophy. Its founder was Rudolf Steiner, who led the Anthroposophical Society which he had founded. Despite the fact that the anti-scientific character of anthroposophy has been exposed on more than one occasion, the teaching still has its followers today. The International Center for Anthroposophy, which still exists today in Dornach, actively propagates the mystical ideas of this teaching. The reawoken interest shown in anthroposophy stems from the general spiritual crisis afflicting the world and the diminishing authority of traditional religions. Antichrist, according to a Christian belief based on the Rei1 elation of St. John the Divine, the antagonist of Christ who would appear for the final struggle against the Christian Church before the end of the world and the second coming of Christ, he would be conclusively defeated by Christ and destroyed for ever. The legend of the Antichrist was used by the Church to fan religious fanaticism among the masses and to intimidate them. The legend was cultivated with particular enthusiasm during epidemics, wars, and other natural and social catastrophes. The clergy usually referred to individuals who needed to be compromised in the eyes of the faithful as Antichrist. Protestant thinkers used to refer to the popes in this way, and the Old Believers in Russia used the term to designate Patriarch Nikon. Anticlericalism, a system of views and also a social movement, directed against the pretensions of the Church to a dominant role in political, economic, and cultural life. Certain anti-clerical ideas had first been voiced by the philosophers of the ancient world. In medieval Europe, anti-clericalism had been a form of struggle against the ideas concerning the preeminence of spiritual power over temporal power propagated by the Church. Anti-clericalism was to become an essential part of the ideology of an anti-feudal bourgeois revolution. This found expression in the criticism by the thinkers of the newly emergent bourgeoisie of the Church's policy and in the adoption by bourgeois governments of laws providing for the complete or partial alienation of the Church's possessions, primarily landed property, and for the separation of Church and state. Anti-clericalism today is a mass movement that is in general of a progressive nature, but by no means homogeneous. People representing different philosophies, political and religious convictions are taking part in the anti-clerical struggle today. Many belie. 24 Antidoran. Ver among the anticlericalists see clericalism as no more than the result of the abuse of religion by receptionaries, and they distinguish between clericalism and religion, attributing all that is reactionary to militant clericalism, while placing religion outside criticism. Anticlericalism of believers is inevitably limited, first and foremost because it is not directed against the underlying principles of the exploiter society that engenders clericalism. In the modern capitalist world, a certain amount of work to expose clericalism is being carried out by a number of groups, organizations, and associations that are continuing the atheistic traditions of the Enlightenment, and organizations that are affiliated to the WORLD Union of Freethinkers and the International Humanist and Ethical Union. Anti-clericalism only assumed a truly coherent form after the emergence of Marxism. It is precisely on a basis of Marxism-Leninism that communist and workers' parties are evolving a scientifically substantiated program for the struggle against clericalism. Communists who do not see clericalism and religion itself as one and the same thing, while at the same time not concealing their atheistic convictions, link the question of surmounting the power of religion and clericalism with the class struggle of the working people, that is called upon to eliminate all forms of social oppression of the masses, of which clericalism is one. Antidoran, pieces of communion bread handed out to the congregation at the end of the liturgy, in place of the divine gifts. This practice was introduced by the Western Church in the 7th century and by the Eastern Church in the 9th century. In the first centuries after the emergence of Christianity, all those present during the liturgy would take of the divine gifts. Anti-Deuring, title by which Fr. Derek Engels' work Hereugen Deuring's Revolution in Science, published in 1878, was to go down in history. In it Engels criticized the petty bourgeois eclectic views of the German philosopher Deuring, before going on to provide a comprehensive exposition of the three essential components of Marxism: dialectical and historical materialism, political economy, and scientific communism. Questions concerned with religion and atheism occupy an important place in this work. In it is to be found the classic definition of the essence of religion. All religion, however, is nothing but the fantastic reflection in men's minds of those external forces which control their daily life, a reflection in which the terrestrial forces assume the form of supernatural forces. Engels shed light on the social and epistemological roots of religion. He criticized Deuring's idea to the effect that it is essential to ban religion under socialism, holding that this will serve as a reliable means of helping it achieve martyrdom and a prolonged lease of life, Engels also demonstrated that religion need not be abolished, but will die out naturally as society gains increasing control of natural and social forces. The book also contains an analysis of Christianity as a religion of slaves and the Anatnetarians 25. Pressed, and examines Christian concepts of equality, morality, and a number of other issues. Engels maintains that only a dialectical materialist outlook can provide the foundation for a consistently atheistic view of the world, and that any other approach to the interpretation of the world inevitably involves concessions to idealist philosophy and religion. Antiochian Orthodox Church, one of the autocephalous Orthodox churches. In the 3rd century it became an independent metropolitan see embracing the Christian communities of Arabia, Syria, Phoenicia, Cilicia, and Cyprus. From the middle of the 5th century it has been headed by a patriarch. At the present time it embraces approximately 1 million Orthodox believers, living in Syria, the Lebanon, and a number of other countries. The patriarch's residence is in Damascus. 3 exarchates come under its jurisdiction, those of Australia, Mexico, and Chile, and 18 dioceses. This autocephalous church is a member of the WORLD Council OFCA churches. Anti-Pope, a head of the Roman Catholic Church whose election has been declared invalid. The first anti-pope was Saint Hippolytus and the last was Felix V. Some anti-popes were declared by the councils of the Roman Catholic Church to have been illegally elected and were deprived of their tierra. Others, in return for farming of revenues, renounced their title themselves, while still others set up their QWN courts and functioned under the patronage of various royal houses. Anti-Trinitarians, members of various Christian sects which rejected the doctrine concerning the triunity of God. Anti-Trinitarianism appeared in the late 2nd and early 3rd centuries, when, against a background of the struggle between various trends and sects, the basic doctrines of Christianity were taking shape. The tenets of anti-Trinitarianism did not coincide with the generally accepted interpretation of the principles of Christian doctrine. They only accepted God the Father as an absolute God. Meanwhile, the other members of the divine Trinity were declared to be forces of a different kind, subordinate to God the Father. Bitter controversy raged around the single nature of Jesus Christ. Some theologians insisted on his divine nature, and others on his human nature. For the Church this was a question of primary importance, and for this reason opponents of the teaching of triunity were subjected to fierce persecution. Anti-Trinitarianism emerged again during the period of the Reformation in Italy, Switzerland, Germany, and other countries. The anti-Trinitarians, finding themselves in opposition to Roman Catholicism, Lutheranism, and Calvinism, tolerated free interpretation of the Bible, rejected the concept of original sin, and the redemption of mankind by Christ. They were opposed to the church hierarchy, monasticism, icons, and saints. Their teachings reflected the interests of the common people, for they demanded equality of property, the abolition of private ownership and serfdom, sometimes even going so far as to reject state power. 26 Antony, St. Antony, St., of the Caves of Kiev, one of the founders of the Kiev-Pechery Lavra monastery of the caves. According to legend, he became a monk on Mount Athos and then, after returning to Russia, he obtained permission from Izyaslav, Prince of Kiev, to found a monastery modeled on that on Mount Athos. He was later made a saint by the Russian Orthodox Church. Anu Orin, one of the main gods in Sumerian and Akkadian mythology. Anu was the first among gods, or the father of the gods, the creator of the sky. Anubis, in the religion of ancient Egypt, the god in the form of a jackal or a wild dog. He was regarded as the patron of the dead who conducted the dead to judgment and was accorded a prominent role in funeral rites. Aphrodite, in Greek mythology, the goddess of love and female beauty. According to one legend Aphrodite was the daughter of Zeus and an ocean nymph Dione, and according to another she first rose from the waves of the sea. Aphrodite was venerated as the goddess of fertility, bestowing abundance, eternal springtime, and life to the earth, as the goddess of mountains and the sea, and the goddess of marriages and births. Aphrodite's son, Eros, was her constant companion. Apis, god in the shape of a bull, who was worshipped in ancient Egypt in view of the commonly held belief that the bull embodied the soul of Osiris. During some periods of history, Apis was venerated as a great, or even the supreme god. Vestiges of totemism are to be observed in the cult of Apis. Apocalypse. See Revelation of St. John the Divine. Apocrypha, the works of religious content, but not acknowledged by the Church as sacred. Some of these books are linked with the Old Testament and others with the New Testament. Most of the books from the first group have been preserved in translations, mainly Greek ones, and there are also extant some translations into ancient Armenian and Old Church Slavonic languages. The Apocrypha associated with the Old Testament include, among others, the books of Maccabees, Judith, Ecclesiasticus, the Wisdom of Solomon, Tobit, Baruch with the Epistle of Jeremy, certain parts of the books of Esdras, and the rest of Esther. Among the Dead Sea Scrolls were found fragments of books from the Apocrypha hitherto unknown, the Book of Genesis and the Book of Deuteronomy. The New Testament Apocrypha include various Gospels and accounts of the Acts of the Apostles, epistles, apocalypses which had been written before the New Testament had been declared sacred in the 4th century and early 5th century and which the Church did not include in the canon. The word Apocrypha was first used in relation to the works of one particular group of Christians, the Gnostics, who set out to keep their teaching secret. Later the term apologists 27 was applied to early Christian writings that were not accepted as inspired scripture. Apocryphal books associated with the New Testament are divided into the forbidden books and those officially permitted. The first list of forbidden books was drawn up in the Byzantine Empire in the 5th century. Most of them were known merely as lilies or because of quotations used in the works of Christian writers in the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th centuries, that were directed against the Apocrypha. Fragments of some of the Apocrypha were found on papyrus scrolls in Egypt. In 1946, a whole library of works by Gnostic Christians was found in the south of Egypt and these included a Gospel according to St. Thomas, a Gospel according to St. Philip, the Apocrypha of St. John etc. Works written in the Middle Ages that tell of Jesus' childhood and the life of Mary are read with permission from the Church, insofar as they do not depart from accepted dogma. Apollo or Phoebus, a divinity of ancient Greece. Initially he was regarded as the protector of shepherds, and later as the inventor of beekeeping, oil-making, and the deity of apple orchards. He was also regarded as the inventor of the lyre and the patron of poetry and music. Later Apollo came to be venerated as the god of purification and healing. Apologetics, the branch of theology concerned with the defense and justification of religious dogma by means of arguments designed to appeal to men's reason. Apologetics is the branch of theology treating the essence of a given religion and expounding the specific features of its system of doctrines, its moral principles, its role and importance in public life. The main aim of apologetics is to defend religion against materialist and atheistic criticism. To this end emphasis is laid upon the impossibility of highly moral relationships, the development of culture or a just social order without true religion. A similar approach is used to the question of the relationship between science and religion, and between religion and philosophy. In apologetics considerable attention is devoted lo proof of the existence of God. Apologetics is constantly renewing its methods and adapting to changing conditions of life, to the intellectual level of the modern believer. Apologists, early Christian theologians and philosophers, who propagated the advantages of the new religion in comparison with the polytheistic beliefs of the Roman Empire, its high moral principles and its social usefulness. In their works they set out to demonstrate that Christianity was not in contradiction to ancient philosophy and science, that it had much in common with the predominant official beliefs. The best known of the apologists was Saint Justin Martyr, Tatian, and Athena. Goraz. Another trend in early Christian apologetics was that led by Tertullian, which affirmed the incompatibility of faith and pagan wisdom, called upon the Church to engage in a resolute 28 apostolbretyran struggle against the learning and culture of the ancient world, and propagated consistent asceticism. The ideas of the early Christian apologists are held in high esteem by contemporary theologians. Apostle Brethren or Order of the Apostles, adherents of a Christian sect which took an active part in the peasant plebeian movement in northern Italy in the late 13th and early 14th centuries. The Apostle Brethren preached that saintliness could only be attained through the renunciation of property, a return to social equality and equal property, in the spirit of the teachings of the early Christian apostles. At the Second Ecumenical Council of the Roman Catholic Church in Lyons, the sect was condemned as heretical, and its activities were banned. After it had been put to rout, the adherents of the sect nevertheless continued to preach their ideas in several parts of Italy, France, Spain, and Germany up until the 15th century. Apostles, in the context of early Christianity, apostles were itinerant preachers, who moved from one community to another and lived at their expense. The apostles preached the new teaching among non-Christians as well, creating new Christian communities as they did so. They addressed each other and the Christian communities with epistles on various subjects connected with faith and man's inner spiritual life. Hence, apparently, the origin of the epistles, which have been handed down in the New Testament. Later, after the final version of the New Testament had been compiled, Church tradition only accorded the name apostles to Christ's 12 disciples, whom are mentioned in the Gospels and in the Acts of the Apostles, and whom Christ himself allegedly chose to preach his teaching. The majority of the apostles are figures of legend. Apostolate of the Lie 1y. See laity, layman. Apostolic tradition, a collection of religious tenets, which allegedly are the fruit of divine revelation. The aim and purpose of the apostolic tradition was to support and substantiate the divinely instituted nature of the Holy Scriptures and also to interpret the most important tenets contained in them, which had been elaborated long before the establishment of the Christian Church. With regard to the religious authority and doctrinal significance of the apostolic tradition, the Church sees it as being on a par with the Holy Scriptures. Some theologians, however, regard the apostolic tradition as being even more important than the Holy Scriptures, since the final collection of the sacred books was determined by the apostolic tradition. In the Christian Church it is recognized only by the Orthodox and the Roman Catholic churches. The Orthodox Church regards the materials from the 7 first ecumenical councils and the works of the Fathers of the Church as part of the apostolic tradition and likewise ancient rituals used for the conduct of services. The Roman Catholics add to all this the resolutions of the popes and those Archontics 29, adopted at later ecumenical councils, after the first 7. The Protestant Church regards only the Holy Scriptures as the fruit of divine revelation, seeing the apostolic tradition merely as the fruit of human activity. An apostolic tradition is to be found in other religions as well. In Islam, for example, the Sunnah is held by legend to be the same. Apsaras in Vedic or Hindu mythology, female spirits of the clouds and waters, dwelling mainly in the heavens but on earth as well. According to Vedic texts, the Apsaras were capable of making mortals fall madly in love. In the Rig Veda there is one Apsaras, wife of Gandharva, through whom she gives birth to the first mortals Yama and Yami. In later scriptures there are many Apsaras, wives of numerous Gandharvas, who act as the handmaidens of Indra and dance before his throne. Archangels, senior angels according to the celestial hierarchy accepted in the Christian Church. According to Orthodox Christian tradition, 3 archangels are given names: Michael, the commander supreme in the universal war against God's enemies and the guardian angel of all Christians; Gabriel, God's messenger who brought the good tidings to Mary; and Raphael, the angel of healing. Archbishop, one of the highest ranks in the Christian Church, hierarchy. Although it is held that all bishops are equal and have similar power, certain bishops are given the right of supreme authority over the others, and on them is conferred the title Archbishop. Archbishop of Canterbury, the chief bishop of the state. Anglican Church, primate of all England and the first peer of the realm. He is appointed by the reigning monarch in response to recommendation from Parliament. The official residence of the Archbishop of Canterbury is Lambeth Palace. Archdeacon, a clerical position in the Christian Church, a cleric who assists the bishop during services. In the West, the archdeacon is now a priest, while in the Orthodox Church he is still a deacon, this title being accorded to the first deacon in the cathedral of a diocesan bishop. Archlimandrite, the highest title for monks in the Orthodox Church, or an honorary title conferred upon the heads of large monasteries. It can also be used as the honorary title for the principals of seminaries, and those in charge of theological missions. Archontics, one of the trends to be found in Gnosticism. According to their teaching, that can be traced back to the ideas of Basilides Ofsy, from the Aenatus Pater or Supreme Being there emanate eons, creative peaceful forces and mythological creatures, also known as archons, i.e. forefathers, ancestors. The Supreme Archant was identified with Christ and the others with powers, principles, and angels who created a multitude of heavens. The teaching of the Archontics, just as that of the Gnostics as a whole, was condemned and repudiated by the official Christian 30 Archpriest Church at the end of the 2nd century AD, as pagan and excessively allegorical. Archpriest, a general term for the higher ranks of the clergy in the Christian church hierarchy. In the Orthodox Church, archpriest is a title of honor given to non-monastic priests. Ares, in Greek mythology, the son of Zeus and Hera. Initially Ares was venerated as a deity of the subterranean world, comparable to a natural element which might bring prosperity or ruin. Later he was worshipped as the dread god of war, bringing death and destruction in his path. Ares was depicted as a mighty warrior wearing a helmet. Arhat, in Buddhism this is a person who has attained supreme perfection and has come close to the state of nirvana, a righteous, holy man. In order to attain the status of Arhat, a man must pass through a long path of reincarnations that are the result of his devout behavior, the essential feature of which is the suppression of passions and interest in life. In Hinayana Buddhism, monks who have reached the highest stage of monastic life are considered arhats. Aryan, a movement within the Christian Church in the 4th, 5th, and 6th centuries, founded by the priest Arius. Arianism was an attempt to resolve the contradiction between biblical monotheism and the teaching that Christ was divine. Adherents of this doctrine did not accept one of the fundamental tenets of the official Christian Church, the consubstantiality of God the Son and God the Father, regarding that doctrine to be tantamount to an acceptance of ditheism. Arius maintained that only one God was everlasting and ineffable, while the Son of God had been created not from the divine essence but out of nothing. He differed from man only insofar as he was endowed with higher virtues. Thanks to the participation of God the Father in his creation and his own aspirations to goodness, the Son of God becomes divine himself. That is how the Arians resolved one of the main problem issues in Christianity, that of God made man, God incarnate. In 325 AD, Arius was condemned as a heretic by the Ecumenical Council in Nicaea. Aristotle, philosopher of ancient Greece and an outstanding scholar in a wide range of disciplines. Aristotle, who had been a pupil of Plato's, later criticized his system based on the supersensible world of the forms or ideas. Aristotle recognized the objective existence of the material world and regarded sensations, ideas, and concepts as derived from real things. The essence of things Aristotle sought within things themselves. Matter, however, he saw as only a passive principle, which is subordinate to the special active principle of form, while the form above all others is, in his opinion, God. Vacillation between materialism and idealism in Aristotle's work went hand in hand with vacillation between dialectics and metaphysics. He acknowledged movement within nature and society, and pointed out the existence of different kinds of motion. He appreciated the link between opposites and the dependence of qualitative changes upon quantitative ones, and he analyzed the transition from possibility to reality. In his works other elements of dialectics are also to be found. At the same time, the source of motion, which according to Aristotle is God, lies outside matter, and, being itself motionless, sets the whole world in purposeful motion. God is the final cause, the highest goal of development of all things, which Aristotle refers to as entelechy. Summing up as he did the development of the philosophical, scientific, and socio-political ideas of ancient Greece, Aristotle exerted a tremendous influence on all subsequent cultural development. Aristotle's idealist and metaphysical views were used in the philosophy of Neoplatonism, by the scholastics of the Middle Ages and by theologians as they laid the foundations of the religious world outlook. Aristotle's teaching of entelechy is now widely used in theological conceptions such as vita/ism or gena/ism. On the other hand, Aristotle's materialist and dialectical tenets have exerted a fruitful influence upon the development of progressive, scientific views in Arabian and Byzantine philosophy in medieval times, and also in the philosophy of the age of the Renaissance. Arius, a priest from the town of Alexandria. In 318 he attacked the teaching of the Christian Church concerning the consubstantiality of God the Son and God the Father, maintaining that Christ with regard to his divine capacities, essence, and glory was of a lower order than God the Father. For God the Father was everlasting, while Christ had been created by him. Arius was condemned by the Church and expelled from Alexandria, but his teaching found many followers, particularly among craftsmen and traders in the towns, and became widespread far beyond the borders of Egypt, in particular in Western Europe. Ark, according to a biblical legend, the craft on which Noah and his family and animals, specially elect that they might survive, were saved from the flood. In the Orthodox Church, the casket in which are kept objects recognized as holy, the tabernacle. Ark of the Covenant, the most sacred religious symbol of Judaism, that was kept in the Jerusalem temple. It consisted of a wooden chest overlaid with gold, in which were allegedly kept the tablets with the commandments, a vessel containing manna, that had once been used, according to legend, to feed the Jews in the wilderness on their journey from Egypt to Palestine, and the legendary rod of Aaron. The Ark of the Covenant had a golden lid and its sides were decorated with cherubim. The lid of the Ark was considered a seat of Yahweh. When Jerusalem fell in 586 BC and the temple was destroyed, the Ark of the Covenant was lost. Armageddon, the place in which, according to the revelation of St. John the Divine, at the end of the world the last battle between all the kings of the earth will take place. There are grounds for the assumption that the word AR 32 Armenian Apostolic Church Mijdan is a distorted version of the Hebrew words that can be translated literally as mountain district of Megiddo, where in ancient times many decisive battles took place, as a result of the geographical setting of this area. In the teaching of the Jehovah's Witnesses, Armageddon is used as the name for the battle between the forces of Jehovah against the forces of Satan, in the aftermath of which the whole of mankind except the Jehovah's Witnesses will perish. Armenian Apostolic Church, one of the most ancient Christian churches. Christianity penetrated as far as Armenia in the first centuries AD. In 301 it was declared the official state religion. In the year 303 the cathedral at Ekmyadzin was built and later became the most important cathedral of the Armenian Apostolic Church. It is sometimes known as the Armenian Grigorian Church in honor of the first Catholicos Grigor Partev. In the year 506 the Armenian Apostolic Church broke with Byzantium and became autocephalous. As regards its teaching, it belongs to the Monophysitic branch of Christianity. Hence the special features of its doctrine. The Armenian Apostolic Church is headed by the Chief Patriarch or Catholicos of all Armenians, who has his seat at Ekmyadzin. A journal called Ekmyadzin is published, and the Armenian Apostolic Church has its own theological college. The Catholicate of Cilicia, the Jerusalem and Constantinople Patriarchates, and the eparchial organizations in the United States, South America, Europe, the Middle and Far East all come under the jurisdiction of the Ekmyadzin Catholicate. Armenians or Remonstrants, followers of the Dutch reformer, Jacobus Arminius, who rejected Calvin's teaching with regard to predestination, redemption and salvation. The Armenians taught that man enjoys free will and can attain salvation himself, through his personal faith and after surmounting, through his own personal willpower, original sin. The doctrine of the Armenians anticipate the ideas of humanists in the 16th and 17th centuries. At the present time the Armenians in the Netherlands number about 5,000. Their teachings have exerted an appreciable influence on some Methodists and Baptists. Arnauld, Antoine. French philosopher, logician, theologian, and professor at the Sorbonne, from which he was expelled for propagating Jansenism in the campaign against the Jesuits. He was an advocate of the rationalism expounded by Descartes. In his La Logique, ou art de penser, written in conjunction with Pierre Nicole under the influence of Pascal, Arnauld defined logic as the art of correctly using reason in the natural sciences and mathematics. He promoted the liberation of philosophy from scholastic modes of thought. Arnold of Brescia, one of the leaders of the anti-feudal and anti-Roman Catholic democratic movement in Italy, representative of the Burger heresy and a pupil of Pierre Abelard. The views of Arnold of Brescia con. Arab Miss 33. Tained elements of the Protestant ideology that was to come. He advocate the secularization of church property and that towns be released from the power of Roman Catholic hierarchs, and demand a cheap church. He was executed on the Pope's orders. Art and atheism. The first appearance of art can be traced back to ancient times. As early as the Upper Paleolithic period men were engaged in artistic creation, as is borne out by the rock paintings, small carvings and decorations on tools and utensils that have been handed down to us. Although many images from that epoch were linked with magical beliefs and rituals, there is no reason to accept the idea that the origin of art was bound up with magic. The link between primitive magic and artistic creation stemmed from the syncretic, non-differentiated nature of primitive man's consciousness. Man's aesthetic assimilation of the world around him began to occur in the process of labor activity, as man came to understand the properties of the world around him and the links and connections within that world. Man took delight in the process of creation itself, in learning to master each object, in adjusting objects to his purposes and in imprinting upon them his skills and abilities. Man is the main subject of art. It was on this basis that man's aesthetic mastering of reality came into being, and art was the highest form of this mastery. Thus, art is born in the process of man's free creative activity. Magic and religion, on the other hand, are born of primitive man's powerlessness in face of phenomena of Na 3-0101s. Tour that appear incomprehensible and hostile to him. Consequently, magic is the outcome and reflection of man's lack of freedom. Over a long historical period, art has developed hand in hand with religion and has even been incorporated by the Church into the overall pattern of religious worship. Yet on the strength of its humanist nature, art inevitably came into conflict with religion. The Christian Church, for example, found unacceptable life-affirming, optimistic trends in art. It always opposed everything that was linked with a critical attitude towards reality, which is why popular art was frequently condemned by the Church. As in the popular, so also in the professional art of the past, strong anti-clerical and anti-religious trends were to be observed. Both West European and also Russian literature provide splendid examples of satirical works dealing with religion. Art occupies an important place in atheist education within socialist society. Aesthetic creation helps man develop his abilities and serves to shape his interests and needs, thus filling those channels via which religion might seek to influence men and helping consolidate men's scientific world outlook. Artemis, in classical mythology, the daughter of Zeus and Leto, and the twin sister of Apollo. She was worshipped as the goddess of fertility, chastity, hunting, the moon, and as the protectress of animals and as the helper of women in labor. The cult of Artemis retained vestigial aspects of primitive religion Eos concepts, and it was associated with the 34 practice of human sacrifice. The main shrine to Artemis was at Ephesus. Arval brothers, the 12 priests in ancient Rome who exercised the cult of the goddess of tilled land, Tellus Mater, known also as Dia. At the end of May the Arval brothers celebrated festivals in honor of the goddess, involving the offering of sacrifices, a triumphal procession, the singing of an ancient prayer, ritual dances, and a public banquet. Aryasama.j, and organization in India promoting religious reform and education. It was founded in 1875 by Dayananda Sarasvati. It attracted a following mainly among the petty bourgeois intelligentsia and propagated in particular resistance to British colonial domination and a reassertion of India's own heritage and national culture, in particular the Vedic religion and philosophy. The social principles promoted by the organization included rejection of the caste system and demands for increased rights for women and the spread of education. Ascension, a Christian festival, which in the Orthodox Church number bears among the THIRD great feasts. It is celebrated on the 40th day after Easter. The basis for this festival is the legend of the ascension into heaven of Jesus Christ, who had risen from the dead after his crucifixion. The sources for this festival should be sought in the beliefs of the ancient Phoenicians, the Jews, and other peoples, whose gods ascended into the heavens. The Christian Church made use of these legends of the Ascension in order to accentuate the divine nature of Jesus, so as to convince the faithful that the fact of the Ascension confirms the possibility of resurrection for all the righteous after death. Celebration of the Ascension by Christians is first recorded in the 4th and 5th centuries. The canon for the celebration of this festival was only established in the 8th and 9th centuries. Asceticism, a rejection of life's comforts and pleasures, an internal suppression of natural desires and instincts. The propagation of asceticism is a typical feature of most religions. In Christian teaching it is regarded as the guiding principle in the life of the faithful. The social significance of the propagation of asceticism lies in its reconciling of the working people with the difficult conditions of life pertaining in societies based on exploitation. At the present time the clergy, bearing in mind attitudes prevalent among its congregations, does not directly advocate flight from the world or disdain for the pleasures of the flesh but calls instead for spiritual asceticism. Asclepius, in Greek mythology, the son of Apollo and the nymph Coronis, the god of healing. From time immemorial Asclepius has been regarded as the patron of physicians and pharmacists. His cult was particularly widespread in Epidaurus, where his shrine was visited by sick people in search of cures from all over Greece. Assassins 35. Ash'ari, Abu al-Hasan, founder of the Muslim scholastic movement. Ka/M. Originally he had advocated the Mu'tazilite doctrine but later moved over to the ranks of Orthodox Islam. Al-Ash'ari defended the idea that the Quran was eternal and divinely inspired and the idea of predestination. At the same time he upheld the concept of man's free will and his responsibility for his actions. He substantiated the tenets of Orthodox Islam not only through references to the Quran and the Hadith, but also by means of logical deductions borrowed from the doctrine of the Mu'tazilites. Ashoka, an Indian emperor of the Maurya dynasty who accomplished the unification of almost the whole of India in a single state. He attempted to turn various religious principles into state laws. In the last years of his life he was a patron of Buddhism, which he saw as an ideological force facilitating the unification of the state. At the end of his life he became a monk. Ashura, the culmination of the mourning period for Shiite Muslims, involving processions with theatrical displays, songs, preaching and self-torture in memory of the great martyr, Al-Husayn, grandson of Muhammad and son of Sayyid Ali al-Bin Abi Talib. It is the 10th day of the month of Muharram. Over the centuries, religious leaders used Ashura to unleash fanaticism by encouraging the faithful to beat themselves with chains, to slash themselves with swords and daggers, and so on. In Soviet Central 3** Asia, where Shiites are still to be found, self-torture is forbidden by law. Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace, an international religious organization aiming to mobilize the efforts of the followers of Buddhism to campaign for peace and friendship between the peoples. It was set up in 1970 on the initiative of Buddhists from India, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Malaysia, the Mongolian People's Republic, Nepal, the USSR, Singapore, and Japan. The headquarters is in Ulaanbaatar. It is presided over by a general conference and its executive organ is the Executive Council. A general secretary is responsible for implementing the decisions of the ABCP. The ABCP publishes a journal, Buddhists for Peace. Its authority is growing not just among Buddhists, but also in the world at large. Asmodeus, an evil spirit, breaker of marriages. He is mentioned in the Talmud, in the Old Testament and in the Apocrypha. The figure was adopted by the Jews from Persian religions. Assassins, a terrorist, religious-cum-political organization which broke away from the Shiite sect of the Ismailis at the end of the 11th century. The residence of the assassins was the mountain fortress of Elamat in northwest Iran. Their teaching spread through Iran, Syria, and the Lebanon. Its typical feature was the deification of the Imam, the leader of the movement. Leaders of the assassins trained the ordinary 36 Assumption of Timodir of God. Members of the organization in a spirit of fanaticism and blind obedience. The assassins waged fierce resistance against Seljuk rulers and the Crusaders. Powerful landowners made use of the assassins to do away with their political opponents. In the 13th century, Mongolian conquerors and Mamluk forces put an end to the activities of the asses, sins. Assumption of the Mother of God, Christian festival which in the Russian Orthodox Church number bears among the 12 great feasts. It is celebrated on August 15 as the day of commemoration of the Mother of God, marking the end of her earthly life. The church version of the Assumption of Mary took shape no earlier than the second half of the 4th century. In the middle of the 4th century it was still acknowledged that there was no reliable information about her death. Later there appeared a work entitled On the Assumption of the Mother of God, which described the last period of her life and her death. It is worth noting that this work is very similar to the ancient Syrian legend about the death of the goddess Cybele. This makes it probable that Christian authors had made use of this particular source. The actual festival was not instituted before the 5th or 6th century. In Russia it coincided with popular festivals to mark the end of the grain harvest. A number of elements from those festivals were incorporated into the ritual of the Feast of the Assumption, e.g. a procession bearing a sheaf in the barn, etc. The popularity of festivals associated with the Mother of God, including this one, can be explained by the fact that she was widely venerated as the interceder for the people. Asur or Ashura, the supreme god of the Assyrian pantheon, patron of the Assyrian kings, to whom features of many deities were attributed. He wields human destinies, is he heavenly judge, the god of war and god of wisdom. He was represented in the form of a winged solar disk, from which protrudes the torso of a warrior shooting with a bow and arrow. Assyrian and Babylonian religion. See Babylonian religion. Astarte, a goddess of fertility, love, and motherhood worshipped by the Phoenicians. She was usually represented in the form of a naked woman with ram's horns. Astral cults, the religious worship of heavenly luminaries and phenomena and religious or magic rituals connected with such worship, that have been found on varying scales in the history of all peoples. Astral cults were particularly widespread in ancient Mesopotamia, Egypt, and India, where temples served simultaneously as observatories, since irrigation agriculture practiced in those regions demanded close observation of heavenly bodies, on whose movements the overflow of rivers was chronologically dependent. In the Babylonian religion, the moon, the sun, and the 5 planets visible to the naked eye were proclaimed as gods and given the names Sin, Shamash, Marduk, Ishtar, Nergal, Nebo and Ninib. Abastikna 1 Ribuna 37. Astrology, divination and the use of religion-ious oracles grew up on the basis of the astral cults in the religion of Babylon. The legends of the Star of Bethlehem and the 7 stars in the Apocalypse are examples of vestiges of astral cults to be found in Christianity. Astral theory. See Naturistic theory. Astrology, the belief in the influence of celestial luminaries on the life and destiny of individuals and peoples, the technique of divining events from astronomical observations. It came into being in ancient Assyria, Babylon, and Egypt. Astrologers claimed that it was possible to predict the destiny of individuals and the outcome of imminent events according to the position of the stars and other heavenly bodies, and these claims attracted wide-scale attention. Astrologers enjoyed such great authority that many emperors and military commanders only took important decisions after asking astrologers to make predictions. The future was determined by means of special charts or horoscopes. The inconsistency of astrology was demonstrated time and time again by life itself, for the vast majority of predictions did not come true. Yet the rare chance coincidences between predictions and the events that followed were enough for people to continue believing in them. Many thinkers of the past spoke out against astrology, demonstrating its absurdity. Astronomical discoveries dealt it the death blow, first and foremost the teachings of Copernicus. Despite the fact that the nonsense of astrological predictions has long since been demonstrated, at the present time they are enjoying renewed popularity. Astrology is enjoying a new lease of life in the West in the context of a resurgence of mysticism there. Horoscopes are constantly appearing in the press, astrological societies flourish and special magazines on the subject are published. Astrologue, Jean, one of the founders of biblical criticism and the so-called documentary hypothesis with regard to the origins of the Old Testament. In 1753, he published anonymously in Brussels his book entitled Conjectures on the Original Memoirs, which Moses appears to have used to compose the book of Genesis. In it he drew attention to at least 12 sources for the first book of the Bible, in particular 2 sources which differed from each other insofar as different names for God were used in the 2, namely, Elohim and Jehovah. The suppositions made by Astruc were to bear fruit most rapidly, and they enabled subsequent generations of scholars to demonstrate the human rather than divine origin of the Bible. Atheisticna Tribuna, a journal published in Bulgaria by the Georgy Kirchhoff Society for the Propagation of Scientific Knowledge. 2 has been published since 1974 in Sofia. The National Council, the Sofia Fatherland Front Committee and the Sofia Center for a Socialist Way of Life and Culture. It analyzes a broad range of issues regarding the theory and history of atheism and religion, and practical methods for work in atheist education. 38 Athanasius of Alexandria. Athanasius of Alexandria, one of the fathers of the Church. Being a vigorous opponent of Arianism, he elaborated the mystical teaching of consubstantiality of God the Father and God the Son, which was later incorporated into the Nicene Creed. In keeping with Neoplatonic tradition, Athanasius defended the concept of God as omnipotent, of the fundamental difference between God and the rest of the world, and of faith as the all-important condition for man's achievement of immortality. The theological ideas of Athanasius were based on those of Irenaeus, Origen and other early Christian apologists. Atheism, a system of views rejecting religious concepts and religion as a whole. Atheism as a system of views cannot be reduced merely to a historical, philosophical, or scientific critique of religion. Atheism sheds light on the specific nature and essence of religion's presentation of the real world and explains from a materialist standpoint the reasons for the emergence of mass faith and the sources of that faith. It analyzes the social nature of religion and the conditions and methods necessary for putting a stop to its influence. Atheism constitutes one of the important aspects of the materialist world outlook and of materialist philosophy, being rooted in the same scientific foundations as materialism. It serves to affirm the scientific view of nature and society and liberates man from delusions and prejudices. Atheism should be distinguished from religious indifferentism, anti-clericalism and free-thinking. Nor should atheism be confused with deism and pantheism, which are often closely associated with it. The advance of atheism always proceeded parallel to the advance of materialism in philosophy. The more consistent materialism, the firmer a foundation it provided for atheism. Naive materialism provided the intellectual foundation for the struggle against religion in the countries of the ancient East and in the societies of ancient Greece and Rome. Metaphysical materialism, which developed in the European countries in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, due to its limited horizons, often sided with deism rather than atheism. The philosophical foundation for Marxist atheism is provided by dialectical and historical materialism. Atheism came into being in the distant past as a reflection of socio-economic relations, of relations between social classes on a basis of successes scored earlier in the fields of science and materialist philosophy. As a rule, atheism provided expression for the interests of progressive social forces that were combating conservative practices and religious ideology sanctifying those practices. In each new historical era the range and content of atheistic concepts changed. The first form of atheism was atheism in slave-owning society. It flourished most of all in ancient Greece and Rome. During the period of the feudal Middle Ages religion came to provide the dominant form of ideology. The Church used any means available to combat atheism and free-thinking in feudal society, however it was unable to hold back. Atheism, bourgeois 39. The advance of scientific thought. The next stage in the advance of atheistic thought was bourgeois atheism, which provided the progressive classes with an intellectual weapon in their struggle against the feudal system and the feudal church in order to protect their economic and political interests. A place all of its own in the history of pre-Marxian atheism is that occupied by the Russian Revolutionary Democrats. Despite its limitations stemming from the specific conditions of the historical period in question, pre-Marxian atheism constituted a watershed in the spiritual life of mankind and a crucial element in the advance of civilization. Yet a higher, more thoroughly consistent form of Marxism was to be Marxist atheism. Atheism, bourgeois, a historically progressive trend in bourgeois ideology and culture, consisting in critical analysis of religion on the basis of primitive dialectical and metaphysical materialism. Bourgeois atheism came into being in the struggle against feudal ideology. In its development it went through three stages: atheism and freethink in the time of the Renaissance, atheism of the modern era and contemporary freethinking. In the age of the Renaissance, early bourgeois culture with its anti-religious and anticlerical thrust took shape. One of the sources of its ideas was atheism in slave-owning society and free thinking in feudal society. Skepticism was used as the methodological foundation for critical analysis of religion. The humanists and philosophers of the 15th and 16th centuries developed a new doctrine of man, countering Christian anthropology with ideas of the individual's worth and self-respect, his right to happiness on earth, independence, and freedom. The free-thinking of the Renaissance was generated by successes in production and science, in particular the natural sciences. The heliocentric teaching of Copernicus was highly influential in undermining the religious picture of the world. The philosophical basis for the free-thinking of the Renaissance period was provided first and foremost by primitive materialism in the form of pantheism, which contained elements of spontaneous dialectics. Critical analysis of religion consisted in the exposure of the contradictions in Christian teaching, in bringing down to earth biblical legends and heroes, in the rejection of belief in heaven and hell, of the myth concerning the creation of Adam and Eve and of Christian rituals. The formulation and resolution as to the question of the origin of religion which had not been raised at all in the Middle Ages once again loomed important. The reasons for religion were seen, as in ancient times, to lie in ignorance, fear, and deception. Thoughts were expressed with regard to the evolution of religions, the idea that had been voiced by atheists of the ancient world regarding the negative role of religion in society was once more in the forefront of attention. Bourgeois atheism of the modern era was based on scientific discoveries. The advance of mechanics, mathematics, and astronomy facilitate the elaboration of a mech. 40 atheism, bourgeois. Anistic picture of the world and the emergence of materialist philosophy, which overall was metaphysical in character, although it was not entirely devoid of dialectical elements. In the 17th and 18th centuries, a transition from latent forms of materialism, pantheism and deism, to overt materialism took place. The high point of bourgeois atheism was the overt atheism of the writers of the French Enlightenment, also that of the following generation of the Enlightenment writers, and also the atheism of Feuerbach. The revolutionary democratic atheism of Jean Meslier had a major influence on the atheism of the men of the Enlightenment. Materialist and atheistic ideas were systematized in Holbach's Système de la Nature, and a profound theoretical analysis of religion was undertaken by Feuerbach. The pioneer for scientific criticism of the Bible was Spinoza. Atheists of the modern era subjected religious morality to criticism, which provided a theoretical foundation for the struggle against feudalism, portrayed as an unjust social order. Holbach and Diderot demonstrated convincingly that religion could not promote improved moral standards, and that even belief in the existence of God and fear of Him could not hold man back from base deeds. Feuerbach defended a thesis to the effect that morality existed independently of religion, and demonstrated that true morality and religion are incompatible. The moral value of atheism was first expounded in the writings of Pierre Bell. Atheism in this age was characterized by a struggle for freedom of worship and for religious toleration, which were part of its overall humanist thrust. In the bourgeois atheism of the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, substantiation was provided for the idea that religion was human rather than divine in origin, and that the factors accounting for its existence were deception, fear of external forces, ignorance, natural disasters, suffering, the work of men's imagination, their propensities for drawing analogies, and efforts to educate the younger generation. Feuerbach, after conducting a detailed investigation into the role of feelings and emotions in the emergence of religion, lit upon the epistemological roots of religion. Despite certain conjectures to the effect that religion might have arisen for social reasons, bourgeois atheism did not bring out the social roots of religion. This was later to be the achievement of Marxist atheism. The French materialists established the link between religion and the interests of the ruling classes. However, they did not point out a link between overcoming religion and eliminating privat property and forms of society based on class antagonism. Bourgeois atheism attached too much importance to the role of religion in the history of society. Religion was seen as the main obstacle on mankind's path towards progress, this attitude stemming from an idealist view of society. Overcoming religion was portrayed as the goal for the educational and propaganda efforts of an enlightened elite. A number of bourgeois thinkers regard religion as something essential for the popular masses. Bourgeois atheism was contemplative. A one-hism in si.of CE 41. And extended no further than a theoretical critique of religion. Atheism, history of, the secession of atheism concerned with the patterns of the emergence, crystallization, and development of atheist ideas. At all stages of their historical development, atheist ideas were directly linked with materialist philosophy, achievements in the fields of natural science and the humanities, and with social progress. The history of atheism is the history of the struggle of science against various forms of illusory representations of reality and for the assertion of the scientific and materialist Weltanschauung, or world outlook. Scientific studies into the history of atheism must strictly adhere to the principle of historical authenticity and link the ideas under investigation with the special features of social consciousness in the historical era in question, with the role and importance of atheism in the emergence of the progressive ideas of the time. Analysis of the atheist ideas of the past came to be appreciated by a broad public thanks to the materialist philosophers of the 17th and 18th centuries. Pierre Bell in his Dictionnaire historique et critique praised the atheist views of the materialists from the classical world. The French materialists of the 18th century stressed the outstanding role of their predecessors and contemporaries in the formation of atheist concepts. Modern clerical historiography falsifies and distorts the history of atheism, attempting to reduce it to the history of a political struggle. Numerous studies by Marxist historians and social scientists shed further light on the ways in which atheist teachings have taken shape and developed. Atheism in feudal society 1y. See Freethinking in feudal society. Atheism in slave owning society 1y. The first, chronologically speaking, critical analysis of religion from the standpoint of the philosophy of materialism in its naive form. It developed in India, China, and in ancient Greece and Rome. This atheism took shape against a background of significant achievements in the spheres of natural science, philosophy, literature and art. It gave expression to the interests of progressive democratic circles in slave-owning society and evolved hand in hand with free thinking in the culture of the ancient world. In Egypt, Babylon, Palestine, India, and China, indeed in the ancient world as a whole, there existed a secular culture containing elements of anti-religious skepticism and spontaneous materialism. Skeptical attitudes to religious mythology permeate Greek culture between the 6th and 2nd centuries BC, for example, the works of the playwrights Aeschylus and Euripides, the comedies of Aristophanes and the works of the sophists such as Protagoras, Prodicus, Critias, and the philosopher and skeptic Chamades. The atheists of the ancient world base their critique of religious mythology on their teaching to the effect that the origins of the world are of a material 42a1ism in slave-owning society al nature and that the world developed in accordance with natural laws. The Chinese atheist Wang Cheng held that the original material forming the world was primary fluid, which gave rise to a multitude of different things including man and his soul. He rejected the ideas of a heavenly ruler or of ghosts in which the Chinese believed. In the Indian philosophy of Carvaka, place of gods was taken by natural elements which are the basic components of all things. Carvaka denied the divine provenance of the Vedas, the other world or supernatural forces, and proclaimed man's right to the delights of life. An important contribution to the development of atheism in the ancient world was that made by the atomist theory of Democritus, Epicurus and Lucretius, from which the conclusion was drawn that the world was something eternal and infinite, a conclusion that undermined the view of the world as a divine creation. Atomism contributed to men's efforts to combat the fear of death that had been cultivated by the religious teachings concerning Hades. The soul, according to the atomists, consisted of atoms and decomposed together with man's body. They also maintained that there was no life beyond the grave. Liberation from the fear of death was one of the manifestations of humanism as found in the atheism of the ancient world. The atheists of that period were the first to raise the question as to how religion had come into being. Xenophanes of Colophon suggested that the gods were a product of man's inventive mind and that men had created gods, endowing them with natures like their own. The reasons for the emergence of religion were seen to lie in ignorance, fear in face of phenomena of nature, and also in deception. In the ancient world a conception of the epistemological roots of religion also appeared on the scene. For instance, Sextus Empiricus pointed out that a number of thinkers linked the emergence of the idea of God with an exaggerated view of the capacities of ordinary man. The main devices used in the criticism of religion were the focusing of attention on the failure of religious concepts to match up to the facts of real life, exposure of the contradictory nature of religious propositions, and also on the inconsistency of religion when it came to considerations of morality. Atheists in ancient times regarded religion as an evil. For Epicurus, the gods, whom the people worshipped, were the fruit of men's imagination and religious concepts were mere myths. Since it fills men with fear of gods and life after death, religion is seen to deprive man of happiness. Lucretius saw religion as a source of crimes. The way to overcome religion. The philosophers of the ancient world saw to lie in the explanation of the natural essence of phenomena that were linked by many with the operation of supernatural forces, in investigation of the external world and man's spiritual world. Yet the views of the atheists of this period were of an elitist mold. Liberation from religion was not to be the lot of everyone. The atheists of the ancient world did not, however, reject the existence of gods, but at the same time they lent the very concept of God a atheism. Marx 43. Non-religious significance. Democritus placed gods on a par with other natural phenomena. Epicurus' gods lived in metacosmic space and did not bring any influence to bear upon life on earth. Atheism in slave-owning society was a factor which helped stimulate the advance of culture in the ancient world, although its teachings had not been adequately elaborated and the arguments used were often naive, and many of its tenets were of a speculative nature. Credit is due to this early atheism for the fact that it first raised questions of atheism, which were resolved in the centuries that followed. In the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th centuries AD, as a result of the spread of mystical ideas through many parts of the Roman Empire, atheism began to lose its hold. The last atheist of ancient times, Lucian of Samosata, criticized not only polytheism, but also Christianity. Critics of Christianity in ancient times CE/Sus, Caecilius, Porphyrius, and Julian the Apostate spoke out from a skeptic's viewpoint, while retaining on the whole a polytheistic stance. Atheism, Marxist, a qualitatively new stage in the advance of atheist thought. After assimilating all positive and valuable ideas that had been accumulated in the previous development of atheism, Marxist atheism advanced beyond the historical and class limitations of previous teachings, emerging as a genuinely scientific theory serving to express the interests of that consistently revolutionary and progressive force, the working class. When describing the essence of Marxist atheism, Lenin wrote, "Marxism is materialism. As such, it is as relentlessly hostile to religion as was the materialism of the 18th century encyclopedists or the materialism of Feuerbach. This is beyond doubt. But the dialectical materialism of Marx and Engels goes further than the encyclopedists and Feuerbach, for it applies the materialist philosophy to the domain of history, to the domain of the social sciences. We must combat religion, that is the ABC of all materialism, and consequently of Marxism. But Marxism is not a materialism which has stopped at the ABC. Marxism goes further. It says, we must know how to combat religion, and in order to do so we must explain the source of faith and religion among the masses in a materialist way. The achievement of Marxist atheism is to have revealed the social roots of religion as the all-important condition for explaining its origins. Unlike atheist theories before Marx, Marxist atheism goes further than reducing religion to its human base. 2. Use Karl Marx's own words, that base must itself first be understood in its contradiction and then, by the removal of the contradiction, revolutionized in practice. Marxist atheism is free from class limitations and it is aimed not at specific representatives of the educated sector of society but the broad popular masses. It does not leave any loopholes for fideism and various sophisticated forms of religious superstition. It serves to set free the minds of the working people from the burden consisting of vestiges and 44 atheism, Marxist delusions of the past, and it provides a sociological, epistemological, and psychological analysis of religion. Sociological analysis of religion makes it possible to single out the social reasons for why it comes into being, evolves, and withers away, its place and role in public life and the social functions which it performs. Epistemological analysis thoroughly elucidates the special features of religious consciousness, the mechanism for filling in gaps in reality with illusions, the cognitive basis for the formation of religious beliefs. Psychological analysis of religion enables man to understand the special character of the influence of religion on man's mind and emotions, to single out the nature and features of religious emotions and their role in the formation of the individual's world outlook and behavior. In its analysis of religion, Marxist atheism proceeds from the whole legacy of atheist thought so far. It has assimilated the positive features that atheism accumulated during many centuries of cultural development. At the same time, Marxist atheism has overcome the historical and class limitations of earlier atheist teachings. It explains from a materialist standpoint the sources of religious beliefs, underlines the direct link between the fight against religion and the need to ensure social freedom and freedom of ideas for the working masses, and points out practical means of surmounting religious illusions. Engels stressed that religion must be overcome scientifically, i.e., explained historically, and this task could only be accomplished by a theory that was underpinned by the firm foundation of dialectical materialist philosophy. The fundamental principles of Marxist atheism are as follows: evaluation of religion as a totality of ideas born of man's dependence on the elemental forces and specific social conditions, specification of the link between religion and the objectives pursued by the reactionary classes interested in perpetuating religious and social illusions, explanation of the fact that the campaign against religion is first and foremost a campaign against those social and economic practices, of which it is a distorted reflection. Marxist atheism sets out not merely to free men's minds from religious delusions, but also to reveal a true picture of the world free from all that is supernatural or smacks of the other world. The main task of Marxist atheism is to evolve such scientific concepts, cultural values and moral ideals as can make man's inner life richer and raise his political awareness. Rooted as it is in the findings of the natural and social sciences, Marxist atheism affirms the view of life's purpose, of the prospects for historical development, of the future on earth that awaits mankind, which, on the one hand, rejects all religious and theological interpretations and, on the other, provides a scientifically substantiated resolution of these fundamental questions of human existence, encouraging men to believe in their own potential, enhancing their self-respect and helping them guard against futile dissipation of their energies and potential. The humane essence of Marxist atheism lies in the fact that criticism of religion ends with the teaching that man is the highest. Atheism propagated by TIIE Russian Revolutionary Democrats 45. Being for man. Atheism propagated by the Russian Revolutionary Democrats, the higher stage in the development of revolutionary democratic atheism. Revolutionary democratic atheism came into being at the same time as bourgeois atheism, namely, when feudalism was in a state of crisis, yet it differed from bourgeois atheism in a number of ways. It was aimed at the broad masses of the working people, bound up with the ideas of utopian socialism, and it was remarkably more consistent. The seeds of revolutionary democratic atheism were first elaborated with any real clarity by Thomas Mainzer. The ideas of revolutionary democratic atheism were elaborated in Russia most profoundly and consistently of all by Vissarion Belinsky, Alexander Herzen, Nikolai Ogaryov, Mikhail Butashevich Petrashevsky, Nikolai Ch. Imashevsky, Nikolai Dobrolyubov and Dmitry Pisarev. Turning for inspiration to the materialist tradition of both their Russian and West European precursors, the Russian Revolutionary Democrats succeeded in large degree in overcoming the metaphysical and mechanistic limitations of their materialism. By combining materialism with dialectics, they provided atheism with a more profound and solid philosophical and scientific foundation. The dialectical approach to an understanding of nature and society gave these Russian thinkers the chance to single out the source of development in the world, thus removing from the order of the day the question as to the initial impetus, which the metaphysical materialists had been unable to resolve, and also to demonstrate the inconsistency of creationism. Holding that man's consciousness emerges as a result of the inner activity of matter, they came near to a scientific understanding of mental and emotional phenomena, thereby adding a new dimension to critical analysis of the religious doctrine concerning the immortality of the soul and the existence of a life after death. As a result of Russia's socio-economic backwardness, the revolutionary Democrats were unable to formulate laws of social development, but they realized that such laws must, without fail, exist. This enabled them to go as far as to identify the social roots of religion. Rejecting the theory of deceit, which the thinkers of the French Enlightenment had upheld, the Russian atheists turned instead to analysis of men's living conditions and concluded that the reasons for the appearance and existence of religion were to be found in men's helplessness in face of the forces of nature, in the poverty and hardships of the oppressed masses. By evaluating religion from the point of view of the interests of the working people, the revolutionary Democrats were able to reveal more clearly than their predecessors its social role, and they came near to seeing in religion the opium of the people. They demonstrate that, by consoling the op. 46 atheism rooted in natural sciences. Pressed with illusions of B1ISS beyond the grave, religion was reconciling them to their lot. Russian atheists made an important contribution to the elaboration of ways in which to overcome religion. They considered that religion was bound to wither away after the collapse of society based on exploitation and substitution of the latter by socialism. In 19th century Russia, revolutionary democratic atheism developed into a broad movement of the progressive intelligentsia and exerted a beneficial influence on the development of Russian democratic culture and the culture of other peoples. Atheism rooted in natural sciences. Spontaneous atheist views held by those working in the field of the natural sciences, who have adopted a stand of materialism. Rooted in natural sciences. This atheism is inextricably linked with man's knowledge of nature, the advance of the natural sciences, and it helped identify the inconsistencies inherent in the basic tenets of religious ideology. It is characterized by a critical view of creationism from the point of view of knowledge attained in the field of the Natura 1 sciences, of belief in a personal God, in the immortality of the soul, life beyond the grave, heaven and hell, etc. Many interesting views have been voiced by atheists from the fraternity of natural scientists about the origin of religious beliefs. The one-sided and limited nature of this type of atheism finds expression in the vagueness of its philosophy, the inconsistencies in its criticism of religion, the lack of a materialist explanation for the social roots of religion, and a failure to grasp the realistic paths required in order to surmount religious delusions. Natural scientists adopting this type of atheism tend to use imprecise terminology and to make inadequate use of philosophical concepts. Modern fideism distorts the views of such scholars, attempting to represent them as supporters of religion. Lenin noted that apologists of religion and idealism seize on the minutest error, the slightest vagueness of expression on the part of famous scientists in order to justify their refurbished defense of fideism. Atheism rooted in natural sciences gained widespread support in the 19th and 20th centuries in the wake of marked progress in man's knowledge of the natural world and of the development of materialism rooted in the Natura 1 sciences. Atheist at the Workbench, Journal of the Moscow Regional Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, published between 1923 and 1931. Atheist consciousness, consciousness of those people who do not believe in the supernatural and who are convinced of the truth of the materialist world outlook. It is important to differentiate between non-religious consciousness and atheist consciousness. Non-religious consciousness implies a lack of faith in God or the supernatural, but it does not always include atheist convictions as well. In the capitalist countries of the present day there are a good many people for whom religion is something alien, but who at the same time atheist education 47 are by no means atheists. This can often be explained by the skepticism, agnosticism, or indifferentism, etc., intrinsic to their world outlook. Atheist consciousness presupposes a deliberate acceptance of philosophical materialism as the only true theoretical basis for atheism. At the present time, atheist consciousness is based on the scientific, dialectical materialist world outlook and accepts the world as it is, without any extraneous additions. It starts out from the fact that the world around us consists of constantly moving and changing matter, which in the course of its evolution has brought forth thinking. Man, its ultimate product. Atheist consciousness is incompatible with either religion or any kind of idealist philosophy, including the most sophisticated forms of subjective idealism. Atheist consciousness can exist both on the plane of ideology or on the plane of social psychology. In the latter case it emerges as individual consciousness. Atheist education, influence on people aimed at fostering a scientific materialist world outlook and surmounting religious belief. It is important to distinguish between the objective prerequisites of atheist education, i.e. specific socio-economic conditions, in the framework of which it is effected, and the subjective side, i.e. the actual educational influence on people with a special purpose behind it. Marxism demands an assessment of those objective social conditions, in which atheist education is effected. The openings for atheist education in capitalist society are limited. Only socialism, by undermining the social roots of religion, creates favorable opportunities for the wide-scale development of atheist education. In Soviet society, overcoming the influence of religion and fostering mass atheist consciousness is closely bound up with the economic and cultural reforms taking place in the course of socialist development. In socialist society, atheist education is called upon not merely to provide each working citizen with the basis on which to build up a scientific world outlook, but also to enable him to withstand religious influence and develop the necessary skills to carry out atheist propaganda work. Atheist education is inseparably linked with other aspects of communist education, political, internationalist, moral and aesthetic principles and attitudes to labor. Two separate aspects of atheist education can be singled out. First, the critical aspect, i.e. criticism of the religious world outlook, elucidation of the scientific inconsistency intrinsic to the religious picture of the world and to religious concepts of society and man. Secondly, the positive aspect, i.e. the contrasting of the basic religious myths and conceptions and the ideas which make up the scientific, dialectical materialist interpretation of the objective world, the explanation of the essence of religion, of the reasons for its existence and its historically transient character. If atheist education is confined only to criticism of religion, then it is only accomplishing part of its task. It is destroying religious faith, but it is not affirming the atheist world outlook, the scientific view of the world. The importance of the POSI 48 ATIIEISF propaganda. Aspect of atheist education can also be deduced from the fact that in the USSR there are now groups of people who have grown up in an atheist environment and are not religious, but at the same time have not become convinced, conscious atheists. It is important to convince people like this not only that religious ideology consists of illusions but also that the atheist world outlook can provide scientifically substantiated answers to important modem questions relating to what man's world outlook and moral principles should be. Atheist education is a complex and multifaceted process involving a variety of methods, forms and means of ideological influence. Side by side with it, other forms of educational influence are also used. It is essential that all these methods and means be combined together and interwoven. Atheist propaganda, explanation of the inconsistency of religious dogma and substantiation of the scientific materialist world outlook designed to influence the ideas of an individual or group of people. Atheist propaganda is an essential component of atheist education. The press, radio, and television play an important part in atheist propaganda. Mass forms of atheist propaganda are supplemented by work with individual believers or waverers. Athena, in Greek mythology, one of the main virgin goddesses of Olympus. She was venerated as the goddess of warfare and victory, wise statecraft, and was seen as the symbol of prudence. She was regarded as the patroness of heroes, crafts, and the arts, the defender of civic order and also chastity. AF.M Sanskrit, one of the main concepts in the religious mythological system of Hinduism. In Vedic literature, particularly in the Upanishads, the term designates the soul or self within the human individual and also on the universal level. The subjective individual selfhood is measured against objective primary reality universal spirit or Brahman, and the achievement of their identification is one of the main precepts of Hinduism. Atomism, a philosophical doctrine in ancient Greece, Rome, and India, according to which the world consists of indivisible particles that are eternal and indestructible and which move in a void. Their combination leads to the birth of a thing and their separation leads to destruction or death. In Western versions, atomism, starting out from the eternal nature of movement and the expediency of natural processes, provides the theoretical basis of atheism. Indian atomism attributes the role of initiator of movement to the spiritual principle and considers the universal soul and the moral law or dana as the motive force behind it. Spiritualist atomism was developed in the doctrine of the Mutakalimun, a scientific doctrine regarding the discrete structure of matter. The development of atomism, from its mechanistic, chemical 19th century forms to the modern form, provides one of Augsburg, N.M. Confession of 49. The most important concrete scientific foundations of dialectical materialism. Aten or Aten, a god of ancient Egypt, worship of whom was introduced by the pharaoh Amenhotep IV. Atayas, a god worshipped in Phrygia, who symbolized the fruitfulness of Mother Earth. According to legend, Attis was a shepherd and the mother goddess, Cybele, fell in love with him. She jealously drove him mad when he decided to marry, and turned him into a pinery. In Asia Minor and later in ancient Rome, to which the cult of Attis spread around 200 BC, those who revered him annually celebrated his death and resurrection. Certain elements of the Attis cult were taken over later by Christianity. The Aididage of the War Kerspar1y to Religion, a work by Lenin first published in the newspaper Proletary in 1909. In this work Lenin demonstrated that the Workers' Party bases its world outlook on scientific socialism, i.e. on Marxism, that is diametrically opposed to any religion. Lenin wrote, "Religion is the opium of the people." This dictum by Marx is the cornerstone of the whole Marxist outlook on religion. This article contains the classic definition of the roots of religion in capitalist society. Lenin comes out clearly against left anarchist attitudes to religion, and with reference to Frederick Engels he writes that the acknowledgement of atheism in the form of 4-01018. War against religion is the best way to stimulate interest in the latter and make the surmounting of religion more difficult. Lenin also exposed opportunism to be found in certain attitudes to religion, elaborating at the same time the Marxist idea to the effect that religion should remain the private concern of the individual. Religion is a private affair as far as the state is concerned, but not with respect to the Projectarian Party, which aims at liberating the working people from the spiritual yoke of religion. The fight against religion should not be limited to abstract ideological propaganda, but rather he linked up with the concrete practice of the class movement, which aims at eliminating the social roots of religion. The party of the working class, wrote Lenin, must be the ideological leader in the fight against all kinds of medieval obscurantism, including the old-style established religion. Audiani, a Christian sect which came into being in the 4th century in Mesopotamia. Its founder Audius called for improved morals and attacked the clergy in his denunciatory sermons. He and his followers broke away from the church and he consecrated himself bishop. In his teaching Audius proceeded from anthropomorphism, i.e. the assertion that all passages in the Bible, where human attributes are ascribed to God, should be understood literally. The official church condemned the teachings of Audius. Augsburg, the Confession of, an important document in the history of Lutheranism, an exposition. 50 Augur. Of the fundamental tenets of its dogma. The Confession was compiled by Philip P. Melanchthon with the supervision of Luther and on the basis of the theses he had formulated, and also of those articles that had been adopted previously by Luther's followers at Conf. Ces in Marburg, Schw. Abach and Torgau. It consists of two parts, the first has 21 articles of faith, and the second has 7 articles with a similar exposition of the delusions and abuses of the Papist Church which the Reformation was wiping out. The Confession was, according to Engels, the finally importuned articles of a reformed burgher church, i.e. of a cheap church, that had done away with luxurious rituals and simplified the church hierarchy. In 1555, in accordance with the religious peace of Augsburg, only Protestants adhering to the Confession of Augsburg were legally recognized as such. The confession is at the present time still recognized by all Lutherans as a document expounding the fundamental tenets of their faith and justifying it as the true faith, which restores to the Word of God its true meaning. Augur, a member of a religious college in ancient Rome, which interpreted the will of the gods on the basis of the behavior of the birds. The office was for life and high prestige was attached to it, since it gave those who held it the chance to influence the course of political events. Augustine of Hippo, St., Christian theologian and philosopher, acknowledged as one of the blessed by the Orthodox Church and by the Roman Catholic Church as a saint and father of the Church. He played a prominent role in elaborating and vindicating Roman Catholic dogmas, in particular those concerning divine predestination, grace and retribution or reward beyond the grave. He also fought relentlessly against heresies. Saint Augustine's ideas are still influential among Christian theologians. His most important works were De Civitate Dei and Confessions. Augustinian Hermits or Friars, one of the oldest Roman Catholic monastic orders. It was founded in Italy in the middle of the 13th century and later spread to Spain, Portugal and other European countries. In the middle of the 16th century the Pope numbered I1 amongst the mendicant orders. The so-called Rule of St. Augustine wa originally adopted by the order as its charter, for a long time the authorship of this rule was attributed to St. Augustine, but it is more likely that it was drawn up by one of his followers. The monks of this order were used by the papacy in its struggle against populate and heretical movements, and from the 16th century onwards in its missionary activity among the peoples of Central and Southern America, in the Philippines, China, Japan, India, and elsewhere. At the present time the order still numbers several thousand members. Augustinianism, an anti-intellectual, intuitive trend within Chris. Autocephaly 51. Tien philosophy. The main PRMC1 pleas of Augustinianism are, extreme realism of a Neoplatonic persuasion, acknowledgement of the trustworthiness of inner experience, the teaching to the effect that there exists a directly experienced link between man and God, the rejection of persuasion based on reason and the emphasis on emotional means of persuasion, and, finally, fatalism. The founder of Augustinianism was the medieval theologian Saint Augustine. Throughout several centuries Augustinianism was the dominant doctrine in the Roman Catholic Church. After the 13th century its influence began to decline, but it continued to play a prominent role in the ideology of Roman Catholicism. The most outstanding of the Augustinians in Roman Catholic philosophy are the medieval mystics Saint Bernard of Clairvaux and Saint Giovanni Bonaventure, the Jansenists, and Pascal in the 17th century, the Roman Catholic modernists at the turn of the century and the Neo-Augustinians at the present time. Aurelius Marcus, Emperor of Rome from 161. He shared the view of the Latter-day Stoics, according to whose theory all men, whether free men or slaves, were equal in view of the law of universal equality. During his reign it was made easier for slaves to become free men and restrictions were placed on the use of torture. Yet church tradition still maintains that Aurelius indulged in persecuting Christians. P. Aurora, the goddess of the dawn in Roman mythology. Auspice. See Augur. Authoritarianism, church, the hierarchical form of church administration demanding the unquestioning obedience of low-ranking clergy to their superiors, and also that of laity to the clergy. This authoritarianism aims at enhancing the authority of religion as a whole and strengthening its influence on the life of society. Autocephaly, the independence or self-government of the Orthodox churches. The first autocephalous churches appeared at the time when certain of the patriarchates and metropolitan sees in the eastern provinces of the Byzantine Empire were breaking away as the result of separatist tendencies and the desire to set themselves apart and become independent of both church and imperial power. As the Orthodox faith spread, new autocephalatus appeared. At the present time there are 15 autocephalous Orthodox churches, the Constantinople Church, the Alexandrian Church, the Antiochian Church, the Church of Jerusalem, the Russian Church, the Georgian Church, the Serbian Church, the Romanian Church, the Bulgarian Church, the Church OFCY Prus, the Church OFE/Los, the Albanian Church, the Czechoslovak Church, the Polish Church, and the Orthodox Church in America. 52 AUFOCIITHONOUS cults. Autochthonous cults, primordial religious magic cults of an indigenous population. The term appeared in connection with the need to distinguish original local cults from modifications of these incorporated into established world religions. Autochthonous cults involve totemic, fetishistic, and animistic beliefs, a system of tribal initiations, the worship of ancestors, of chiefs, and deified kings, polytheism and other early forms of religion at various stages of their development. Special features of various countries' historical development and conditions in the natural environment determine the similarities and differences between the various autochthonous cults. Autoda Fe, the ceremony for announcing and carrying out a sentence of the Inquisition. The ceremony included a solemn procession in which the clergy, members of the Inquisition tribunal and their assistants, monks, members of religious brotherhoods and condemned men took part, the latter dressed in garments that would humiliate them in front of the crowd, a solemn service, announcement of the sentence in the presence of the court or the local authorities, the execution of the sentence punishment by whipping, or burning at the stake which would be carried out by the secular authorities. The last auto de fe was carried out in Valencia in 1826. Autosuggestion, suggestion by the individual to himself of a specific state, emotion, or attitude to the world around him, an individual means of mental self-regulation. Like self-conviction, autosuggestion usually takes place without the individual resorting to logical arguments. As a specific means of bringing influence to bear upon the activity of the individual's body and his general state, autosuggestion first came into being in the ancient East. Various religious and philosophical teachings, particularly yoga, used complex, multi-stage systems of autosuggestion. The psychological and physiological mechanism of autosuggestion is fairly complex, which makes it possible to interpret autosuggestion in a religious and mystical way. In a actual fact, it is the impact via words, and images connected with the latter, on the cerebral cortex and later on the subcortical nerve centers of the brain, corresponding to various functional systems of the body, which constitutes the basis of autosuggestion. Processes involved in the formation of notions and ideas and the individual's power of imagination play an important part in autosuggestion, as does his suggestibility. If religious conceptions and ideas are the subject of autosuggestion, for the individual it becomes one of the means for consolidating faith in God, and it creates a favorable point of departure for prayer. In modern psychotherapy, autosuggestion is used in order to strengthen the body during periods of intense pressure or in stress situations. Avatara. In Hinduism, this means the incarnation of a god in the guise of other gods, people, or animals. In ancient times this had been linked with belief in the transmigration of souls. This concept became widespread in the period from the 4th to the 6th centuries AD. Best known are the Azlar 53. 10 avatars of Vishnu, some of which were human in form, most notably of all, Rama and Krishna. In Buddhism, the word avatara is used purely and simply to mean incarnation of a god. Ave Maria, the opening words of a Roman Catholic prayer of thanksgiving, addressed to the Virgin Mary. Many great composers have set this prayer to music. Averroes Rusht. Avesta. C. Zoroastrianism. Avicenna. Clbn Sina. Avidya, ignorance, delusion. Failure to perceive the true nature of things, in particular religious teachings. In Buddhism, this is regarded as one of the main causes of degeneration and suffering. Avignon Captivl1y, the period during which the papal scat was in Avignon. It had been transferred there at the demand of the French King Philip IV and remained in there from 1309 till 1377. During THIRD period the papacy was used by French monarchs to serve their political ends. Akum Petrovich, archpriest and prominent theologian and author, one of the leaders of the Old Believers movement on account of his refusal to accept the reforms introduced by Patriarch Nikon, he was exiled to Siberia in 165-3. In 1666, in accordance with a verdict of the Chu-Rch Council, Awakum was unfrocked, excommunicacta and once more exiled. In 1682, in Confo Rmity with the Tsar's decree, he was burnt alive, together with his clos st fal 1 hours. In H's works Book of Discourses, Book of Commentaries and his Famous Life, Awakum provides the reader with a vivid and ardent exposé of the vices of the official church, the TSAR's untruths and the system of administration found in the country, voicing the utopian socialist views of the serfs. Ayat, a RH Youth Mic Unit in ACH chapter of the Quran. According to Muslim beliefs, each ayat contains the immediate word of God. Ayatollah, Shiite Muslim leader, enjoying popularity among his followers and also among other authoritative religious leaders. Azan, religious exhortation by the muezzin calling upon Muslims to say our prayers as required of them 5 times a day. Azazel, a designation used by Jews in Mosaic times for a demon of the wilderness. At the time of the festival of Yom the priest laid on a goat the sins of the whole people and jct him out into the wilderness to join Azazel. In the apocryphal book of Enoch and in the Talmud, Azazel is described as a fallen angel. Certain Christian sects use the name for Satan, for the Muslims he is the evil spirit. Azar. A Muslim Theological Center in Cairo, WHICH became a Muslim university. In the 19th century, it was opened in 54 AZHA. The year 972 in conjunction with the mosque of the same name. From the 13th century onwards it has been the largest and most authoritative Muslim centre of learning in the Middle East. Each year it sends out hundreds of missionaries to various countries of the world. It has a Sharia and literature faculty and a faculty of general theology. In recent years it has opened new secular faculties for medicine, engineering, and agriculture. After the inauguration of the Republic of Egypt, Al-Azhar was made a state university or city. B.A. In the religion of ancient Egypt, one of the elements constituting the essence of man, the soul, the embodiment of immortality. It was generally represented in the form of a bird with a human head. Baal, a god of the ancient Semitic peoples worshipped in Phoenicia, Palestine, and Syria. Baal was considered as the ruler of the earth, the god of rain and storms, he was the patron of towns and life. Babel, a biblical legend according to which all men originally spoke the same language, but later after they began to build the Tower of Babel whose top is in the heavens, the Lord came down to see the city and the tower, which the sons of men had built and upset their plan. He decided to confuse their language, that they may not understand one another's speech, and the tower was not completed. Legends about the incomplete tower and the emergence of different languages are to be found in the traditions of many different peoples. Some historians, however, hold the view that the prototype for the Tower of Babel was provided by the Babylonian pyramid, ziggurat, which, according to archaeological findings, consisted of 7 tiers and was 90 meters in height. It was an enormous edifice intended for worship. Jews and Christians regard Babel as a symbol of human vanity inviting God's punishment. Babism, a teaching of the Muslim Shiite sect, which appeared in Iran in the 40s and 50s of the last century and which lent a religious flavor to popular uprisings direct against the oppression from the feudal landlords, the Shah's regime and the expansion of foreign capital. The name stemmed from the title Bab, given to the founder of the sect, Sayyid Ali Muhammad, which in Arabic means gateway, through which opens up the path of truth and justice. Ali Muhammad preached that the coming of the Muslim Messiah, Mahdi, was at hand and propagated the idea of the periodic incarnation of God in prophets. The main tenets of Babism were expounded in the Al-Bayan, a book written by Ali Muhammad as a substitute for the Quran and the Sharia, which he regarded as out of date. The Bab's followers preached that all men were equal and proclaimed men to be free from all obligations and taxes, that men and women were equal, that the wearing of yashmaks was not compulsory. There was an attempt to establish communal property and to distribute the latter with equal shares for all. The adherents of Babism were subjected to cruel persecution and Ali Muhammad was shot. Those of his followers who survived either went underground or emigrated. From their midst emerged further movements including that of Bahaism. 56 Babylonian captivity. Babylonian Cayflvl1y. In the year 597 BC, the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar besieged Jerusalem, plundered it and led away into captivity the nobility, craftsmen, and artisans of Judea. In 586 BC, he besieged Jerusalem again, destroyed it and again led away into captivity a considerable proportion of the population of Judea. The prisoners endured this captivity for approximately 50 years. In the year 539 BC, the Persian king Cyrus conquered Babylonia and set the Jews free from their captivity. The story of this captivity and the subsequent release of the men and women of Judea is recorded in the books of the Old Testament and it is interpreted as the fulfillment of God's will. Babylonian religion, collective term for the polytheistic beliefs found in the slave-owning societies of Mesopotamia, in Sumer, Babylonia, Akkad, and Assyria. The main ideas of Babylonian religion were the following: simple people counted as nothing before the gods, kings were the favorites and protégés of the gods, the existing order and laws were divinely ordained. The gods of Babylonia appear in anthropomorphic form in Sumer, in the 3rd and 4th millennia, a concept of a great trinity of gods emerged in the wake of the fusion of various tribal cults. In addition to the three main gods, Anu, Enlil, and Ea, other gods were also worshipped, who personified the forces of nature and certain aspects of men's practical activity. From ancient times there had existed in Mesopotamia agricultural cults, particular that of the god Des of fertility, Ishtar, and the god of farming, Tammuz. From the beginning of the 2nd millennium, the patron of Babylonia, the god Marduk, began to be accorded pride of place in the host of different gods. The process of the centralization of power in the hands of the Babylonian kings was reflected in the emergence of a trend towards monotheism. The ancient gods came to be regarded as different manifestations of Marduk. During the period of Assyrian dominion, the Babylonian pantheon came to include tribal and national gods of the Assyrians, in particular, the god Assur. After the downfall of the Assyrian Empire these new additions vanished. Elements of primitive beliefs were always to be found in Babylonian religion, in particular, elements of animism and magic. Divination was also well developed and an important role was ascribed to astral cults. Materials regarding Babylonian religion are to be found in written sources such as Enuma Elish and the Epic of Gilgamesh. Certain ideas and themes from these works were adopted by the ancient Hebrews. A characteristic feature of Babylonian religion is the advanced institution of the priesthood, which organized, in accordance with strict rules, the complex and lavish practices of religious worship. Spectacular temples were built. When Zoroastrianism, Islam, and Christianity began to spread in Mesopotamia, Babylonian religion gradually declined and had said to exist by the 13th century AD. BAC in ancient Greece and Rome. Resembling unbridled orgies. Baal SM 57. Bacchanalia were usually performed at night, in the open by the light of torches. The main role in Bacchanalia was that played by women who worked themselves up into a frenzied state through wine and religious exaltation. In the 2nd century BC, particularly wild forms of Bacchanalia became widespread in Italy. In the year 186 BC, Bacchanalia were banned by the Roman Senate, but they were still celebrated for a long time in secret after that. Bacchus, in classical mythology, this was one of the names given to the god Dionysus. In ancient Rome, Bacchus was worshipped as the god of viniculture, wine, and merriment. The advance of wine growing and viniculture in Italy promoted the spread of the cult of Bacchus in Italy. Bacchanalia were celebrated in honor of Bacchus. Bacon, Francis, English philosopher and the father of English materialism. In his treatise Novum Organum and other works he asserted that the purpose of science was to find out about nature, to harness its forces. He demanded that men cleanse their minds from prejudices and delusions. He elaborated methods for scientific induction and expounded the idea of 2FOLDT and TTH. He stressed that knowledge should take precedence over faith. He came out against scholastic philosophy. At the same time, Bacon acknowledged that there was a God, and that a spedal intelligent semi existed. Yet there is no denying that his teaching was directed against the religious, idealist worldview and led logically to a materialist understanding of nature and man. Bacon, Roger, English philosopher and scientist. He was a Franciscan monk. Bacon came out against scholastic theorizing and blind respect for church leaders. He saw experimentation as the basis for the acquisition of knowledge, and an understanding of the forces of nature as the ultimate purpose for the development of science. He criticized feudal practices, the ignorance of the clergy, and he proposed that work should be carried out to promote secular education. The church authorities banned him from teaching in Oxford and he spent 14 years imprisoned in a monastery. He discovered that air is used for combustion and first used lenses to correct vision. Baha'ism, a religious political movement that emerged in the middle of the 19th century in Iraq among the adherents of Babism, who had fled from Iran after the suppression of their uprisings by the Shah's forces. The founder of Baha'ism, Mirza Husayri Ali of Nur, from whose title Baha'u'llah the move meant took its name, removed from Babism all its once revolutionary and democratic ideas, began to advocate reconciliation with the Shah's regime and the preservation of both private property and social inequality. The pacifist idea of the brotherhood of all men and peoples which the adherents of Baha'ism began to preach was in actual fact an appeal for the followers of the movement to renounce the class and national liberation struggle and 58 Batashites fleeted the interests of the comprador bourgeoisie of Iran. Batashites, an order of dervishes in Turkey under the sultans. The founder of the order was held to be Haji Batashi Beli, who lived in Asia Minor in the 12th century. The beliefs and rituals of the Batashites evolved from elements of Shi'ism and Christianity. In imitation of the Christian Trinity, the Batashites believe in a Muslim trinity consisting of Allah, Muhammad, and Caliph Ali. In the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries the Batashites gained more influence over the Janissaries, visited their barracks and became their spiritual mentors. The Batashite order was able to put down firm roots in Turkey and also penetrated into Albania. Balder, god of spring and light in Scandinavian mythology, one of the figures widely found in ancient religions, namely, gods of fertility symbolizing death and rebirth. Bans, public declaration in a church of a forthcoming marriage to be celebrated in it. Baptism, one of the 7 sacraments, which marks the receiving of a new member into the bosom of the Christian Church. According to the assertions of the clergy, as a result of baptism man should die from the sinful life of the flesh and be born again for a righteous life of the spirit. In accord with Christian concepts, men are born stained by the original sin of Adam and Eve. Baptism is designed to wash away that sin, and to open up before the individual the prospect of salvation. The ritual of baptism involves either the immersion of babies into a font filled with water or the sprinkling of babies with water. In Protestantism, as a rule, the faithful are baptized when they come of age. In all cases baptism is regarded as the solemn moment when the individual is admitted to the Christian Church. The origins of this rite, however, can be traced back to pre-Christian cults. Purification rites using water are known to have been performed in many religions of the ancient world and were bound up with the view of water as something possessed of a purifying force. Baptism in the Holy Spirit, one of the points of dogma of the Pentecostals, who attribute special importance to 9 of the Pentecostal gifts mentioned in the New Testament. These gifts can allegedly be received by any of the faithful during baptism in the Holy Spirit, at so-called inspirational prayer meetings, which are preceded by long strict fasting. The individual who has experienced baptism in the Holy Spirit, according to the teaching of the Pentecostals, becomes equal to Christ in his supernatural capacities and attains eternal bliss beyond the grave. The ability to speak with tongues is viewed as the outer manifestation of the descent of the Holy Spirit. This activity is often accompanied with shaking of the hands or the whole body, etc., which has led to the Pentecostals being referred to in popular parlance as the Shakers. Baptism of Christ in Me. Jordan, a Christian festival. In the Baptism of Rus 59. Orthodox Church, it is one of the 12 great feasts. It is celebrated on January 6. The basis for this festival is the gospel legend concerning the baptism of Jesus Christ in the River Jordan by St. John the Baptist. The festival is also known by the name of Epiphany, since during Jesus' baptism there was a special manifestation of all the persons of the Holy Trinity. The festival of the baptism of Christ that was established in the second half of the 2nd century was originally celebrated on January 6 at the same time as the Nativity and Epiphany. It was only in the 4th century that the Nativity came to be singled out as a separate festival to be celebrated on December 25. In Russia, the festival of the baptism of Christ and Christmastide coincided in time with the Svyatki, traditional festivities of the ancient Slavs celebrating the change of the seasons, and absorbed many popular ceremonies associated with these festivities. Rituals in the sacrament of baptism for the blessing of water, and in particular the main ritual for the great blessing of waters, that was performed either in the church or by a hole in the ice on a nearby river, can be seen as vestiges of ancient beliefs linked with concepts of the purifying force of water. According to the teaching of the Church, it was precisely from the moment of his baptism that Jesus began to preach and to enlighten the people. This festival was always used by the Church to consolidate religious conceptions of the world, of man's place in society, and of his vocation and purpose in life. Baptism of Rus, the introduction of Christianity to ancient Rus at the end of the 10th century and its adoption as the state religion. The collapse of the primitive communal order and the emergence of class-based society paved the way for the replacement of the religion of the ancient Slavs by Christianity, which, in its Greco-Byzantine form as a result of close ties with Constantinople, had already in the mid-9th century been widely adopted by the Russian ruling strata. Yet it only became the state religion after mass-scale baptism of the Slavs that was organized by Prince Vladimir Sviatoslavic in 988 to 989. The increasingly close political ties between Kievan Rus and the countries of Western Europe made the introduction of Christianity imperative by this time. In their time, the Christian churches that had become established in the West were interested in extending their influence to other peoples. Prince Vladimir of Kiev saw the Christian religion as a means to ensure the centralization of the state of ancient Rus and the consolidation of its international position, and to strengthen his own power. The state actively promoted the spread of Christianity, using the new ideology and the church's organizational network to consolidate the feudal order. The introduction of Christianity met with opposition from the popular masses. Outbreaks of popular unrest in the 11th century against feudal exploitation assumed the form of anti-Christian movements. It should be noted, however, that the introduction of Christianity to Russia played a positive role in the consolidation of the Russian state and left its imprint in the sphere of culture. In 1988, the 1000th anniversary of the baptism of Rus was celebrated worldwide. 60 Baptists, Baptists, one of the movements within Protestantism. It came into being in the early 17th century as a Protestant sect, its founders being Congregationalists from England, who had fled to Holland to avoid persecution at the hands of the Anglicans. In 1611 the new teaching was formulated in the Declaration of Faith of English people remaining at Amsterdam in Holland. This bears clear signs of the influence of the Mennonites, from whom was borrowed the rite of adult baptism. The ideas of the original Baptists gave expression to the radical aspirations of a section of the petty bourgeoisie, which was demanding religious freedom, religious toleration, and the separation of church and state. In 1612 the first Baptist community was set up in England, and in 1639 in North America, in Rhode Island. In keeping with the Protestant tradition, the Baptists regard the Bible to be the only source of their beliefs, and they proclaim that personal salvation can be attained through faith in the redemptive sacrifice of Jesus Christ and that the faithful are chosen by God for redemption. One section of the Baptists, which upholds the tradition of Calvinism, considers that God even before the creation of the world, from the very beginning, predestined some people for redemption and others for death without redemption. Others adhere to the Arminian tradition and believe that God predestined all who believe in Christ for redemption. Baptists believe in universal ministry, they do not accept the clergy as mediatory between the faithful and God, they do not recognize the saints, relics, icons, the sign of the cross, monasticism, the sacraments of the church and minor church festivals. The rites of baptism and receiving communion symbolize, for the Baptists, man's faith and his devotion to the service of Christ. Baptists recognize only those festivals that are linked with the name of Christ, and a very few other special occasions. Baptist communities are administered by an elected presbyter and a council. Baptism began to spread far more widely from the end of the 18th century, particularly in the USA. In 1905 the Baptist World Alliance was formed, whose center is in the USA. At the present time there are Baptist organizations active in many countries of Europe, including socialist countries, and also in countries of Asia, Africa, and America. There are over 31 million Baptists in the world today. Barth, Karl, Swiss. Protestant theologian and founder of dialectical theology. He called for a regeneration of truly evangelical theology based on the traditions of Luther and Calvin. Barth's ideas stemmed from his view of the absolute contradiction between man and God, which only God can overcome, imparting to men their knowledge of himself through the word expressed in the preaching of Christ and in the text of the Bible as a whole. He was one of the ideologues of Christian resistance to the Nazi regime in Germany. His main work, Die Kirchliche Dogmatik, was written over the period 1932-1% 7. Basilides of Syria 61. Bartholomew's Day, Mass. Sacre of St. Bloody reprisals perpetrated by the Roman Catholics against the Huguenots in Paris on the night of August 23 to 24, 1572, when St. Bartholomew's Day was being celebrated. The leaders of this massacre, inspired by the king's moth are, Catherine de Medicis, and the Guises, the prominent members of the Roman Catholic party, planned to destroy the leaders of the Protestants, using a convenient opportunity to this end, provided by the marriage of the leader of the Protestant movement, Henry de Navarre, for which occasion many of his devoted followers had assembled in the city. Nearly 30,000 people were murdered on St. Bartholomew's Day in Paris and a number of other cities. Bartolo Vasili, Soviet Orientalist, specialist in the history of Islam, academician. His works are rich in factual evidence and provide important source material for scientific research into religion. Basel, Council of See Ecumenical or General Councils. Bashkin, Matvei, a Russian freethinker. Bashkin's views were influenced by those of the Novgorod-Moscow heresy. Yet unlike the supporters of that heresy, he rejected the Old Testament prophetic tradition and elaborated ideas of his own, based on the principles of man's love for his neighbor as advocated in the NEWTESTA. Meant. Bashkin spoke out in favor of abolishing serfdom, demonstrating that it was incompatible with Christianity. He regarded Christ not as God but as an ordinary man, and he regarded icons as idols. He rejected the idea of confession as something indispensable, as well as the Church's claims to political domination. The Council of 1553 accused Bashkin of spreading heretical ideas and he was forced to take monastic vows in the Volokolamsk monastery. Basil the Great, St. Bishop of Caesarea in Cappadocia and one of the Fathers of the Church. He combated Arianism and advocated asceticism and the monastic way of life. Saint Basil elaborated a form of the liturgy and drew up a monastic rule which now bears his name. He is the author of a commentary on the 6 days of creation, in which are expounded the basic principles of Christian cosmology, a number of manuals for the conducting of church services, exhortations, and sermons. Basilian monks, a monastic order established, according to church records, by Saint Basil the Great in the 4th century. It was widely utilized by the papacy in order to achieve formal submission to Rome by the originally Orthodox population of the western regions of the Ukraine and Belorussia after the conclusion of the UNION of Brest-Litovsk. In the 18th century the order became a large-scale property owner, yet later it lost a good deal of its influence. Basilides of Syria. See Gnostics. 62 Bauer. Bauer, Bruno, Ger man researcher into early Christianity, and an idealist philosopher of the young Hegelian movement. He devoted a number of works to critical analysis of the New Testament. Bauer demonstrate that Christianity was the spiritual product of Greco-Roman culture. He regarded the philosophical and theological writings of Philo of Alexandria and Seneca as the sources for the ideas of Christianity. His main works are Critique of the Gospel according to John and Critique of the Synoptic Gospels in 3 volumes. Bauer, Ferdinand Christian, German Protestant theologian and historian of early Christianity, head of the New Tübingen School of Theology. In his theological ideas he was a Hegelian. He saw the struggle between the two trends represented by the apostles Peter and Paul as the prime cause behind the emergence of Christianity. Bauer made a definite contribution towards the dating and study of certain books of the New Testament. Dion. See Babism. Bell, Pierre, French philosopher and representative of freethinking and scepticism. In his main work Dictionnaire historique et critique, Bell demonstrated that the Bible contradicted not only the testimony of contemporaries, but also itself, and that the miracles in the Bible were just as unlikely as miracles from pagan religions. He exposed models of moral behavior from the Bible such as Abraham, the prophet Elijah and King David and put forward a thesis to the effect that morality is not dependent upon religious convictions, demonstrating that from the point of view of reason not a single conclusion favoring religion could withstand criticism. Beatification, in the Roman Catholic Church this is the act of admitting a person to the ranks of the blessed. It is seen by the Church as the first step, or a definite stage in the process of preparation for eventual canonization. The right to beatify is that of the Pope alone. Babel, August, pupil and follower of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, a prominent figure in the German and international labor movements. He devoted a good deal of attention to questions relating to atheism. He exposed Bismarck's policy of Kulturkampf as an attempt to distract the attention of the masses from economic and political problems. He made a major contribution to investigation of the process of the emergence of Christianity, demonstrating that it appeared in the course of a widespread movement of the masses shaped by specific economic and socio-political factors and that its dogma and rituals of worship took shape over a long period and brought together elements of other philosophical and religious systems existing at that time. Behel emerged as a consistent defender of Marxism in the struggle against opportunists, who at the end of the 19th century began actively to propagate conciliatory attitudes to religion and to try and link together Christianity and socialism. Bilis Affair 63. Beghard, Begin, member of a Christian community that came into being in Brabant about 1170 and which spread to the Netherlands, Germany, France, northern Italy, Poland, and Bohemia. Most of the members were artisans and they preached poverty and common property. They opposed marriage, although members could marry after leaving the community. They rejected church and secular power and helped the sick, the old and orphans. This movement was linked with the heretical movements of the Amalricians and the Low-Lards. In the 14th century the Brotherhood was banned and the Beghards and Beguines were persecuted by the Inquisition. Isolated groups of the community are still be found in Bruges, Breda, Amsterdam, and Ghent. Beguni, a wandering sect within the Bispopovci group of the Old Believers movement in Russia, that came into being at the end of the 18th century. In various parts of Russia its followers were referred to as hermits or recluses. Members of the sect saw themselves as true wandering Orthodox Christians. They preached that the end of the world was at hand and the mentors of the sect advocated, among other things, that people should not pay taxes, perform their military service or accept official documents which they termed clear signs of the Antichrist. They saw eternal wandering as the way to salvation. From the beginning of the 19th century, however, these demands ceased to be compulsory for all followers of the Beguni sect. Some of its members, after making the vow to lead a life of wandering, began to comply with the laws of the land and to set up secret cells and meeting houses for members of the sect. Only shortly before their death they were obliged to take refuge in one of these hiding places. At the present time a few members of the sect are still to be found in the northern Urals and eastern Siberia. Behavior, religious, the range of actions by an individual or group complying with the religious prescriptions laid down in the rules of their particular religion. Many forms of religious behavior which appeared in ancient times were handed down from generation to generation and are still being reproduced today. A distinction is drawn between religious behavior during worship and outside worship. The framework for religious behavior outside the context of worship, religious upbringing within the family, the administration of religious organizations etc., is also shaped by religious motifs. The nature of religious behavior depends upon the faith to which the individual believer belongs. Bilis Affair, a trial organized by the Tsarist authorities in Kiev in 1913 in connection with the unfounded accusation leveled at the Jew Bilis of having murdered a Christian boy, Ayushchinsky, so as to make matzos out of his blood. The case reflected the Black Hundreds policy implemented by the Tsarist government and Russian Orthodox clergy in their efforts to lead the masses away from the rebel. 64 BEKHFEREV. Revolutionary movement by organism, pogroms and whipping up anti-Semitism. Progressive public opinion in Russia came out against the anti-Semitic falsifications. As a result Belis was eventually acquitted. Bekhterev, Vladimir, Russian neuropathologist, psychiatrist, and physiologist, author of works on morphology and physiology of the nervous system. In 1907 Bekhterev came out in favor of objective psychology based on the study of objectively observed recessions of the organism, which played a positive role in the struggle against idealism in psychology. Bekhterev studied the possibilities of using hypnosis for medical purposes. His main works were, Hypnosis, Suggestion and Psychotherapy and Their Medical Significance and the Brain and Its Activity. Bel, the Babylonian and Assyrian god of the earth. This figure corresponds to the supreme Sumerian deity N/2 and also to the god referred to by the Hebrews and Phoenicians as Baal. Mysteries were performed in honor of Bel, in which was acted out the story of his murder and resurrection. Belya hierarchy, a very large Old Believers church from the Popovci group, the emergence of which was linked with the endeavors of certain circles within the Old Believers movement to set up their own supreme hierarchy invested with the canonical right to ordain men for the priesthood and thus to put an end to the Old Believer dependence on the Niconian Church. The name derives from the village of Belya where there had been established a Popovci commune of Old Believers, who had emigrated there from Russia. Advocates of the establishment of such a hierarchy persuaded the former Metropolitan Ambrose of Sarajevo to join the Old Believers and in 1846 to head the Old Believers hierarchy. The Belaya Krynica hierarchy, together with other Old Believers from the Popovsy branch, was recognized by the Rogoziskoye community of Permazancy in Moscow, to which the spiritual center of the Popovsy has been transferred in 1853. At the present time the Belaya Krynica hierarchy is known by its adherents as the Old Believers Archbishopric of Moscow and All Russia. It incorporates a number of eparchies, all led by their own bishop, under whose jurisdiction there are close on 150 religious communities in various parts of the USSR. Belinsky, Vissarion. Russian revolutionary democrat, materialist philosopher, and literary critic. Belinsky's materialism went hand in hand with militant atheism. He wrote to Alexander Herzen in 1845, "In the words God and religion I see darkness, gloom, chains, and a whip." Lenin referred to Belinsky's famous letter to Gogol as one of the finest productions of the illegal democratic press, which has to this day lost none of its great and vital significance. It is also an outstanding document of Russian atheism. According to Belinsky, Russia's salvation lays not in mysticism, not in asceticism, not in Belovodi hierarchy 65. Pietism, but in the accomplishments of civilization, education, and humaneness. It is not sermons that she needs, not prayers but a sense of human dignity to be aroused in the people, an awareness of men's rights and laws corresponding not to the teachings of the Church, but to common sense and justice, and the strictest possible implementation of those laws. Bell chimes, in the Christian Church ritual announcement to the faithful that a church service is about to take place. In the Orthodox Church bell chimes are used at specific moments in the church service and constitute an integral part of church rituals. The faithful also attribute magical powers to bell chimes, e.g. warding off the forces of darkness, sickness, or shattering lightning, in other words, warding off natural disasters. The use of the ringing of large or small bells for ritual or magical purposes has its roots in the distant past and was characteristic of many primitive cults. Bell tower, a high tower-like structure in which church bells are hung. It is usually built separately from a church, but close at hand, or sometimes as an integral part of the church building. The first Christian bell towers were those built in Rome next to the Lateran Basilica of St. John and the Baptist and St. Peter's Basilica. They began to be built throughout Europe in the 11th century. Bell towers have existed in Russia since the 14th century. 5-01018. Bellat, Robert, American sociologist. He wrote a number of works devoted to questions of the sociology of religion. Bellat attempted to evolve a theory for the evolution of religion, in which he singled out 5 main stages of its development. The contemporary stage of religion is characterized, according to Bellat, by the development of pluralism, religious and the individualization of religiosity. The concept of civic religion which he developed made his name. This religion, from his point of view, was bound to rally together all Americans, regardless of their creed and social origins. Delana, goddess of war in Roman myths, corresponding to the Greek goddess Inia. In the Temple of Bellona military commanders were welcomed when they returned to Rome victorious. In Asia Minor and Thrace Bellona was a lunar goddess, whose cult was brought to Rome. Gradually the two cults merged as one. Belovodi hierarchy, an Old Believers Church founded in the 1870s by the adventurer Anton Pikulsky, who styled himself Bishop of the Belovodi See. He made use of the legend widespread among Old Believers regarding the existence of Belovodi, a rich land allegedly lying beyond China in the ocean on 70 islands, in which there supposedly lived Russian Orthodox who had their own churches, archpriests, and even a patriarch. During the 18th and 19th centuries this legend gave rise to fruitless searches for that promised land undertaken by numerous Old Believers. Pikulsky circulated epistles relating of his 66 Belshazzar travels to Belovodi, the conferment of his rank of archpriest and of his return to Russia. At the same time he also asserted that it was impossible for ordinary mortals to penetrate as far as Belovodi. Instead he offered salvation at home in Russia to his faithful followers. At the beginning of the 20th century the Belovodi hierarchy broke up. Bihazar, son of Nabonidus, the last king of Babylonia. He perished in 539 BC when Babylon was taken by the Persians. With his name is linked the biblical legend of the divine message written in flames on the wall of the palace during a feast, predicting the fall of Babylon that very night. The Phres Belshazzar's feast had come to symbolize lack of concern before impending catastrophe. Believ, Yevgeny, Soviet historian, famous for the research work he undertook into the history of a number of Arab countries, and into the social role played by Islam. He took an active part in the work of the Society of Militant Atheists of the USSR and was a member of the editorial board of the Soviet journal Nauka I Religia. His main works are Muslim sectarianism and the Arabs, Islam and the Arab Caliphate. Benedictines, members of the first Christian monastic order in Western Europe. The rule of Saint Benedict included 3 vows: poverty, chastity, and obedience. From the 17th century onwards one of the Benedictine congregations, that of the Moorists, published materials relating to church history. The Confederation of Benedictines founded by Pope Leo XIII in 1893 was granted official support through a charter issued by Pope Pius XII in 1952. At the present time the Benedictines constitute one of the largest Roman Catholic organizations. Benefice, in the Roman Catholic Church, a reward for a clergyman consisting of a lucrative office or plot of land. The custom of rewarding those in holy office with benefices took root in the 5th century AD. Berdyeev, Nikolai. Russian religious idealist philosopher, one of the leading lights of the God-seekers. He emigrated from Russia in 1922. Berdyev's philosophy is usually described as a type of religious existentialism, justifying and defending the religious world outlook. In Berdyev's opinion, nature and history are manifestations of fundamental reality, which he referred to as the spiritual irrational principle, freedom that had not been created by God. This freedom was seen to be the source of evil in the world. The main idea in Berdyev's theodicy was that God reveals himself to the world but does not rule the world. For his own salvation man needs God, but God also needs man, who overcomes fallen life and brings nearer the ideal of God-made man. Yet that ideal can only be realized eschatologically. Thus history only possesses meaning insofar as through giving rise to Christian awareness of the Messiah it is nearing its end, after which another world will come into being or delighting. As regards his socio-political ideas, Berdyeev moved from a stance of legal Marxism to one that was anti-Marxist. His main works include Filosofia Svobodnogo Duka, 1927, Onaznakini I Chalovka, Opit Eschatologiskoy Metaphyziki and Samo Poznaniyi. Berger, Peter, American sociologist, one of the main representatives of the phenomenological school in sociology. He is engaged in analysis of religious life in the United States, and also investigates the history and sociology of religion. Berger attempts to shed light on the social functions of religion, the main one of which, in his eyes, is the legitimatization justification of the status quo. In recent works he has been expressing the idea that with the help of religion it will be possible to solve social problems in the USA. Berger's main works to date include The Social Construction of Reality and Pyramids of Sacrifice. Bergson, Henry. French idealist philosopher, representative of intuitionism and vitalism. In his works Bergson criticized the rationalism of the 17th and 18th centuries and the state of contemporary science. He saw religion as the defensive reaction of nature against the destructive force of Sun and as the basis for the open 5 asterisk. Society and morality, interpreted as love for the whole of mankind. Bergson presents God in his writings as creative evolution. For him the bias of all that exists is pure, i.e. non-material, duration, which can only be understood with the help of intuition, seen by Bergson as mystical perception. Bergson's ideas have had an influence on modern theological conceptions. Berkeley, George. Irish philosopher who expounded a system of subjective idealism. JN 1734 he was consecrated bishop within the Anglican Church. JN his works he sought to refute materialism and atheism, he came out against progressive philosophical and scientific theories, in particular against the gnoseology of Locke and the physics of Newton. He also criticized British freethinkers. As duly noted by Lenin, Berkeley's philosophy provided one of the ingredients of empirio-criticism. Bernard of Clairvaux, St., French theologian who initiated a mystical trend in the Christian theology of the Middle Ages, and was one of the founders of the Cistercian order. Saint Bernard advocated reactionary political principles, and sought to root out free thinking. He was the leading light behind condemnation of Abelard, Arnold of Brescia and Gilbert de la Poée. He was the acknowledged leader of the theocratic faction in 68 Bernard Ines, France, and a devoted champion of the papacy, asserting in his writings the primacy of spiritual over temporal power. He was canonized in 1174. Bernard Ines, a second name for the Cistercians, which became more widespread from the 12th century onwards after the order had been reorganized by Saint Bernard of Clairvaux, Franciscan monks who adhered strictly to the original charter of that mendicant order, who in 1453 established themselves in Poland at the Cathedral of Saint Bernard in Krakow. Bes, in the religion of the ancient Egyptians, the god of revelry and dance, in Judaism, ch Christianity and other religions, an evil spirit who can enter into a man or animal in order to torment them. Belief in Bes stemmed from men's failure to understand the nature of some mental illness. Bessarion, John, prominent church leader of Byzantium, scholar and humanist. He was consecrated Archbishop of Nicaea in 1437. He regarded religious union of the Greek and Latin churches as essential to their joint struggle against the Turks. After the collapse of the Decree of Union signed at the Council of Florence in 1439, which was repudiated by almost the whole of the Greek clergy and people, Bessarion emigrated to Italy where, after joining the Roman Catholic Church, he was made a cardinal. After the fall of Constantinople he tried to organize a crusade against the Turks. He was an expert in classical Greek literature from which he translated various works, including Aristotle's Metaphysics. Bessarion of Nicaea did a great deal to propagate classical culture, particularly the philosophy of Plato. Bethlehem, a town in Judea named by the evangelists as the birthplace of Christ. It is in Bethlehem that the Gospel stories are set, which tell of the infant Jesus in a manger, the choirs of angels singing in praise of the Savior's birth, the star in the east and the homage paid him by the three wise men bearing gifts. In the Christian theological tradition, Bethlehem is a symbol or sign of good tidings and salvation. It contains the Church of the Nativity on the supposed site of Christ's birth built by the Emperor Constantine in 330 AD. Bispopovci, a section within the Old Believers movement, which emerged in Russia at the end of the 17th century. The Bispopovci rejected the church hierarchy. Leaders of their communities were elected from among the laity. The Bispopovci retained only two from all the Christian sacraments, baptism and consolacion. These sacraments, as well as services, were administered by leaders of the communities. Social contradictions and internal contradictions within the communities themselves led to the emergence of many different persuasions and offshoots within the Bispopovci section. There was, for instance, a long controversy as to whether the sacrament of marriage should be recognized or not, which ended in a split between those opposed to marriage, or the Fedosievites, and those in favor of marriage, in whose communities the leaders began to officiate. Bible 69. 8 for the ceremony required. The advocates of the SPS persuasion which emerged in the Kiev communities spread extreme fanaticism among their followers. As a means of escaping from the realm of the Antichrist, they recommended to the faithful the path of suicide or self-immolation. In the 18th century the Pointersky persuasion emerged, as did the Philip persuasion, and then at the end of the 18th century the Beguni sect sprang up. After the October Revolution many of the Bispopovci Komunitas disentered. At the present time there is still a small number of them in the Baltic republics of the USSR, in the RSFSR, the Ukraine, and Belarus SIA. The Pomorsky group in Lithuania enjoys the most influence among the Bispopovci. Their communities are led by the Old Believers Supreme Council in the city of Vilnius. Bhagavad Gita, a Sanskrit epic, a text incorporated into the Mahabharata, which expounds the main points of Brahmanism and Hinduism. The Bhagavad Gita demands that each man should carry out his duty in accordance with the Dhamma to which he belongs. The main virtues advocated are submission, humility, patience, selflessness and ahimsa, yet violence and even murder can be among the duties demanded of a Kshatriya. The struggle against evil is God's concern, and at times in this connection he even comes down to earth. Only the service of God Brahma can enable men to merge with him, i.e. to achieve salvation. Bhakti, a religious movement within Hinduism. On this basis there developed a popular sectarian movement in India, mainly in the period between the 12th and 17th centuries, which proclaimed that men were all equal before God and which rejected the division of men according to caste. Later, Sikhism was to develop out of Bhakti. Bible, a collection of books, constituting the Holy Scriptures for Christians. The first part of the Bible, the Old Testament, also constitutes holy writings for Jews. The Bible consists of 77 books. Many of them contain no more than a few pages. The books of the Bible vary considerably with regard to their content and also their form. The original languages of the Bible are Hebrew, Aramaic, and also Hellenistic Greek in the New Testament. By now the Bible has been translated into virtually all the languages of the world. Christian churches and their missionary societies actively propagate the Bible. They advertise it as supreme among books, as the product of divine revelation, as the source of absolute and infallible truth imparted to men by God, and, as far as Christianity is concerned, by means of the Holy Spirit. The fantastic and meaningless nature of many of the motifs and legends in the Bible, and likewise of the ethical teaching that stems from the Vermeer, make it impossible for modern man to acknowledge the Bible as a work of divine origin. Ecclesiastical exegetics is made easier thanks to various forms of non-literal interpretation of biblical texts by way of 70 biblical archaeology. Allegories, metaphors, or analogies, aimed at preserving the reputation of the Bible as a book revealed to man by God. The most widespread method for rendering the significance of the Bible more relevant to modern man is the theory of so-called progressive revelation, according to which God imparted the truths contained in the Bible to man gradually, as he became more culturally and morally advanced in the course of historical development, and in those forms which were accessible to man's perception and understanding at various stages of that development. Yet this method does not resolve the question as to how the truths of biblical revelation were laid down in a form acceptable to the consciousness of modern man. The Roman Catholic Church sees the solution to this problem to lie in its doctrine of the apostolic tradition, that is allegedly adequate not only for interpreting the Bible by any means in accordance with the official line of the Church, but also for supplementing Bible teaching. Yet at the same time in all Christian and Judaic confessions there exist fairly strong groups of church and synagogue leaders, who defend literal interpretation of biblical texts. This position is known as fundamentalism. The actual significance of the books of the Bible, as opposed to that fabricated with the help of exegetical devices, lies in the fact that they reflect the preoccupations and levels of social awareness of the men of those times, when the books in question appeared. Moreover, much of the content of these books, before it was put down in writing, was preserved thanks to the oral tradition and subjected to alterations on more than one occasion. Changes were also introduced into the written texts so that a large number of variant readings appear in different early versions of the Bible now extant. The form in which the biblical books are found today is that which they acquired in the Middle Ages. The division of the books into chapters was not undertaken until the 13th century by Cardinal Stephen Langton, while the division of the chapters into verses and the numbering of the latter was introduced by the Paris printer Robert Stephanus in the 16th century. These divisions were accepted with minor alterations in Judaism as well. Biblical archaeology, a scientific discipline concerned with the search for and study of the material, remains linked with the history of the Bible and individual texts and motifs to be found in it. Archaeological excavations to this end are carried out in the territory of ancient Palestine, Mesopotamia, Egypt, and also in various other parts of the Mediterranean. The results obtained have made it possible to provide a historical basis for analysis of the Bible and for verification of the authenticity of the information provided in it. No less important is the opportunity provided by biblical archaeology for obtaining various books of the Bible. From the mid-19th century onwards, academic societies and organizations began to allocate considerable resources to archaeological expeditions to the Bible lands, counting on the religious propaganda appeal to be gleaned from the hope for corroboration of information contained in the Bible. Yet these expectations were not full-fledged. For instance, the Biblical Contradictions 71. So-called Great Flood turned out to be no more than a flood of local significance affecting southern Mesopotamia. The same applies to many other motifs to be found in the Old Testament and the New Testament. Biblical archaeology did, however, serve to demonstrate that certain Old Testament stories were in par or even wholly authentic. The discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls at Qumran provided important material shedding light on the ideological background that obtained before the emergence of the New Testament. In addition to scientific biblical archaeology, there also exists a theological discipline referred to as biblical archaeology, the purpose of which is to describe the geographical and socio-historical background against which the events described in the Bible allegedly took place. Biblical contradictions, texts of the Bible that contradict each other. Religious teaching to the effect that the Bible was the fruit of divine revelation, stressed that the Bible was free of contradictions and not open to a variety of interpretations, both as a whole and in its separate parts, since the source and the author of all the texts making up the Bible was one and the same, namely, the Holy Spirit. In practice, however, it turns out that there is a tremendous number of contradictory implications both between the various books of the Bible and within the books. Biblical contradictions can be classified in the following three groups: those regarding the facts narrated, contradictions between the different interpretations of the essence of Bible teaching from the standpoint of Christianity and Judaism, conflicting exhortations as to how men should behave. In the book of Genesis, for instance, there are two different accounts of the creation of the world and man, factual contradictions in the tale of the flood, in the story of the census conducted by King David, and so on. There are also many factual contradictions in the New Testament, in particular between the four Gospels. The two genealogies of Jesus in the Gospels according to St. Matthew and St. Luke are quite different. According to Matthew, Jesus spent his childhood in Egypt. But, according to Luke, in Nazareth. In the four Gospels there are four different versions of the inscription on Jesus' cross. A further instance of the contradictions to be found between texts which reveal the teaching of the Church is the following: we are told the earth abideth forever, and that the earth should not be removed forever, while in the second epistle of St. Peter we are told the earth also and the works that are therein shall be burned up. Furthermore, we are told in the first epistle of St. John, whosoever is born of God does not commit sin, yet in the first book of Kings it is written, for there is no man that sinneth not. Numerous contradictions between the texts of the Old Testament and the New Testament in connection with moral questions can be summarized with reference to one issue, namely, can evil be overcome through evil or violence through violence? Conflicting answers are provided in the two testaments. 1 of 72. Biblical criticism. which maintains that it is not only possible but necessary, whereas the other stresses that such a path is out of the question. In answer to the question, is it right to kill or rob? We are told, in the first place, that it is wrong in any circumstances, and in the second that it is not only permissible but even prescribed by God. The reason for these contradictions to be found in the teachings of the Bible lies in the fact that the various books of the Bible gave expression to views and concepts of different generations spread over 1,000 years, views that were also held by writers belonging to a variety of social groups and classes. Biblical criticism, scientific analysis, and investigation of the books of the Bible in respect of their content and form. There exist two main trends in biblical criticism, the historical and the rationalist. Historical biblical criticism sets out to investigate and elucidate the origins of biblical texts, individual books, and groups of books, also to single out the historical conditions in which they appeared and to draw analogies between the books of the Bible and holy books of other religions. It uses all archaeological, historical, and philological materials available to scientists to this end. An import and prerequisite for the fruitfulness of this line of approach is its independence from preconceptions inherent in church or synagogue historiography. Historical biblical criticism first came into being in the 16th century. The first printed work in which the main questions involved in historical criticism of the Old Testament were outlined, along with reliable methods for resolution of those questions, was Spinoza's Tractatus Theologico-Politicus. Later biblical criticism was successfully advanced in the works of Jean Estrin, Wilhelm de Wette, Julius W. Eilhausen, and Rlhe Inrich Graf. From among the Marxist scholars who concerned themselves with historical criticism of the Old Testament, Paul Laff argue, Nikolai Niko/Sky, Israel Frank-Andmanitsky and Abram Ranovich should be singled out. It was established thanks to their research that work to record the texts of the Old Testament began in the 9th century BC, although parts of it had been handed down orally at an earlier date. This process was not complete until the 2nd century BC. Biblical criticism established the relative, and in some cases the incontestable, chronology of the books of the Old Testament and of various parts of those books. It was not until the 19th century that historical criticism of the New Testament began to develop. Protestant theologians from the Tübingen school made a major contribution to this work, in particular Ferdinand Bauer and also the young Hegelians David Strauss and Mo Bauer, to whom goes the main credit for formulating and substantiating the scientific views of the origin of the books of the New Testament. With reference to their research, in particular that of Bruno Bauer, Friedrich Engels wrote a number of works on the history of early Christianity. At the end of the 19th century, a number of researchers came together to expound their common idea that there was no historical evidence for the existence of Christ. These were the representatives of the so-called mythological school John M. Robertson, Arthur Drews, and an Black Muslim 73. Drzeź Niemojewski. In the 20th century, these traditions of scholarship were carried further by such authors as George Brandes, Sergei Kovalyov and Y. A. Kauflenzmann. Rationalist biblical criticism was aimed at establishing that it was inconsistent to venerate the Bible as an object of religious faith, as a divinely inspired work. In their arguments, the rationalists referred back to the ancient past, to Celsus and Julian the Apostate. In the modern era, interesting examples of rationalist criticism are to be found in fragments of the work of Hermann Remarus published by Lessing. Classical models of rationalist biblical criticism are to be found in the works of the French encyclopedists such as Jean Meslier, Voltaire, H. Olbach, Pierre Marichal. In Soviet literature in this field, a great deal was accomplished by Emilian Yaroslavsky and Ivan Skvortsovsky Ipanov. Scientific atheist propaganda in the Soviet Union is not confined to any one trend of biblical criticism but makes use of achievements in all spheres of modern scholarship and research. Birunl, Abu Rayhan. Mohammed, a scholar and prominent thinker in the East during the Middle Ages, he was born in the state of Khwarezm. He left behind him works on astronomy, mathematics, mineralogy, geodesy and other natural sciences. Like many scholars of the medieval period, al-Biruni did not openly deny divine creation at the beginning of the world, but held that subsequently the development of the world proceeded in accordance with natural laws and without the intervention of any supernatural force. As a true scholar, he explained natural phenomena with reference to natural causes. Bishop, a member of the highest order of ministers in many Christian churches, in the Orthodox Church a general term for archpriests. Black books, ancient European manuals containing instructions for sorcery, calling forth devils, making amulets and talismans, soothsaying, the interpretation of dreams, quacks, home cures, incantations, superstitions and omeps, which were used for purposes of sorcery. In the Middle Ages it was believed that the devil had such books, just as believer in God has their holy scriptures. Black books were compiled by medieval mystics, who collected information relating to superstitions widespread among sorcerers and witches. In Western Europe the most famous of these were Solomon ibn Gabriel's The Source of Life, the Grimoire and the so-called Sixth Book of Moses and Seventh Book of Moses. Black Muslims, religious movement among Afro-Americans in the USA, which unites in its ranks members estimated variously at between 50 and 200,000 and which came into being in the 1930s. The teaching of the black Muslims constitutes an unusual mixture of the ideas of Islam and those of Christianity, from which is compiled a message of hate directed against all whites. The leaders of the 74 Black Stone Bayat Muslims declare that the time of the destructive war, Armageddon, was at hand, in which all white men would perish, leaving black men to rule the world under the guidance of a black Allah. In the meantime all black people are encouraged to sever all ties with white people. This appeal for self-isolation makes it difficult for black Muslims to take part in the fight for social change and civil rights. Black Stone of Mecca, a fetish venerated by Muslims. It consists of several pieces of stone held in place by a silver setting. It would appear to consist of pieces of meteoric or volcanic origin. It is fixed in a niche in the outer side of one of the walls of the Kaaba. Muslims who visit Mecca attempt to touch it, since they believe that it is a petrified angel, who on the day of judgment will come to the rescue of those believers who have touched it. Black MEOLOGY non-formal ideological and theoretical movement within the framework of so-called black religion, which regards true Christianity as the religious cultural expression of the life experience of the black population and the spiritual means of its liberation. From the ideological point of view, black theology is closely related to the movement of the black MOS/EMS, black Judaism etc. It is most widespread in the US, where it began to take shape in the last century as a counterweight to traditional Christianity, viewed as a racist religion that encouraged obedience and acceptance of oppression. It became markedly more active in the 1960s and 1970s as the social crisis deepened and the black people's struggle for civil rights intensified. Some black theologians put forward the idea to the effect that the Judeo-Christian tradition was African in origin, and from this there followed their reinterpretation of the Bible, resorting to such images as Black Moses, a Black Madonna and a Black Messiah. The majority, however, were in favor of a demythologized reinterpretation of the Holy Scriptures and viewed Christ first and foremost as a symbol of protest and liberation for the most oppressed strata of society. Black theologians regard the black people as chosen by God, stressing the redemptive nature of its destiny and its special predestined role. The socio-political aims of the black theologians vary from radical slogans calling for black power and total rejection of white civilization to moderate liberal programs of Afro-American consciousness rising, or support for black capitalism. Blasphemy, an ecclesiastical concept meaning contempt for any object of religious veneration. Theoretically, blasphemy only includes acts of mockery or desecration against God and other sacred objects of worship, that offend the religious sensitivities of the faithful. In practice, however, this concept was always extended arbitrarily to include various forms of criticism or rejection of the very idea of God, which do not contain anything offensive with regard to the religiously inclined individual. This substitution of another concept for the original one is particularly widespread in contemporary reactionary clerical circles, anxious to compromise free thinking. Blessing of the Waters 75. An atheism in the eyes of the public at charge through accusations of blasphemy. Usually advocates of any religion only condemn as blasphemous desecration of their own objects of veneration by someone else, their own mockery of other people's holy objects they qualify without fail as manifestation of the fight for the true faith and efforts to put to shame superstition. This was precisely the approach adopted by Christians towards the places of worship and accoutrements of pagan cults. Those who observed such cults behaved in a similar way regarding the Christian Church. Muslims did not consider desecration of Christian places of worship as blasphemy, and the same can be said of Christians with regard to their desecration of Muslim mosques. Moreover, Roman Catholics did not see desecration of Orthodox holy objects as blasphemy, nor did Orthodox believers regard desecration of Roman Catholic holy objects as blasphemy. The Sunni Muslims adopted a similar line of approach with regard to objects venerated by the Shiites, and vice versa. In countries where church and state are closely linked, blasphemy is punished by law as a criminal offense. Blavatsky, Helena, founder of the Theosophical Society. After declaring herself to be the chosen instrument of the great spiritual principle and the pupil of a brotherhood of Tibetan Mahamas, she propagated mystical theosophical doctrines. Resorting to mystification and blatant charlatanism, she succeeded in attracting tens of thousands of followers in various countries of the world, in particular Britain, France, India, and the United States. Despite the fact that her fraudulent practices were exposed on more than one occasion, her ideas are still adhered to in the present day by people with mystical inclinations. Blessed, a special category of zealots in the Roman Catholic and Orthodox churches. In the Orthodox Church, this category includes God's fools and certain of the saints. In the Roman Catholic Church it unites those individuals who were beatified by the Pope after their death, and are, as a rule, venerated locally, i.e. in a particular country, diocese, or religious order. Blessing, a conventional sign made with the hand to wish a person long life, success, and happiness. The tradition of giving a blessing in the domestic or religious context can be traced back to customs pertaining to clan and tribal societies, in which there was well-developed ancestor worship and due homage was paid to old people and leaders. Man's belief in the beneficial and peaceful force of the words of his ancestors, the patriarchs, the founders of his clan and of the head of his family, has survived in recent times in the form of parental blessings and is still resorted to in various real-life situations. Blessings are widely used in patterns of work in many different religions. In Christianity, blessing is regarded as a means for imparting divine grace to the faithful by way of the priest. Blessing of the Waters, a ceremony in Christian worship. 76 Bliss, which consists in the priest dipping across 3 times in water, thus allegedly lending it supernatural properties. Earlier the ceremony was carried out both in churches, and by a river, lake, or well. At the present time the blessing of the Waters usually takes place in a church, after which the water is considered as holy by the faithful. The ceremony contains echoes of the deification of waters practiced in ancient times. Bliss, the term used in religious thinking and moral teaching to denote supreme happiness, bestowed by supernatural forces on man, the attainment of heavenly joys in reward for faith. Supreme and eternal bliss is attained, as a rule, only after death, in heaven. In Christian teaching the ways to attain bliss are laid out in the so-called Beatitudes in the Sermon on the Mount, and the Sermon on the Plain, describing the qualities of human perfection. This teaching defers compensation for deprivations experienced on earth till the afterlife, thereby justifying their continued existence. Recent attempts to modernize religious teaching on bliss, while narrowing the gap between it and earthly happiness, nevertheless leave intact its mystical and anti-humane essence. Bundel, Maurice. French philosopher of the modernist school of Roman Catholicism, he inclines towards Neo-Augustine teaching and towards intuitivism. Blondel advocate the thesis to the effect that science, if not supplemented by religion, is not capable of penetrating the essence of phenomena. Blue Cross, religious society of Protestant leanings. It came into being in 1877 in Switzerland and later became widespread in Germany as well. It set up communities, youth groups, orchestras, and choirs, and it organized solemn processions and meetings. The program of the Society included appeals for an end to drunkenness and for a campaign for resolute Christianity. All this promoted the growth of its popularity, particularly among Yoruba people. The Blue Cross Society, first penetrated as far as Russia, at the beginning of the 20th century, and its communities were also set up in Latvia and Estonia. After the end of the Second World War, Blue Cross communities were absorbed into the Al/Union Council of Evangelical Christians Baptists. Boccaccio, Giovanni, Italian realist and humanist writer. His crowning achievement was the Decameron. One of the main themes in that book was criticism of the Roman Catholic Church and ridicule of the clergy, the monks, and the papal court. Boccaccio countered propagation of the Christian virtues of humility and self-denial with his philosophy of ascesion in the name of other people, in the name of friendship or love. Boccaccio defended man's right to derive enjoyment from life on earth. Boccaccio also wrote a number of other works in which he laid the Boea 77 foundations for study of man from a humanistic point, on the six vicissitudes of fate endured by famous men and women, of illustrious women, and the genealogy of the pagan gods. Thurichinski, Joseph Maria, Swiss neo-Thomist philosopher, Dominican and anti-communist. Boczynski's work abounds in distortions of the theory and practice of socialism, yet the spread of the ideas of scientific communism compelled him to acknowledge that dialogue with Marxists was expedient. In his philosophical works, Boczynski gives a religious, idealist interpretation of fundamental philosophical problems. The whole history of philosophy, from Boczynski's point of view, serves to support religious truths. Modern science, he would have us believe, helps men to attain a better grasp of the philosophical teaching of neo-Thomism, which sets out the paths by which man may reach an understanding of God. Bodhisattva, according to the teachings of Buddhism, a being who has attained the essence of Bodhi and who has the right to enter into Nirvana, but who renounces this right out of love and compassion for living creatures and the urge to help them achieve salvation. In early Buddhism, the only person to be regarded as a bodhisattva was Gautama before he achieved his enlightenment and became the Buddha. Later the Buddhist pantheon was to be peopled by a large number of bodhisattvas. According to Mahayana Buddhism, any layman is capable of becoming a bodhisattva, and of acquiring supernatural strengths and the capacity of answering men's prayers and incantations, thus helping men to overcome the torments of the samsara. The most revered of the bodhisattvas in Mahayana Buddhism were Manjushri, Vajrapani, Avalokiteshvara, and the Maitreya. In Lamaism, the bodhisattva constitute the fourth category of divine beings. Boma, Jacob 1575–1624, German mystic philosopher, advocate of pantheism. He regarded the relationship between God and the world as a self-revelation of God in nature, as a process of dialectical unfolding and a battle of opposites which led him to negate theological doctrine concerning the act of divine creation, to identify God with nature and to uphold the doctrine of God's immediate presence in the whole of nature and in man as well. The logical conclusion to be drawn from Boma's teaching was that differences of creed should not affect moral assessments of the individual. Boethius, Anicius Manlius Torquatus Severinus, Roman philosopher, theologian, and poet, representative of the school of objective idealism, which was of a theist orientation. His writings eclectically combine the ideas of Aristotle, Plato, and Neoplatonism with the principles of Christianity. The general philosophical ideas of Boethius are reflected in his theological works such as On the Holy Trinity and On the Catholic. 78 Bogdogagan. Faith. His main philosophical work was on the consolation of philosophy. The philosophical and theological views of Boethius exerted a significant influence on medieval philosophy and the philosophy of the Renaissance. God, in Boethius' view, was a personal God, who loved his world and had wished to make man in his own image and after his likeness and who listened to man's prayers. Long before Saint Anselm of Canterbury and Saint Thomas Aquinas, Boethius had formulated a number of proofs of the existence of God and had applied Aristotle's logic to theological problems. Philosophy, according to Boethius, was the handmaid of theology, although it retained relative independence. Bogdogagan or Bogdakan or Bogdo, title for the supreme leader of the Lamaists in Mongolia, who became established in the 17th century. The Bogdogagan was revered as the living god. The last Bogdogagan, Chjetjundambakutukta, died in 1924. Bogomils, an anti-feudal movement which took the form of a religious heresy, reflecting the attitudes of the serfs and the urban poor. It came into being in Bulgaria in the 10th century and was most probably named after its founder, a priest named Bogomil. It spread during the 11th century in Serbia, Croatia, and certain other countries. The Bogomils put forward the idea of communal property in the spirit of consumer communism. The main work of the movement was the so-called John's Gospel. Its teaching was based on dualism, drawing from Manichaeism and Paulinism. The Bogomils rejected the sacraments and rituals, regarding them as actions devoid of mystical significance. They also opposed veneration of the cross, icons, and relics, but they believed in prayer. The Bogomils movement later broke up into a number of offshoots. Most of the Bogomils took part in the peasant uprisings and the national liberation movement against the Byzantine yoke. Some of the Bogomils rejected violence and advocated humility. In the 14th century the Bogomils turned into a sect which united in its ranks part of the clergy and some townspeople. The Bogomils movement exerted an influence on West European heretical sects. Bogomolov, Alexei, prominent Soviet scholar who wrote a number of works containing critiques of modern bourgeois and religious philosophy, books on the history of atheism and free thinking. Fundamental among these are the following research works: German bourgeois philosophy after 1865, British bourgeois philosophy in the 20th century and bourgeois philosophy of the United States in the 20th century. Under his editorship a selection of papers was published in 1977 under the title Modern Bourgeois Philosophy and Religion. Bogoraz, Vladimir, Russian and Soviet ethnographer, religious historian, linguist. He studied the way of life and beliefs of the peoples of the far north. His monograph entitled The Chukchi contains a profound investigation of shamanism. He was in Bologna Concordat 79. Charge of the setting up of Leningrad's Museum of the History of Religion and Atheism and was its first director. Bogoslavsky Trudy, collections of articles which are published periodically by the Moscow Patriarchate. They contain contributions from well-known church hierarchs and theologians, reports of theological discussions, documents drawn up by the Biblical Commission working on the new translation of the Old Testament, reviews and other materials. Bohemian Brmren, a religious sect that appeared in the mid-15th century after the defeat of the Taborites and the whole of the Hussite movement. The communities of the Bohemian Brethren gradually joined together in an ecclesiastical organization that was independent of Rome. The anti-feudal, utopian teaching of the Bohemian thinker, Petr Chelsicky, exerted a powerful influence on the formation of the social and religious views of the Bohemian Brethren, whose communities had initially consisted of small peasants and the urban poor. While rejecting feudal concepts of the division of society into different social estates, the Bohemian Brethren ENLLED for all men to unite together, they advocate poverty and the reintroduction of the practices followed by the early Christian communities and preach nonviolence. They rejected the organization of the Roman Catholic Church and many elements of its practices of worship, the emphasis on ritual, worship of the saints and relics, vestments, indulgences, and so on. At the end of the 15th century, after representatives of more pros per ms classes had begun to join the communities, the initial radicalism gave way to moderate moods and trends. The Bohemian Brethren, particularly during this later period, were not merely a religious organization but also one which promoted education and culture. From its ranks came many prominent figures of Bohemian culture, including the well-known thinker Bishop Luck of Prague and Comenius. After the defeat in the Battle of the White Mountain in 1620, the Bohemian Brethren were routed and some of them emigrated to Poland and Germany. In the 18th century, followers of this movement founded a new religious and social movement of the Herrenhuters, whose communities spread to Latvia, Estonia, and North America. Some of these communities were in existence until the first half of the 20th century. Bolingbroke, Henry St. John, English writer and politician. In his Letters on the Study of History and a number of philosophical and political writings, he adopted a deist standpoint, putting forward natural religion in preference to Christianity and other creeds, inseparable from superstitions and prejudices. He insisted that morality was independent of religious convictions and propagated humanism and freethink. Bouna Concordat, an agreement between the French King Francis I and Pope Leo X that was concluded in 1516. The Concordat, A.D. Bonaventure, made certain concessions to the Pope in comparison with the conditions forced upon the papacy by the Pragmatic Sanction of Bourges, which had established that the Church should be relatively independent in France, that the Church councils should supersede the popes, and that the king should enjoy special rights, when it came to the appointment of leading members of the clergy. According to this Concordat, the Pope retained the right to be the supreme authority in the Church court, and annates were restored. There was no mention in the Bologna Concordat of the rights of church councils, but the king's right to appoint men of his choosing to leading offices in the church was duly confirmed. Bonaventure, Giovanni Fidenzie, St., an Italian Roman Catholic philosopher, general of the Franciscan order and later cardinal. He developed the ideas of Neoplatonism as expounded by St. Augustine, and considered the highest form of religious knowledge to be attainable through ecstasy. The picture of the world conceived by St. Bonaventure and his orthodox mysticism were aimed at combating progressive ideas and the anti-feudal movements. He was canonized by the Roman Catholic Church in 1482. Bunkbruyevich, Vladimir. Prominent member of the Communist Party and the Soviet state, publicist and scholar, he worked alongside Lenin. He took an active part in the Great October Socialist Revolution, and was involved in the preparation and implementation of the decree on the separation of church and state and school and church. After 1946, Bruyevich was in charge of the Museum of the History of Religion and Atheism in Leningrad, and after 1947 he led the History of Religion and Atheism Department of the History Institute, USSR Academy of Science CES. He devoted particular attention to the study of peasant movements of social and political protest, which outwardly had religious implications, and he published, among others, 2 works entitled Materials on the History and Investigation of Russian Sectarianism and Materials on the History of Religious Social Movements in Russia. Works by Bunkbruyevich on questions of Marxist atheism have been published in Volume E1 of his selected works and also in the book entitled Selected Atheist Writings. Bonhoeffer, Dietrich, German Protestant theologian, member of the resistance, executed by the Hitler regime. His main theological ideas were formulated in letters, which he smuggled out of prison in 1943-44. Bonhoeffer went a long way in his criticism of traditional religious concepts. In his opinion, in the modern world God, as a moral, political, or scientific hypothesis, had been outgrown and discarded. Bonhoeffer was a supporter of non-religious Christianity. According to him, Christianity should discard the idea of an otherworldly God and reject the idea of dualism in religion, namely, that there are 2 personalities, one human and one divine in Christ. The essence of Christianity, in his view, lay in the teaching of man's love for his neighbor. This teaching, he believed, ought to find practical expression in a just life in the name of one's fellow. Book of Revelation 81. Lohmann, making essential active resistance to the forces of social evil. Bonhoeffer's ideas have been adopted by many modern theologians, in particular, by representatives of death of God theology, liberation theology etc. Bonds, the name given by Europeans to the shaven-headed Buddhist priests and monks in the countries of Asia. Book of the Dead, an ancient Egyptian collection of texts relating to the age of the New Kingdom, that bear witness to mortals' efforts to win immortality. It includes up to 200 chapters containing magical formulae, prayers, spells to ward off dangers that the dead man might encounter on his way to be judged by Osiris and to the fields of eternal bliss. Some ideas in the Book of the Dead, in particular conceptions of the dread hell, have been incorporated, albeit in a modified form, into later religions, including Christianity. Book of Hours, ecclesiastical liturgical book, containing psalms, prayers, canticles, and other texts in the daily cycle of services. Books of Hours were designed primarily for the use of church lectors and cantors. Book of Psalms, a book of the Old Testament containing 150 psalms. The psalms in this book were traditionally attributed to King David, but in the text there are indications to the effect that only Psalm 72 in the authorized version of the 6-01018 English Bible was in fact written by him. Historians of the Bible have established that no more than 9 psalms belong to the early years of the monarchy. New psalms were being inserted into the book right up until the time when the Old Testament was finally canonized in the Septuagint. In addition to the psalms ID alluded in the Hebrew version of this book, there is one additional psalm, which accounts for different systems of numbering used in different versions of the Bible translated from the Hebrew text and from the Septuagint. Some psalms are incorporated into the rituals of Christian and Judaic services. Book of Revelation, an article by F. Friedrich Engels about the Apocalypse, or the Revelation OFST. John the Divine. It was first printed in a British journal on questions of science, politics, and literature and titled Progress in August 1883. Starting out from historical and linguistic principles in his criticism of the Bible, Engels demonstrated that the Apocalypse was the simplest and clearest book in the whole of the New Testament, and that the coded numbers in it masked the name of Nero and other bestial earthly rulers. According to Engels' calculations, the Revelation was written in 68 or in January 69. And thus it was possible to deduce from it what Christianity looked like in the year 68. Engels noted that it had spontaneously come into being in Palestine as a result of the fusion of many sects, most of which had been Judaic. In the Apocalypse, Engels stressed, there is nothing to be 82 books of Maccabees. Found apart from the old Judaic and pagan idea to the effect that God or the gods need to be propitiated by sacrifices. This idea reworked by the teachers of early Christianity consisted in the fact that the death of Christ is a great sacrifice, which once made, will be effective forever. Engels asserts with justification that the visions described in the Revelation of St. John the Divine are in most cases taken word for word from the prophets of the Old Testament. Most important with regard to scientific biblical criticism is the method used by Engels for analysis of the Apocalypse and his conclusion that in order to understand early Christianity the pictures painted in the Revelation by one of the early Christians are of more value than all the other books of the New Testament put together. Engels' article played an important role in the scientific elucidation of the emergence of early Christianity. Books of Maccabees, non-canonical books of the Old Testament. The Orthodox Bible incorporates 1, 2, and 3 Maccabees, while the Roman Catholic Bible and the English Bible include only 1 and 2 Maccabees. The name Maccabees comes from the name of the Jewish family, whose members the father Mattathias and his 4 sons, led a revolt against the rule of the Seleucid dynasty in the 60s of the 2nd century BC. The first 3 books tell of the revolt and the events linked with it. Their authors are not known. The first book was written between 110 and 70 BC in Hebrew, but it has come down to us only in its Greek translation. 2 and 3 Maccabees were written in Greek. There exists a 4th book attributed to Josephus Flavius, which is essentially a philosophical treatise, its content having nothing in common with the other 3 books of prophets, a group of books in the Old Testament which are held to be the works of prophets. Of these 4 are the great prophets and 12 are minor prophets. The order in which the books of the prophets are arranged in the Old Testament does not correspond to the real order of their appearance. Some of these books consist of several works written by more than one author. In the book of Isaiah, for instance, chapters 1 to 39 date from the second half of the 8th century BC, while chapters 40 to 55 were written during the period of Babylonian captivity and were naturally written by a different author. The book of Zechariah also consists of 3 different parts by different authors. Other books of the prophets also undoubtedly represent compilations of this sort, and they can only be attributed to specific authors in the very loosest way. With regard to their chronology, the books of the prophets are divided into 3 categories: books written before the Babylonian captivity, books written when the Brahman 83 Jews were taken prisoner and lived in captivity, books of the late Old Testament. Prophets provide a legendary, mythological explanation for the causes of disasters and misfortunes that befell the Jews of old over the course of the centuries and which were difficult for them to understand, especially in the light of the teaching to the effect that the people of Israel was God's chosen people. The prophets accuse the Jews of failing to abide by the covenant that they made with Yahweh. They interpret all their sufferings as punishment for this faithlessness. They predict disasters of an even worse kind and future intervention on the part of Yahweh in the end to ensure them salvation after all, since Yahweh will forgive his people and through the medium of the Messiah it is believed that he will re-establish the Jews' rightful position in the world. Bossuet, Jacques Benigny, a French bishop who upheld the idea that human history was the accomplishment of God's purpose. As a result, he paid much attention to vindication of the divine right of absolute monarchs and to the obligation and duty of the faithful to submit to the authorities without question. Bossuet became famous in connection with his demand made to the Vatican that autonomy be granted to the Roman Catholic Church in France. The French Reiters of the Enlightenment, in particular Voltaire, criticized his reactionary views. Brahma, in Hinduism one of the gods making up the Trinity together with Vishnu and Shiva. Originally Brahma stood out as the supreme god, the creator and ruler of the world. Later he lost his preeminence while the other 2 members of the triad assumed more prominent positions. Brahma Samaj, a bourgeois reformist religious society in India organized in 1828 by the outstanding Indian educationalist and reformer Ram Mohan Roy. The aim of Brahma Samaj was to bring together the progressive forces within the bourgeois state that was then emerging to raise the cultural level of the country and to campaign for the abolition of caste, racial, religious and other barriers and for the reform of public education. Members of Brahma Samaj compiled textbooks on geography, astronomy, geometry, grammar, and other subjects. The leaders of Brahma Samaj regarded a single, reformed religion based on the principles of monotheism, that was to be an all-embracing, universal creed representing a synthesis of the progressive aspects of Hinduism, Islam, and Christianity, as a vehicle of social reforms of a bourgeois type. The propagation of the reformist ideas advocated by Brahma Samaj played a prominent role in the development of public life in India, its literature, science, and culture. In the 20th century Brahma Samaj degenerated into a number of small intellectual societies and groupings. Brahman or Brahmin, representative of the highest Vama or caste in India, a professional priest in Brahmanism and Hinduism. The Brahmans monopolized as their own. 84 Brahmanism. Province: the study and interpretation of the ancient sacred literary works of northern India Vedas and the rituals of worship associated with the latter, in the religious and idealist philosophical teaching of the Vedanta. Brahman is a featureless sacred force, or absolute power, which allegedly constitutes the only reality, lies at the basis of the illusion of the world and is inherent in the priestly chant of Vedic religion. Brahmanism, religion in ancient India, which in essence represented the Vedic tradition at the time when slave-owning society was first emerging. The holy writings of Brahmanism include the Vedas and extensive commentaries relating to the latter. Brahmanism provided religious substantiation for the division of society into Vamas and the teaching of the transmigration of souls. According to Brahmanism, the most important virtues were unquestioning submission to the Brahmans, deification of kingly power, fulfillment of the dana of one's own varna, observation of the rituals prescribed for the varna concerned. All this allegedly creates a favorable kanna and thus leads to a new, better reincarnation, and eventually to a merging with the Absolute, namely, the God-Creator Brahma, for all living beings are but particles of Him. Failure to carry out the demands of the Dharma leads to unfortunate reincarnations. Brahmanism retained belief in the Mary gods of the Vedic religion, although some of their functions underwent changes that reflected the class-based stratification of society. Brahmin. See Brahman or Brahmin. Brats.ky Vestnik, Journal of the Al/Union Council of Evangelical Christians Baptists, which has been published in the USSR since October 1944. 6 issues are published annually. The main purpose of his journal is seen by the ASIC to be the correct education of members of the Church from both the spiritual and the civic point of view. Breaking of the bread, specific form of the rite of the Eucharist in certain Protestant churches and sects. Unlike the Roman Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church, they do not regard the breaking of the bread as a sacrament, but consider it a rite symbolizing the unity of the faithful. Evangelical Christians, Baptists, Mennonites and Pentecostals celebrate the breaking of the bread on the first Sunday of every month, and the Adventists, 4 times a year. Before the breaking of the bread, Adventists carry out ritual feet washing. Breve or papal brief, a letter from the Pope on questions of minor significance as opposed to the papal bulla issued on more important questions. The contents are reinforced by the addition of the papal seal. It is not, however, signed by the Pope but by one of the Cardinal Sec Retiris. Breviary, a book used by Roman Catholic clerics, containing short extracts from the Bible, works by the Bruno Bauer and Early Christianity 85. Fathers of the Church, Lives of the Saints, Psalms, Prayers, Hymns and other text used in services. Breviaries consist of 4 parts, each of which contains 4 chapters. Bride money, payment for a bride when a Muslim marries. The size of the bride money depends upon the agreement reached between the 2 families, their property and social position. Although, according to the Sharia, the bride money belongs to the bride, this ruling is of a strictly formal character. In reality, it is the parents of the bride who receive this money, and who keep part for themselves. The payment of this money turns the bride into an object that can be bought and sold, into a commodity, thus debasing her human dignity. Brosses, Charles de. French thinker of the Enlightenment, he demonstrated that fetishism, stemming from fear and ignorance, was an ancient and essential stage in all religions. Brosses came out against efforts to attribute the concepts God or Spirit to the religious creeds of primitive peoples, since these are our words, far too recent in origin and far too abstract for that to be the case. Brosses was among the first to apply historical methods in the investigation of early forms of religion. Brotherhoods, religious associations, and mutual aid societies widespread in 11th and 12th century Europe and closely allied with craft guilds. They were usually attached to a local church and united craftsmen from a particular calling and had their own charters. Later brotherhoods often turned into centers of religious freethinking and heresies. They came to be persecuted by the Roman Catholic Church and often developed into secret organizations. As absolute monarchies became more firmly established, these brotherhoods broke up, religious and educational organizations with political overtones which emerged in the period from the 15th to 18th centuries and were affiliated to the local Orthodox churches in the Ukraine, Belarus SIA, Lithuania, and Bohemia. These brotherhoods campaigned to uphold the independence of the Ukrainian and Belarusian peoples, clerical organizations in Russia, which were set up in accordance with the law of 1864 and were designed to combat the Old Believers movement and sectarianism, and which also engaged in missionary work, the name adopted by certain monastic orders. Bruno Bauer and Early Christian 11y, a work by Friedrich Engels written for the newspaper Der Sozialdemokrat in April 1882 on the occasion of Bruno Bauer's death. Despite his split with Bauer after the latter veered towards the political right and began to support the Prussian monarchy and subjective idealism, Marx and Engels continued to keep abreast of his critical works bearing upon the New Testament and the history of early Christianity, and they held these in high esteem, as is clear from Engels' article. After Not. 86 Bruno. Ing that official theologians, plagiarized him and therefore maintained a silence of death about him, Engels maintains that Bauer was worth more than them all and achieved more than any of them in respect of the question as to the historical origin of Christianity, and also regarding clarification as to how and why the popular masses in the Roman Empire preferred Christianity to other religions widespread at the time. As a result of the analysis of the Gospels undertaken by Bauer, Engels noted that if almost nothing from the whole content of the Gospels turned out to be historically provable, then even the historical existence of a Jesus Christ can be questioned. After referring to the fact that the German philosopher is prevented by his idealism from seeing clearly and formulating precisely, Engels goes on to expound our own conception of this point, based on Bauer's works and also on our personal study. Engels gave consideration to the question as to the time and place of the emergence of Christianity, revealing the social causes and conditions of its emergence and pointing out the ideas on which it had drawn, analyzing as he did so the class composition of the first Christian communities, their social demands and ideological aims. Engels demonstrated why Christianity became one of the world religions and was later to become the ideology of the ruling classes. Engels' work is of enormous ideological significance for the scientific analysis of religion. Bruno, Giordano Filippo, an Italian thinker who propounded his theory of a coherent material universe, who criticized the religious picture of the world and many Christian doctrines. While paying tribute to pantheism, he denied the existence of God the creator and ruler of the world. He developed further the heliocentric theory of Copernicus and expounded a thesis to the effect that there existed large numbers of other worlds. He resolutely opposed the idea that there existed a life beyond the grave. Bruno regarded religion as a force that gives rise to wars, strife and vices in society. For advocating such ideas in public, Bruno was tracked down by the Inquisition, eventually arrested and burnt at the stake. Buber, Martin, Revolutionary philosopher, professor of Judaic philosophy and theology at Jerusalem University. In the process of campaigning against Marxist philosophy and atheism, he developed so-called dialogistic philosophy, which pronounced the purpose of man's life to be meeting and dialogue with God by means of the mysticism of Hasidism. He maintained that Judaic monotheism and the moral principles contained in the Old Testament have universal value. Buber linked his religious and philosophical concepts to the bourgeois nationalist ideas of Zionism. He also advocated religious existentialism and came under the influence of both philosophical nationalism and mysticism. Buber's ideas are popular amongst Judaist and other modernist theologians in the West. His main works are Daniel, I and Thou, The Origins and Essence of Hasidism. Buddhism 87. Buchmanism, a religious-cum-ethical doctrine, which denies the social nature of the antagonistic contradictions of capitalism and attributes them all to the moral imperfections of the individual. The founder of Buchmanism was the American Protestant minister, Frank Buchman. Buchmanism is a militant clerical movement which has its own international organization, the Foundation for Moral Rearmament. It calls upon its members to follow the Four Absolutes and makes wide use of both church and secular mass media in order to make the ideas of Bookmanism infiltrate the public consciousness. The activities of the Foundation are directed from annual conferences and also from 3 centers which are in the United States, Britain, and Switzerland. Buddha, in Buddhism the being who, after a great number of reincarnations, has attained perfection and is capable of pointing out to others the path leading to religious salvation. In this fundamental, broad sense any human being can become a Buddha by achieving more and more virtues and an understanding of the vanity of all earthly attachments. The Buddhist pantheon includes hundreds of such Buddhas. In its more narrow sense the word Buddha is the name of the founder of Buddhism, Siddhartha Gautama, who after achieving enlightenment came to be known as Buddha Shakyamuni. He was the son of a Kshatriya chieftain, whom legend later elevated to the position of king of a small state, situated in the central reaches of the Ganges. The wife of King Mahamaya gave birth to him after immaculate conception. When he had reached adulthood, Gautama came to the conclusion that all existence is suffering. He went away to live as a hermit, and after 7 years he achieved enlightenment and began to preach it in the towns and villages of India. He expounded the main tenets of his teaching in a sermon at Benares. His pupils set up the first monastic community there had ever been on earth. Buddha died at the age of 80. In 1956, Buddhists solemnly celebrated the 2500th anniversary of this event. The question as to whether the stories of the Buddha's life compiled in the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD are based on recollections of a real preacher or not, has yet to be demonstrated scientifically. All that is beyond doubt so far is that Shakyamuni could not have been the single-handed founder of Buddhism as represented in Buddhist canonical writings. Buddhism, one of the 3 world religions which took shape in India in the middle of the 1st millennium BC and later spread to the countries of Southeast and Central Asia and also to the Far East. Followers of Buddhism consider that it came into being as a result of preaching by Buddha Shakyamuni. In reality its emergence stemmed from important changes within Indian society, the collapse of clan and tribal ties and customs, increased class oppression and the appearance of large slave-owning states. Former tribal religions no longer met the requirements of new 88 Buddhism. Social conditions. From among the numerous religious groups that had moved away from Brahmanism and advocated their own paths for religion salvation in the 3rd century BC, there was now taking shape a more or less united Buddhist organization and doctrine, enjoying the energetic support of secular power. Buddhism teaches that any being, any life, in all its forms and manifestations, is evil, bringing suffering to all that exists. The cause of evil and suffering is the attachment felt by man and other living creatures to the world perceived with our senses, which is, in reality, a mere illusion, a perpetual cycle of rebirth. Any human emotion, passion, or desire only aggravates suffering, leading to new still more terrible reincarnations. In order to wrest oneself out of this cycle of being, it is essential to overcome ignorance, to understand the essence of the world, to renounce any thirst for life, or aspiration to life's pleasures, to power, to wealth, to understand the fickleness and transitory character of all that is earthly, since only then is it possible to embark upon the path of salvation. The so-called eightfold path to salvation is the upright life, whose essence lies in the gradual surmounting of all thirst for life within oneself, of all attachments. It is a path of complete aloofness, on which there are no longer any place for joy even at the prospect of salvation close at hand. Salvation itself consists in the transition from samsara to nirvana, non-being. In early Buddhism only hermit monks could aspire to this salvation. Laymen could only hope for better reincarnations, if they made generous offerings to monks and observed 5 moral precepts, to abstain from perpetrating evil, from falsehood, from theft, from sensual excesses and from alcohol or other intoxicants. The teaching of Buddhism was advantageous to the ruling classes, since it explained all evil on earth, including exploitation, as the fault of the suffering individual himself, who allegedly created for himself in earlier reincarnations such a fate, and also because it advocated meekness and humility as the most important virtues bringing man deliverance from the sufferings of earthly existence. During the reign of the Kushan dynasty, Buddhism flourished significantly in India, but after that its influence waned and it yielded ground to Hinduism, and by the 12th century it had almost disappeared from India, while becoming widespread beyond its frontiers. Within Buddhism there has always been controversy between a large number of sects and different schools of thought. Hinayana is regarded as the most ancient form of Buddhism. Another school is that of Tantrism, or Vajrayana. It was mainly Mahayana Buddhism that spread beyond the confines of India. In the 14th to 16th centuries, Lamaism developed in Tibet. It was in the form of Chen that emerged in China in the 5th century, that Buddhism became popular in the bourgeois countries of the West. In recent decades a number of trends of Neo-Buddhism and Meta-Buddhism have emerged. At the present time Buddhist organizations in the countries of Asia play a wide range of social roles. Some of them are actively engaged. Bukhari 89. In the struggle for national independence against colonialism and neocolonialism. A number of international Buddhist organizations have been established. Buddhist philosophy, the philosophical content and substantiation of Buddhist teaching. Early Buddhism spread in the form of parables and aphorisms pronounced by Buddha and commented on by his disciples. Buddhism adopted the idea of a side of reincarnations from the ancient religions of India. The path from one incarnation to another condemns man to suffering, deliverance from which he can only seek through the attainment of nirvana. Man through his own efforts and without mediators, through a virtuous life, passing through the stages indicated in the Four Noble Truths and becoming an arhat, can break the cycle of reincarnations and attain nirvana. Buddhists acknowledged the reality of the external world and man's intellectual or spiritual world, while holding at the same time that in the world there is nothing except processes of flux and development. The soul is not a constant substance and cannot exist forever. The main tenet of the teaching was held by Buddhists to be the call for love for all that is living and strict submission to the commands of the mind. Knowledge must serve to promote a pious life and is essential for deliverance from suffering. After Buddha's death a split between his followers took place. Some of them remained faithful to the traditional view attempting, however, to lend Buddhist teaching a strict logical consistency. Another school, that of Mahayana Buddhism, reformed all aspects of Buddhist teaching, lent Buddha the attributes of a deity, introduced religious rituals, reverences, prayers, renounced the so-called Eightfold Path, while offering the masses a broad and easy path of deliverance through the cult of bodhisattvas. The poet Nagarjuna, who was a reformer of Buddhism and founder of the Sunyavada school, formulated the idea of a material and spiritual world that are one, since they are both based on an illusion, an idea that was later taken up by Dharmapala Asanga and the philosopher Vasubandhu. The essence of this teaching was that there exists santana, the flow of consciousness, which consists of combinations of dhanas, elements whose only characteristics are that they are relative and momentary. The world consisting of momentary combinations of momentary dharmas is unreal, illusory. The existence despite this of the material world is explained with reference to the existence of Kanna. Birth and death are also only seen as moments in this endless flow of dharmas. Nagarjuna also considered that Shunyata was true and absolute, even over against nirvana as expounded in early Buddhism. Bukhari, Mohammed ibn Imail. 90 Bulgakov. Prominent Muslim teacher who played a significant role in the compilation of the Islamic collection of traditions or the hadiths. The collection which he compiled is one of those which constitute the Sunnah. His collection entitled Al-Jami al-Sahih is regarded as the most authoritative of the 6 sound books of the Sunnah. Bulgakov, Sergei. Russian economist and mystical philosopher. He emigrated from the Soviet Union in 1923 and between 1925 and 1944 he was the dean of the Orthodox Theological Academy in Paris. Bulgakov made the transition from legal Marxist to a religious stance. According to him, culture, social and national relations formed outside Christian ideals are disastrous for mankind. This led him to view the revolutions that took place in 20th century Russia and had nothing to do with religion as a presage of a catastrophic end to history. The dominant idea in Bulgakov's teaching was that of God's incarnation, i.e. the ties, connecting links between God and the world he has created, Sophia or divine wisdom. Bulgakov's Sophiology, that was utterly mystical and mythological in character, is expounded in his works such as Undying Light and Concerning God Incarnate. Bulgaria Orthodox Church, one of the 15 Autocephalous Orthodox churches. It came into being in the 9th century. When the country was overrun by the Greeks and the Turks, it came under the jurisdiction of the Patriarch of Constantinople, who used to send Greek priests to Bulgaria to support his interests there. In the mid-19th century, as a sense of national identity gained ground, the Bulgarian Orthodox Church began openly to express its dissatisfaction with the anti-Bulgarian policy of the Patriarch of Constantinople and to demand that it be recognized as independent. The Patriarch, however, refused to satisfy these demands. The Tunrikish government, in an effort to exacerbate these contradictions, instituted, through a decree of the Sultan, an independent Bulgarian exarchate headed by the senior Bulgarian metropolitan and consented to the convocation of a synod under his chairmanship. Although the election of an exarch required the approval of the Sultan, this move did ensure a certain amount of independence for the Bulgarian Orthodox Church. The Bulgarian exarchate was not recognized by Constantinople. In response to this, the Bulgarians declared that, for purposes of ecclesiastical administration, they were breaking away from the Church of Constantinople, a move that the Patriarch of Constantinople regarded as schismatic. The Bulgarian Orthodox Church only ceased to be regarded as schismatic after 1945, when the status of a patriarchate was restored to it. In 1953 this church was granted complete independence, autocephaly, and it is now headed by a patriarch. The Bulgarian Orthodox Church has 11 eparchies, 3,720 churches and chapels, 120 monasteries, a theological academy and a seminary. The Bulgarian Orthodox Church is loyal in its support of the country's socialist power. Since burial right 1961 it has been a member of the WORLD Council OFCA churches. Bull, name given to the most important edicts issued by the Pope, containing mandates, resolutions, instructions, and sealed with a bulla. It is written on parchment and in the third person and opens up with the Pope's name and the formula bishop, servant of the servants of God. Bulla or bull, a round leaden seal attached to papal bulls, and, in medieval times, also to royal or imperial edicts. Bultmann, Rudolf. German Protestant theologian. In the 1920s he was an adherent of neo-orthodoxy but later turned to existentialism. God, according to Bultmann, was not some metaphysical essence, or object outside man. For him God existed only as an inalienable correlate of man. His existence could not be demonstrated with recourse to reason, but is comprehended existentially, in the act of faith. Bultmann first introduced the idea of the demythologization of the New Testament. Bultmann held that insofar as modern man had ceased to believe biblical myths to be Christianity needed to be demythologized, in other words, the Christian myths should be interpreted not literally, but anthropologically, existentially, and only regarded as providing symbolic images expressive of man's relationship to God. Bultmann exerted a major influence on all modern Christian theology. Burial rites, one of the early forms of religious beliefs which embraces a complex range of ideas, after death man continues to lead the same life as before, his soul either remains among the living or makes its way to a special realm of the dead, but in both cases it retains the capacity to influence the affairs of his living fellow tribesmen, there is no insurmountable barrier between the world of the living and the world of the dead, and every dead person may return again to the world of the living after being reincarnated as one of the newborn members of the clan or tribe. Burial rites exist in the history of all peoples and in all religions. They include practices for the destruction of corpses or partial conservation, the erection of structures over graves, the offering of sacrifices, funeral banquets, mourning for the deceased, and taboos linked with the latter. The emergence of burial rites dates back to the Upper Paleolithic period. They were incorporated into later religious systems as an integral component of the latter, and in these systems traces of the early beliefs can easily be identified. In Orthodox burial rites, for example, funeral pancakes and kutya eaten at the funeral banquets, and a special meal at the grave of the deceased on the Ixazion of Ratunitsa and on other days set aside for remembrance of the dead, can be traced back to pagan burial ceremonies of ancient Slavs. 92. Burial service. Burial service, ecclesiastical rite performed for the dead at the request of the faithful. Burning bush, in biblical mythology, a bush that burned but was not consumed by fire, with which is linked the great revelation. From this bush came forth the voice of God, who instructed Moses to set out for Egypt and to lead the Israelites out of captivity to the promised land. God for the first time revealed himself to Moses as Yahweh and endowed him with miraculous powers. C. Cabanis, Pierre-Jean Georges, French physicist inclined towards vulgar materialism. He turned his attention primarily to the substantiation of materialism and atheism with data drawn from man's physiology. He came to the conclusion that the brain is a special organ for the secretion of thoughts, just as the stomach performs digestive functions or the liver excretes bile. Elements of vulgar materialism are to be found in Cabanis' work side by side with agnostic doubts and, by the end of his life, 6. Ta/ism. Kabbalah, medieval, religious mystical teaching which became widespread among the followers of Judaism. The first book, in which in approximately the 3rd century the teaching of Kabbalah was recorded, was Sefer Yetzirah. Its anonymous author taught that the basis of all that exists is a single God, that the universe is founded on 10 numbers and the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Kabbalistic mysticism was developed further in the anonymous book Zohar, which appeared around the 13th century in Spain. While maintaining that God lacks all attributes, the author of Zohar represents the deity as infinity and the world of things as an emanation or the flowing forth of divine strength. Contradicting itself. The Zohar contains references to 10 sephirot, or creative attributes of the deity, through which it reveals itself and makes itself known. Kabbalah admits the transmigration of souls. On the basis of Kabbalistic computations, divinations were made and the Kabbalah was used for purposes of magic. Cadet, Etienne. French utopian socialist. In his Voyage en Icarie he paints a picture of a society of the future, which is attainable if the rich and the poor become reconciled on the basis of equalized consumption. Cabet thought that religion should be retained in the society of the future. Marx described Cabet as a popular, although extremely superficial, proponent of communism. Cakin, Marcel, a leader of the French and international labor and communist movements, one of the founders of the French Communist Party. Cakin subjected religion to harsh criticism and propagated dialectical and historical materialism. In response to religious critics of Marxism, Cakin turned their attention to the fact that communists not only do not reject morality but that they also provide solid scientific substantiation for it. See Acus, fire-breathing giant in Roman mythology, son of the god of 94 Kafir. Fire and metal working, Vulcan. According to myth he lived on the Aventine Hill of Rome, in a cave. Kafir, infidel, atheist, or heretic. Islam legitimized the holy war or jihad, against unbelievers. Christians and Jews are not regarded as infidels. Yet if they attempt to eradicate Islam or to occupy Muslim territory, They are declared unbelievers and jihad direct against them is considered illegitimate. Cain, according to biblical legend, the eldest son of Adam and Eve, who killed his brother Abel, a keeper of sheep, because the Lord Yahweh had respect to Abel's offering, while to Cain's offering he had not respect. Cain's mark, a special mark which God set upon Cain, Adam's and Eve's eldest son, according to biblical legend, because he had killed his brother Abel out of envy. Calendars, religious, calendars which give the dates of religious festivals and which provide information about various religious and church events. The ancient Greeks and ancient Romans are known to have had such calendars, which listed the days of festivals and sacrifices. In the year 448 a religious calendar was compiled which represented a transition from pagan calendars to Christian calendars. From that time onwards Christian calendars have been regularly compiled in the form of lists and collections of legends about saints and religious festivals ordained to be celebrated on particular days of the year. These calendars were known as martyrologies, prologues, synaxaria, and monologians. Caliph, spiritual and temporal head of the theocratic Muslim state. The first caliphs were regarded as successors of the Prophet Muhammad. Subsequently the caliphate became a hereditary position with the establishment of the Umayyad and Abbasid dynasties. From the 10th century onwards the caliphs were simply regarded as first among the religious leaders of the Muslims. Calvin, Jean, one of the leaders of the Reformation, the founder of Calvinism. He was born in France. By the beginning of 1534 he had broken with the Roman Catholic Church, and as a result of persecution he fled to Switzerland. In 1536 his first major work, Christiani Religionis Institutio, appeared there. In 1541 Calvin established himself in Geneva, which was to become one of the centers of the Reformation. Characteristic of Calvin's teaching was his dissemination of the importance of worship of God and his insistence on the implementation of God's commandments in the life of church and society. He elaborated a series of ordinances in 1541, which assumed the nature of state law. Calvin gave voice to the views and mood of the bourgeoisie then struggling for power and which saw its achievements as predestined by God, as a sign that they had been chosen for his service. Camus 95. Calvinism, one of the three main Protestant movements which adopted the ideas of Jean Calvin. It took shape during the age of the Reformation and gave the fullest expression to its bourgeois leanings. Central to Calvinist theology, based on the principle of justification by faith alone, is the teaching of predestination, according to which men's fate is predestined by God and this cannot be changed by any manner of good deeds. Closely linked with this teaching of predestination are Calvinist ideas of secular vocation and secular asceticism, which reflect the spirit of bourgeois thrift, while success in business is regarded by Calvinists as a sign that a man has been chosen for salvation. From a Calvinist viewpoint, political aims must be subordinated to the task of bringing about the kingdom of God on earth. God's word is regarded as the foundation of faith, as expressed in the Holy Scriptures. Rituals of Christian worship in Calvinism have been drastically simplified. Veneration of the cross and icons is rejected. Baptism and the Eucharist are the only two of the 7 Christian sacraments that are retained, and these are viewed as symbolic rites. Pastors and preachers in Calvinist communities are elected by the faithful. From the mid-16th century Calvinism began to spread beyond the borders of Switzerland to France, to Scotland and England, to the Netherlands, Germany, Hungary and Poland. At the present time Calvinism is represented by the Reformed churches and Congregationalism. Camisards, participants in the popular anti-feudal revolt of 1702-1705 in Languedoc who protested against the increased taxes and levies introduced by church and state and also the revocation of the Edict of Nantes and the religious persecution of the Huguenots. The Camisards demanded that the new taxes be abolished and Calvinism legalized, which among the Camisards had assumed features of a peasant plebeian heresy complete with a program demanding social leveling. The revolt was crushed, However, isolated actions by the Camisards continued until 1715. Campanella, Tommaso, Italian thinker, political leader, and utopian communist. While still a Dominican monk, he attacked theological scholasticism. On several occasions he was persecuted by the Inquisition. For his involvement in a plot against Spanish rule in Calabria he was sentenced to life imprisonment. During the 27 years he spent in solitary confinement he wrote many works on philosophy, astronomy, and medicine. His work Vita Solis brought him international fame. In it he described an ideal society of the future, which he imagined as a communistic community, where private property had been abolished. Despite the naivete and inconsistency of his utopian dreams, his work placed him among the heralds of scientific socialism. Camus, Albert. French existentialist philosopher, writer, member of the resistance during the Second World War. His main philosophical works were Les 96 Candles, Mythe de Sisyphe and L'Homme Revolt. In these he justified stoical, rebellious behavior of the individual bereft of any hope for success in his activity or in his struggle. He held that the absurdity of man's existence was the inescapable norm of life. With regard to religion he adopted an unmistakably atheist position. He was the author of short stories, novellas, and an anti-fascist parable of a novel entitled La Peste. Camus' writing is characterized by numerous contradictions, and a mixture of humanist views and individualism. Cadles, articles used in worship in various religions. They are used during services in places of worship, which is an echo of ancient beliefs, linked with concepts of the magical significance of smoke and the cleansing power of fire. Canon, a collection of rules, dogmatic in character. In Christianity, laws, or rules which allegedly stem from Jesus Christ himself and the apostles. In the broad sense of the word, the canon means the rules applying to dogma, worship, church organization, that have been lent the status of laws by the church. In the narrower sense, it is discerned by the ecumenical council regarding the ordering of the church and religious life, all those books in the Bible which have been recognized as divinely inspired, the Holy Scriptures. The rules followed by the Orthodox, Roman Catholic, and Protestant churches for officially receiving a book as Holy Scripture vary somewhat. Hymnological canon, this refers to the stanzas of poetry which began to be inserted, in the Orthodox Church, between the verses of the biblical canticles sung during matins. In most places the text of the canticles later disappeared, with the exception of the Magnificat, leaving only the odes, which are now known as the canon. In Roman Catholic and Anglican churches a member of the chapter. Canon law in the Orthodox Church, a collection of laws, i.e. rules established mainly at ecumenical concils and certain other councils. A large part of these rules was incorporated into ecclesiastical law, that operated in Tsarist Russia. In the Roman Catholic Church, canon law includes rules passed at church councils and also decrees passed by the popes. The norms of canon law adopted at the beginning of the 20th century determine internal relations within the Roman Catholic Church. They were systematically codified in the Codex Juris Canonici promulgated by Pope Benedict XV in 1917. In 1983 a new codex came into operation. Canon law is not law in the strict sense of that word, in that it does not stem from the state authorities and its rules are not supported by any force of state quotidian. Norms of canon law can be regarded as legal only insofar as they are recognized as binding by a particular state. Canonization, in Roman Catholicism and in the Orthodox Church, the act of adding certain persons to the assembly of saints. A specific procedure for canonization was only Carlisle 97. Introduced in the 10th century, although veneration of the saints began at the time when Christian worship was first taking root. The process of canonization still continues today, because worship of the saints remains an effective way of maintaining the Church's influence over the faithful. Canossa, a castle in northern Italy, famous for the fact that the German king and Holy Roman Emperor Henry IV, who had been defeated in the investiture struggle against Pope Gregory VII, and had been deposed and excommunicated, had to ask for absolution from excommunication at its gates in a most humiliating fashion. In keeping with the Pope's demands, Henry IV came into the castle on foot and dressed in nothing but rags. The expression to go to Canossa has acquired a figurative meaning to agree. To humiliating capitulation. Cantor, chorister in a Roman Catholic church. Teacher of music, choir master, organist or the church music composer in Protestant churches. In a Jewish synagogue the cantor, or hazan, is the leading singer who chants prayers during services. Capuchins, monks of a mendicant Roman Catholic order founded in 1525 in Italy in an effort to counter the influence of the Reformation. It was officially instituted by Clement VII. 7201018. IN 1528. Originally the Capuchins were an offshoot of the Franciscan order. They existed as an independent order from 1619. The Capuchins zealously defended the papacy in the period of the Counter-Reformation and later engaged in religious propaganda aimed at strengthening the influence of Roman Catholicism over the masses. The Capuchins were also involved in missionary work, making it easier for the colonizers to consolidate their power. The Capuchin order still exists today. Cardinal, in the hierarchy of the Roman Catholic Church, the second rank after the Pope. Cardinals are appointed by the Pope with the agreement of the consistory, the assembly of the cardinals, and they are his immediate counselors. The Pope is elected from among the cardinals at the conclave. Carlyle, Thomas. Scottish philosopher, historian, and essayist. In his views he came close to pantheism. He believed that the divine idea constitutes the foundation of visible reality, the essence of every individual. Without attaching importance to the external aspect of religion, Carlyle saw it primarily as faith, expressive of the link between man and the mysterious universe, between man and God. For him all that was genuine was achieved with the help of our revelation. History, according to Carlyle, is created by great men or heroes. While idealizing the Middle Ages, Carlyle adopted a 98 Carmelites critical stand as regards bourgeois society. Carmelites, a mendicant Roman Catholic monastic order. It was founded by a group of Crusaders headed by Berthold of Calabria in 1155 in Palestine. The name is derived from Mount Carmel, on which the founders of the order first settled after they had built a chapel. After the failure of the Crusades, the Carmelite monks resettled in Western Europe in the 13th century. They founded several monasteries. The rule of the order was officially approved by the Pope in 1247. Among the Carmelites were monks in favor of a stricter rule and others who sought a mitigated one. After the Council of Trent, the Carmelites divided up into a number of groups. In Spain, an order of Descalced Carmelite sisters was set up in 1462 by Saint Teresa of Avila, and later a similar order of monks emerged, which in 1593 was recognized as independent. The Descalced Carmelites led lives of recluses and they served the primitive rule. The Carmelites are still active today. In traditionally Roman Catholic countries, the Church entrusts to them work involved in the upbringing and education of children and young people, and missionary work. Carneades of Cyrene 214–129 BC, philosopher of ancient Greece, representative of classical scepticism. Carneades criticized teleological proof of the existence of God by pointing to the imperfections of the world and life. Carmusians, Roman Catholic monastic order, whose first monastery was founded in 1084 near Grenoble at Grande Chartreuse, USA, whence the name of the order, and it was officially approved by the Pope in 1176. The first Carthusian convent was set up c. 1234. The order became one of the largest feudal landowners in the Middle Ages. One of the main sources of the order's wealth was the production and sale of the liqueur chartreuse. During the French Revolution of 1789 the order lost a large part of its land and its influence diminished. At the present time there are small Carthusian communities still to be found in Italy, Spain, France, and some other countries. Carvacca. See Locata, Carvacca. Cassirer, Ernst. German neo-Kantian philosopher. He investigated religion in the framework of a symbolic philosophy of forms of culture, autonomous creations of the spirit, in which man creates a symbolic world. Among these creations he numbered science, religion, mythology, art, and language. Religion he defined as the symbolic expression of the highest moral ideals, as a sign system that participates in the communication of feelings through acts of worship. Cassirer held that religious faith is a phenomenon originating from man's mind, and that it is shaped in accordance with the laws of cognition. Cassock, outer garment worn by Roman Catholic and Orthodox priests and monks when they are not holding services. Caste, a self-contained, and separate social group, with a strictly defined type of occupations, its own lifestyle, customs, traditions, rules etc. The caste to which an individual belongs is determined by his birth and the people with whom he shares common origins. Marriage is only allowed within the given group. Professions, rights, and obligations are passed down from one generation to another. The caste system is built up on the hierarchical principle and its prerequisite is inequality that is recognized as immutable, the division of the castes into higher and lower ones and the resulting taboos regarding specific forms of contact with members of the lower castes, which are considered contemptible and untouchable. Caste divisions are sanctified by religion. The appearance of the caste system is bound up with the development of relations between various ethnic groups, with the appearance of the social division of labor and the crystallization of class-based society. Casuistry, shrewdness in argument, in proving dubious propositions. In Judaism, subtle interpretation of the Torah or Talmud. Talmudic casuistry, or pilpul, consists of deliberations on a topic connected with religion or ritual, a whole host of hair-splitting subtleties, sometimes bereft of firm logic or foundation. A champion at Talmudic casuistry would be he who proved able to demonstrate why something that is forbidden should be permitted, or to find arguments for and against one and the same proposition. Catacombs, underground passages, and caves of natural or man-made origin, that served in ancient times as a place of religious worship and for burial of the dead. Famous catacombs are those outside Rome, in Naples, Syracuse, and on the island of Malta. In the period from the 2nd to the 4th century, catacombs were used by Christians. The catacombs in Rome were particularly extensive, consisting of ramified labyrinths of narrow galleries and small halls, or crypts, richly decorated with stucco paintings. On the walls of the catacombs many epitaphs and paintings concerned with worship have remained intact, which provide important source material for the history of early Christian life. Catechism, a book containing a popular exposition of Christian doctrine, usually in the form of questions and answers and designed for the early stage in the religious instruction of the faithful. There exist Roman Catholic, Orthodox and Protestant catechisms. They contain both principles of doctrine common to all branches of Christianity and also reflect doctrinal and canonical differences. Catechumens, in the Christian Church, those undergoing special training and instruction preparatory to baptism. Cathars, a heretical Christian sect of the 11th to 14th centuries in Western Europe. The Cathars took their doctrines from 100 Catharsis, religious. The Bogomils. The Cathars followed a dualistic teaching regarding the existence of two principles, that of good and that of evil, the spiritual and the corporeal. They rejected the doctrines concerning the death and the resurrection of Christ and regarded the cross, churches, and icons as unnecessary. The Cathars declared the 7 sacraments to be a devilish deception and they practiced public confession. Most of the Cathars rejected the Old Testament, the feudal courts, secular power and its laws, and they preached asceticism, celibacy, and non-resistance to violence. The Cathars were drawn for the most part from the ranks of the merchant class, artisans, and peasants. Cruel persecution of the Cathars by the Roman Catholic Church and the secular authorities had led by the end of the 13th century to their stratification and decline, and in the 15th century they disappeared altogether. The teaching of the Cathars was taken up by the Albigenses. Catharsis, religious, a phenomenon in the psychology of believers, consisting in a sense of relief felt by believers, when they have recited prayers or performed other acts of worship. Religion-ious catharsis is the psychological antithesis of religious fear, which can be counterbalanced or displaced by religious catharsis. This phenomenon is a vivid manifestation of the illusory compensatory function of religion, actively utilized in religion-ious propaganda and worship of all denominations. Ministers of religion go out of their way to foster religious catharsis, rechanneling, and mystifying non-religious types of catharsis. Cathedral, in the Christian Church, the main church in a diocese, where services are conducted by high-ranking clergy so on. Catholic Action, a general title embracing secular Roman Catholic organizations, the general supervision of which is effected by the Roman Catholic Church. The aim of Catholic Action is the consolidation and extension of the influence of Roman Catholicism among the masses. Catholicos, the title for the heads of the Neon Apostolic Church and the Georgian Orthodox Church, which is used together with the title of Patriarch and which is on a par with it. Celestine Order, a strict Roman Catholic monastic order, founded in the middle of the 13th century by the monk Pietro de Morrone, who was later to become Pope Celestine V. The order had monasteries in many countries of Western Europe. It had ceased to exist by the end of the 18th century. Celibacy, one of the manifestations of religious asceticism, the requirement that men or women should not enter into a marriage union, a vow demanded by a number of churches and sects from priests and sometimes the faithful as well. In a number of Chapel 101 Religions, celibacy is compulsory for monks. In the Orthodox Church, priests and deacons may marry before ordination but not after, and bishops have to be celibate. In the Anglican Church, the obligation to celibacy for the clergy was abolished in 1549, compulsory unmarried status of the Roman Catholic clergy, laid down by Gregory VII. Celibacy was ratified in practice from the middle of the 13th century. Through the introduction of celibacy, the Roman Catholic Church sought to attain intact its landed property by avoiding the possibility of it being divided up between heirs. The encyclical Caelibatus Sacerdotales issued by Paul VI in 1967 reiterated the immutable nature of the principle of celibacy. This principle is one of the reasons why a considerable number of Roman Catholic priests leave holy orders. Cell, a separate room in a residential building of a monastery, set aside for a member of the monastic community. Celsus, eclectic philosopher of Punitinist Genius, one of the first critics of Christianity in the ancient world. He was the author of an anti-Christian work entitled True Discourse, which has not survived, but which, according to Origen, who quotes from the work, constitutes an attempt to point out the inconsistency of Christian mythology and teleology and also to demonstrate the advantages of polytheism. Celsus mocks at Christian pretensions to being divinely chosen and exposes the philosophical ignorance of Christians, describing in ironic terms the divine nature of Christ and his redemptive mission, condemning the anthropomorphism of the Old Testament. He also attacks Christian belief in the incarnation and the miracles of Christ. Censorship, religious, inspection of printed matter by the Church, which enjoyed the right to prevent the publication of works, which did not meet with its approval. In Western Europe, religious censorship was firmly established by the end of the 15th century. In 1496, Pope Alexander VI issued an edict which placed a strict ban 11 on the reading and dissemination of any books the Church might regard as heretical. The Roman Catholic Church drew up special lists of banned literature. In Russia, religious censorship was introduced in the 18th century and it was implemented by the Holy Synod. A charter for religious censorship was ratified in 1828 and remained in operation until the October Revolution of 1917. Religious censorship remains one of the weapons used by the Church in the West in its struggle against progressive social thought. Ceres, in the mythology of ancient Rome, the goddess of fertility and agriculture. A festival was held in Rome in her honor, which was celebrated on April 19. Her Greek counterpart was the goddess Demeter. Chaon. Czen. Chalcedon, Council of c. Ecumenical or general councils. Chapel, rooms, or small buildings set aside for Christian worship for the members of private institutions such as schools or hospitals, part of a large church or cathedral with a separate altar, often dedicated to the Virgin Mary or a particular saint and sometimes containing holy relics, term used to denote a nonconformist place of worship as opposed to Anglican ones in Britain. Chaplain, a priest in the Roman Catholic or a Protestant church attached to a private chapel of a prominent person or institution, and also the assistant of a parish priest, a priest officially attached to the army or navy. Chayfer, in the Roman Catholic or Anglican Church, the collective body of the canons or those responsible for the administration of a cathedral or collegiate church presided over by a dean, the collective body administering a Roman Catholic monastic or military monastic order. Charisma. See Grace. Charites, in the mythology of ancient Greece, goddesses of joy, charm, and beauty. They were considered to be the daughters of Zeus and Hera, or Bacchus and Aphrodite. The Charites, usually three after Hesiod's account, were often depicted as beautiful young women, either clothed or naked, holding flowers and musical instruments. In the pantheon of ancient Rome they are equivalent to the Graces. Shari 1y, relief to the deprived encouraged by Christianity and which has also been adopted as one of the dogmas in Islam. By advocating charity, Christianity attempted to reconcile social, class-based antagonisms between the oppressors and the oppressed and to reinforce inequality between people. Charms, enchantment, ascesions involving magic, rooted in a belief in the supernatural possibility of influencing the destinies of men and natural phenomena. This belief is born of man's helplessness in face of the elements, sickness, and death. Men used to believe that with the help of magic means it was possible to predict, anticipate, or summon forth a particular state in a person or natural phenomena. Means of enchantment included incantation, talismans, and amulets, rings, wreaths, parts of animals' bodies, various love philters, and spells. Chasuble or phelonion, sleeveless outer garment made of brocade woven with gold or silver threads, that is worn by priests in the Orthodox, Roman Catholic, and Anglican churches, when celebrating the Eucharist, and rarely at other times. Sherberry, Baron Herbert of, English philosopher and politician. In his treatise De Veritate he put forward as an alternative to religions that were communicated by God to men through revelation a so-called true or reasonable religion, whose source he held to be the concept of God as the supreme being. Quire 103. Other principles underlying this religion are the acknowledgement of virtue as the main manifestation of reverence towards God, repentance of sins and so on. Cherbury's religion is philosophical conception provided the foundation for English deism. Chernyshevsky, Nikolai, Russian materialist philosopher and atheist, scholar, writer and political journalist. The journal he edited known as Sovramennik published Chernyshevsky's main philosophical work Anthropologicheski Princip Philosophii. His scientific approach to philosophical problems he attributed to the influence of Feuerbach's anthropological materialism. The anthropological approach, in Chernyshevsky's view, provided the key to the theoretical solution of questions of morality, art, politics, political economy, and so on, leaving no room for compromises with the fantastic delusions of religion and idealist philosophy. When starting out from the material unity of the world, morality appears to be tantamount to an understanding of the integrated nature of the universe and of man as a part of the latter, of his natural needs and interests that can be traced back to times immemorial. According to Chernyshevsky, achieving a balance between the world on the one hand and the needs of human nature on the other meant overcoming the social obstacles on the individual's path to an understanding of his own true nature. Chernyshevsky came forward with the ethical code of the reasonable egoist, which he contrasted to religious ethics, the REA. So noble egoist is propelled towards acts of noble self-sacrifice by his own self-interest, he does freely all that is necessary for the triumph of his chosen ideal. He grasped more clearly than other Russian revolutionary democratic thinkers the role of economics in the shaping of various ideas. Chernyshevsky considered it essential to liberate the masses from ignorance, from their religious superstitions through education and the propagation of knowledge from the sphere of the natural sciences. Cherubim, in Jewish and Christian mythology, one of the highest orders of angels in the celestial hierarchy. Chiliasm. See millenarianism or Chiliasm. Chimera, in the mythology of ancient Greece, a monster with the head and neck of a lion, the body of a goat and the tail of a serpent, born of Typhaon and Echidna and slain by Bellerophon. In medieval art representations of fantastic monsters in the sculpture of churches and cathedrals compounded from parts of different real or imaginary animals. Chiromancy. See divination. Chirotony. See ordination. Choir, a group of singers especially for singing in church, part of a cathedral or church in front of the altar, which is usually raised. It is where readers and the choir sit or stand during services. 104 Chrism. Chrism, oil used by Christians for sacramental anointing or unction. Initially only ordinary olive oil was used, but from the 6th century onwards balsam and other fragrant ingredients are being added. In the Orthodox Church, chrism is no wadais made from olive oil, white wine, and aromatic substances and is consecrated by patriarchs alone. Christ. See Jesus Christ. Christening, the Christian sacrament of baptism, the ceremony during which the sacrament is conferred, the family gathering to celebrate a child's baptism, which was often an extension of celebrations for a child's actual birth. As a religious ceremony, this occasion came to absorb certain beliefs and rituals connected with the desire to protect the newborn child, that were adopted from ancient pagan cults. Christian Church. See Christianity, the Christian Church. Christian ethics, moral teaching, which is based on the moral ideals found in the Bible, mainly the New Testament. The main trends in Christianity accept as moral ideals the principles of Christian morality as found in the Sermon on the Mount, the 3 theological virtues, faith, hope and charity, the renunciation of the world, the ideas of sin and redemption, the acceptance of suffering as a means of purification, the elevation of the spirit above the flesh, the preaching of humility, rejection of resistance to evil by violence, a readiness to forgive one's enemies, etc. The main moral principle is the commandment calling for Christian love, from which stem all other commandments. Theologians present Christian ethics as the perfect teaching, contrasting it with all those that have gone before. The main ideas in Christian ethics can, however, be found in the religions and philosophical teachings of the ancient world. Yet Christian ethics cannot be regarded as a compilation of these or other earlier teachings. Moral judgments similar to Christian ones evolved spontaneously among the poor in the Roman Empire before Christianity even appeared on the scene. Those ideas indeed provided the source for the image of Christ, that of a suffering teacher, a comforter, and this was also the source of Christian ethics itself, which took shape as a means of providing moral and psychological support for the oppressed. 1T was born of theatre frailty and powerlessness. For many centuries the domination of Christian ethics made its mark clearly felt on the way of life, the culture, and the customs of the Christian peoples, but it could not achieve any of the aims that it had set itself. Attempts to reinvigorate it by restoring the original revolutionary democratic spirit of Christianity, bringing about a rapprochement between Christian morality and the ideals of communism, or even renouncing the very idea of the supernatural world and of a divinity as such, prove unsuccessful in view of their inconsistency when confronting the complex problems of the modern world. Christian humanism, a type of Christian ideology and religious anthropology. It took shape in the second half of the 19th century as a result of a drawing together of the bourgeoisie and the church in face of the growing revolutionary movement and of the bourgeoisie's renunciation of the materialism and atheism once characteristic of it, and of the increasingly bourgeois nature of the Christian churches and their attempts to fuse bourgeois humanism with Christianity. The advocates of Christian humanism maintain that Christ's teaching is filled with the ultimate form of humanism, since, first, it recognizes the human personality as being a spiritual value independent of all social conditions, created in the image and after the likeness of God. Secondly, it upholds moral standards and virtues imbued with the highest form of humanity, and, thirdly, it asserts that the social, moral, and cultural improvement of society must be based on Christian principles. The ideas found in Christian humanism are interpreted and used by different groups and trends in the modern Christian community in a variety of ways. Roman Catholic theologians of a conservative bent attack atheist humanism and materialism from a Christian humanist standpoint, while Teilhard de Chardin and hard on his heels various left Catholics declare that to glorify God means not to despise earthly things in the name of God, but rather by dint of our mental exertions and labor to perfect the world created by God. Representatives of dialectical theology deny the very concept of Christian humanism, maintaining that the world of God and the world of man have nothing in common, while some progressive figures from the Protestant community endeavor, from a Christian standpoint, to justify communist humanist ideals. Theologians advocating Christian humanism are to be found in other churches as well, such as the Orthodox Church and the Evangelical Christians Baptists Union in the USSR. Christian Peace Conference, non-government organization attached to the UN Social and Economic Council that was set up in 1958. It brings together religious organizations from 86 countries representing all continents. 1T works in collaboration with ecumenical and regional associations for youth, women, and so on. The CPC investigates questions of the Christian Church's responsibility for upholding peace, promoting détente, and campaigning against the use of weapons of mass destruction. Christian Political Parties, an influential socio-political force in many countries of the world. Although many Christian political parties came into being at the turn of the century, they became particularly influential after the Second World War, when ruling circles in the West became aware of the need to replace the traditional bourgeois parties, that 106 Christian Science had compromised themselves in the interwar period and during the war. Thus it was precisely the Christian political parties in the capitalist countries which were destined to become champions of the existing social order. Some parties give a false impression of their true colors by referring to a third Christian path, by propagating Christian values, and through deliberations on such subjects as workers' autonomy etc. In recent years there has been a marked departure from the orthodox line of the leadership among the rank and file of the Christian political parties. In a number of countries the rank and file members of these parties have been involving themselves in strikes and the peace movement. The most influential of the Christian political parties are those of Western Europe. In 17 European countries there are 21 such parties with a membership totaling 3,300,000. Most of the parties are represented in parliament and local government bodies. In Latin America Christian political parties operate in almost all countries. In Asia there are Christian political parties in Indonesia and the Lebanon. There are small political parties with Christian affiliations in a number of African countries, which however do not exert a significant influence on political and social life. There are also Christian political parties in the socialist countries. In the GDR there is the Christian Democratic Union and in Czechoslovakia the Czechoslovak People's Party, both of which work within the framework of the constitutions of their respective countries. Christian Science, a religious organization of a Protestant complexion that came into being in the 1870s in the USA. Its main principles were formulated by Mrs. Mary Baker Eddy and consist in the fact that the healing of people from any kind of disease is only possible with the help of religious faith. Medical methods for treating the sick are categorically rejected, since they only stand in the way of a correct understanding of the nature of men's diseases, their suffering, and even death. The reason for all evils is to be found in the widespread mistaken opinion to the effect that matter exists as objective reality. Thus it is sufficient to reject such a misconception and to turn to prayer and faith in order to be cured from all manner of ailments. Matter is illusory, just as illnesses, sufferings, and death, which are born of it. The only reality and the true basis of all that exists is, for Christian scientists, reason, the mind, and the spirit. With references to the Bible, Mrs. Eddy maintains that the miracle of Christ's healing of the sick was possible only thanks to the special impact of His Spirit on them. Her ideas were expounded in her book Science and Health with a Key to the Scriptures, Unity of God and Unreality of Evil and Retrospection and Introspection. In 1879 the first Church of Christ Scientist was set up in Boston, Massachusetts, and in 1881 the Metaphysical College. After Mrs. Eddy's death the leadership of the Christian Science movement passed into the hands of directors who occupy their posts for life and appoint their successors. The members of this movement today concentrate their activities on the study of Mrs. Eddy's works, on reading the Bible, singing hymns and compiling reports on the healing of members of the community. CHRISFIAN Syndicalism 107. Christian Socialism, a trend in social thought endeavoring to lend Christianity a socialist flavor. It emerged in the 1830s and 1840s, and from the outset it was distinguished by a diversity of forms. Many prominent figures in Christian socialism sincerely strove to set the exploited masses free from hardship and their oppressed situation, but while doing so they recommended paths and means to this end that were unrealistic. In the course of its evolution, Christian socialism developed into one of the main varieties of bourgeois ideology used as a counterweight to scientific socialism and the workers' revolutionary movement. The Roman Catholic Church, which is actively modernizing its social doctrine, Christian democratic parties, that campaign under a flag of Roman Catholicism, trade unions, and other secular Roman Catholic organizations, whose important policy documents incorporate many principles of Christian socialism, all play a significant role in lending the Christian religion a new social complexion, thus adapting it to the modern historical situation. The ideology of Christian socialism constitutes an attempt to provide an alternative to the communist program for changing the world, to lead away from the communist and workers' parties some of their supporters. At the same time it should be borne in mind that the ideas of Christian socialism in their new guise have been taken up by millions of believers, who in the present historical situation are taking an increasingly active part in general democratic movements and in particular in anti-war and class movements, and who express their hopes for social prosperity, peace, and socialism in religious terms. At a time of the progressive secularization of broad strata of believers, the development of their class consciousness and the popularity of the ideas of scientific socialism, those who formulate the ideology of Christian socialism are obliged to make a critical assessment of many aspects of capitalist reality. Yet in the final analysis they come over as social reformists calling for an improvement of capitalist social relations, understanding by this a retention to one degree or another of the right to private ownership of the means of production, of the inheritance of that right and of the use of hired labor, etc. Christian syndicalism, reformist trade union movement historically and ideologically linked with the Church. It came into being in the 1880s when the first Christian trade unions began to take shape in the countries of Western Europe. In 1920 the International Federation of Christian Trade Unions was organized. 11 West European trade union organizations were affiliated to it, and these had a total membership of 3,366,000. The Roman Catholic teaching on social questions formulated in the papal encyclical Rem Novarum constituted the ideological foundation of the IFCU. Changes which have taken place since then within the world at large and in the Christian trade union movement in particular led to a review of the basis for its work, which found expression in the rejection by the IFCU of a one-sided approach to trade union affairs and the adoption in 1973 of a new socialist orientation, in the spirit of one of the reformist varieties of democratic socialism. This shift in the international Christian trade union movement helped consolidate its influence among the working people. At the present time, the WCL has a membership of approximately 15 million, drawn from 84 trade union centers from a total of 80 countries representing all continents. The WCL has 12 international branches and also a number of regional organizations. See Christian trade unions. See Christian syndicalism. Christianity, the Christian Church, one of the world religions. It came into being in the 1st century AD. In provinces of the Roman Empire as a religion of the oppressed, who were seeking deliverance from the inhumane conditions of their existence in the coming of a Messiah or Savior. The Christian idea of retribution or reward held out to the suffering and the unfortunate the promise that they would gain happiness and freedom in the kingdom of heaven. Frederick Engels stressed that it was only possible with the prospect of reward beyond the grave to elevate Stoic Philonian renunciation of the world and asceticism to the fundamental principle of a new world religion, capable of carrying away the oppressed popular masses. In the course of time, Christianity was adapted to promote the objectives of the ruling classes, and by the 4th century it had become the state religion of the Roman Empire. Its cosmopolitanism, missionary work, the abstract nature of its socio-political and moral principles, and its leveling of class-based and ethnic differences, all contributed to its rapid spread among various social and ethnic groups within the empire. The core of Christianity was its teaching about the legendary God made man, God incarnate, Jesus Christ, who came down from heaven to earth, accepted suffering and death in order to redeem men from original sin, and who then resurrected and ascended into heaven. In the future, according to Christian teaching, there would be a second coming of Christ to judge both the living and the dead. Adherents of Christianity are assured that they have to carry out Christ's commandments and suffer the hardships of life with resignation, as had Christ himself, and that later in the world beyond the grave they would be rewarded for this. Various Oriental cults, Messianic Jewish sects, Hellenistic and Judaic philosophy, and late Stoicism, all exerted a noticeable influence on Christianity. Subsequent conceptions of the Trinity, original sin, the incarnation of God, baptism, the Eucharist, and other doctrines were not the concern of the early Christians. The elaboration of Christian dogma was a long process stretching over several centuries. The creed that had been formulated at the ecumenical councils of Nicaea and Constantinople was supplemented and modified on numerous occasions. Both before the above-mentioned councils and in the course of their work. Fierce argue. Chronology, Religious 109. Ments raged between regional Christian associations on questions regarding the interpretation of various doctrines. Still more protracted was the struggle connected with the divergent views on certain rites, with the worship of icons and so on. Organizationally, Christianity has never constituted a single whole. In the course of its development it split into three main branches, the Orthodox, the Roman Catholic and Protestant churches. Each of these main branches, in its turn, came to consist of various strands, movements, sects, and groups. At the present time the socio-political differentiation within the Christian churches and the clergy is growing, and there appear numerous left trends and groups supporting progressive forces, which try to review former openly pro-capitalist ideas. There is also a marked tendency to integration among various Christian denominations, which comes particularly clearly to the fore in the ecumenical movement and in the work of the WORLD Council of churches. Christians for Socialism, socio-political movement which was set up at a conference in Santiago in 1972, that had been convened by groups of Chilean priests who supported the popular unity government led by Salvador Allende. In the final document adopted by the conference, recognition was given to the class struggle and an appeal was made to the faithful to participate actively in the liberation movement, whose aim it was to build a genuinely free and just socialist society, which, as was affirmed by the authors of the document, was in complete accord with the principles of Christian teaching. Although the fascist coup of 1973 dealt a serious blow to this movement in Chile, it continues to gain ground in other countries. Christmas. C. Nativity of Christ. Christmas. Christmastide, or the 112 days of Christmas, which, last from December 25 to January 6, and which were laid down by the Church for celebration of the legendary birth and baptism of Christ. During these days the ancient Slavs, as well as other ancient peoples, held festivals linked with nature worship that involved religious magic rites. SPLs were chanted to ensure a good harvest and increase of livestock, fortunes were told, mummers provided entertainment, etc. The Church, anxious to make the Christian faith take root in the people's consciousness, was unable to put a stop to such pagan beliefs by force. Instead, it decided to incorporate them into the festival, lending them Christian content and significance and using them to glorify Christ. Chronology based on THIRD-WORLDISm Christ. See chronology, religious. Chronology, religious. The starting point for religious chronology is linked either with the date of the mythical creation of the world or some other historical or legendary event. In ancient Egypt, for example, chronology started out from the first dynasty of the Fa. 110 Church. Rayos, in ancient Rome, from the founding of Rome, for the Muslims, from the date when Muhammad set out from Mecca to Medina in 622 AD. Chronology starting from the creation of the world is used today in Judaism, and by the Russian Old Believers. Chronology in modern Christianity is based on the legendary dating of the birth of Jesus Christ, and this provides the most widespread system of chronology in the modern world. In approximately the year 525, Dionysius Exiguus, the Scythian monk who lived in Rome, in a rather arbitrary way calculated the date of Jesus Christ's birth and proposed that it should be used as the starting point of Christian chronology. The Roman Catholic Church accepted his calculations and propagated the system of chronology in the countries of Europe. By the 15th century it had become widely accepted in the Roman Catholic Church, and in the 16th century it was adopted in most countries of Europe. In Russia, the system of chronology based on the birth of Christ was introduced by Peter the Great in 1700. Church. Although the word denotes the Christian community, local or universal, its most common meaning is that of a type of religious organization which came into being in specific historical conditions as a means of regulating relationships within a religious association and the links between such an association and secular groups and organizations. The constituent elements of a church are as follows: a shared dogma, religious activity, and a system of administration providing a framework for its members' activities and behavior. Within a church there operates a specific set of norms, values, models, and sanctions. In many churches members are divided into two groups, the priests, or clergy, and the laity, and this division is reflected in their organizational structures. Administration of churches is carried out by authoritarian, centralized hierarchical bodies. The word church is also used to denote a building used for Christian worship, in which services are held and which will contain, if nothing else, an altar. It can also sign an occasion of public worship. Church autonomy, relative independence of a church in cases of internal administration granted it by one or other of the autocephalous churches in which it is incorporated as an exarchate or diocese. The leaders of autonomous churches are elected by local councils, and their appointments are then ratified by the patriarchs of the autocephalous churches. At the present time there are three autonomous Orthodox churches: the Archbishopric of Sinai, the Finnish Orthodox Church, and the Autonomous Orthodox Church in Japan. Church bell, a metal percussion instrument used to summon the faithful to church services or to sig. Church hierarchy 111. NAL, a dramatic national event. It has the shape of a hollow pear cut off at the bottom, inside which hangs a clapper. Church bells are usually arranged in the tower of a church or in a separate bell tower, standing next to the church or built onto it. Church bells were used in Scotland and Ireland from the 6th century, but came into general use in Rome in the 8th century. At the end of the 9th century they began to be used in Constantinople. In ancient Rus the use of imported bells became widespread in the 11th century, first in Novgorod and later in Kiev, Vladimir, and Polotsk. The first bells to be cast in ancient Rus were produced in Kiev in the second half of the 13th century. Before church bells were hung in place, they would be blessed by a priest and often given individual names. Church calendar, a list of saints in the Orthodox Church compiled for all the days and months of the year in chronological order, on which the faithful celebrate the memory of a particular saint. It is incorporated into service books, and it is also published separately. Church Constitution, a document of doctrinal character approved at ecumenical councils. At the Second Vatican Council, for instance, 4 such constitutions were adopted, of which 3 were devoted to church reforms: the Dogmatic Constitution on Divine Inspiration, the Dogmatic Constitution on the Liturgy, and the Dogmatic Constitution on the Church. These constitutions serve to formulate the basic doctrinal tenets of the Church and the changes that are introduced into these tenets in accordance with plans for renewal and modernization of the Church. The Church constitutions, as indeed other documents issued by the ecumenical councils, come into operation only after they have been ratified by the Pope. A most important document drawn up by the Second Vatican Council was the Pastoral Constitution on the Church in the Modern World. Church constitutions are named after the first 2 words in the text, which is traditionally written in Latin. Church court, religious legal institution and a network of investigative bodies in Christian churches. Questions relating to marriage, perjury, disciplinary offenses by members of the priesthood etc. come within its jurisdiction. The church court is the political instrument of the church leadership and the ruling classes in the fight against free-thinking and anti-clerical movements. In the Roman Catholic Church it evolved as the Inquisition. At the present time church courts are still to be found in the Roman Catholic Church and also in many Protestant and Orthodox churches. In countries where the church is not separate from the state, the church court is part of the state legal system. Church hierarchy, the range of church ranks from the bottom to the top. Words which Frederick Engels used with reference to the Roman Catholic Church could be applied just as well to the Orthodox Church. It had organized its own 112 church music. Hierarchy on the feudal model. In the Protestant churches the hierarchy has been significantly simplified. Hierarchies in non-Christian movements reveal their own specific features. Church music, one of the types of religious music, sometimes directly associated with practices of worship and sometimes providing an expression for man's spiritual experiences. It is used to heighten the emotional and intellectual influence of worship on the faithful. For church use it is mainly traditional religious texts that are put to music. Church music in the Russian Orthodox Church can be traced back to the Anaïn Byzantine plain chant. The plain chant used in Russian churches is for a single voice or a choir of voices, who sing unaccompanied in Old Church Slavonic. There is special music for the liturgy, vespers, public prayer meetings, the litany, requiem services, and religious concerts. The main source of music for the Roman Catholic Church is the Gregorian chant, that is sung in Latin with organ or orchestral accompaniment. The main items are the Mass, Requiem, Anthem, Magnificat, Te Deum, Stabat Mater, and Vespers. Lutheran church music stems mainly from Protestant chants, the performance of which involves the congregation and which is accompanied on musical instruments and for which the words will be in the congregation's native language. The main forms are the oratorio, pausion, cantata, psalm, and hymn. Many famous composers wrote church music. Church music has always been greatly influenced by both folk and secular music. In the finest works of church music, composers expressed humanist ideas of universal relevance. Church of Cyprus. See Orthodox Church OFCYPMS. Church of Belas, Autocephalous Orthodox Church, which attained its autocephaly in 1830, from the Patriarch of Constantinople. The head of the church is the Archbishop of Athens and all Hellas. It embraces 77 metropolitan sees, 8 eparchies in the island of Crete and 4 eparchies in the Dodecanes. Mount Athos and the island of Patmos come under the ecclesiastical jurisdiction of the Patriarch of Constantinople. The Church of Hellas trains priests at the theological faculties of Athens and Salonika universities, in seminaries and theological colleges. It puts out, among other publications, a journal entitled Ecclesia and a theological annual bulletin entitled Theology. The Church of Hellas supports the consolidation of ties between the various Orthodox churches and is a member of the WORLD Council OFCA churches. Church of Jerusalem, one of the original autocephalous Orthodox churches which from the 5th century was headed by the Patriarch of Jerusalem and Palestine. At the present time the Church of Jerusalem numbers approximately 70,000 believers, for the most part Arabs, and also Greeks. Clan-based and tribal religions 113. In Israel and Jordan, and it has 65 parishes. The Church of Jerusalem is a member of the World Council of Churches. Chewinga, a stone or, more commonly, a flat piece of wood with a drawing on it, held by number of Central Australian freebies to be the home of souls of totemic or real ancestors of a tribe. Circumcellions. See agonistics. Circumcision, religious magic ritual involving the removal of the foreskin on the male sex organ. Originally circumcision was part of the rituals involved in initiation ceremonies, when young men were admitted to the community of adult males. Circumcision is practiced among the tribes of Australia, Oceania, and certain African peoples. In Islam and Judaism, circumcision became one of the main outward signs that a man belonged to his particular faith, although this custom had been well known among Arabs and Jews long before their respective religions had taken definitive shape. The Christian Church, which did not accept circumcision as a ritual, still retained the circumcision of Christ among its festivals. Cistercians, a Roman Catholic monastic order founded by the Benedictine Robert of Molesme in 1098 and after 1115, headed by St. Bernard of Clairvaux. In the 12th and 13th centuries, Cistercian monasteries and convents were numerous, rich, and influential. 820. 1018. After the 14th century, the congregations of the Cistercians entered a period of decline. Two new groups were to emerge from the Cistercian order, namely, the Bernardines and the Trappists. At the present time the order numbers a little over 3,000 members. L'Acmlta Cattolica, a journal which is the Jesuits' voice in Italy. It was founded in 1850 and comes out in Rome twice a month. It is distributed to 94 countries. This journal attacks Marxist-Leninist ideas and the theory and practice of atheism. The articles published on socio-political, philosophical and religious questions reflect the official stance of the Vatican. Clan-based and tribal religions, one of the historical types of religion. They took shape in conditions of the primitive communal social order. Typical of such religions is the ancestor worship, the worship of leaders, initiation ceremonies for young members of the tribe as they approach adulthood, magic and also fetishistic, totemistic, and animistic beliefs. In the course of time one of the spirits from the animistic gallery would come to prominence and acquire the features of a tribal god. As clan-based and tribal organization began to collapse, these religions gave way to ethnic religions and the world religions. At the present time clan-based and tribal religions are to be found among certain peoples of Asia, Africa, South America, and Australia. 114 Classes and Parties. Classes and Parties in Me are attitude to religion and Me Church, an article by Lenin that was first published on June 4, 1909, in the newspaper Social Democrat. In his analysis of the position taken up by the various classes and parties in connection with the fierce debates surrounding the Synod's financial report at the Third State Duma, Lenin singled out the social essence of clericalism, and criticized the efforts of the bourgeoisie to revive religion. Revolution, according to Lenin, was dispelling the populist and liberal illusion to the effect that there was no soil in Russia where clericalism might put down roots. Clericalism had already existed in a concealed form, while the autocracy had been inviolable. The first wounds inflicted on the autocracy by the revolution of 1905 had aroused the reactionary clergy to organize openly as an independent political force. Lenin pointed out that clericalism, under cover of moral and religious slogans, was a tool of the political power of the landowners and capitalists. He described the social nature and role of clericalism in a society with vestiges of feudalism, referring to the clergy as feudalists in cassocks and defining their policy as defense of the church's feudal privileges. When identifying the role played by the trends towards religious renewal in the period of the bourgeois democratic revolution of 1905-07, and the transformation of Russian Orthodoxy from a feudal ideology into the ideology of the bourgeoisie, Lenin called attention to the efforts of the cultured capitalists to use more subtle, sophisticated means to consolidate religious influence over the masses, and he singled out the distinction between the piety of the exploited and the piety of the exploiters. Lenin also stressed that only workers' parties adopt a fundamentally anti-clerical position and that the social role of religion was essentially a reactionary one. Cleansing rituals, lustration, religious rituals of cleansing from the assumed unclean state or impurity. Cleansing rituals had appeared on the scene in ancient times and could probably be traced back to observations of the real properties of water, fire, and smoke. As social relations became more complex and religious conceptions more advanced, the concept of the unclean state acquired broader implications. People began to consider as defiling contact with the body of a dead or sick person, with an animal's or human being's blood, with a woman in labor, with a member of a foreign tribe, etc. In order to remove the imaginary defilement, numerous and complex cleansing rituals were instituted, which assumed a variety of forms. Thus steam baths were the main form of ritual used to this end by the Indians of North America, bloodletting in the case of Central Americans, and emetic potions in the case of Latin Americans. Cleansing rituals in one form or another are encountered in all religions. Clement of Alexandria, St., one of the early Christian apologists, head of the catechetical school of Alexandria for the training of those preparing to Cluny Reform 115. Be baptized. Saint Clement sought to combine faith and knowledge, Greek philosophy, and Christian doctrine. He considered that Hellenistic culture did not contradict Christianity. Like Philo of Alexandria, he saw in the Logos an emanation of God, the Son of God, supreme wisdom, truth, divine thought. Theologians of today regard as valuable Clement's apologetics for his corroboration of the principle of conscious faith. Clergy, in the Christian Church, the collective body of men who have been ordained as ministers or priests. The word can sometimes be used in a narrower sense to imply the clergy of a particular parish. Cleric, a member of the clergy, especially one in orders below the grade of priest. Clerical, adjective. Relating to or associated with the clergy, as in clerical dress, adjective. Advocating a larger role for the church in the political and intellectual life of society, noun, a member of a clerical political party, such as that of the Christian Democrats in Italy or Komeito in Japan. Clericalism, a socio-political trend demanding a greater role for the church in the political and intellectual life of society. Clericalism is typical of all stages in the development of societies characterized by class antagonism. It provides one of the means for justification and defense of social orders based on exploitation, and it is made use of by the most reactionary forces in an effort to spread their influence among 8*. The masses, bring them round to adopt a religious and idealist world outlook and draw them away from the revolutionary and national liberation struggle. Supporters of clericalism set up various national and international organizations. Clericalism is acquiring an increasing importance in the political and ideological arsenal of imperialism. Not only do clericals use the church and its ramified network of organizations to further their own ends, but they also now have large political parties in power in many capitalist countries. By setting up their own trade union, women's, youth, and other organizations, the clericals are striving to split the ranks of the working people, and go out of their way to foster divisions in the labor and national liberation movements, working in close association with anti-communists. Clootz, Anacharsis, radical bourgeois thinker of the Enlightenment and political figure in the French Revolution at the end of the 18th century. He referred to himself as the personal enemy of Jesus Christ. In his writings and speeches in the convention he spoke out for the replacement of the Roman Catholicism with the cult of reason, suggesting that the people was ready to stop believing in the priest's tricks and instead to turn to true morality. Clootz was later guillotined with other left-wing Jacobins. Cluny reforms introduced by the papacy at the suggestion of the Benedictine monastery in Cluny in the 10th and 11th centuries. 116 Coadjutor. They led to the establishment of new monasteries accountable to that at Cluny, the introduction of stricter rules for the monks, the prohibition of simony, the institution of elections for the Pope by the College of Cardinals, and the prohibition of lay investiture. The Cluny reform was not carried through to its conclusion because of the opposition from feudal lords and leading clerics, but to some extent it served to consolidate the Roman Catholic Church. Coadjutor, in the Roman Catholic Church, a priest appointed by the Pope to assist a diocesan bishop, if the latter is not in a position to carry out his duties because of age or failing health. A coadjutor enjoys all the rights and privileges of a bishop. Coadjutors are also appointed in the Protestant Episcopal Church of America. Cognoscibility of the world, a concept expressing the capacity of man as a social being, with reference to the practical experience being accumulated in the course of history, correctly to perceive all the diverse kinds of matter around him, their properties, forms and patterns of movement and the ways in which they are interconnected. Kohanim, the Judaic priests who officiated together with the Levites in the temple of Yahweh in Jerusalem, members of a clan descended from Aaron and having certain hereditary religious privileges and responsibilities. College of Cardinals, all the cardinals of the Roman Catholic Church. For many centuries the number of cardinals did not exceed 70 and traditionally the majority of them were Italians. After the Second World War the popes began for political reasons to extend the College of Cardinals by appointing new cardinals from the countries of Latin America, Asia, and Africa. At the present time there are over 140 cardinals, yet Europeans and representatives of the United States predominate as before. Since 1179 the College of Cardinals has been granted the exclusive right to elect a pope. C. Olins, Anthony. English materialist philosopher and deist. He defended the principles of materialism and determinism in his interpretation of consciousness, man's emotional life and mental activity, and he rejected the concepts of the immortality of the soul and free will. In his work A Discourse of Free Thinking he criticized the Christian religion and the Church from a deist standpoint and with sympathies close to those of thinkers of the Enlightenment. In his Discourse of the Grounds and Reasons of the Christian Religion he subjected the Old Testament prophecies and New Testament miracles to critical analysis. Collins' works were published anonymously and aroused bitter attacks from clericalists and theologians. Comenius or Komensky, Jan. Amos, Czech educationalist, philosopher and author, founder of a democratic system of education. He belonged to the Bohemian Brethren. Comenius criticized Communion Bread 117. Scholastic formalism and in his own philosophy came close to materialist sensualism, although he was never a consistent materialist, he recognized the Holy Scriptures as a source of knowledge. He held that general education helps to bring up children in the spirit of humanism. Yet he also maintained that preparation for the life eternal was the ultimate goal for those engaged in the education and upbringing of children. Many of his educational ideas and methods were in advance of his time. Commandments or de Caligy, the norms of conduct for the Jews of ancient times contained in the Pentateuch, which allegedly were engraved by God on 2 stone tablets entrusted to Moses on Mount Sinai. Both the story of this gift and also the content of the commandments are expounded in the Pentateuch in a number of versions. And the commandments, which are listed in Exodus, prescriptions for the conduct of worship predominate. The people is called upon not to worship any foreign gods, to destroy their altars, not to make themselves any molded gods, and so on. With regard to norms of personal behavior, all that is contained there is a prohibition of mixed marriages with members of other tribes. In two other versions the commandments contain, in addition to the above-mentioned prescriptions for worship, 6 other norms for moral behavior. The individual should honor his parents, not kill, commit adultery, steal, bear false witness, or covet other people's property. These commandments for moral behavior reflect the moral concepts which had taken shape in the era when primitive society was going into decline and slave-owning society was beginning to take shape. Many of them can clearly be traced back to considerations of a class character. Their significance is considerably narrower than the verbal terms in which they are expressed. The command meant "thou shalt not kill," for example, only extends to members of the Israelites' own tribe, for God not only permits the killing of members of other tribes, but also prescribes it. It is also laid down that members of the Israelites' own tribe should be punished by death for certain sins. This, therefore, shows that the implications of the command meant not to kill are narrower than might at first appear to be the case, in the light of specific historical conditions pertaining at the time. It is thus unwise for apologists of religion to attempt to represent the commandments as a collection of norms for absolute morality, appropriate in all times and for all peoples. This is borne out by the whole of the content of the Bible, the characters in which regularly violate the commandments. The commandment against killing is contradicted, for example, by the exhortation life for life, eye for eye. A significant aspect of Christian tradition is the fact that what is prescribed in the Old Testament is often rejected in the New Testament. Communion bread or prose. In the first centuries of the history of Christianity, this was the name given to the offerings brought. 118 Communion table. By Christians to their community, some of which were used for the Eucharist, while the remainder was used for the suppers of love held after the liturgy. Later in Orthodox churches the name prosphora came to be given to the small round loaves baked from wheat flour, which were used for the Eucharist. Roman Catholics use for this purpose communion_wafers known as hosts. Communion table, most important accessory of a Christian church, an object of religious veneration, a small square table, often executed with artistic as the main task. In the course of that restructuring social reality itself, the individual and his inner world are all transformed as well. When the conflict between the interests of society and those of the individual is eliminated, then there also disappear the reflections of that conflict in the sphere of moral consciousness, contradictions between convictions and ordinary life, work and pleasure, duty and inclinations, selfishness and selflessness, virtue and happiness, etc. The individual achieves inner harmony and integrity, and moral norms cease to be norms of an obligatory nature laid down from above. The individual achieves true freedom, the prerequisite of which is the elimination of all kinds of material, intellectual and religious pressures. In these conditions it becomes possible for human relations to turn into really humane, and justice, equality and the collective spirit can all come into their own. The free development of each individual is the condition of the free development of all. The self-realization of each individual and the flowering of the potential within him for all-round development will coincide with the objective of serving society. The religious ideals of asceticism and self-abasement are alien to communist morality. It holds aloft each individual and his right to happiness. Communly, religious, primary cell of a religious association, a type of social grouping. Distinguishing features of religious communities which enable them to crystallize as groups are, 1. Theoretical principles, i.e. shared religious concept. Concordance 119. Tions and ideas, beliefs, aims and objectives, signs and symbols, religious activities, both that involving worship and various others, a sense of shared identity, patterns of subordination, distribution of positions and roles. The structure of religious communities is determined by traditions and customs, by laws, or a charter, by rules etc. Within the context of a religious community and on the basis of special criteria, a system of formal and informal subgroups takes shape: the community council, the clergy, parishioners, preachers, prophets, healers, and so on. In pre-capitalist social formations, religious communities coincide with family, village, or neighborhood groups. As capitalist relations developed, religious communities began to acquire more independence. Comparative historical method used in scientific research, which makes it possible to learn about various historical stages of one phenomenon or of two different phenomena, which exist simultaneously, but which are at different stages of their development. This allows the researcher to reconstruct or forecast trends in development and the course this development will take. Since the second half of the 19th century, the method has been widely used in both the natural sciences and the humanities, including religion scholarship in general and the history of religion in particular. Comte, Auguste. French philosopher and sociologist, founder of positivism. In his study of the progress of human mind, he discerned three stages: the theological, the metaphysical, and the positive. The first two stages of mankind's intellectual development had allegedly been overtaken. According to Comte, the highest stage in the advance of mankind was capitalism with its positivist world outlook. Comte was a vehement opponent of materialism. He saw the achievement of social harmony to lie in the creation of a new religion, a cult of an abstract supreme being, by which was meant to mystically interpret mankind. It would be the task of this positivist church to re-educate the people in an anti-revolutionary spirit. His main work was Cours de philosophie positive, written in 1830-42. Conclave, a meeting of the College of Cardinals convened 18 days after the death of the Pope to elect a new Pope, also the room within the Sistine Chapel in which the election takes place. The doors leading into the chapel during the conclave are bricked up and only opened again after the Pope has been elected. The procedure for arranging the conclave was laid down in the 13th century by Gregory X and then specified and amended by subsequent popes. In order for a pope to be elected, a 2/3 majority plus one is required. In accordance with the Apostolic Constitution of Paul VI, the number of cardinals at the conclave should not exceed 120, and cardinals over 80 do not take part. Concordance, a book of reference listing in alphabetical order all the words, expressions, and phrases. 120 Concordat. Found in the Bible, complete with references to the places where they are found. The most famous and standard English concordance is that compiled by Alexander Cruden in 1737. There also exist concordances for the Quran, the works of Luther, and so on. Concordat, an agreement between the Holy See and the government of another state regarding the position of the Roman Catholic Church, its rights and privileges. One of the first of these was the Concordat of Worms, concluded in 1122 between Pope Callistus II and the German Emperor Henry IV, and which put an end to the long strife stemming from the investiture controversy. In 1801 a Concordat was concluded between Napoleon I and Pius VII. In 1929 one was concluded between the fascist government of Italy, in 1933 with the Nazi government in Germany, and in 1953 with Franco's government in Spain. In the 1970s concordats with a number of countries were placed under review. In 1976 a number of changes were introduced into the concordat with Spain. In 1984 the Italian government signed an agreement with the Pope which amended a number of points in the existing concordat. Condorcet, Marie-Jean Antoine. Nicolas, French philosopher and scholar, a leading figure of the French Enlightenment. Regarding his philosophical views, Condorcet was a supporter of deism and sensualism, and he considered the advance of reason to be the motive force behind historical progress. In 1785 he was made Secretary of the Académie Française and he collaborated actively with Diderot and D'Alembert on articles for the Encyclopédie. Confession, adherence to any religion, church, denomination or religious association possessing its own religious dogma, rituals, and structure, a Christian sacrament, which from the religious viewpoint is seen to consist in the granting of remission by a priest to a believer who has acknowledged his sins before Christ, who is standing before him invisibly and receiving his confession. The origins of confession can be traced back to cleansing rituals, and in Christianity confession has developed into an effective means through which people are subjected to the influence of the clergy. It opens up before the faithful the chance to free themselves from any sins and thus to preserve the promise of entry into the kingdom of God after death. Societies based on exploitation use confession to further their own ends. In Russia, for example, during the reign of Peter the Great, a decree was passed obliging priests to inform the authorities of any crimes planned against the service of state or church that they might hear about during confession. A good number of people fell victim to informers among the clergy. The sacrament of confession is to be found both in the Conflict, Religious 121, Roman Catholic and the Orthodox churches. In the Russian Orthodox Church, side by side with the sacrament there exists the practice of public confession, when all the faithful present in a church repent of their transgressions simultaneously. In those Protestant churches which reject the traditional Christian concept of the sacraments, confession was also condemned. Nevertheless, Protestant theologians and preachers regard individual repentance as an important means of achieving remission of sins in the course of the individual's efforts to attain spiritual perfection. In their view, however, confession is not a question of the acknowledgement of transgressions before a third party, but of the individual's giving an account of himself before God. Confessionalism, pattern of thought and actions corresponding to the dogma and demands of a particular con/essen in contrast to religion is indifferentism, nihilism and critical philosophy. Confessor, name for a saint in the Orthodox and other Christian churches, a priest who hears confessions and often acts as a spiritual counselor. Confirmation, in the Roman Catholic Church the sacrament of confirmation is administered to children between the ages of 7 and 12 by a bishop in the course of a solemn service, during which candidates renew their baptismal promises and the bishop extends his hands over them, praying that all might receive the Holy Spirit before he traces the sign of the cross on their foreheads with chrism, or consecrated oil. In the Protestant Church, a public act symbolizing the attainment by young members of the Church of adulthood within it and a deliberate profession by them of their faith in Jesus Christ and also their admission as full members to their religious community. Anointing is not part of the Protestant sacrament. In both the Roman Catholic and Protestant churches, confirmation is designed to strengthen the religious faith of young people. Conflict, religious, a clash between religious individuals or groups in connection with various positions adopted in relation to questions of doctrine, religious activity and rules for the establishment of religious organizations. Religious conflict can take the form of disagreements and debates, rivalry and struggle, confrontations, and religious hostilities bound up with religious fanaticism, and in many cases that of religious wars. Religious conflict can arise within an association, a denomination, a movement and a religion, and between various denominations, movements, and religions. In certain conditions, religious conflicts reflect class, social, and ethnic contradictions or a struggle between styles. Socio-political conflicts, in which the religious factor plays an important part, are sometimes referred to as socio-religious. Numerous examples of religious conflict and socio-religious conflict can be found in the history of all religions. These conflicts found expression in schisms, in the emergence of heresies, sects, in religious wars, in religious political movements, etc. 122. Conformism, religious. Conformism, religious, the subordination of an individual's views, values, opinions, and behavior to views, values, opinions, rules and authorities predominant in a specific religious group or society. Religious conformism is achieved through the influence of group pressure. Factors promoting it include fear of isolation, the urge to avoid intragroup conflict, and the wish to achieve higher status within a religious organization. The degree of conformism depends upon the type of piety involved, the age of the faithful, the efficacy of the system of religious control, etc. The opposite of religious conformism is nonconformism, the refusal of the individual believer to subordinate his religious views, values, and behavior to the views, dogma and authorities predominant in a specific religious group or society. Nonconformism often takes the form of anti-authoritarianism or anti-doctrinarism. Confucianism, philosophical and ethical teaching in ancient China propagated by Confucius and his followers, which became a religion at the beginning of this millennium. The main source for Confucian ideas is Lunyu, written by the followers of Confucius in the 6th century BC. Confucianism reflected the views and interests of the feudal officials, anxious to protect society from social upheavals. The aim of Confucianism was to educate the people in the spirit of respect for the existing order. According to Confucianism, the law of T'ien operates in society which is sent down from heaven. In order to master this law, man must observe rules for social behavior and traditional rituals and behave in a way compatible with his social status. Confucianism justifies the power of the noble over the common people. When Confucianism became a religion, Confucius was deified. Confucianism differs from many religions in that it has no priests or mystical elements, and it can be reduced to the strict observance of prescribed rituals. Worship involves first and foremost veneration of ancestors. Each family or clan has its own temple, where Zhou tablets, symbolizing ancestors, are arranged, for which offerings are laid out and rituals are performed. The ruling classes of China made use of Confucianism with its teaching concerning the unshakable continuity of the social order, and the division of men into those of a higher and those of a lower order in accordance with the will of heaven, in order to enslave the working masses. Confucius, Kung-fu-Tzu, philosopher and teacher of ancient China, founder of Confucianism. In his teaching, Confucius hardly touched upon questions of cosmogony and devoted comparatively little attention to such concepts as spirits and life beyond the grave, although he regarded heaven as the highest spiritual force determining men's fate and offerings made to ancestors as the most important expression of veneration for the latter. Central to his philosophical and ethical theories were questions dealing with man, his mental and spiritual makeup, his place and role in the world and society. According to Confucius, man's fate, just as everything else in the world, is determined by the heavens and Congregations 123. Consequently, the division of people on earth into the noble and the base, the high-ranking and the low-ranking, cannot be changed. The Lord has to be a Lord, the subject a subject, the Father a Father and the Son a Son. This idea without doubt expressed his endeavor to preserve the existing order of things. At the same time, Confucius elaborated a conception of the ideal, noble man. These heights could be reached regardless of birth or social status, through the attainment of high moral qualities, humanity, fairness, loyalty, sincerity, filial deference. Confucius' ideas played an important part in the history of China and left their mark on all aspects of the country's life. Congregationalists, one of the offshoots of Calvinism which emerged in England and Wales in the second half of the 16th century. Congregationalists declared that each local church or congregation was self-governing and independent of any church organization or authority. The founder of the first such congregation was Robert Brown, who maintained that local churches had the right to administer their own affairs and that they must be independent of the state. Another important principle of the Congregationalists was that all members should take part in the administration of the congregation. They would receive members into it and exclude persons from it, elect leaders and ministers and so on. Persecution from officials of the absolutist monarchy forced many Congregationalists to emigrate to Holland as early as the late 16th century. Some of them set tread in Leiden, and later in 1620 they set sail for North America, where they set up their own communities of new settlers. Others who had set up a community in Amsterdam became the forefathers of the Baptists. The Congregationalists took an active part in the bourgeois revolution in England in the 17th century, setting up their own religious political group known as the Independents, which provided the core of Cromwell's army. The Toleration Act of 1689 gave Congregationalists the legal right to exist. In 1832 these churches came together to form the Congregational Union of England and Wales, following the example of the Congregational Union of Scotland and that of Ireland. In 1891 the International Congregational Council was set up. At the present time the Congregationalists number several million and are to be found mainly in the USA, Britain, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Congregations, societies, or religious associations, whose members are bound by simple vows for a specific period or for life. Congregations of this kind, following a common rule of life, began to emerge in the late 16th century, and they became particularly widespread in the 19th century. The most prominent of these are the Redemptorists, the Oblates, the Marianites founded by the Jesuits for propagating the cult of the Virgin Mary among young people, and some others. The main departments of the Roman Curia carrying out the administration of the Roman Catholic Church. After the reform in the Vatican introduced by Paul VI in 1967, the 124 Conquista congregations are now as follows: the Sacred Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, for the Bishops, for the Eastern Churches, for the Sacraments and Divine Worship, for the Clergy, for religious orders and secular institutions, for the evangelization of peoples, for the causes of saints, for Catholic education. Groups of monastic houses in the Roman Catholic Church administer jointly and with a common rule. General Congregation is the name given to the Jesuit body, in which supreme authority is vested and in which the members are represented. A group of persons who habitually come together for worship, prayer, etc., especially in a church or chapel. Conquista, the conquest of Mexico, Central and South America by Spanish invaders. In 1493 Pope Alexander VI presented to the Spanish crown the lands that Columbus had discovered in the Western Hemisphere, thus legally justifying the conquest. The Church approved of and blessed the conquista, yet the bloodthirsty nature of this conquest aroused the indignation of certain of the Church's officials, who by then had been exposed to the influence of the humanist ideas of the Renaissance, men like Bartolomé de las Casas, who disclosed the monstrous crimes of the conquista from the standpoint of early Christianity. In the second half of the 16th century the Spanish king declared that the conquista was complete. However, the conquest of new lands with the active support of the clergy continued right up until the end of the colonial period. Conquistadors, those who took part in the Spanish conquest of the New World. From the Spanish crown they received enormous tracts of land, made over to them complete with Indians, in return for their commitment to convert the Indians to the Roman Catholic faith. Conscience, category in ethics which expresses the individual's capacity to achieve moral self-control and to determine his attitude to his own actions and those of other people, and the nature of his behavior, starting out from the considerations of good or evil. Man's conscience presents him with its assessments independently as it were from any practical interest. However, in reality, in various manifestations of man's conscience there are to be found reflections of influence that has been exerted upon him by concrete historical and social conditions of his life and his education. Man's conscience does not bring forth, but merely consolidates and reproduces those values and assessments, which have been shaped by social experience, and it therefore depends in the final analysis on the class and society to which the individual belongs. Marxist atheism condemns a nihilistic attitude to conscience, regarding it as an essential feature of man's spiritual nature, and also opposes an understanding of conscience as an immutable and infallible judge bestowed upon man by God. Consciousness. See Matter and Consciousness. Consecration, ritual procedure which is alleged through special ascesions and spoken formulae etc. to endow material objects with magi. Constant 11 Nopal, Councils of 125. Cal powers, thanks to which they will be used to perform the ceremonies of a particular religious cult. Outside a particular religion these magic powers acquired through consecration are lost. Consistory, In the Russian Orthodox Church, a body concerned with the administration of the church presided over by the archpriest of an eparchy in the period between 1744 and the October Revolution of 1917. The consistory was in charge of all eparchial affairs, and it administered ecclesiastical law for the clergy and ruled on questions of marriage and divorce and blasphemy with regard to laymen. The consistory would be headed by its secretary, who was accountable to the chief procurator of the Holy Synod. In the Roman Catholic Church it is an assembly of cardinals convoced by the Pope. In Protestant CHES, mainly among the Presbyterians, it is the term given to the governing body responsible for church administration. Consolation, religious, a socio-psychological modification of the illusory compensatory function of religion, which draws on philosophical, moral, and ethical ideas, which stress that the reasons for suffering in the world are either insurmountable, or unimportant, while suffering itself is presented as justified, even desirable. In this way, religion's philosophical and ethical orientation encourages the individual believer to reconcile himself to the reality around him, to live on in meek hope. Religion as consolation promotes in the individual passive assimilation of reality, while obstructing in him the development of a sense of his own worth or faith in his own strength, and distracting him from the resolution of real problems. Constance, Council of Seconds. Ecumenical or General Councils. Constantinople Church, an autocephalous Orthodox Church, which traditionally occupied the first place of honor among the other Orthodox churches. It was established on the basis of the eparchy of the Byzantine Empire, with Constantinople at its center, which was the reason for the preeminence of the Bishop of Constantinople and, after 451, of the Patriarch of Constantinople. The Patriarchs of Constantinople tried to hold on to their power over the Orthodox population within the confines of the whole of the enormous Ottoman Empire, but they did not succeed. At the present time the Constantinople Church has one archbishopric and 4 metropolitan sees in Turkey. The Autonomous Orthodox Church of Finland also comes under its jurisdiction, as do 12 eparchies in Greece, eparchies in North and South America, Australia, New Zealand, and monasteries on Mount Athos. Constantinople, Councils of See Ecumenical or General Councils. 126 Concision on THIRD Constitution on the Church, adopted by the Second Vatican Council, held in 1% 2-1% 5. It deals with the leadership of the Roman Catholic Church, changes in its structure, the training of the clergy, as well as the supreme authority of the Pope. It also contains rulings about the corporate nature of the episcopacy, and the enhancement of its role in the church leadership. Particular attention is devoted to the lowest echelon in the Roman Catholic hierarchy, i.e. to the deacons, who were granted the right to perform the ceremonies of baptism, the Eucharist, marriage, extremulation, burial service, and also to conduct public prayers. Constitution on the Church in the Modern World, an ecclesiastical pastoral constitution adopted by the Second Vatican Council. It serves to formulate the position of the Roman Catholic Church with regard to the most important social problems of the day: war and peace, social justice, socio-economic development of newly independent countries, the position of the working people, etc. The document contains some new points in the social doctrine of the Roman Catholicism. Reference is made to the right of working people to form associations. Strikes are recognized as a legitimate means of defending workers' rights, with the reservation that they must be recognized as a last resort. Private property is presented as an essential condition for the individual's freedom, but at the same time fairly harsh criticism is meted out to the vices of capitalism. It is declared in the Constitution that the Church does not associate itself with any one particular form of human culture or political, economic, and social system. The Constitution condemns the arms race and calls for efforts to avert war and for disarmament. This reflected the aspirations of the faithful, who are anxious to obtain peace and security of all nations. Constitution on me lit. URGY, ecclesiastical constitution ratified by the Second and Vatican Council on December 4, 1%3. It introduced some new elements into the order and statutes connected with church ritual and modernized the way services are conducted. The Constitution introduced Mass in the vernacular, in order that laymen might involve themselves more actively in services. This ecclesiastical document also includes a point concerning the incorporation of folk music and dancing into Roman Catholic services. Kant, Basile, Romanian materialist philosopher and atheist. Kant's materialist and atheist ideas were deduced from natural scientific data, and in particular from the teaching of Darwin. Kant held that man's cognitive abilities are inexhaustible, just as reality itself is inexhaustible. The accuracy of knowledge can be verified through practice, interpreted by Kant as laboratory experiments and individual experience. Yet in his elucidation of social phenomena Kant took up an idealist stance. The reasons for the emergence of religion he saw to lie in the ignorance of primitive men. Continuity of atheist teachings 127. And in their fear of the elements of nature. Kantakion, a name first used for parchment scrolls on which were written down Christian canticles or hymns, which later came to denote the hymns themselves. They contain short descriptions of church festivals and the most important events connected with the acts of the saints celebrated in the hymns. Contemplation, process of direct perception. In idealist philosophy, contemplation is linked with the concept of intuition. According to a tradition that can be traced back to Plato, contemplation is interpreted as an extrasensory grasp of ideas. For Kant, on the other hand, a priori elements of contemplation involving the senses are just the initial impulses for activity of man's intellect and reason. Both these traditions were developed by various idealist philosophers. Pre-Marxian materialism interpreted contemplation as a process of the passive reflection of the external world. Dialectical materialism regards contemplation as a sensory stage in cognition. In Hinduism and Buddhism, contemplation constitutes an essential element of meditation, being regarded as an extreme degree of concentration and aloofness from the world, the perception via inner vision of fantastic worlds and images conjured up and wiped out at the will of the contemplative. In relation to spirituality within the Christian Church, contemplation means mental prayer in its discursive form. Devout reflection on a chosen theme is practiced in the hope of deepening spiritual insight. Its aim is to concentrate the mind and soul upon God. Continue 1y of atheist teachings, the essential link between foregoing and subsequent atheist ideas, and in the broader sense 7 between stages in the development of atheism, and also between atheist teachings and progressive elements in the whole of human culture. Atheism is incompatible with nihilistic negation of the cultural achievements of the past. The continuity of atheist teachings finds expression in the advance of atheism. Each atheist teaching, based on the sum of knowledge accumulated previously, contributes new elements to the interpretation of religion and methods for criticism of the latter. The continuity of atheist teachings is based on the materialist conception of the self-sufficiency and eternity of nature, which develops historically from acceptance of the fact that God does not necessarily interfere in the workings of nature and society to consistent materialist negation of the supernatural. It also manifests itself in solutions proffered to the question as to the origin of religion. The main idea which runs through the whole history of atheism is the idea of the terrestrial, natural origin of religion. Prior to the emergence of Marxism, the substantiation for this idea drew mainly on psychological arguments, with religion being presented as the fruit of fear, ignorance, and deception. Marxism, while not denying those factors, achieved major change in men's views on religion and its origin, explaining that its underlying causes lie first and foremost in man's lack of freedom in his 128 contribution to LHE relationship with his environment, stemming from his powerlessness in the face of nature and his inability to change the course of social development. Ideas as to the link between religion and social factors were expounded before Marx, but they were less systematic. The continuity of atheist teachings is also reflected in writings on the role of religion in society, and on the ways in which religion can be surmounted. Contemporary Marxist atheism is the logical result of earlier stages in the development of atheist thought. Contribution to the critique of Hegel's Philosophie of Law. Introduction, a work written by Karl Marx in 1843–1844. It marked an important stage in Marx's intellectual development, his final transition to a materialist and communist stance, and the formation of his scientific atheist views. Marx described religion as a fantastic reflection in man's mind of social reality. He maintained that religion is the self-awareness of man, who has either not yet found himself, or has already lost himself. He then reiterated his materialist position as regards religion: man makes religion, and demonstrated that man is not only a biological individual, but that man is the world of man, the state, society. This state, this society, produce religion, an invert world consciousness, because they. Society, according to Marx, not only transforms religion, but also gives birth to it. This makes it quite impossible to recognize religion as possessing any transcendental essence. Like any other form of social consciousness, religion reflects social existence. For this reason, all religion's content derives from actual reality. Yet the specific nature of religion resides in the fact that unlike many other forms of social consciousness, it does not adequately reflect reality. To abolish religion as the illusory happiness of the people is to demand their real happiness. In this way Marx raised in a materialist vein the question as to the roots of religion. This work also provides the famous formula which Lenin characterized as the cornerstone of the whole Marxist view of the world with regard to the question of religion. Religion is the opium of the people. Conversion, the adoption of any faith as a result of missionary activity. Efforts to recruit new converts is a feature common to all religious movements. From the moment they appeared, Buddhism, Christianity, and Islam raised the question as to how best to convert the whole of mankind to their faith. Cooper, Thomas. Anglo-American materialist philosopher, doctor, chemist, economist, and politician. During the French Revolution he associated himself with the Jacobins, and the British authorities in view of this accused him of treason. He then settled in the USA, where he joined the 111 as Jefferson's Democratic Party. In his writings he defended materialism, rejected religious dogmas, exposed various Bible stories as mere myths, and opposed any reconciliation between science and religion. He advocates separation of church and school. Cosmogony 129. Copernicus, Nicolaus, Polish astronomer and thinker. Starting out from his attempts to perfect the geocentric system of the world, recognized by the Church, that had been expounded in Ptolemy's Almagest, Copernicus gradually came round to a new, heliocentric theory, according to which the Sun occupies the central position and the Earth is just one of the planets revolving around the Sun, and which also turns around its own axis. Copernicus' teaching dealt a major blow at the very foundations of the religious world outlook. The conception of the terrestrial and the celestial as opposites was abandoned. The laws of nature had been shown to be the same for the earth and the whole universe and accessible to human understanding. There was no longer any room left for the Church's legend about the world as God's creation. In 1616 Copernicus' book De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium was included in the Agenda Librorum Prohibitorum and remained on the list of forbidden books till 1828. Copernicus' teaching was regarded by the Church as a heresy. Coptic Church, Christian Church of a Monophysite Persuasion, which came into being in Egypt in the 3rd century. It was headed by a patriarch from the 6th century onwards. Under the influence of the Arab conquerors, the Christianity of the Coptic Church acquired certain features of Islam. For instance, the adherents of the Coptic Church pray facing eastwards, take their shoes off as they enter a church, but keep 9-0-10-18. Their heads covered. The Coptic Church has its own churches, monasteries, and schools. The Egyptians who are members of the Coptic Church live mainly in the towns of the Arab Republic of Egypt. Corporal or communion. Cloth, square linen, or silk cloth, often depicting Christ in the tomb and the four evangelists in the comers. The carrying in of this cloth and laying of it upon the communion table constitute an essential ritual that precedes the administering of the sacrament of Holy Communion and the consecration of new churches. Carabants, priests of the goddess Cybele. Cosmogony, the field of astronomy, involving the study of questions concerning the origins and development of bodies in space and their systems, star clusters, stars, galaxies, planets of the solar system and so on. The most important fields of study in cosmogony are planetary, stellar, and galactic cosmogony. Questions in this field are particularly important in relation to the elaboration of the scientific world outlook and criticism of religion. On, which from ancient times has provided the illusory, distorted picture of the world. The first cosmogonic ideas concerning the development of celestial bodies were put forward by the ancient philosophers of the 4th to 1st centuries BC. Then followed a period lasting many centuries during which theology held sway, and the religious view of the creation of the world by God was predominant. 130 Cosmology. In the 17th century the French philosopher Descartes demonstrated the inconsistency of the views of the world as God's creation and put forward a hypothesis to the effect that the formation of all celestial bodies was the result of the whirling movements of the tiniest particles of matter. The scientific foundation for planetary cosmogony was laid by Newton, who applied his gravitation theory to explain planetary motion. In 1755, Kant put forward a hypothesis regarding the emergence of the solar system, which proceeded from the operation of the forces of attraction and repulsion. Drawing general conclusions from the astronomical discoveries made by William Herschel, Pierre Laplace formulated a theory of gravitation similar to that of Kant. Yet in the 19th century problems came to light which the hypotheses elaborated by Kant and Laplace were unable to resolve with recourse only to the then current level of scientific knowledge. Other hypotheses were also put forward, like that of James Jeans, regarding the formation of the planets under the influence of the attraction of a massive star, that had flown past near the Sun. Yet the probability of such an event is extremely rare, and at the present time in cosmogony, at the level of new knowledge, there is a return to the earlier ideas of Kant and Laplace regarding the formation of the planets from intergalactic gaseous material. In stellar cosmogony most researchers support the idea that stars are formed as the result of the thickening of a gaseous substance, and concrete nuclear recessions have been identified which eventually give rise to stellar radiation. Galactic cosmogony is only taking its first steps so far. Classification of the galaxies and their clusters is being undertaken, research is going on into the evolutionary changes in the stars and the gaseous substance which makes up the galaxies, their chemical composition, the nature of primeval perturbations which led to the disintegration of the expanding gas of the metagalaxy into separate condensations, the mighty explosions taking place in the quasars and nuclei of active galaxies are being examined, and so on and so forth. Modern cosmogony is developing steadily with the benefit of an ever-growing range of data at its disposal relating to the most diverse properties of celestial bodies and testifying to the consistent natural character of the evolution of the eternal universe. Cosmology, teaching relating to the universe as a single whole based on the results of investigations of the most general characteristics of its part accessible for astronomical observation. Fundamental physical theories make up the theoretical basis of cosmology, and extragalactical astronomy, its empirical basis. The general conclusions drawn in cosmology possess important significance both for science as a whole and for philosophy. The first cosmological ideas took shape in ancient times and were a typical feature of various beliefs and myths. Cosmological ideas assumed scientific shape in the conceptions elaborated by the classical schools of philosophy of Democritus, Pythagoras, and Aristotle. The first mathematical Council for Religious Affairs 131. Model of the universe was the geocentric system, which was elaborated in the 2nd century AD and provided explanations for all astronomical phenomena known at that time. In the 16th century, Copernicus worked out the heliocentric system, which met with a hostile reception from Christian theologians. The emergence of modern cosmology is linked with the formulation of general relativity and the emergence of extragalactical astronomy 1920s. Great attention was devoted to the study of the geometry of the universe. The works of Alexander Friedmann demonstrated that curved space cannot be stationary, that it must expand or contract. As a result of all this, research centered on questions relating to the mechanics of the universe and its age. At the present time, models for a hot universe have been propounded and attention is turning mainly to the physics of the universe. The state of matter is being studied, as well as the physical processes taking place at various stages of the expansion of the universe. In addition to the study of gravitation, considerable attention is being devoted to thermodynamics and to data drawn from the fields of nuclear physics and the physics of elementary particles. As in any developing science, so too in cosmology there are problems still to be solved. In particular, modern cosmology does not provide a sufficiently satisfactory explanation for the quantitative predominance, within the solar system and Prob 9 star. Ably within the confines of our galaxy as well, of matter over antimatter, while according to philosophical conceptions they are of equal value. Questions regarding the topology of space-time also need to be elaborated in more detail, and there is as yet no convincing theory for the emergence of the stars and galaxies. Idealist philosophers and modern theologians attempt to speculate with regard to those unsolved problems. Yet the historical logic underlying the development of cosmological conceptions clearly demonstrates that the universe is developing in accordance with natural laws and is not dependent on the operation of any supernatural forces. Cosmos. Cunivers. Council, in the Roman Catholic and Orthodox churches, a meeting of bishops to discuss important questions of ecclesiastical and religious life. Councils are either ecumenical or local. Council for Religious Affairs under the USSR Council of Ministers, a body formed in 1% in order to implement consistently the policy of the Soviet state with regard to religion and to control the observance of the legislation concerned with religion worship. The Council adopts decisions on the registration of religious associations and the removal of such associations from the said register, on the opening and closing of houses of prayer and buildings set aside for worship. It provides explanations on the correct application of legislation concerned with religious war. 132 Counter-Reformation. It makes public obligatory prescriptions aimed at avoiding violations of that legislation. It also affects links between the government of the USSR and religious organizations. The Council helps religious organizations in the USSR establish contacts with religious organizations abroad. The Council has its representatives in the Union and autonomous republics, in various territories and regions of the USSR. Counter-Reformation, feudal Roman Catholic reactionary movement headed by the papacy and aimed against the Reformation. The main weapons of the Counter-Reformation were the Inquisition, monastic orders, and the Roman Curia. In 1540 the Society of Jesus was formed, whose task was to root out free thinking. The foundation of the Counter-Reformation program was provided by the decrees of the Council of Trent, which confirmed the indisputable authority of the Pope, introduced strict censorship, and published the Index Librorum Prohibito mm. Every deviation from the dogma and canons, approved by the Council, was considered to be heresy. Mass annihilations of Protestants were perpetrated. Roman Catholic reaction was the order of the day for 2 centuries. As a result of the religious wars, many towns in Germany, Bohemia, and Denmark were reduced to ruins. Cousin, Victor. French idealist philosopher, eclectic. Cousin regarded the task of the philosopher to make a critical selection of truths, which had already been formulated by previous thinkers. Cousin regarded God as the creator of the universe, accept the existence of a world beyond the grave, and called for the reconciliation of philosophy and religion. Creation. According to religious beliefs, this implied the creation of all that exists, the universe, the earth, its vegetation and animal life, and man himself by a supernatural force or being. The idea of the creation is found in the mythology of all peoples and also in various religious and philosophical systems. Creationism, a trend in Christian theological teaching regarding the soul. Advocates of creationism propose that God combines man's soul with his body at the moment of birth, creating it from nothing each time. Advocates of the opposite trend, traditionism, are of the opinion that a soul was given by God to man when man was created and that subsequently it was passed on by a father to his children at conception. The religious teaching regarding the creation of the world by God from nothing in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. In the Bible, the act of creation during which the whole of animate and inanimate nature was created by God lasted for 6 days. For a long time, creationism provided the basis for anti-scientific concepts in all fields of knowledge. A fatal blow was dealt to creationism by the theory propounded by Darwin. See Article QUE of TIIE Gotaya Program 133. Credo, a confession of faith said or sung in Christian liturgies, views, convictions, and the fundamentals of a world outlook. Creed, short statement of the main doctrines that make up the fundamental teachings of any religious movement or church. A creed has to be accepted without question, on faith and without evidence. The General or Apostles' Creed consists of 3 sections dealing with God the Father, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit, and altogether consists of 12 parts or clauses. The first 8 speak of the triune nature of God, the incarnation of Jesus Christ and the redemption f sins. The last 4 are devoted to the Church and the life everlasting. First mention of the Apostles' Creed is found in a letter of Saint Ambrose c. 390, and the legend grew up to the effect that it had been composed by the apostles. In actual fact, the creed was compiled by the fathers of the Church and ratified at the Ecumenica/councils in Nicaea and also in Constantinople. The creed is read like a prayer during services and in homes, and it is also sung in unison by the faithful assembled in a place of worship. The Athanasian Creed, which contains a more detailed exposition of the Trinity and Incarnation of Christ, has been widely used in the Western Church, although its use in the Anglican Church is now rare. Crisis of religion, the process which finds expression in the decline of the influence of religion, in the loss of its control over the various aspects of the life of both society and the individual under the impact of social changes, scientific and technical progress, and the spread of the scientific world outlook. This crisis has been brought on by the logical course of social development. In the modern age it has assumed a global character. It is determined by fundamental social improvements and by the technological revolution, and it finds expression in a slacken of piousness, in the declining authority of religion and religious institutions, and in the casual attitude of most of the faithful to their religious duties. Specialized sociological research in this sphere bears out the fact that religious consciousness in everyday life has changed beyond recognition, that traditional religionist concepts have become blurred, and that religious indifferentism is and the increase among believers. In their efforts to stem this crisis, theologians and the clergy resort to modernizing religion, reviewing the blatantly archaic elements in its teaching and worship, and elaborating new social doctrines, with the help of which it is hoped that the prestige of religion might be raised in the eyes of the faithful. In an effort to keep pace with the times, attempts are made to bring religious concepts into line with the new data put out by contemporary science. Crisis theology. See Dialectica/theology. Critique, in which he formulated the main tenets of scientific communism concerning social Vol. 134 Cronus. Yushun, the transition period between capitalism and socialism, the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat, the 2 phases in the development of communist society, the strategy and tactics of the workers' movement. In this work Marx exposes the essence of idealist metaphysical theories regarding the state and the democratic principles which it implements. In his assessment of the bourgeois interpretation of freedom of worship, for instance, Mari noted that bourgeois freedom of conscience is nothing but the toleration of all possible kinds of religious freedom of conscience. In this way Marx underlined the one-sided and limited nature of the bourgeois interpretation of freedom of conscience, which is restricted to freedom in a man's choice of religion, in his limited right to indulge in religious propaganda. Such interpretations of freedom of conscience reflected the class interests of the bourgeoisie, which used religion to consolidate its economic and political domination. Cronus, god of ancient Greece, the younger son of Uranus and Gaia, one of the Titans. He is depicted in the form of a bearded old man with a sickle in his hand. Cross, a holy symbol in Christianity, an object of religious veneration in the Orthodox, Roman Catholic and some Protestant churches. According to Christian Fogent, Jesus Christ was crucified on the cross, and this provided the basis for the transformation of the representation of this instrument of execution into a religious symbol. In reality, and this is borne out by scientific data, crosses were venerated in pre-Christian cults as well. Representations of crosses have been found in archaeological excavations in different parts of the globe, in particular in South America and New Zealand. It has been established that crosses were venerated by ancient peoples as a symbol of fire, which was originally obtained by rubbing two crossed sticks against each other, and also as a symbol of the sun and eternal life. In early Christianity the veneration of this heathen symbol was rejected. It was not until the 4th century, after the mother of the Roman Emperor Constantine the Great, Saint Helena, during her pilgrimage to the Holy Land allegedly found the cross on which Christ had been crucified, that worship of the cross was officially introduced into Christianity. Representations of Jesus crucified on the cross were first encountered in the 8th century. Crosses as the object of veneration varied from one branch in Christianity to another. The Roman Catholics use a cross consisting of 2 bars, the Orthodox crosses consisting of 2, 3, and 4 bars, and the Russian Old Bolivar crosses consisting of 4 bars. This variety points to the inconsistent nature of the assertion that Saint Helena found the real cross, for if she had really found the original instrument of Christ's crucifixion, an exact copy of the original would have become the holy symbol for all Christians. It has also been established that criminals in ancient Rome were executed not on a cross, but on a stake topped by a crosspiece. Scientific data bear out the conclusion to the effect that veneration of a cross was adopted by Crusades 135 Christians from more ancient cults. Among other things, this would explain why certain Christian movements reject veneration of the cross. Crucifixion. In the Gospels this term is used to denote the execution and death of Christ on the cross. The word is also used to denote the cross bearing a figure of Christ, which is an object of veneration, particularly in the Roman Catholic Church, and representations of Christ on the cross, that are often to be found in Christian art through the ages, in the decoration of churches and on various objects used in Christian worship. Crusaders, participants in the Crusades. This name was given to them in connection with the cross sewn onto their garments, which was the symbol of the vow they had made to take part in the Crusades. Crusades, aggressive campaigns led by West European feudal lords in the 11th to 13th centuries, waged behind a screen of religious slogans. The Papacy strongly advocated these crusades and was directly responsible for organizing them, in its endeavor to consolidate and extend the influence of the Roman Catholic Church, to fan religious fanaticism and to bring about the subordination of the Orthodox churches to Rome. Representatives of various classes in feudal society took part in the Crusades, yet the aims they were pursuing as they did so differed considerably. Feudal lords who took part in the Crusades made no secret of their intentions to plunder the economically developed among the countries of the East and to seize new lands and serfs. The cities of northern Italy, Genoa, Venice, and Pisa played a large part in the organization of the Crusades, counted on being able to restore the direct links with the eastern shores of the Mediterranean, after seizing Syria and Palestine from the Seljuks, and then to drive out their rival, the Byzantine Empire, from the sphere of eastern trade. Peasants also took part in the First Crusades, seeing in these expeditions to the east a means of escaping from the feudal yoke, and obtaining land and freedom. The political situation that had taken shape in the east at the end of the 11th century forwarded the launching of the Crusadas. Altogether 8 crusades were organized to the Middle East, as a result of which a number of crusader states were formed which continued to exist right up until the end of the 13th century. In the 12th and 13th centuries, crusades were launched by German feudal lords against the Slavonic and other peoples from the Baltic lands. In the 13th to 15th centuries, under the guise of crusades, the papacy also organized punitive expeditions aimed at rooting out what they saw as heresies. The Crusades provided the Roman Catholic Church with an opportunity to extend significantly its influence in new territories, and they brought the Church enormous profit. 136 Cult of gods who die and return to life. Cult of gods who die and return to life, veneration for gods who personify plants which die in the autumn and come to life in the spring. It was typical of ancient agricultural civilizations in the Middle East. There existed legends linked with the names of Egypt's Osiris, Babylon's Tammuz, Syria's Adonis, Phrygia's Attis, Thrace's Dionysus, in all of which a female deity, combining features of a mother or sister with features of a god's lover, deliberately or involuntarily is the cause of his downfall. Orgiastic mysteries were often orgied in the honor of these pairs of gods, which included the mourning of the dead god in the autumn, the rejoicing at their coming to life in the spring, and ritual erotic ceremonies which constituted an integral part of the fertility magic. The worship of these gods was also accepted to varying degrees in Hellenistic times and contributed to the shaping of the images of gods from later religions, in particular Jesus Christ. Cult of Reason. See Reason, Cult of. Cult of the Supreme Being, a state cult introduced by the Convention Nationale on May 7, 1794, during the Jacobin dictatorship in France. It was based on Rousseau's civic religion, which Robespierre regarded as the only moral foundation for society. In the decree adopted by the convention, it was written that the French people recognized the supreme being and the immortality of the soul. This cult was introduced in order to smooth down the extremes of the policy of de-Christianization being pursued during the Revolution, and represented an attempt on the part of the petty bourgeoisie to fill the gap between Roman Catholicism and atheism. The cult of the Supreme Being incorporated some non-religious elements, for example, the demand that the individual carry out his civic duties. Festivals linked with the cult of the Supreme Being were also devoted to the Republic, the freedom of the whole world, love of the motherland, truth, justice, etc. The cult was abolished after the fall of the Jacobins. Cultural anthropology, a branch of Bourdieu's philosophical anthropology, which sees as its task the elaboration of theories of man as a creator and vehicle of culture, and demands that account be taken of the variability of man's essence in the specific historical diversity of cultures. When analyzing man, cultural anthropologists endeavor not only to concentrate on biology and psychology, but also to take into account philology, history, the history of art, sociology, and theology. The typological method devised by Michael Landman represents not so much a systematization of facts as a speculative metaphysical construction that rejects man's social nature and concentrates on heterogeneous ideal types of value judgments, substituting these for historical development. The historical cultural variability of the essence of man figures in cultural anthropology merely as quantitative variations of man's eternal nature, of his abstract activity, regarded as custom, Legis 137. Some kind of proto-phenomenon of man's inner world. In cultural anthropology, human activity is confined merely to spiritual or intellectual activity and is presented as dependent upon an irrational force, which in its turn opens the way to a theological interpretation of man. Kuhnau, Heinrich. German religious historian, ethnographer, sociologist, representative of the right-wing Social Democrats, he popularized certain tenets of Marxist atheism. Kuhnau's works on the history of religion in the 1920s occupied an important place in the studies of religion, e.g. his Theologisch oder Ethnologisch Religionsgeschichte, or Ursprung der Religion und des Gottesglaubens drawing on ethnographical material. Kuhnau traces the evolution of religion at various stages of mankind's development. Cupid, the Roman god of love whose counterpart in Greek mythology was Eros. Initially Cupid was represented as a beautiful winged boy armed with a bow and arrow, later as a mischievous youth striking down both men and gods with the torture of love. Cure, a Roman Catholic priest in charge of a parish in France or French-speaking countries. Curia, the papal court and government of the Roman Catholic Church in the Vatican, which consists of various sacred congregations. It was set up in the course of the 16th century. Prior to that, the administrative affairs of the Church were dealt with by the papal chancellery. The main department in the Curia is the Secretariat of State, whose head, usually a cardinal, carries out the functions of Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs. The post of Secretary of State was instituted by Innocent XII in 1692. The Curia has undergone reorganization on several occasions, and at the present time it embraces the Secretariat of State, 9 congregations, 3 tribunals, 3 secretariats set up after the Second Vatican Council, several commissions and various offices. The main divisions are headed by commissions consisting of cardinals headed by a prefect or president. The Curia also embraces the College of Cardinals and the Synod of the Roman Catholic Church. The official language of the Curia is Latin and its working language is Italian. Custom, religious, pattern of behavior evoked with the observance of norms of religious teaching or tradition, which finds expression mainly within the context of family relationships and home life. Unlike a religious rite, a religious custom is not a set of special symbolic actions, and it is directly incorporated into a system of everyday practical activity. A religious custom comes into being when a pattern of behavior takes shape, which although it is not directly included in practices of religious worship, is definitely linked with 138 Cuvier. The observance of certain religious prescriptions and norms and with shared ethnic traditions that are religious in origin. Cuvier, Georges. French biologist, founder of comparative anatomy and paleontology. There is no denying that his works on the identification of types of animals based on the similarities in their anatomical structure and his discovery of the law of correlation of organs and their functions, as well as the establishment of differences to be found in the fauna on Earth in different eras, all bore witness to the development of the animal world. Cuvier himself, however, rejected the idea of natural development and attempted to explain the expedient character of the structure of animals' anatomy with reference to the wisdom of the divine creator and to attribute the replacement of one kind of fauna by another to natural disasters such as the flood. The inconsistencies in explanations proffered by Cuvier were identified by Dwin and Charles Ll. Cybe, goddess of fertility in the mythology and beliefs of the Phrygians, in whose honor orgiastic mysteries were held, accompanied by the castration of neophytes. In ancient Greece the figure of Cybe became fused with Rhea, mother of Zeus. In ancient Rome the cult of Cybe, known under the name of Great Mother of the Gods, and patroness of cities and states, was inaugurated in the year 204 BC. The Megalesia Games were instituted in her honor. Cynics, followers of the ancient Greek philosopher Antisthenes, founder of the Cynic school. The most famous representative of the Cynics was Diogenes of Sinope. The Cynics criticized the teaching of Plato concerning ideas as general essences, because they regarded as true only the knowledge of the particular, of individual things. They held that it was only possible for men to attain happiness and virtue if they rejected the benefits of civilitution, wealth, and sensual pleasures. The Cynics advocated that men should disregard rules accepted in society and also reject all religious cults, which they declared to be unnecessary institutions of purely human rather than divine origin. Cyrenaics, a philosophical school of ancient Greece, founded by Aristippus of Cyrene, could be attained through practical experience and control of one's desires. Subjectivism and extreme skepticism are inherent in the thought of the Cyrenaic school. Representatives of this school include Theodorus the Atheist, Euhemerus, Chamades Ofcyrene, Hegesias, and Aniceres. The hedonism of the Cyrenaics later is fused with Epicureanism and is used by the humanists and French atheists of the 18th century in their struggle against religious morality. Cyril of Alexandria, St. Patriarch of Alexandria from 412, theologian and one of the fathers of the Church, who concentrated on the struggle against the heresies of the Novatianists, the Nestorians and the Eunomians. Saint Cyril of Alexandria wrote a large number. Chloikai Suiadapagiad 139. Of works that contain interpretations of the Gospels, the epistles of the Apostles and the doctrine of the Trinity. According to his teaching, the unity of the divine and human nature in Christ was the pledge of mankind's salvation. Czechoslovak Orthodox Church became autocephalous in 1951. It consists of 4 eparchies and has about 150 parishes. The church is headed by a metropolitan. Priests receive their training at the Orthodox Theological Faculty in the University of Prešov. Chloikai Światopogląd, a Polish philosophical monthly which has been published since 1962 in Warsaw. D. Da Costa, Uriel, rationalist philosopher, freethinker, and author. He was born at Oporto and educated in the Roman Catholic faith. In 1614, he fled to Holland and it was there that he renounced Christianity for Judaism. In 1623, da Costa was excommunicated for publishing an anti-religious treatise entitled Sara Mortalidade de Alma do Homem. In fact, he was twice excommunicated and twice readmitted to the synagogue. Da Costa committed suicide in 1640, leaving behind his autobiography, Exemplar Humani Vitae, in which he spoke bitterly of both Christianity and Judaism and rejected religions of revelation, the divine origin of morality and of the Bible. Dagaba, in Sri Lanka and Burma the equivalent to a stupa. Daily office. In the Orthodox Church the established sequence of services during the 24 period is as follows. There are 9 in all: Vespers, held at the end of the day, Compline, which is held after Vespers, Midnight Office, Matins, held at the end of the night just before sunrise, First dash, Third dash, 6th and 9th hour services held at 7, 9, 12 noon and 3 p.m. respectively. Special attention is FO. Cussid on the liturgy, the main service in the Christian Church. In practice 3 services are usually held, Vespers, Matins, and the liturgy. The others are usually incorporated into one of those 3. On the days of the most important religious feists an all-night vigil is also held, namely, a service lasting all night. Dalai Lama, the title accorded the head of the Lamaist monks, who, until Tibet became part of the Chinese People's Republic in 1951, was also the secular head of government in Tibet. The title was instituted in 1391. The first Dalai Lama was Dgye Dungrup Pa. The 5th Dalai Lama, Ngag Bang Blo Bzang, extended his dominion over almost the whole of Tibet and turned it into a theocratic state. The 14th Dalai Lama left Tibet in 1959 and now resides in India. In Lamaism the Dalai Lama is regarded as the supreme being among the reborn. The earthly embodiment of the profoundly venerable Bodhisattva, Avalokiteshvara, the living God, the absolute authority for the faithful. The death of the living God marks the beginning of his new incarnation on earth, hence a special council of leading lamas, invested with high authority, would seek out from among the boys who had been born. Darwinism 141. Within a year after the death of the Dalai Lama, the one in whom his divine essence had been reborn, the young boy would be taken to a monastery where he would receive the proper training. Until the new Dalai Lama had attained his majority, his functions would be carried out by a regent. D'Alembert, Jean L'Erond, French mathematician and philosopher of the Enlightenment. He worked with Diderot to produce the Encyclopédie. D'Alembert also made outstanding discoveries in mathematics, physics, and astronomy. His philosophical views are of an inconsistent, contradictory nature. In his theory of knowledge he adopted a sensualist stand, while at the same time showing inclinations towards scepticism. His scepticism extended to religion as well, for D'Alembert held that it was impossible to assert reliably that God exists, or that matter is either eternal or created. D'Alembert did not embrace atheist principles since he saw religion as providing the basis for immutable moral principles. Dancing Brothers, a Christian sect that set itself apart within the Mennonite movement in the 1920s. Their interpretation of the teaching of Menos Imans was somewhat arbitrary, and the members of the sect jump, leap, move round in circles as if in a dance, achieving through such means an ecstatic state. Danovites. See Pomorsky persuasion. Darwin, Charles Robert, English natural scientist and founder of the scientific theory of evolution, explaining the development of the organic world by means of natural selection, that came to be known as Darwinism. He graduated from Cambridge University in 1831 and then set sail as a naturalist on a 5-year voyage round the world on the ship Beagle. The factual material which he collected for zoological, geological, paleontological and ethnographic research and data relevant to agricultural and scientific practices, led Darwin to draw conclusions concerning the natural development of the organic world and the expediency of the structure of various organisms resulting from the effect of natural selection. The main tenets of his theory, which refuted teleology and creationism, were expounded in his book The Origin of Species. Darwin's scientific research led him to turn his back on religion. Darwin became an advocate of spontaneous materialism rooted in natural sciences and atheism rooted in natural sciences. Contemporary fideism presents a distorted version of Darwin's world outlook. Darwinism, materialist theory of the development of the natural world. Its basic tenets are expounded in Darwin's work The Origin of Species. Darwin revealed the material and natural factors in the development of the organic world. 7. Its propensity for change, heredity, and natural selection, that emerges as the main emotive force behind evolution and the formation of species. Darwin explained in materialist terms the expediency of his structure and function. 142 Datsantions of organisms resulting from natural selection and pointed out the relative nature of this expediency. In this way the development of the organic world was explained on the basis of the operation of objective natural laws, without the involvement of supernatural forces. In his work The Descent of Man, and Election in Relation to Sex, Darwin gave a materialist explanation of the process by which man set himself apart from the world of animals, but he underscored did not shed light on the social factors involved in the process. Darwin made an enormous contribution to the development of the scientific materialist world outlook. His followers included Ernst Haeckel, Thomas Huxley, and Clement T. Mir-Yosef, Ivan Michurin. Darwin's work constitutes one of the crucial natural scientific prerequisites of dialectical materialism. Darwin put an end to the view of animal and plant species being unconnected, fortuitous, created by God and immutable, and was the first to put biology on an absolutely scientific basis by establishing the mutability and the succession of species. The advance of modern biology has carried Darwinism still further and added to its materialist, philosophical and methodological importance. It is on the basis of a synthesis of classical Darwinism and genetics, particularly population genetics, that the contemporary theory of evolution has taken shape. Datsan, in Tibetan, Mongolian and Kalmyk Buddhism, the name for a faculty in a monasterial university. Invariat. Lamaism. The word is used to denote the monastery itself. Dahmer, George Friedrich, German philosopher. His early works contained a harsh criticism of Christianity, tracing its origins to the cult of Moloch. After 1848 Dahmer propagated his own new religion, and then in 1858 Dahmer embraced Roman Catholicism and became a theologian. David, king of the Judean tribes and later also the Israelites, founder of the royal Judean dynasty at Jerusalem. He is venerated by the church as a righteous man, although from the biblical account of his life it is clear that he was a treacherous and cruel despot. He created a centralized state with its capital in Jerusalem. In order to enhance the importance of Jerusalem, he transferred there the Ark of the Covenant and commanded that men worship around the Ark. According to religious tradition, it was David who wrote the Psalms. As belief in the coming of the Messiah took root, David began to be venerated in Judaism as the ancestor of the Messiah. In Christianity, Jesus is also known as the Son of David. David of Dinant, French philosopher and natural scientist, from whose pen stemmed a version of naturalistic pantheism. David of Dinant held that God is the substance of all that exists. His acknowledgement of God as an impersonal absolute providing the foundation for all phenomena in nature led him to reject the Christian idea as to the insignificance of man, and also deny the idea that Dead Sea Scrolls 143. There will be retribution or reward for men beyond the grave. The works of David of Dinant were on numerous occasions destroyed by the Church. Day of Judgment. See Eschatology. Dazai Shunde. Japanese philosopher, opponent of Neo-Confucian idealism and Buddhist mysticism. While ostensibly calling for a return to ancient Confucianism, Dazai Shunde criticized the Chushi morality, which was the official state ideology in the period of the Tokugawa shogunate. At the same time, he criticized Confucianism for acknowledging the predominance of spirit over matter and rejected the teaching to the effect that the ideal principle comes before that which is material. Taken all in all, the philosophy of Dazai Shunde paved the way for the development of materialist ideas in Japan. Dazbog, the sun god in ancient Slav mythology, patron of fertility, nature, and the source of light and warmth. In Old Russian chronicles, Dazbog is mentioned as the son of the god of heaven, Svarog. Deacon, initially the office of minister serving under a bishop, who would have been in charge of the economic affairs of a Christian community. Later the word used to denote an ecclesiastical rank, the assistant to the priest while he is conducting a service or performing religious rites. Dead Sea Scrolls, scrolls discovered in caves in Tihi neighbor. Hood of Khirbet Qumran overlooking the Dead Sea in Jordanian territory now occupied by Israel. The first finds were made in 1947. At the present time nearly 4,000 fragments have been found, mainly in Hebrew and Aramaic. The manuscripts had been owned by a religious community which did not recognize Orthodox Judaism and which lived in that area between the 2nd century BC and the 1st century AD. The scrolls can be divided into three main groups: texts from the Old Testament in Hebrew and also in Greek and Aramaic translations, the Apocrypha of the Old Testament in Hebrew and Aramaic, and works compiled by the members of the Qumran community themselves. The Dead Sea Scrolls contain various versions of the Old Testament books, including versions which do not coincide with the canonical text. Many texts are identical to those which provided the originals for the Septuagint, the Greek translation of the Bible. From the Apocrypha were found fragments of Ecclesiasticus, Tobit, and the Book of Enoch in Hebrew and Aramaic, wills of individual patriarchs, etc. Works written by members of the community themselves include the community's Manual of Discipline, the War Scroll, the Scroll of Hymns, commentaries to the books of the prophets, and some other works in the Manual of Discipline. Details are found as to the goals of the community, the ways in which new members were received, and the members' duties. An idea permeating these documents is that 144 Death. Concerning the struggle of the Kingdom of light and righteousness against the kingdom of darkness and evil. The War Scroll describes the last battle which was to take place between the sons of light and the sons of darkness. The commentaries to the books of the prophets are designed to shed light on some biblical prophecies which, according to the scholars of the Qumran community, relate to the fate of their community. In a commentary on the prophecies of Habakkuk, mention is made of the founder of a community, a teacher of righteousness, who was persecuted by an impious priest. Some scholars are inclined to regard the teacher of righteousness as a prototype for Jesus Christ. Death, the cessation of an organism's functions of life as a result of which its individual existence comes to an end. From a religious standpoint, man's death is the death of his body, the receptacle for the divine soul, which after man's death is destined to dwell in heaven or in hell, depending upon his behavior in this world. Scientists view death as a natural process. According to Engels, the negation of life as being is essentially contained in life itself, so that life is always thought of in relation to its necessary result, death, which is always contained in it in germ. Death, which signifies the end of life, does not in any way belittle real life on earth, as representatives of religious ideology maintain. On the contrary, life acquires particular value as the period of man's fruitful activity which possesses social significance. True immortality is to be gained through the deeds of the individual, who leaves his inimitable mark behind him in life. Death of God theology, radical movement in so-called secular theology, which took shape in the 1960s on the basis of the ideas propounded by Dietrich Bonhoeffer regarding the way in which traditional Christian religion had completely lost touch with the modern world. Insofar as theology, according to this concept, needs to start out from existing human reality, it has today to give expression to the experience of the death of God, i.e. the fact that most people now live as if there was no God, that God is not experienced today anymore. For this reason, theology sets itself the task of elaborating an atheist Christianity, and an atheist version of Christology. While moderate representatives of secular theology, such as Harvey Cox, maintain that it is only the modern cultural historical conception of God that has outlived itself, i.e. that we are confronted by the death of the existing concept of God, the more radically inclined adherents of atheist Christianity start out from negation of the God of traditional Christianity, from negation of God as a transcendental being who is outside the world and has nothing in common with the world. Faith needs to be replaced by devotion to Jesus Christ, that finds expression in selfless service of other people. Christianity is interpreted as secular faith in the gospel of Jesus of Nazareth. Decalogue. See Commandments or Dec, Alog. Dechristianization 145. Decembrists, representatives of the revolutionary movement consisting of members of the nobility, which on December 14, 1825 carried out an unsuccessful armed uprising against the then autocratic government of Russia, whose power rested on serf ownership. Lenin referred to the Decembrists as the most outstanding figures of that stage of the Russian liberation movement. The bourgeois revolutions in the countries of Western Europe, the works of Alexander Radishchev and the writers of the French Enlightenment, had all served to mold the world outlook of the Decembrists. They were unanimous in their desire to destroy the autocratic social order based on serf ownership, yet there were differences in their views on other issues. Some of the Decembrists adopted an idealist, religious stance, holding that Christian ideas should be used in revolutionary propaganda work among soldiers, while the majority of the Decembrists were skeptics or advocates of deism or atheism. The differences did not, however, prevent the Decembrists from uniting politically. Representatives of the materialist atheist wing of the movement, including Peter Borisov, Ivan Yakushkin, Vladimir Raevsky, Alexander Ryatinsky, Nikolai Kryakov, Ivan Gorbachevsky et al., combined their preparation for the uprising with an elaboration of issues intrinsic to their world outlook. They sharply criticized the main religious conceptions regarding the existence of God and life beyond the grave, demonstrating that faith in these promoted the enslavement of the people. The ideas of the materialist wing of the Decembrist movement tend to 01018. and also their open opposition to the social order, based on serfdom, which received the blessing of the Church, had an enormous influence on the subsequent advance of free thinking and atheism in Russia. Deception theory. Conception according to which religion comes into being and exists as a result of the deliberate deception of the masses by tsars, lawgivers, philosophers, sages, or priests. The materialists of the ancient world, who had used the exposure of this deception as a weapon in their struggle against religion and the priesthood, had already focused attention on the role of deception in religion. In the Middle Ages, in both the Arab countries of the Middle East and in Europe, there became widespread the legend about the three deceivers, i.e. Moses, Christ, and Mohammed, who, with the help of deception, brought Judaism, Christianity, and Islam into being. In the modern era, the deception theory won the support of the English deists in the 17th century and that of the thinkers of the French Enlightenment in the 18th century. However, this theory was inadequate to provide an explanation for the rise of religion. Marxist atheism explains its emergence and existence with reference to the social conditions in which men live. De-Christianization, measures aimed against the Christian religion and Church during the years of French Revolution of 1789. De-Christianization came into its own in particularly vehement form in 1793, when the struggle against the counter-revolutionary Roman Catholic clergy, which had begun as early 146 Declaration of the Rights of Man and 111 ECTFLZEN as 1791, developed into a struggle against Christianity and other religions as such. The rights of the Roman Catholic Church were curtailed, and priests of all religions were forbidden to perform their functions outside buildings specially allocated for purposes of worship. Measures were also taken to counter religious fanaticism and superstitions. The cult of reason was promoted to oppose Roman Catholicism, and other religious cults as well. A new republican calendar was introduced and also new, non-religious festivals, including the Festival of Reason. The French Revolution was the first which the bourgeoisie accomplished with political rather than religious slogans. De-Christianization was the practical implementation in politics of the philosophical ideas of the French Enlightenment. Engels comment, the Christian religion in France, as a matter of fact, so completely disappeared in the years 1793 to 98 that even Napoleon could not reintroduce it without opposition and difficulty. Declaration of the Rights of the Peoples of Russia, one of the first legislative acts of the Soviet state, passed on November 2, 1917. This declaration bitterly criticized the policy of stirring up one people against another that had been pursued by the Tsarist regime and the bourgeois provisional government in relation to the peoples of Russia, who had endured oppression from an arbitrary treatment by the landowners and capitalists. The declaration provided the foundation for the Soviet nationalities policy, equality and sovereign rights of all peoples, the right of the peoples to self-determination up to and including secession and the formation of independent states, the abolition of all and every kind of ethnic and ethnic religious privileges and restrictions, the free advancement of national minorities and ethnic groups inhabiting the territory of Russia. The declaration dealt a most powerful blow to the ideology of great power chauvinism and bourgeois nationalism and paved the way for the practical implementation of Lenin's program on the nationalities issue. Declaration of the Rights Decretals, edicts sent out by the Yushin of 1789, which was adopted by Pope The French National Assembly in the form of letters, which con August 26, 1789. It proclaimed that statute the basic content of the CA men are born and remain free and nonce, the main body of canonical entitled to equal rights and that all legislation of the Roman Catholic citizens are equal before the law and Church. After the 5th century false pronounced freedom of the individ decretals began to appear, the most freedom of worship, freedom of famous of which were the so-called speech and freedom of the press. False decretals of Isidore, which this declaration beca I1ea banner papacy used in order to consolidate in the struggle against feudal and of its power in its struggle against secularist practices worldwide. Lar rulers. Delphic Oracle 147. Deesis, an icon depicting Jesus Christ dressed as an archpriest, with the Mother of God on his right and John the Baptist on his left praying to him. Sometimes this is the name given to a row of icons, including the deesis in the strict sense of the word, and sometimes it denotes the whole multitude iconostasis. Deism, the philosophical cum religious teaching, according to which God is the impersonal primary cause of the world, who is outside the world and does not intervene in the development of nature and society. The sources of deism are to be found in medieval philosophy. In the period when the Church held sway over men in a dictatorial fashion, deistic teachings provided a means of expressing atheist ideas regarding nature's independence of God's will and man's unlimited possibilities for knowing the world. As a philosophical movement, reflecting the interests of the progressive bourgeoisie in the modern era, deism took shape in the 17th century. Robert O. F. Sherberry was regarded as the father of the movement. Deism was not a homogeneous movement in the philosophical sense. Many materialists and thinkers of the Enlightenment were drawn to it as well as idealists. Deists rejected traditional positive religion, contrasting it with the natural or religion of reason. They denied divine revelation, providence, many religious dogmas and rituals, came out against religious intolerance and advocated freedom of worship. They tried to release science 10*, and philosophy from the domination of the Church, and reason from faith. The historically progressive role of deism was exhausted by the end of the 18th century, when Holbach and Diderot, from positions of metaphysical materialism and atheism, came forward with a critique of deism. From the mid-19th century onwards, deism was used by advocates of religion in their fight against atheism. At the present time, deism provides a form of compromise between religion and the natural sciences. Delitzsch, Friedrich, German historian and Orientalist. For the first time in Bible studies, Delitzsch made a scientific historical comparison of the Old Testament and Assyrian-Babylonian mythology, demonstrating that the Bible frequently adapted Babylonian myths and legends. In his main work entitled Babel und Bible, Delitzsch elaborates so-called Pan-Babylonianism, somewhat exaggerating the influence of the Assyrians and the Babylonians on the subsequent history of world culture. Delphic Oracle, an oracle at the Temple of Apollo in Delphi, one of the religious centers of ancient Greece. Both individuals and representatives of communities, cities, and states consulted the Delphic Oracle before taking important decisions. The prophetic pronouncements in the name of Apollo were made by the priestess Pythia, and then they were edited and transmitted in verse form by the priests of the temple. The prophecies from the Delphic 148 Dembowski Oracle have been passed down in the writings of H. Herodotus and other classical sources. Dembowski, Edward, Polish revolutionary demo Krat, philosopher and literary critic. One of the leaders of the Krakow uprising of 1846. His philosophical views underwent a complex evolution from idealism to materialism and then atheism. Dembowski came to the conclusion that social conditions determine the whole intellectual and spiritual life of society. As far as his sociological views were concerned, Dembowski was a utopian communist. Criticism of religion was a significant component of his theoretical writings. Demeter, goddess of fertility, agriculture, marriage, family life in ancient Greece. The myth concerning Demeter and her daughter Persephone echoes the or ancient cult of the periodic rebirth and dying of the plant world. The cult of Demeter was widespread through all Mediterranean cultures. Demiurge, a philosophical and theological category that can be traced back to Plato, in whose writings the demiurge is God, who creates the world from chaos that has existed forever, unlike the Christian God who creates the world out of nothing. For the Gnostics, the demiurge was the creator of the material world, complete with its evil and sinfulness. In Christian theology and objective idealist philosophy, the demiurge is the ideal primary cause that creates the world. Democritus, materialist philosopher of ancient Greece, the main representative of classical atomism. According to Democritus, The everlasting world consisted of indivisible particles that do not come into being and are indestructible, varying in form, the nature of their combinations and their position or arrangement, and void, within which they move, combining in separate bodies and then disintegrating again. In the world there reigns natural inevitability, which causally determines all phenomena. Democritus-Dionysism rules out both the creation of the world by a god, and also a course of events within it that is guided by providence. Democritus regarded religion as something artificial, instituted by man and stemming from his failure to understand the formidable phenomena of nature, from his fear of death and punishments beyond the grave for his evil deeds. Democritus' atheism was criticized by numerous theologians and idealist philosophers. Demonology, religious teaching with regard to demons. It can be traced back to primitive belief in evil spirits. Demonology developed to a particularly large extent in the ancient religions of Babylon and ancient Iran, from whence it penetrated Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Roman Catholicism and the Orthodox Church have until now insisted on the actual existence of demons, while some Protestants are inclined to accept them as symbolically significant. Demonology is inextricably linked with religious morality, in which the devil is the denomination 149. Source and bearer of sin. According to this teaching, man is always and everywhere surrounded by demons, who are a threat to his soul, and only the Church can neutralize or free him from their perfidious effects through prayers, incantations, relics, or sometimes through special acts of worship aimed at driving out devils. Demonology provides the basis for the fanatical concept of sorcery, which led to shameful persecution and liquidation of witches by the Inquisition. Medicine magic is also linked with demonology, ranging as it does from heathen witch doctoring to contemporary religious superstitions, according to which the reason for various physical and mental diseases is the effect of demons. Demonology is an essential part of the Church's social doctrine, which traces the roots of human disasters back to a supernatural, satanic source. Demons, fantastic beings, who embody an evil or impure spirit, devils, evil spirits, jinn, witches, etc. According to Judaic and Christian tradition, demons are fallen angels. With the help of faith in demons, religion tries to justify the presence of evil in the world, that is permitted by an almighty and all-bountiful God. Serving to scare the faithful, belief in demons provides a source for the wildest of superstitions. Demythologization, an idea that serves to express the main content of the theological conceptions designed to interpret biblical myths in accordance with the ideas of modern man. The father of the demythologization of theology, Rudolf Bultmann, suggested that the divine content of the Bible should be differentiated from the linguistic forms used to express the true tenets of faith. Bultmann wrote that since, in our times, people do not believe in the biblical myths anymore, these need to be approached merely as symbolic images that serve to express the relationship between man and God. This means that myths are not rejected, but rather interpreted in an existential way. The conceptions found in demythologization are aimed at freeing Christian theology both from hopelessly obsolete orthodox tenets and also from Protestant liberalism. Denarius of St. Peter, name for the annual universal tax, levied from Roman Catholics by the Pope, who is considered as the successor to the Apostle Peter. It was introduced in the 10th century and was initially a voluntary donation, but soon became a compulsory tax. It was paid by the population of Poland, England, and Denmark from the middle of the 11th century, by that of Sweden and Norway from the middle of the 12th century, and by that of Prussia from the beginning of the 14th century. It was also levied from the Roman Catholics of other countries. This tax gave rise to many protests from the mass of the faithful and was abolished by the Reformation in the 16th century, but was introduced again after 1870. Denomination, in the general sense, a group of objects or people linked together by a common name. In the religious context, the term is 150 Department of Monasteries. Used to denote groups that have a distinctive interpretation of a religion as faith and usually their own organization. Sometimes the word is synonymous with confession, when the latter is used to denote a sect united by a common system of beliefs. Department of Monasteries, a Russian state organization instituted in 1649 for the investigation of legal cases for the clergy connected with property relations. From the 18th century onwards it also concerned itself with the administration of the landed property belonging to the clergy and the monasteries. Under pressure from church leaders anxious to secure for the church economic independence of secular power, the Department of Monasteries was disbanded in 1677. It was reinstituted in 1701 and made responsible for the administration of the monasteries, church schools etc. In 17W the department was placed under the authority of the Holy Synod of the Russian Orthodox Church. Dervish, Muslim mendicant monk. Dahis belong to various Sufi orders. Often they renounce marriage and embrace an ascetic way of life. In the early Middle Ages two types of dervishes could be distinguished from one another, mendicant monks and Sufi scholars. Among the latter would be encountered historians, philosophers, poets, who criticized social injustice, hypocrisy, and ignorance of the mullahs. Religious leaders and teachers often accused him of heresy. Descartes, René. French philosopher, mathematician, physicist, and physiologist. He made a number of major discoveries in the natural sciences and came out against medieval scholastic conceptions of nature. Descartes' philosophy was characterized by a division of the world into two principles independent of each other, thinking and extended substances. Man, according to Descartes, is a divinely created combination of an inanimate corporal mechanism and a soul, possessed of reason and willpower. Hence Descartes' dualism, containing elements of both idealism and materialism. Descartes' materialist physics, including the teaching regarding the eternal corporal substance, was of a progressive nature, as opposed to his metaphysics, which incorporated ontological evidence for the existence of God and acknowledgement of the immortality of the soul. Deschamps, Leger Marie, French materialist philosopher, a Benedictine monk. He devised a system, which combined rationalism, gravitating towards Spinozism, and dialectical idea_as. Deschamps held that an ideal, moral society, order of virtue, would replace that based on feudal and absolutist practices, a society in which everything would be communally owned and where social equality would reign. Deschamps maintained that religion is a truth surrogate and that those in whose hands wealth and power are concentrated cannot cope without it. According to him, atheism will become possible only in an ideal society, the path to which he saw in the dissemination of truth. Deuteronomy 151. Denitz.ky, Semyon, scholar of the Russian Enlightenment, founder of the historical school of law in Russia. He stressed the importance of studying the origin of social institutions in connection with changes in men's economic activities. Starting out from this principle, he demonstrated that religious beliefs emerged in ancient times in the wake of fear and as a result of men's attributing to natural phenomena human properties. Desnetsky's views conflicted with religious and idealist teachings regarding divinely ordained social practices. De Priers, Bonaventure, French humanist author. In his works he extolled the joys of life on earth and criticized Roman Catholicism and Protestantism. He exposed religious miracles, demonstrating that they provided a source of profit for the clergy. De Priers maintained that religion turned the faithful into donkeys, who dragged burdens and tolerated beatings without question. He also mocked the ignorance and greed of priests and monks. One of his more important works is Symbolum Mundi. Destiny or fate or lot, conception of events and acts in men's lives as supernaturally predetermined and inevitable in the mythology of ancient Greece. This conception of destiny or fate was personified in the figures of the goddesses known as the Moirai. See also fatalism, epidem and predestination. Determinism, philosophical conception asserting the objective existence of an all-embracing interdependence of phenomena subject to a law of cause and effect, which means that one phenomenon gives rise of necessity to another. Determinism is an essential element in the materialist understanding of the world. Materialists always set it off both against indeterminism and teleology. The conception of determinism developed on the basis of the synthesis of successes scored in practical research and scientific theory. New achievements in man's understanding of mechanistic causality led a number of natural scientists and philosophers in the 18th and 19th centuries to see every causal link as instance of that causality. This led, however, to a distortion of man's picture of reality and to fatalism. When any event happens to be predetermined from the very beginning, this opening up loopholes for using concepts of God to explain natural phenomena. The limitations of mechanistic determinism were surmounted in Marxist philosophy. The Marxist conception of determinism acknowledges the existence of a multitude of causal links that cannot be reduced to a mechanistic form, and come into their own via not only necessary but also fortuitous factors, which, like the necessary ones, exist objectively. It demands that other types of links be taken into account as well as causal ones, correlative and functional links, symmetries, and associations. This completely excludes the possibility of explaining phenomena of nature or society with reference to the operation of supernatural forces. Deuteronomy, the last book of the Pentateuch. It is often referred to 152 Devadashya by the letter D. It consists of 34 chapters. Apart from chapters 27, 31, and 34, it is written in the first person. According to traditional view, it was written by Moses. However, modern scientists believe that the book was compiled and edited by a number of different authors probably in the 7th and 6th centuries BC. In the Bible there has been preserved the story of the high priest Hilkiah, who in the 18th year of the reign of King Josiah. There is scientific evidence that the Book of the Law provided the basis for Deuteronomy. This book propagates henotheism with its idea of a single national God Yahweh for all Jews and a single center in which the rituals of Judaism should be performed. Devdatta, in Buddhist mythology, the uncle and one of the first pupils of the founder of Buddhism, Shakyamuni, who handed on the behests of the teacher. Unlike the path of moderation advocated by Buddha, he insisted on strict asceticism and stern discipline in the monastic order. The legends about Devadatta reflect the contradictions and bitter inner struggle that went on between the early Buddhists. Devil. See Satan. De Wieit, Wilhelm Martin Liebknecht, German Protestant theologian and biblical scholar. He demonstrated that the Book of the Law provided the basis for Deuteronomy, with reference to which it is stated in the Bible that it was supposed to have been found in the temple in Jerusalem by the high priest Hilkiah in the reign of King Josiah, and which in actual fact had been written by the priests of the temple on the instructions of King Josiah in the year 621 BC, which fact provided the point of departure for dating the other components of the Pentateuch and the Book of Joshua. His most important work was Beitrage zur Einleitung in das Alte Testament. Dezamy, Theodore, representative of French utopian communism. In his philosophical thought he shared the views of the 18th century French materialists and figured as a convinced opponent of religion. His main work was entitled Code de la Communauté 1842. Dhammapada, one of the sections of the Sutta Pitaka, which is part of the Buddhist canonical scriptures known as the Tripitaka. In it the fundamental principles of early Buddhism are expounded figuratively and in a consistent way. The sutras of the Dhammapada present a renunciation of earthly desires and ties and a rejection of the world as the only path to salvation. The vivid, poetic form of the Dhammapada made sincere an emotional response to it on the part of the Buddhist faithful. Dharma Sanskrit, or Dhamma, a term which has a variety of meanings: law, duty, rule, virtue, religion, quality, thing, state, truth, and so on. In most religions and religious cum philosophical teachings of India it embraces civic, ethic, dialectical materialism 153. And cultural norms. It is a way of life which is allegedly imposed upon men by the gods and which varies from one caste to another. Observation of the Dharma was seen as a virtue, violation of the Dharma as sin, and for this reason the concept of Dharma is often interpreted as being synonymous with virtue. Buddhists refer to the teaching of Buddha itself as Dharma. In Buddhist theological treatises the term Dharma is used to denote minute indivisible spiritual particles, from which there takes shape the stream of the individual's consciousness. The activity of Dharma allegedly gives rise to the illusion of the world outside the individual, the world of sufferings. Some varieties of Buddhism assert that the supreme reality, a special unattainable divine world 9 consists of the primary dharmas. It is the timeless turbulence of the dharmas which gives rise to individual consciousness, complete with all its delusions. Only a knowledge of the truth can bring calm to the dharma, can lead to absolute peace, to nirvana. Dhikr, a special liturgical ritual of the Sufis, the aim of which was to achieve fusion with God. Endlessly chanting prayers and dancing round in circles to music, the Sufis would work themselves up into a state of religious ecstasy, till they were beside themselves, and this they would consider fusion with God. Dialectical materialism. Marxist-Leninist philosophical theory, which was devised by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. They subjected to critical analysis the achievements of the philosophical thought of the past, in particular, the dialectical theory of Hegel and the materialism of Feuerbach, and then proceeded to compile an essentially new philosophical theory, in which materialism and dialectics constitute a single organic whole. Lenin added a further creative dimension to dialectical materialism, when he carried it further in the context of new historical conditions, drew general conclusions on the basis of this theory and interpret new discoveries of natural sciences from the philosophical point of view. Dialectical materialism starts out from recognition of the primary nature of matter and the secondary nature of consciousness. From the dialectical materialist point of view, the whole of the world that surrounds us is a material universe, limitless in its development and never-ending self-propulsion. Motion, space, and time constitute the universal and essential forms for the existence of matter. Matter exists forever and does not need any creator, any initial impetus or initial motive force. The source of the eternal motion, change, and development of matter are the contradictions inherent to it. From the point of view of dialectical materialism, development is viewed not as a quantitative change, but as a complex process, which incorporates leaps, breaks, gradualness, transitions from quantitative to qualitative changes and the unity and struggle of opposites. The most universal of these laws of motion for the material world are the laws of dialectics. The problem of the relationship between consciousness and matter emerges as 154 dialeccal teleology. The fundamental question of philosophy, which is resolved by dialectical materialism from a consistently materialist position. In contrast to agnosticism and positivism, dialectical materialism asserts the unlimited possibilities for man to glean knowledge of the world around him. At the same time, the possibilities for coming to understand the world at each stage of the development of society are historically determined by the level of development of man's practical experience and scientific achievement. Scientific truths are always relative, but the relativity of knowledge does not exclude, but rather presupposes, that such truths contain an objective element. Unlike sensualism and rationalism, dialectical materialism takes into account the important role in the cognitive processes of both sensual contemplation and abstract thought, regarding practical experience not merely as a criterion of the veracity of knowledge but also as the foundation for the whole cognitive process and its goal. Atheism is an essential aspect of dialectical materialism. Insofar as dialectical materialism negates the existence of forces and essences beyond the confines of the real world, that can be perceived via the senses, it is essentially atheist. All propositions, laws and categories of dialectical materialism through their very content serve to negate religion and idealism. The existence of dialectical materialism is inextricably bound up with historical materialism, indeed together they form an organic whole. Dialectical materialism constitutes a philosophy of a new type, enabling man correctly to approach the study of any process or phenomenon in nature and in society, to single out connections and links between phenomena and to anticipate the general trend of development that events will follow in the future. Dialectical theology, a movement within Protestant theology which took shape in the 1920s and became widespread mainly in Germany and the United States. The main inspiration for this came from the teaching of Kierkegaard and existentialism. In dialectical theology, the contradictions of capitalism found an unusual echo in the assertion that there existed an insuperable contradiction between God and imperfect man, who was intrinsically sinful, a contradiction which accounted for the tragic element inherent in human existence. Man's endeavor through his emotions and intellect to understand God is futile. God for him is an incomprehensible mystery. The only path to bring man to God is faith in the truth of divine revelation. Acknowledgement of the absurd nature of the world, the futility of life, the interpretation of the crisis 9F bourgeois society as an insurmountable crisis of human existence, all these ideas to be found in dialectical theology had socio-historical implications to the effect that capitalism was something eternal. Advocates of dialectical theology included Karl Barth, Friedrich Gaugerton, Rudolf Bultmann, Paul Tillich and Reinhold Niebuhr. Dialectical theology provided an umbrella for various socio-philosophical ideas, religious isolationism, the rejection of ideas of social progress and attempts to link the idea of man's sinfulness with acknowledgement of his active role in Dialectics 155. History and his responsibility for his own actions. Dialectics, the Greek word which originally meant the art of carrying on a conversation, or argument, teaching concerning development. In pre-Marxist philosophy there existed three main types of dialectics: the spontaneous dialectics of the classical philosophers, idealist German dialectics of the late 18th and early 19th centuries, and dialectics of the Russian revolutionary democrats of the 19th century. The high point in the development of pre-Marxist dialectics was the idealist dialectics of Hegel. After mastering the achievements of Hegel's dialectics, Karl Marx fundamentally reworked it and created materialist dialectics, which not only differed from Hegel's, but even constituted something directly opposed to it. For Hegel, the dialectical process was rooted in the development of thought, which was presented as an independent substance separate from man. For Hegel, the dialectics of concepts or ideas provided the basis for the dialectics of things. From the Marxist point of view, dialectics is a science concerning the most comprehensive laws of the development of nature, society, and thought, the theory and method for attaining knowledge of phenomena in the real world in the course of their development and self-propulsion, called forth by internal contradictions. Objective dialectics determines the nature of subjective dialectics, i.e. the development of human ideas. Lenin defined dialectics as the fullest, most comprehensive theory of development, and the theory with the richest content. The main laws of dialectics are, the unity and struggle of opposites, the transition of quantitative changes to qualitative changes, the negation of negation. The law of the unity and struggle of opposites provides the nucleus of dialectics, for it explains the sources of the movement of matter, that are to be found within matter itself. The movement of matter emerges as itself propulsion, which undermines any religious and idealist concepts of a creator, initial impetus, and so on. The law of the transition of quantitative changes to qualitative changes demonstrates that development in nature and society can involve leaps, breaks and gradualness. The law of the negation characterizes the correlation between various stages of development, when development repeats as it were stages that have already been passed through, but nevertheless repeats them in a different way, at a higher level. The laws of dialectics are supplemented by dialectical patterns which bring out the correlation between form and content, between essence and appearance, between necessity and chance, cause and effect, the individual, the special, and the general, and so on. The laws of dialectics are the laws of the development not only of the material world, but also of human knowledge. Dialectics emerges as a comprehensive method for cognition. The dialectical method does not replace any particular scientific methods, it merely provides their general theoretical prerequisite. Dialectics is a method for the scientific investigation and revolutionary transformation of the real world. 156 Dialectics of Nature. Dialectics of Nature, work by Friedrich Engels, in which is found a dialectical materialist summary of all the important achievements of natural sciences in the second half of the 19th century, and which shed light on key aspects of dialectics as a theory and method of cognition. The Dialectics of Nature was never completed by its author. The main part of the Dialectics of Nature was written by Engels in 1873 to 1882. It was published for the first time in the USSR in 1925 in German and Russian. The contents can be divided into three main sections: natural science and philosophy, classification of sciences and their dialectical content, criticism of idealism and metaphysics in the natural sciences. While working on this volume, Engels set himself the task of revealing the dialectical laws operating within nature, and on this basis to demonstrate the necessity for the deliberate application of the dialectical method by scholars and scientists, after subjecting to criticism their idealist and metaphysical delusions. This book was also highly significant in connection with Marxist atheism. It examines many issues, whose scientific analysis serves to undermine religion's idealist conceptions and dogmas. In particular, it was in the Dialectics of Nature that Engels expounded for the first time his theory as to the origin of man, demonstrating that labor played a crucial role in the process of the formation of human reason. In doing so, Engels dealt a serious blow at religious conceptions of the human soul and the direct creation of that soul by God. Engels' ideas regarding the essence of life, aimed against Vita/ism, were also bound up with his atheist world outlook. Engels criticized the attempts by some scientists to resort to the idea of the creator of the world based on certain inconsistent hypotheses, and he wittily made an apt mockery of the then popular infatuation with spiritualism. Despite the fact that many concrete scientific data and propositions used in the Dialectics of Nature are now outdated, its general philosophical content retains to this day its full methodological significance. Dialogue between Marxists and believers, cooperation, meetings, discussions between Marxists and believers on the most important socio-political issues of the modern world. Such dialogue has become highly topical and is becoming increasingly widespread. At the present time, many religious associations support the idea, as they go out of their way to consolidate their influence over the masses, which is not as strong as it used to be. Communist and workers' parties use such dialogue as an important means for establishing contact with believers and involving them in the fight for peace, democracy, and socialism. The Marxist-Leninist view of such dialogue, elaborated by the International Communist Movement M.L. formulated in documents issued by the International Meeting of Communist and Workers' Parties in 1969 and the Conference of Communist and Workers' Parties of Europe in 1976, is in keeping with the vital fundamental interests of all working people, regardless of their Diderot 157. Attitude to religion. The idea of such dialogue is being put into practice most successfully of all in the socialist countries. For communists, cooperation with believers is not a temporary tactic, but a point of principle to be supported in their long-term programs. Communists direct their efforts towards uniting all working people, believers and non-believers, in the struggle against imperialism and monopoly capital. They regard the question as to cooperation with believers as closely linked with the class struggle, with the struggle between two social systems, socialism and capitalism. While extending their cooperation with believers, Marxists campaign against any ideological compromises or attempts to synthesize Marxism and religion. Communists believe that differences in world outlook need not rule out the possibility of cooperation between communists and believer. Diana, the goddess of hunting in the mythology of ancient Rome. Her Greek counterpart was Artemis. Diaspora, the word used to denote the Jewish communities outside Palestine which emerged in the 6th century BC, during the so-called Babylonian captivity. The diaspora grew between the 5th and 1st centuries BC as a result of conquests of Palestine by Persia, Macedonia, and Rome. The diaspora sowed the seeds of the Jews' yearning for a Messiah. The term diaspora is also used in relation to other religious and ethnic groups, living in new and unfamiliar territory as national and cultural minorities. Didache, one of the ancient works of Christian literature by an anonymous author. Its full title was The Teaching of the 12 Apostles. It consists of 3 parts. Chapters 1 to 6 expound paths of life and death, i.e. moral standards of behavior for Christians. Chapters 7 to 10 provide a description of rituals and prayers. Chapters 11 to 16 contain exhortations regarding the attitude of Christian communities towards itinerant preachers and instructions as to how those in clerical office should be elected in the communities. There are no eyewitness accounts of Jesus' life on earth in the Didache. He is only referred to as the Son of God whose coming is a thing of the future. Diderot, Denis. French materialist philosopher, founder and editor of the Encyclopédie, one of the outstanding representatives of militant atheism. Diderot's philosophical views followed a complex path of development. He began as an advocate of theism, later he turned to deism, and in his mature years he became a materialist and atheist. He was often subjected to harassment by both the secular and church authorities. In 1749 he was imprisoned in Vincennes Castle for disseminating materialist and atheist works. After his release from prison he founded and edited the famous encyclopedic, 35 volumes of which he managed to publish, despite all the obstacles that were placed in his way. Diderot devoted much attention. 158 Dies Gen. In his work to questions connected with a comprehensive critique of religion, demonstrating convincingly its incompatibility with the scientific world outlook. He rejected religious morality and with good justification pointed out that it suppresses man's active stand as regards the world around him, instilling into him slave-like submissiveness. He subjected to detailed criticism the teaching and practice of Christianity, demonstrating the inconsistency inherent in the doctrine of the Trinity, the ridiculous nature of faith in miracles, and the contradictions inherent in the gospel stories. Diderot is regarded as one of the precursors of the mythological school. Pointing to the absence of any kind of reliable evidence, he called into question the historical existence of Christ. He was one of the first thinkers to establish the continuity between the myths of the classical world and Christianity. While criticizing the reactionary activities of the clergy, he put forward the demand for citizens to be free in matters of religion, and he called for the abolition of church control over schools. Diderot's atheism was of a historically limited kind, typical of the age of the Enlightenment. He regarded religion as the product of ignorance and fear of men, misled by the clergy, and maintained that education is the basic means of overcoming the influence of religion, yet he did not demand the separation of state and church. Diderot's writings and activities provide an important landmark in the development of atheist ideas. His main works include Lettres sur les aveugles et l'usage de ceux qui voient, Pensées sur l'interprétation de la nature, la religieux and Principes philosophiques sur la matière et le mouvement. Dietzgen, Joseph. German philosopher, whose views were shaped under the influence of Feuerbach and later Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Independently he arrived at dialectical materialism. In his works such as Das Wesen der menschlichen Kopfarbeit and Die Religion der Sozialdemokratie, Dietzgen criticized both religion and philosophical idealism. Dietzgen saw the way to overcome religion to lie not only in developing the theory of knowledge on the basis of experience, but also in eliminating the social conditions that gave rise to religion. Digna one y of me individual, moral category, the individual's realization of his social significance. In class-based society the dignity of the individual manifests itself in contradictory ways. In slave-owning society, the individual was constrained by religious prejudices, from which only the progressive people of that time were able partially to set themselves free. In the age of feudalism, the feudal concept of the dignity of the individual took shape, which was of a class character and which did not include any right to the dignity of the individual for the mob or the common man. Humanism was to develop in the struggle against feudal ideo. Dionysius the Pseudo-Areopagite 159. Logi, which negated the dignity of the individual. Humanism demanded due recognition for the vocation and the dignity of every human being. In capitalist society, the dignity of the individual also depends for all intents and purposes on the class he belongs to, this dependence contradicting the very concept of the dignity of the individual. Only when social inequality and exploitation have been eliminated and just social relations have been established does it become possible for the dignity of the individual to be the accepted right of every man and woman, and for society itself to safeguard the dignity of every individual citizen. Dionysi, Russian painter. He worked in the period when the state of Muscovy was endeavoring to use art to consolidate the power of the Grand Prince and therefore insisted on the adherence to rigid norms. The icons and frescoes executed by Dionysi are characterized by delicate drawing and subtle colors. A certain uniformity in his techniques is to be observed. However, other intrinsic features of his work are its ornate, decorative style, which to some extent blurs the psychological expressiveness of his subjects. Only a few of his works have survived. The icons he painted are mainly to be found in the Russian Museum in Leningrad and in the Tretiakov Gallery in Moscow. Dionysius the Areopagite. According to the legend in the New Testament, a judge of the Athenian Areopagus Judicial Council, who lived in the 1st century AO and was converted to Christianity by Apostle Paul. After that he became the first bishop of Athens. In the second half of the 5th century, religious philosophical writings allegedly from his pen began to appear, the so-called Areopagitic writings. Ideas regarding divinity as the identity of being and non-being that transcends affirmation and negation alike, exerted a strong influence on the philosophical thought of the Byzantine Empire and Western Europe, including the thinkers of the Renaissance. Dionysius the Pseudo-Areopagite, mystical theologian. Confusion was caused by attempts falsely to attribute his writings to Dionysius the Areopagite of Athens, the first bishop of Athens. The Pseudo-Areopagite is now believed to have been writing c. 500 AO. His extant religious philosophical writings include treatises entitled The Divine Names, Mystical Theology, Celestial Hierarchy, Ecclesiastical Hierarchy and 10 epistles. On the basis of a reworking of Neoplatonic ideas, he has created an integrated system of Christian philosophy, characterized by negative theology, according to which God transcends affirmation and negation alike and is the ultimate divine source who defies knowledge. The emanation of divine light is perceived by man in a state of religious ecstasy. The transmission of life from the ultimate source downward finds expression in the celestial hierarchy of angels, to which the ecclesiastical hierarchy corresponds. These writings exerted a significant influence on Christian theology and on the theological and philosophical thought of the Middle 160. Dionysius, Ages and the Renaissance. While providing a source of mystical ideas, the writings of the Pseudo-Areopagite also led to depersonalization of God, thus providing a prerequisite for the development of the philosophy of pantheism. Dionysus, in the mythology of ancient Greece, the god of viticulture and winemaking. The cult of Dionysus was often orgiastic by nature. The festivals in his honor were accompanied by unbridled revelry. Dipych, icon in the form of 2 panels, usually high-it-ged, bearing an artistic representation either embossed or engraved on metal, or painted on wood. Diptychs are found in both Orthodox and Roman Catholic religious art. The 2 parts of a diptych can be linked by a common subject or religious idea, a list of names, recorded on a hinged tablet, of living and departed Christians, for whom the congregation was asked to pray in Eucharistic services. Originally the names in it were of those who had contributed the bread and the wine for the communion service, and to these were later added names of deceased Christians whom the community wished to commemorate. Inclusion of a name was a privilege which could be taken away if a person was suspected of heresy, and exclusion was seen as a sign of excommunication. Dissenters or non-conformists. In England this name was used to denote members of religious associations which had split away from the established church. In the middle of the 19th century the term nonconformist became more widely used, which implied not so much that people had split from the main church but merely that their views as regards some specific issues did not conform to those propagated by the established church. Later, against a background of increasing secularization, and more intense campaigning for the separation of state and church and the elimination of privileges enjoyed by the established church, this term has been also used to cover members of the so-called free churches. Dissidents, those who disagree and hold different views from those demanded by the state church. In this sense the term was already being used in the Middle Ages, but particularly widely beginning from the 16th and 17th centuries, when the problem of dissidents and their civic rights in England, France, and Poland became a controversial issue in the course of bourgeois revolutions. Later the word was used to denote a who stand outside the dominant or state church, or freethinkers, who have rejected religious faith altogether. Today the word is used in a more general sense to mean simply those who hold different ideas from those officially accepted. Divination, soothsaying, and various other types of finding out the unknown or predicting the future. At early stages of social development. Dobrolubov 161. Meant farmers and herdsmen tried through soothsaying to determine prospects for the harvest and the increase of their herds. In class-based society there emerged professional diviners, such as the necromancers in ancient Greece, augurs, haruspices in ancient Rome, and astrologers, chiromancers, and physiognomists in medieval Europe. The most famous kinds of divination were the following: predictions based on the movements of heavenly bodies, based on the inspection of sacrificial animals' entrails, based on the flight and calls of birds, based on the lines of the palm, based on ancient rhymes, based on numbers, via contact with the spirits of dead persons, based on the shapes formed by melted wax or tin, on dreams, beans, cards, coffee grounds, and much else besides. Divine revelation, a religious concept according to which sacred books were given to the people by God or gods in the form of a revelation. Adherents of Judaism consider that the Old Testament was revealed to men by God, as do the Christians in respect of both the Old and the New Testament, the Muslims in respect of the Quran, and the Buddhists in respect of the Tripitaka, and so on. Scientific research has shown that all these books are texts of supreme cultural importance which came into being in a specific historical era and which have mortal men as their authors. Various views have been expressed in connection with divine revelation of the Bible. Some theologians held that in the Bible not only had the content been revealed by God, but each word, each letter. Other theologians interpreted certain passages in the Bible as allegories. A third point of view was that put forward by the modernist theologians, who sought to limit the importance of the books of the Bible to those motifs which occur in more than one book. Jinni, evil or good spirit in ancient Arabic mythology, the idea of which is still to be found in Islam. A jinni could assume human or animal form and influence men by supernatural powers. Dobrolubov, Nikolai, Russian revolutionary democrat, literary critic, materialist philosopher, atheist, companion in arms of Nikola Khmashevsky. While working for the journal Sov Rumenik, he propagated materialism and atheism in the censored press. In his critical reviews of the works of apologists of religion, Dobrolubov would lead his reader to draw atheist conclusions. While pointing out, for instance, the absurdity of the assertion that it is possible to make something out of nothing, and explaining that outside matter no force can exist, that the brain is the starting point of mental activity, and that in nature we find everywhere one and the same matter, only at different stages of development, Dobrolubov thus refutes the existence of God and the immortal soul. In his 162 Docetism, Criticism of religious morality. Dobroliubov defends man's right to independent, free action. Religion for Dobroliubov is a historical phenomenon, the cause of which is to be found in the social relations. To overcome the influence of religion, social reforms were required in Dobroliubov's view, and freedom of worship needed to be assured. Docetism, an early Christian heresy in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, one of the trends in Gnosticism. The Docetists regarded corporeality as an evil principle, and on this basis they rejected the teaching of Christ's incarnation as a physical man during his life on earth. They taught that Christ only seemed to have been made flesh, and that in reality his birth, earthly existence, and death had been illusions. The Church, in its defense of God made man, God incarnate, strongly opposed the trend. Dodona, the ancient sanctuary of Zeus at Epirus, seat of the famous oracle. The sanctuary continued to exist until the 4th century AO. Dominicans, members of the mendicant order founded in Toulouse in 1215 by the monk Domenico de Guzman, later to be made Saint Dominic. 3 years later the order was formally sanctioned by Pope Honorius III. Dominican monks take the vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, and they are not allowed to eat meat. The order is run by a Master General who is elected for a term of 12 years and who is directly subordinate to the Pope. Monasteries are run by priors, and monasteries are grouped together in provinces headed by provincials. The Dominicans led the struggle against the Cathars and other groupings which were opposed to the Roman Catholic Church, exhibiting particular cruelty in this work and never being prepared to compromise. Their emblem was a dog with a lighted torch in its teeth, and they themselves referred to their brother monks as hounds of the Lord. In 1232 the papacy entrusted to the Dominican order the task of heading the Inquisition. Soon the influence of this order was to spread to many Christian countries. It played an important part in the conquest of America. From its ranks there came eminent Roman Catholic theologians, including St. Thomas Aquinas, and also a number of popes. At the present time the number of Dominicans is over 10,000, and they operate in 50 countries. They have almost 600 monasteries. Domovoi or house spirit, in the religious beliefs of the Slavonic and certain other peoples, a spirit living within a house and guarding the family hearth. The conception of the house spirit is something that has been handed down from the times when primitive ancestor worship was widespread. Numerous religious rituals with associations of magic are bound up with the belief in the house spirit, offering sacrifices to the domovoi, laying out food for him and inviting him to cross the threshold into a new house. Donation of Constantine, a fabricated document on the basis of which the Emperor Constantine in the 4th century is alleged to have granted Pope Sylvester I and his successors power over Rome, Italy, and the western provinces of the empire, and to have acknowledged the superiority of the Pope over other rulers. The donation was evidently compiled by theologians. From Reims and Aachen on instruct ions from Pope Nicholas I, and for the whole of the Middle Ages it was exploited by the papacy to consolidate its theocratic claims. Doubts regarding the authenticity of the donation were voiced by Nicholas Ofcusa. In 1440, Lorenzo Valla demonstrated irrefutably that the donation of Constantine was a false document, but the Roman Catholic Church defended the authenticity of this fabricated decretal right up until the 17th century. Donatists, members of a Christian religious movement in the pro-consular North Africa in the 4th and 5th centuries. They demanded that the sacraments administered by those priests who had betrayed the Church in the period of the Great Persecution during the reign of the Emperor Diocletian should not be recognized as valid. Donatists opposed second baptism for the apostates. The movement began in the year 311 when there was a split in the Christian Church in North Africa between the supporters of Bishop Caecilian and his opponents led by Bishop Donatus, after whom the Donatist movement was named. The Donatists formed an independent church, most of whose adherents were drawn from the poor. Strata of society, slaves, small farmers, urban poor. They came out against the official Roman Catholic Church that had defended the existing order, particularly the left wing of the Donatists, the Agonistics. After the Council of Carthage of 411, Donatist assemblies were forbidden, and the punishment incurred for defiance of this ban was the death penalty. Don I. Ambrogio, Italian Marxist historian, professor, and author of a number of works on the history of Christianity. The most important of these include Lineamenti di storia della religione, dal prime fermi di culto alle origini del cristianesimo, storia del cristianesimo dall'origine agustiniano, Encyclopedia del Religione. Dostoevsky, Fyodor, Russian writer and journalist. Dostoevsky's works occupy a leading position in world literature. Side by side with his passionate defense of religion, there are to be found in his works atheist arguments of such power, that they are capable of undermining from within the most profound religious convictions. Dostoevsky's defense of religion is based in the main on moral motifs. He saw as the only alternative to religious faith the rationalist perception of the world, which leads, in his view, to moral nihilism and anarchy. In his understanding, 164 Doukhobors of Man and History, Dostoevsky adopted an idealist position. Society is based on moral principles, and morality, in its turn, stems from faith. Dostoevsky held that the vessel for religious and moral ideas was the people, and separation from the people he regarded as the main misfortune afflicting the educate stratum of society, the cause of its lack of faith and its philosophical vacillations. Adherents of various reactionary ideologies exploit the weakness inherent in Dostoevsky's view of the world and attempt to present the /Werder as their ally. To this end they play down the exposure of capitalist social practices to be found in his novels and stories. His faith in man and a brighter future. Although Dostoevsky stressed his adherence to Russian Orthodox beliefs, he was a long way from accepting the official tenets of the Church of his day that reflected the interests of the ruling classes. Doukhobors, one of the old Russian sects, that comes under the heading Spiritual Christians. The first Doukhobors appeared in the Voronezh province in the mid-18th century. Their teaching amounted to a religious form of opposition on the part of the peasants, mainly peasants owned by the state, to the Tsarist autocracy and the Russian Orthodox Church. The Doukhobors rejected the clergy, monasticism, churches, sacraments, veneration of the cross, icons. For the Doukhobors, inner revelation is more important than the Bible. Their holy book is the Book of Life, a collection of psalms compiled by the Doukhobors themselves and passed down orally from generation to generation. For the Doukhobors, Christ was an ordinary mortal possessing divine reason. To the highest degree, God they interpreted as world love, supreme wisdom, eternal Gudi. According to the teachings, God is present in the family of the righteous and is embodied in his chosen ones, in the living gods and mothers of gods, who lead the sect. The leaders of the Doukhobors enjoyed limitless spiritual and secular power over their followers and handed this down to their descendants. The religious concepts of the Doukhobors reflected the utopian hopes of the peasants for the establishment of a just social order, which they tried to put into practice by making their property communal and basing their day-to-day lives on the principles of collectivity. In the 19th century, the process of class differentiation within the sect became more marked. The exploitation of the poorer peasants flourished and bourgeois individualist and entrepreneurial attitudes began to predominate. All this led up to a split into the big and small groupings. The Tsarist government and the Russian Orthodox Church subjected the Doukhobors to cruel persecution. In the first half of the 19th century they were forcibly resettled from the central provinces of Russia, first to the Crimea on the banks of the Molotnaya River and later to Transcaucasia. Fearing persecution, a large number of the Doukhobors emigrated to Canada in 1898. By 1917 there were between 17,000 and 20,000 in Russia. After the October Socialist dualism in religion 165. Revolution of 1917 and socialist reforms in the country, the Doukhobor communities went into decline. At the present time there are small groups of Doukhobors to be found in Georgia, the Rostov region of Russia and Azerbaijan, where in the course of their historical evolution they have developed into somewhat unusual communities with their own customs, folklore, and traditions. Druze, Arthur, Ger Man, historian and idealist philosopher, leading specialist in the history of early Christianity. An adherent of the mythological school, Druze demonstrated that the gospel figures were not historical and to counter the ecclesiastical point of view to the effect that the Gospels had been written in the 1st century, he put forward reliable evidence for their having been written in the 2nd century. Druze exaggerated the importance of Gnosticism in connection with the emergence of Christianity. Although Druze's works served to undermine the Church's interpretation of sacred history and were violently attacked by theologians, Druze at the same time, to use Lenin's words, came out in favor of religion, albeit a renovat, purified, and more subtle religion. Druids, priests, soothsayers, healers among the ancient Celts, who at the end of the 1st millennium BC constituted an intertribal corporation of priests with a leader, who held his position for life. The Druids exerted a considerable influence on social life, they carried out legal functions, advised political leaders and passed down traditions and legends. After seizing the Celtic regions in the 1st century BC, the Romans banned the Druids' organization, because they had been fanning resistance to the conquerors. Despite this, the Druids were active for several more centuries. Druzes, adherents of the Muslim Shiite sect, one of the branches of Ismailism. This sect emerged at the beginning of the 11th century. The Druzes believe in one God, who on many occasions has appeared in the form of a man. The Druzes acknowledge as the last incarnation of God the 6th Fatimid Caliph, Al-Hakim, who ruled from 996 to 1021, and they expect his second coming and believe that the souls of the members of their sect will live on in other bodies after their death. The Druzes are divided into the ascetic initiates, or Uqtal, and the uninitiated, main mass of followers Jabal. The Druzes live mainly in the Lebanon and Syria. Dualism in religion, the contrasting by religion of the world of the supernatural, otherworldly, and transcendental with what is earthly, with objects and phenomena that can objectively be perceived. Dualism of this kind is mainly a feature of monotheistic religions, in which God is presented as the opposite to O that is of this earth, as the supreme incorporeal essence, which creates the world from nothing and governs it. God is 166 Dubois. Eternal, while earthly objects are finite and transient, God is the Almighty Creator, while the world is the result of His creative activity. God is the concentration of wisdom and virtue, while man is a weak and sinful creature. This contrast provides the foundation for so-called negative theology, which asserts that God cannot be known and that His qualities can only be negative. Yet dualism in religion is not intrinsically consistent, for then it would lead to deism. This is why monotheistic religions have a mediator between God and man. In Christianity, God-made man provides this mediator. Dualism also manifests itself in the existence in religions of antipodes to God's supernatural essences that embody the forces of evil. The dualism of the good and evil principles was propagated in a particularly consistent way by Zoroastrianism and Manichaeism. In Christianity, God is also constantly being contrasted with that bearer of evil, the devil. Dubois, Pierre 1250-1321. French lawyer who participated in the campaign of the monarchy against church landowning. In his pamphlets against Pope Boniface VIII and other works, Dubois was one of the first writers in Western Europe to advocate the confiscation of church lands and property by the monarchy. Duchesne, Louis 1843-1922. French ecclesiastical historian, abbot. He was the author of Les Origines du Culte Chrétien, The Origins of Christian Worship, 1889. Histoire ancienne de l'Église, Ancient History of the Church, 1907-26, in which he adopted a critical approach to the problems he raised. He was eminent in the field of Christian archaeology. D. Uhring, Eugen Karl 1833-1921, German philosopher and economist. In the 1870s he attacked the materialist interpretation of history. Düring's philosophy was an eclectic mixture of mechanistic materialism and positivism, on the one hand, with elements of pantheism and deism, on the other. Characteristic of Düring's work is a subjectivist and voluntarist approach to religion. Düring demanded that religion should be removed from future socialist society by a decree, which would reflect his idealist approach to the phenomena of social life. In his work entitled Anti-Düring, Engels contrasted Düring's dogmatic atheism with scientific dialectical materialist understanding of religion and the means to overcome it. Dunham, Barrows. American materialist philosopher. He regards philosophy as the theory for the liberation of mankind. Dunham interprets the history of political thought as a struggle of heresies against orthodox religious or political doctrines. At the same time, however, Dunham idealizes Jesus Christ, assuming that the socially conformist part of Christian teaching was introduced into it by the Apostle Paul. Dupuy, Charles Fran OIS 1742-1809, French scholar and materialist philosopher. He criticized religion and the Church, rejected the Jadidism 167. Point of view of the deists to the effect that it was essential to retain religion for the people, as he regarded this as an encroachment on the latter's sovereignty. He sought to expose the myth regarding the divine origins of religion, advocating the idea that its source should be sought in the impact of the natural phenomena upon man's consciousness. Together with Constantin Violani he devised the astral theory to explain the origins of religion. He sought to reduce the whole homology of ancient religions to allegorical descriptions of the movement of constellations, and the changes to be observed in the stars. In his opinion, people were deifying sun under the name of Christ. He explained various religious concepts in terms of the specific nature of the process of cognition and failed to light upon the social roots of religion. Durkheim, Émile. French positivist philosopher and sociologist. Durkheim considered religion to be a collective concept, which men's social environment foists upon them. He assigned to religion an important role in the life of society. According to Durkheim, religion would exist for as long as humankind existed, for in religion society deifies itself. With the course of time religion only changes its forms, depending upon the stage of development of any given society. While pointing out the socially determined nature of man's consciousness, Durkheim nevertheless reaches idealist conclusions. His main works are De la division du travail social and Les formes élémentaires de la vie religieuse. Du 1y, an ethical category which gives expression to man's moral obligation to society, his class, his party, or social group, which he carries out in response to the prompting of his conscience. Duty does not presuppose any subordination, but rather the free self-determination of the individual. Religion puts forward God and his commandments as an explanation for duty and in so doing makes a moral action cease to be voluntary. Christianity distinguishes between duty to God, duty to men and duty to oneself, which often come into conflict with each other. Duty, according to Christian teaching, is the opposite of the temptations of a sinful nature that lead men astray. From the point of view of Marxist atheism, duty, as a specific psychological experience, depends on man's social nature, the historical stage of development of the society in which he lives and the social relations in which he is involved. Duty, on the one hand, and inclinations, ideals, and life itself, on the other, will no longer be poles apart, once the social roots giving rise to that opposition have been eliminated and a classless society has been built, in which duty will not demand self-denial. The service of duty or humaneness will at the same time be a means towards the self-assertion of the individual. Jadidism, bourgeois national list movement, which grew up among the Tartar bourgeoisie in Russia and then became widespread in Central Asia in 168 Jadidism. The 1890s. The original adherents of Jadidism called for reform of education via the Europeanization of Muslim education, for the removal of a number of feudal practices, which were holding back the advance of capitalism, and for the adaptation of capitalist society so that it would meet the needs of development. After the October Socialist Revolution of 1917 in Russia, members of this movement were among the organizers of actions opposing Soviet power. E. See Enid. Early Christian communities, associations of followers of the Christian Church in its initial phase. In the Revelation of St. John the Divine, one of the earliest pieces of Christian writing, early Christian communities in the towns of Asia Minor are mentioned, and in the epistles of St. Paul other communities in Greece and the Roman Empire. These communities, referred to as ecclesiae, had no clear-cut organization. Itinerant prophets preached sermons to them. Information regarding joint ownership of property in these early Christian communities is rather unreliable. According to St. Paul, everyone had to contribute to the community as much as his status enabled him to contribute. Donations were spent on communal meals, on burials, and on providing food for itinerant preachers. The first Christians for the most part were drawn from the poor strata of both the urban and rural population, or they were slaves. Gradually permanent elders or presbyters and supervisors or bishops began to appear on the scene, who were later to assume the leadership of these communities. Early Christian sects that existed during the period when Christian dogma was first taking shape in the 1st and 2nd centuries. Christianity was never a single, indivisible religion. In one of the very first Christian works, the Revelation of St. John the Divine, mention is already made of various groups of Christians, Nicolaitans, those who hold the doctrine of Balaam and worshippers of Jezebel. In the first epistle of St. Paul to the Corinthians reference is made to the division of the Christians into different groups. One of the early Christian groups, whose teaching the Orthodox Christians later declared to be a heresy, was that of the Judeo-Christians, i.e. Christians who had not completely broken with Judaism and who performed a number of Judaist rites. They referred to themselves as the Ebionites, Jews, or Nazarites. They preached complete rejection of the world, looked forward to an imminent second coming, opposed wealth, and venerated Jesus Christ as a righteous man, on whom the divine Spirit had come down when he was being baptized. Fragments of the Jewish Christian Gospels have survived. In the struggle against this group a movement came to the fore which later was to be the dominant or orthodox one. By the 2nd century Gnosticism was widespread and many different, quite separate groups of Christian Gnostics emerged. In the second half of the 2nd century the Montanist sect had appeared. Its founder was Montanus, a former priest of the Phrygian goddess Cybele. The adherents of this sect concerned themselves with prophecies, expected that the second oncoming was at hand, advocate asceticism and did not recognize the power of the bishops. Fierce and unremitting controversy raged between all these sects. In the 3rd and 4th centuries the number of these sects grew still further. In the 4th century in North Africa the sect of the Donatists appeared, which would not tolerate any deviation from the true faith in the wake of persecution. The left wing of the Donatist sect, the Agonistics, took part in uprisings against Rome. In the 4th century Arianism became widespread. Easter, the most important Christian festival, which was instituted to commemorate the miraculous resurrection of Jesus Christ after his crucifixion, which is recounted in the Gospels. Yet, as has since been established, the roots of Easter can be traced back to a far more distant past. Originally this was a festival for animal breeding and farming tribes of the Jews of old. It had represented an attempt to propitiate the spirits so as to secure their help and support in the period during the spring lambing and later that of the start of the reaping. Hence the custom still retained by Jews of baking matzo for the Passover, i.e. unleavened bread, and that retained by the Christians of baking Easter cakes, painting eggs etc. As the cult of Yahweh became more firmly established among the Jews, this festival came to be linked in Judaism with the legendary Exodus from Egypt, and the expectation of a Messiah. basing themselves on the gospel stories of Jesus' crucifixion and residential erection during the days when the Jews were celebrating Passover. Christians originally celebrated their Easter at the same time as Judaic Passover. It was not until the year 325 that the First Ecumenical Council of the Christian Church held in Nicaea decreed that Easter should be celebrated on the first Sunday after the full moon following the spring equinox, and without fail separately from the Judaic festival. This means that Easter has become a movable feast. In order to calculate the date of the celebration, special paschal tables are compiled. The Christian Church celebrates Easter with great solemnity, using it to propagate the ideas of universal remission of sins, universal Christian brotherhood, all of which are designed to reconcile Christians with the social inequality intrinsic to antagonistic societies fraught with class conflict. Ebionites, one of the earliest Christian groups. The name comes from the Hebrew word Ebion, meaning poor. The Ebionites lived in Palestine. According to legend, during the Jewish War, they resettled east of the Jordan. The Ebionites observed Judaic rites, and most of them considered Jesus to be the human son of Joseph and Mary, upon whom the Holy Spirit had later descended. They also taught that in the world a struggle is waged between good and evil forces, which will end with the establishment of the kingdom of good. In the Near East there were still isolated groups. Ecclesiastical Law 171. Of Ebionites to be found up until the Middle Ages. Ecclesiastes, one of the latest works in the Old Testament, tradition attributed its authorship to King Solomon. However, scientific research into the Bible has established that it was written in the 3rd century BC under the influence of Greek philosophy. The author of Ecclesiastes chose the form of a monologue, which enabled him, through the words of his hero, to reveal his inner thoughts. Through the monologue of the ruler, which exposes his false kindness and sympathy for the oppressed, the reader is made aware of the author's cunning pretense. Ecclesiastes is a book without a real subject. It contains no pictures of the society in which the author lived. Its author is not a chronicler or a prose writer, he is rather a thinker. Ecclesiastes is a work of many layers, in which are blended together laughter of negation and smiles of affirmation, a quest and disappointment, subtle observation and wise generalization. Defying the chimeras of Judaism, the author of Ecclesiastes openly gives voice to his negative view of the theory concerning the next world and heavenly judgment. He does not believe in the kingdom of God after death. Ecclesiastical History, a work by the Christian writer and Bishop of Caesarea, Eusebius. It consists of 10 books and covers the period from the first appearance of Christianity to the year 324. In addition to real events, the history also includes many fictitious details and legends. Eusebius adhered to the Orthodox branch of the Christian Church, but in his history he used a variety of Christian sources, including apocryphal ones. Ecclesiastical law, the whole range of religious and legal norms which regulate the structure and activity of the Church. The more the state interferes in the Church's internal affairs, the greater the proportion of legal regulations to be found in ecclesiastical law. Church ideologists regard all rules operating within society, including religious ones, as legal rules. The basis of this interpretation is provided by the medieval theory of church rule, according to which God invested legal power in the Church and entrusted this power to the apostles, from whom it was passed down to the bishops. The main source of ecclesiastical law in the opinion of theologians is the will of the Church that shapes laws and which is held to be the will of God. Church laws are thus portrayed as being merely the interpretation of divine laws. The teaching concerning the Church's lawmaking possessed profound political significance in the Middle Ages. If laws promulgated by the Church and by the state are legal in character, then the state should not promulgate laws that encroach upon the rights of the Church. Ecclesiastical laws expressing God's will take priority over state laws. This means that they are binding for the state, while the Church can choose not to comply with rules of secular law. In reality, rules which take shape within any religious organization and which are not approved by the state and not reinforced by state coercion. 172. Ecclesiology. can in no way be regarded as legal, and rather belong to the sphere of religion than that of law. Ecclesiology, in the Roman Catholic and the Orthodox Church's theological teaching about the Church as a divine institution, about its role, its functions, and prerogatives. This teaching received its most detailed CD elaboration in Roman Catholicism, the science of the building and decoration of churches. Ekmiadzin, monastery near Yerevan, which historically speaking is the center of the Armenian Apostolic Church. In its grounds stand the residence of the Patriarch Catholicos, the Patriarchal Cathedral, a theological academy, a seminary and a number of other institutions. It is here that the Journal of the Catholicate is published under the title Ekmiadzin, and church councils are held. The name Ekmiadzin, which literally means here came down the only begotten Son, is linked with the religious legend, according to which the first Armenian bishop, Gregory the Illuminator, saw Christ appear in the city of Vagarshaput and pointed with a golden hammer to the place where the first Christian church in Armenia should be built. Eckhart, Johannes, or Mies. Ter Eckhart, German Dominican monk, representative of medieval mysticism. He was associated with the revolutionary plebeian sects of the Beghards and the Brothers of the Free Spirit, and he was accused of heresy. There are elements of Neoplatonism to be found in Eckhart's teaching. Its pantheist leanings lead to the conclusion that the soul is one with God and that man comes to understand God through inner illumination, gaining salvation and bliss apart from external things. Ecology and religion. When it comes to religious interpretation of questions concerning the interaction of society and nature, the answers provided tend to mystify that interaction, put forward religious and moral reasons instead of social, class-based ones for the present-day predatory treatment of the environment. The essence of the unsatisfactory ecological situation in the world of today is explained by religious thinkers with reference to the disappearance of God-given moral principles in man's relations with nature and to the growing manifestations of selfishness and greed, man's sinful aspirations to self-deification based on an exaggerated assessment of the power of scientific and technical progress. They maintain that the price of man's alienation from God is his alienation from his natural habitat. Deliverance from ecological catastrophe is shown low-lie in man's reconciliation with God, viewed from an eschatological angle. The way out of the crisis is seen to lie in the fostering of a new ecological awareness, rooted in a correct understanding of God's commandments, capable, according to religious thinkers, of ensuring man's proper guardianship of nature. For this it is essential to hold in check man's sinful inclinations, to Eddy 173. Review the pattern of his material needs, to consolidate his spiritual needs, particularly religious ones, and to implement principles of economic asceticism in public and private life. A special role is assigned to the Church in helping man to put these principles into practice. Marxist atheism rejects anti-scientific speculation with regard to ecological problems, calling upon all men of goodwill, both believers and non-believers, to join together in the struggle to preserve man's natural environment. Ecstasy, state of overwhelming emotion, which manifests itself in an individual's highly tense excitement, loss of control over his actions, a blurring of the dividing line between the fictitious and the real. Ecstasy often constitutes an element of religious worship. Among the religious techniques used to call forth the state are exhausting fasts, frenzied dancing, self-flagellation, night vigils, long prayers, etc. In the history of religion of various peoples, drugs have also been used to produce ecstasy. Typical reactions of those who have worked themselves up into an ecstatic state are a loss of a sense of time and space, visual and oral hallucinations, loss of sensitivity to pain, etc. Typical situations where ecstatic states appear are Kam/Ani rituals conducted by shamans, Radhaniyi rituals of the Kh/Ysts, the glossolalia of the Pentecostals in Clmstianity, and the Asur rituals in /Slam. Ecstatic ritual or Raid. Niye, a form of shared service in some Old Russian Kris. Tien sects such as Kri.stmcrv, Skopsy. Malokinks or Prygns. During Genixt at IC ritual, the members of the sect's community, dressed in white from head to toe and barefoot, would walk round in a circle, jumping up and down as THEV did so and show UTING out, O, Spirit. OH, God. God and I King. God the Spirit. And so on. Often the SE ceremonies also involved self-exaltation. Exhausted high fasting and being in a state ol nervous and emote iona l excitement. The members of the sects would he transported into ecstasy, which would sometimes reach the point of or al or visual hallucinations. THCV would utter meaningless word, make prophecies or experience special spiritual joy from contact with the Holy Spirit. In many respects such IC rituals were reminiscent of Tihi prayer me et in gs of some of the Pentecostal communities. Ectine, a type of supplicatory pray. Used in the Orthodox service. The main types of ectine are, the great, the suppliant, the little ectines, and the ectine of fervent supplication. Apart from these four main types, there also exist ectines for the catechumens and for the dead. These ectines are recited during the liturgy. When sacraments are administered, special ectines are recited. Eddie, Mary Baker, founder of the religious movement known as Christian Science, which grew up in the United States in the last quarter of the 19th century. In 1875 she brought out a book entitled 174 Eden. Science and Health with a Key to the Scriptures, in which she expounded her doctrine of the spiritual treatment of illness, which won large numbers of adherents. This teaching, which represents a mixture of some rather ignorant ideas and extreme mysticism, still had followers in a variety of countries. Eden, according to the beliefs of the Jews, paradise on earth, where God put Adam and Eve and from which he later drove them out. It was imagined as a land of fabulous beauty and abundance situated somewhere near the sources of the rivers Tigris and Euphrates. Einsiedel, Johann August von, German utopian materialist philosopher and atheist. He held religion to be the product of ignorance and stressed its reactionary social role. He rejected ideas about the creation of the world and the immortality of the soul and religious morality. Einsiedel developed ideas of the natural origin of life and man, criticized the very foundations of feudal society and substantiated utopian ideas concerning the future golden age. Einstein, Albert. German-born theoretical physicist, founder of the theory of relativity. Einstein's discoveries provide the basis for the quantum relativist picture of the world, which is of tremendous significance for the materialist world outlook. Einstein, being a non-Marxist materialist, rejected all religious dogmas. However, in his writings and public statements he used such terms as cosmic religion, by which he understood rapture in face of the harmonious beauty of the laws of nature, or the religious urge which he interpreted as an aspiration going beyond the personal. Einstein linked the origin of religion with a sense of fear, ignoring the social roots of religii. On L. Initially this was the name of one of the principal gods of the Western Semitic peoples in ancient times, later the word came to denote God in general. Elements of religion, component parts of religion. In advanced religions the following elements can be singled out: religion is consciousness, religious activity, religious relationships, religious institutions and organizations. These elements were not well developed in early forms of religion. In modern advanced religions, religious consciousness exists at two levels, those of ideology and social psychology. Religious activity manifests itself both within the context of worship and outside worship. Accordingly, there develop religious relationships connected with worship and those which emerge outside the context of worship. Religious organizations include grassroots organizations such as individual congregations or communities, administrative bodies for supervising territorial and national associations of religious organizations, and international organizations for bringing together national organizations. Elf, in German and Scandinavian mythology, a spirit of nature. There were two kinds of elf, Bright elves and dark elves? Elves are often associated with gnomes, dwarfs, fairies and sylphs. Eluaha's Day, a festival in the Orthodox Church celebrated on July 20 in honor of the prophet Elijah, one of the Christian saints. Elijah is a mythological character in Old Testament literature, who served to unite in himself the traits of numerous tribal gods of ancient Judea. He was widely respected, because, according to the Christian tradition, the sending down of the rains, and hence the harvest, depended on him. In Russia many of the traits attributed to a pagan Slavonic deity Pen were transferred to Elijah. Like Perun, he was depicted riding out in his chariot of fire across the heavens and driving away the forces of evil with his arrows. Elijah's Day provided the peasants with a landmark, helping them decide when to carry out various agricultural jobs. It marked the end of the haymaking and the beginning of the reaping. Precisely this aspect of the festival, that played an important part in the Russian peasants' everyday lives and their agricultural activities, made it an important celebration. Elisha ben Abiah, Jewish freethinker in the 2nd century, who set out to refute both the Old Testament and the Midrash, he shared the world outlook of the materialist philosophers of ancient Greece. Elisha ben Abiah spoke out against submissiveness and humility as advocated in Judaism, as well as against divine providence and retribution or reward after death, and he rejected the idea of divine justice. He called upon the disciples of religious schools to study secular subjects and to master useful trades. Elohim, one of the names given to Yahweh in the Old Testament. Elohistic source, a name that has come to be used by religious scholars to refer to one of the oldest sources of the Pentateuch. Elysium or Elysian fields, in the mythology of ancient Greece, the world beyond the grave, the wonderful fields at the western end of the world where immortal heroes and righteous men live in bliss. In many respects Christianity was to adopt its conception of paradise from the myths concerning the Elysian fields. Emanation, a fundamental concept of Neoplatonism implying a downward path, movement backwards from what is higher and more general down to what is lower and less general. In contrast to the Christian idea of creation, the teaching concerning reincarnation confirmed that the One does not create but radiates from itself all other forms of being out of natural necessity. Nevertheless, the idea of emanation was adopted by Christian theology, influencing both German mysticism and the pantheistic ideas of John Erigena. Empedocles, philosopher of ancient Greece, physician and political figure. He regarded as the beginnings of things. 176 Encyclical. Roots, earth, water, air, and fire, which under the influence of the forces of love and strife pass through a cycle of changes, from complete oneness to plurality. The diversity of things in the world he explained with reference to the proportions, in which the elements were mixed. Empedocles made a number of scientific predictions, including one concerning the reasons for eclipses of the sun, and other concerning the survival of the fittest organisms that come into being naturally, etc. In keeping with mythological tradition, Empedocles referred to these roots as gods. In his religious poem Hymns of Purification he developed an Orphi-Pythagorean teaching concerning the transmigration of souls and a non-anthropomorphic idea of God, aimed against traditional mythology. Encyclical, a circular letter sent by the Pope to a Roman Catholics or to all the Catholics in a particular country, to the faithful of another religion and sometimes even to non-believers. Encyclicals are devoted to socio-political, religious, and moral questions of major importance. According to the canon law of the Roman Catholic Church, encyclicals are not subject matter for discussion and believers are obliged to carry out the instructions they contain. Encyclicals are usually written in Latin and are referred to by the opening 2 or 3 words of the text. Encyclopedists, group of leading figures in the French Enlightenment, headed by Diderot, who published l'Encyclopédie au Dictionnaire des raisons des sciences, des arts et des métiers. The team of writers included leading thinkers, scientists, and public figures of pre-revolutionary France. Although their views on many questions did not coincide, thanks to the skillful negotiation of Diderot, l'Encyclopédie became the mouthpiece of progressive ideas of the French bourgeoisie in the struggle against absolutism, feudalism, the church, and religion. The encyclopedists sought to present to the general public in accessible form everything that had been achieved by mankind in the fields of science and technology. They criticized the state of affairs under the Ancien regime. L'Encyclopédie embraced all branches of scientific knowledge, the arts, and technology, i.e. the whole spiritual and material range of human culture. It became a bastion of free-thinking and atheism in the struggle against feudalism and the church, that had upheld the social foundations of the feudal society that was about to be swept off the stage. The encyclopedists were subjected to harassment and persecution by the authorities and the church. In 1752, when the second volume of l'Encyclopédie came out, the King's Council put a stop to publication. No later than 1753 the king already found himself obliged to concede to the demands of progressive circles in society and to foot the ban on publication. After certain articles by D'Alembert had A.P. Engels 177. Appeared in the seventh volume which subjected the Roman Catholic clergy to bitter criticism, the persecution directed at l'Encyclopédie began all over again. Yet, despite all the obstacles placed in its path, by 1780 the publication of l'Encyclopédie had been completed. It exerted an enormous influence on the subsequent development of progressive philosophical and socio-political thought not only in France but also in other countries. End of the world. C. Eschatology. Engels, Frederick, one of the founders of scientific communism, friend and comrade in arms of Karl Marx, a leader of the international proletariat. Engels made a fundamental contribution to the core of Marxist analysis of religion, to the historiography of religion, to the theory of atheism as one of the essential aspects of the Marxist world outlook. The definition of religion that Engels formulated provides the basis for the Marxist conception of religion. It reads, all religion, however, is nothing but the fantastic reflection in men's minds of those external forces which control their daily HFE, a reflection in which terrestrial forces assume the form of supernatural forces. When religion is interpreted as a social phenomenon, its ideological aspect is presented as the crucial one, which determines all the others including the nature of worship and of the church as an institution. It is the fantastic reflection of reality in images and forms which are not terrestrial that constitutes the content of 12-1018. Religion. This definition provides a clear criterion for distinguishing between religious and non-religious ideology. According to dialectical materialism, the universe is infinite in time and space and in it there are no forces or beings, which are not subject to the laws of the natural world and which allegedly control it. In his works Mo Bauer and Early Ch Christianity, the Book of Revelation and On the History of Early Ch Christianity, Engels examines questions connected with the history of religion from primitive times to his own day. Particularly important are his ideas regarding the origin and early stages of development of Ch Christianity and his analysis of the famous works of early Christian literature. When it was first taking shape, Christianity, as Engels pointed out, was the ideological expression of the all-embracing crisis that had befallen the Roman Empire founded on slavery, and with it the crisis of social formations everywhere that depended on slave labor. Later stages in the history of Christianity he was to analyze mainly in connection with feudal Europe in the Middle Ages, turning to Rousseau's CES on the history of the papacy, heretical movements, the peasant war in Germany and the early stages of the Reformation. Together with Marx, Engels examined questions concerning the attitudes of workers' parties to religion. Marx and Engels demonstrated that the revolutionary proletariat's fight for socialist revolution was bound up with its fight against ideologies born of social orders based on exploitation, the ideologies which provide religion whose justification for those orders. At the same time Engels resolutely opposed the libertarian plans. 178 ENKI. for banning religion that had been put forward by Herr Eugen Düring. Ea, in the mythology of Sumeria, the god of the waters of the earth, the patron of wisdom, who taught men arts and crafts. Enki occupies the third place in the supreme triad of gods. Enlightenment, the attainment of new truth and knowledge, instruction, insight, or spiritual light through study, the exchange of ideas or spiritual revelation, progressive movement in the world of ideas at the time of the emergence of capitalism, linked with the struggle of the nascent bourgeoisie and the popular masses against feudal practices and institutions. The distinctive feature of the Enlightenment was the urge of the thinkers concerned to restructure all social relations on a basis of reason, eternal justice, equality, and other such principles, stemming, in their opinion, from nature itself, from the inalienable natural rights of man. The leading figures of the Enlightenment saw the dissemination of progressive ideas and knowledge and the enhancement of moral standards to be the basic means of transforming the life of society. As Friedrich Engels pointed out, the ideals of the Enlightenment were in practice none other than the idealized kingdom of the bourgeoisie. Apart from the general features of the Enlightenment indicated above, there were specific differences to be noted between the groups of thinkers in the various countries affected by this movement, differences shaped by the specific course of these countries' historical development. The Enlightenment in England, for instance, coming after the bourgeois revolution of the 17th century, stood out on account of its spirit of moderation and the limited nature of its goals, which were a reflection of the world outlook of its leading figure, John Locke, who in really John, just as in politics, was the son of the class compromise of 1688. The free-thinking found in Locke's writing and that of the other representatives of the Enlightenment in England is clearly seen in their struggle for religious toleration, and they criticized religion mainly from a deist standpoint. In France, the Enlightenment preceded the bourgeois revolution of the late 18th century and played a decisive part in the ideological preparation for the latter. The fathers of the French Enlightenment were Voltaire and Montesquieu, and its distinctive characteristic was its militant anti-clericalism, its unswerving opposition to the Roman Catholic religion and Church, which constituted the spiritual bastion of the feudal, absolutist order. The most single-minded of the opponents of religion among the thinkers of the French Enlightenment were the materialist philosophers, who adopted a blatantly atheist stance. Among them there were however deists as well and thinkers who were loyal to Roman Catholicism. In the Enlightenment in America, in Lille 179, leading role was played by the radical, democratic wing, i.e. those who took part in the War of Independence, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Paine, Thomas Jefferson, Ethan Ahan, and others. The philosophical basis for the world outlook of the above-named thinkers was materialism in conjunction with deism. The poorly developed nature of capitalist social relations in Germany, its economic and political backwardness were reflected in the contradictory nature of the German Enlightenment. Side by side with the moderate movement with its leanings towards idealism, there was also to be found a democratic trend veering towards materialism and linked with the protest of broad strata of the population against arbitrary feudal rule, the oppression under absolutist regimes and a state religion or church. Representatives of this trend defended the equality of all men, regardless of their social status or creed, and condemned religious intolerance and fanaticism. In Russia, the ideology of the Enlightenment began to spread in the second half of the 18th century. In the early 19th century, the Enlightenment in Russia was represented by two trends, the deist materialist trend and the materialist dadaist trend. The latter embraced men who had been members of the revolutionary liberation movement of the Decembrists and was of a markedly anti-religious character. There was also an idealist school of philosophy in the Rus 1-2*. Xi'an Enlightenment. Leading thinkers of the Russian Enlightenment in the 19th century were Vissarion Belinsky, Alexander Herzen, Nikolai Dobrolubov and Nikolai Imashevsky. Enlightenment through education, propaganda of and attempts to put into practice the idea that the J.I. way in which to surmount religion is to disseminate true knowledge, to spread enlightenment, i.e. to bring influence to bear upon men's minds. Enlightenment through education, starting out from an idealist interpretation of society and the assertion that religion is born mainly of ignorance, is inherent in the atheism of the thinkers of the Enlightenment in 18th century France, in the ideas of Feuerbach, the Russian revolutionary democrats of the 19th century, and also in contemporary atheism and free-thinking in the West. Marxist atheism does not deny the fact that ignorance of the true causes of natural and social phenomena is one of the roots of religion, but, starting out from a materialist interpretation of society, it holds that the main way to surmount religion is radically to change those conditions of social life, which give rise to religion and ensure its continued existence. Enlil, in the mythology of Sumeria, the god of air and wind and later the god of the earth and fertility. Together with his father, the god of the heavens Anu, and the god of water Enki, he made up the supreme triad in the Sumerian pantheon. 180 Enthronation. Enthronization, the ceremony by which a newly elected pope or a patriarch is put in possession of his throne. The ceremony is carried out in accordance with a special ritual. Entry of our Lord into Jerusalem, a religious festival which the Russian Orthodox Church numbers among the 12 great feasts. It is celebrated on the last Sunday before Easter and it is devoted to an event in the Gospel story, the triumphal entry of Christ into Jerusalem, whose inhabitants greeted the Son of God by casting down palm branches on the road before him. The festival was established by the Church in the 4th century and was used to impart to the faithful the idea that they must open their hearts and receive Christ, just as the inhabitants of Jerusalem of old had received him. In the Russian popular tradition this festival was lent a new name, it came to be known as Willow Sunday, because for its ritual celebration in Russia branches of pussy willow, that would be coming out at that time of year, took the place of palm branches. A further reason for this was that there had long existed the popular belief that pussy willows possessed magical powers. They were expected to protect men from evil spirits and from all kinds of disasters and calamities. A number of customs associated with this festival involved the use of pussy willow branches. These branches once blessed would then be kept in the homes of the faithful. Eos, goddess of the dawn in the mythology of ancient Greece, sister of Helios and Selene, mother of the four winds and all the stars. Eos was depicted as a winged woman wreathed in sun rays. Her chariot, drawn by winged horses, appears each morning in the east announcing the arrival of Helios. Eos' Roman counterpart was Aurora. Eparchy, the name used for an ecclesiastical province in the Eastern Church. It is supervised by an eparchial archpriest accountable to the higher church authorities for his activity and the state of his eparchy. Ephesus, councils of c. Ecumenical or general councils. Epicurus, ancient Greek philosopher, who adopted a materialist stance and criticized many religious conceptions of his time. While recognizing the existence of the gods, Epicurus denied their capacity to intervene in real life. Epicurus attempted to overcome fear of the gods and fear of what may happen to one after death. He also developed the atomistic teaching of Leucippus and Democritus. In contrast to pessimistic views of life, Epicurus advocated prudent enjoyment, which provided a pretext for attacks against him by idealists and theologians, who distorted his ethical ideas. Marx and Engels, who had a high opinion of Epicurus, wrote that Roman atheism could be traced back to him. Epistemology 181. Epiphany, second name for the Christian festival of the baptism of Christ in the Jordan. This name served to underline that, when Jesus was baptized, there was a special manifestation of all the persons of the divine Trinity. Initially the festival of Epiphany was held on January 6 to mark three things: Christ's nativity and his baptism, and Epiphany, as described above. From the 4th century onwards Christmas was singled out as a special festival in its own right, but Epiphany as before was celebrated on January 6. At the present time it is only the Aenean Apostolic Church that continues to celebrate Epiphany at the same time as the Nativity. Episcopal Church, the Anglican Church in the USA, which became independent in 1789. Its bishops are elected and the laity plays an active part in the administration at all levels. Modernist and liberal trends are prominent in its theology. At the beginning of the 20th century the social gospel group within it became prominent, and the ideas of Christian socialism gained considerable ground. As regards the social composition of the Episcopal Church, it is the intelligentsia which predominates. Epistemological roots of religion. See roots of religion. Epistemology, or the theory of knowledge, branch of philosophy, in which the essence, purpose, and means for reproducing reality in human consciousness are studied. From the scientific materialist point of view, knowledge is the reflection in man's brain of the world as it exists independently of his consciousness, which takes place on the basis of man's practical activity. When things imprint themselves upon man's sense organs, he becomes aware of sensations and perceptions reflecting the various properties and combinations of properties of things, and later, on a basis of generalizations founded on these sensations and perceptions, man attains more profound images of reality, concepts, judgments, etc., which reflect things or objects within the context of the various links and relations between them. The significance of these images for man lies in the fact that they enable him to find his bearings in the world and successfully to change that world to further his interests. Images of things and of the links and relations between things, which take shape in man's consciousness, he correlate with the actual objects reflected in his consciousness thanks to practical experience, which not only provides the basis and goal of knowledge, but also serves as the criterion of truth, which separates images giving a correct reflection of reality from those which provide a distorted reflection of reality. Religion-ious idealist theories of knowledge present a distorted picture of human knowledge, its goal, and the means used to attain it. They declare man's discovery of the greatness of God and ways how to serve God as the main purpose of cognition, and they also stress that the true path to knowledge is faith in the revelation of the Holy Scriptures, which allegedly provide full and conclusive answers to the most important questions concerning God, the world, and man, in the degree that is necessary to satisfy his earthly needs. 182 EPIL-MIA. Man is acknowledged as capable of coming to understand the material world around him with the help of his sense organs and his reason. Theologians and religious philosophers, however, deny that man is able, with the help of no more than scientific cognition, to find answers to the fundamental questions relating to his existence, thus discrediting the cognitive potential of science. Epidemia, penance imposed by the Church on the faithful for violation of church canons or prescriptions, religious or instructions from a priest-confessor. Types of such penances include long prayers, intense fasting, prostrations before icons or the cross. This practice is used by the clergy in order to consolidate their influence over the faithful and to reinforce the believer's faith. Epitrachelion, the form of the stole worn by an Orthodox priest. An epitrachelion is a broad band of material worn around the neck, the two ends of which hang down in front. It is worn beneath the chasuble. Erasmus, Desideratus. Dutch representative of the Renaissance. This humanist thinker made it his aim to bring together the classical preoccupations of the Renaissance and early Christianity. He propagated secular values in a religion-ious form, freedom of the individual, religious toleration, respect for reason, knowledge, and human dignity. He criticized the Church, monasticism, and scholasticism. He did not accept the Reformation, expounding the idea of man's free will to counter the Lutheran teaching concerning predestination. Erasmus made a Greek translation of the New Testament in classical Latin and wrote commentaries upon it, which promoted the development of scholarly criticism of the Holy Scriptures. His most famous work is Praise of Folly. Erigena, John Scotus, Neoplatonist, advocate of the rationalist trend in theology. He substantiated the need for a rational interpretation of the Holy Scriptures and held that inscrutable God can only be revealed to men through his creations. He sought to reconcile the Neoplatonist idea of emanation with the Christian idea of creation. Eric recognized the freedom of man's will. He maintained that self-knowledge is the main path to pure contemplation of God. Erigenes' pantheistic ideas were condemned by the Roman Catholic Church. His main work was De Divis Ione Naturae. Erinyes, in ancient Greek mythology, the goddesses of revenge, retribution, and of the curse pronounced upon evildoers, particularly upon offenders against bloodkin. They came forth from the blood of the castrated Uranus, Alecto, Tisiphone, Megarocheilus. As the state was consolidated and blood feuds began to die out, the Erinyes came instead to represent the pangs of conscience tormenting perpetrators of crime. Repentance and religious purification were seen as the means of freeing the criminal from persecution by the Erinyes. These goddesses of revenge. TIIE Essence of Christianity 183. Were gradually replaced by God des Benefactresses, the Eumenides. Erlik Khan, figure in the shamanistic mythology of the Turkic and Mongolian peoples of Siberia and Central Asia, the master of the underworld, where the souls of the black shamans are deemed to have undergone their preparation for initiation. Ern, Vladimir 1881–1917, Russian religious philosopher. He put forward Christian socialism to counter scientific socialism. From his point of view, it was possible to build Christian socialism on the basis of an improved version of religious community. In this connection, M paid special attention to the elaboration of the Slavophile principle of sobernost, of the ecumenical ideas of Vladimir Solovyev, and the teaching concerning logos expounded by Sergei T. Mbetskoy. Eros, in the mythology of ancient Greece, the god of love, who originally possessed cosmogonic features, as did Chaos, Gaia, and Lams. In the pantheon of ancient Rome, his counterpart was Cupid. Eschatology, religious teaching concerning the final destinies of the world and man. Eschatology has its roots in ancient concept ions of the emergence and destruction of the universe, of the hidden struggle within nature between the principle of good and that of evil, the forces of light and darkness. In its advanced form, eschatology is to be found in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Christian eschatology reveals the influence of Zoroastrianism, the religion of ancient Egypt, and in particular that of Messianism as found in Judaism. The main ideas to be found in Christian eschatology can be summarized as those concerning the Antichrist, the second coming of Christ, the end of the world, the day of judgment. Similar motifs are to be found in the eschatology of Islam. Today, eschatology has become one of the central themes in the writings of religious futurologists. Theologians provide modernized versions of the religious teaching on the subject, using to this end ideas with regard to the limited nature of historical progress, the limits of growth as applied to civilization, and the inevitability of future demographic and ecological catastrophes. Eshmun, god of healing in the Phoenician religion. The Greeks identified him with Asclepius. The Essence of Christianl1y, one of the main works of Ludwig Feuerbach, which was translated into various European languages. The first Russian translation came out in London in 1861. This work played an important role in the history of materialism and atheism. Feuerbach points to the ideological similarity of religion and idealism. Religion is defined by him as a false, imaginary reflection of the real world. His critical analysis of religion goes hand in hand with his conclusion to the effect that belief in 184 Essence of man, God must be eradicated. Much attention is focused on the origin of religion, particularly that of Christianity. In the Essence of Christianity, Feuerbach demonstrated that nature exists independently of human consciousness, and that there is nothing outside nature and man. Despite the materialist and atheist principles which permeate this work, Feuerbach also puts forward in it the idea that a new religion must be founded, a religion of universal love. This major work played an important part in promoting progressive public awareness, and it exerted a powerful influence on the representatives of the progressive strata of German society before the Revolution of 1848. Essence of Man, the Since ancient times men have devised teachings concerning the essence of man, his nature and place in the universe. Primitive materialist conceptions of man as a part of nature are an intrinsic feature of oral popular tradition and materialist philosophical teachings of the ancient world. In religious myths, the interpretation of the essence of man is complicated by the addition of the idea of the supernatural, in which the experience of defeat and failures is mystified, along with man's helplessness in the fight against nature and the social processes in antagonistic society. After creating gods in his own image and likeness, man perceives himself as their creation, image and likeness, and he is allegedly split into natural man and his supernatural double. In connection with the emergence of the religious ideology of the class-based society, the mystical conceptions of the essence of man are cleansed of naive imagery, and dualism in religious anthropology takes firmer root. While blurring the social essence of man, theologians separate man's qualities and abilities from man himself, and transform them into absolutes, declaring them to be attributes of an unreal being. In the conditions of today's crisis of religion, a number of theologians raise the question as to how best to present theological anthropology as a separate academic discipline in its own right, fundamentally important to both theology and philosophy. While rejecting the religious and idealist interpretation of the essence of man, Marxists also rule out as one-sided contemplative, extra-historical interpretations. Marx wrote, "The essence of man is no abstraction inherent in each single individual. In its reality it is the ensemble of all social relations. Man changes in the course of the active transformation of the world, the development of productive forces and the relations of production. This sum of productive forces, capital funds, and social forms of intercourse, which every individual and every generation finds in existence as something given, is the real basis of what the philosophers have conceived as substance and essence of man, and what they have deified and attacked." Essenes, a Judaic sect, about whom information has survived in works of writers of the 1st century AD, Josephus Flavius, Pliny the Eternal World 185. Elder, Philo of Alexandria. The Essenes formed communities, in which as a rule there was no private property, slavery was condemned and physical labor was compulsory, and in a number of which trading was forbidden. Pliny the Elder wrote that the Essenes lived in isolation from other people, that there were no women in their communities, that they rejected physical love and used no money. The communes of the Essenes were self-contained and it was difficult to join them. They played an active part in the uprisings against the Roman Empire in Judea in 66-73, and for this, according to accounts from Josephus Flavius, the Romans subjected Essene prisoners to cruel torture. Most contemporary scholars identify the Essenes with the members of the Qumran community. Established church, a religious organization, whose dominant position in a particular country is consolidated by acts of legislation. Official recognition of the particular denomination of the established church is incorporated into the constitutions of 43 states. The established church takes part in deciding important matters of state, and it is maintained either entirely or in part by the state, thus enjoying greater privileges than other religious organizations. In pre-revolutionary Russia, the established CHUF was the Russian Orthodox Church, which, according to Lenin, was in feudal dependence on the state. Soviet legislation put an end to an established church and ensured all religious organizations equal rights, also guaranteeing Soviet citizens freedom of worship. Eternal truth, a concept designating what remains immutable and irrefutable in the content of a statement in the course of cognitive activity and faithfully reflects relations in the real world. The Marxist doctrine of truth presents scientific theories as relative truths, insofar as they do not provide exhaustive knowledge of the object under investigation and contain elements which at the subsequent stages in the cognition process are subject to change and are specified, thus becoming more profound. In each scientific theory there are elements of immutable knowledge, which reliably reflect reality. They constitute a tiny particle of absolute truth, namely, of exhaustive complete knowledge of reality, and they can be referred to as eternal truth. Statements which establish concrete facts and relations are also phenomena which will not be subject to change in the future. Theologians who deny the existence of eternal truth in scientific theories proclaim the eternal truth of religious dogma. Yet the advance of practical experience and scientific cognition compel theologians, while allegedly extending their interpretations of dogmas, in practice to change the content of the latter, so as to adapt them to the level of consciousness attained by believers of today and to maintain the illusion of their veracity. Eternal world, concept denoting the existence of the world that shall never cease and that has not known any beginning nor ending in time, also the indestructible nature of moving matter that cannot be created, and the attributes of that matter. The concept of the eternal world took 186 ethnic religions shape in ancient times in the course of the struggle of the materialists against religious assertions to the effect that the world was created by God. The ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus asserted centuries ago that the world had been created not by gods or people, but that it had always existed, is, and ever shall be an ever-living fire, now flaring up and now dying down, in a state of constant flux. Atomists of the ancient world recognized as transient the existence of the worlds filling the universe, worlds like ours, and considered the universe as something eternal, permanent, which had always existed, is, and will be. The materialists of the modern era also saw the world as something that had not been created and could not be destroyed. Yet in the case of pre-Marxist thinkers the understanding of the eternal world involved some elements that distorted reality. They acknowledged the immutability of the world as a whole, the existence of unchanging primary matter and immutable universal laws, such as the laws of mechanics were seen to constitute. The dialectical materialist interpretation of the eternal world acknowledges the phenomenon of constant change, of the renewal of the world. In the constantly changing world that knew no beginning, the only things that are lasting and preserved forever are attributes of matter, the qualitatively different forms of its movement and the capacity of matter to reproduce naturally any of its potential forms and any form of movement. Ethnic religions, one of the historical types of religion. These include Judaism, Hinduism, Shintoism, Confucianism, etc. Ethnic religions have certain features in common with clan-based and tribal religions, some of the images and rituals of worship from which they have reworked and assimilated. Unlike tribal religions, ethnic ones took shape and evolved in the period when class-based society was emerging. They reflected the consolidation of various ethnic groups and later nations. To use the words of Marx, the true religion of the ancients was the cult of their nationality, of their state. The repositories of these ethnic religions were usually representatives of the particular ethnic group or nationality in question, although representatives of other ethnic groups can also, under certain conditions, assimilate this type of religion. Detailed ritualization of men's everyday behavior is a characteristic feature of such religions, as are specific rituals and a strict system of religious prescriptions and taboos, which complicate contact with adherents of other faiths. Ethnos and religion. The term ethnos denotes a people as a specific type of social community, which has taken shape within one and the same territory or under the same socio-economic conditions, which has its own name for itself, its own language and culture, a shared ethnic self-awareness which embraces, among other things, a conception of shared origin. Adherence to a common faith is not an essential part of an ethnic community. Most sizable religious communities embrace a number of different peoples. Eudaimonism 187. And, the other way round, adherence to one and the same religion does not erase differences between peoples. Eucharist or Holy Communion. One of the 7 sacraments in the Roman Catholic and Orthodox churches, in which the faithful are given bread and wine, that were allegedly the transubstantiated body and blood of Christ. According to church teaching, this enabled the faithful to become partakers of the blessed body and blood of Jesus Christ, of the divine essence. It is to Jesus himself that the institution of the Eucharist is attributed. In actual fact it is a vestige of the ancient custom of eating the flesh and drinking the blood of a sacrificial animal. These customs, closely linked with totemistic beliefs, were to be encountered in the mysteries dedicated to various gods, mainly in Oriental religions, many elements of which were borrowed by Christians. The Eucharist is called the main sacrament in the Christian religion. It occupies a central place in the liturgy. Until recently, the order of service for conducting the Eucharist in the Orthodox Church had differed from that instituted in the Roman Catholic Church. While the Orthodox faithful received both bread and wine at the Eucharist, Roman Catholic laymen were only allowed to partake of the bread. Not until the Second Vatican Council was it decided that they should be allowed to receive the consecrated wine as well. In Protestant churches, the Eucharist is considered not so much a sacrament as a symbolic ritual without any mystical significance. Eucharistic congresses, international congresses for Roman Catholic theologians convened by the Vatican regularly once every 4 years in various towns of the world. The congresses were given this particular name because in the past great importance had been attached to the sacrament of the Eucharist. At these congresses, which are attended by high-ranking representatives of the Holy See, questions are discussed that arise in the course of the elaboration of all aspects of Roman Catholic theology and in connection with the adaptation of Roman Catholic doctrine and practice to the conditions pertaining in the contemporary world and with the fight against atheism. Eucharistic congresses have been used on more than one occasion for propagating clerical anti-communism. At the Eucharistic Congress held in Bogotá in 1968, Pope Paul VI made a speech condemning revolutions as a means of struggle against social injustice. Euchologion, service book used in the Orthodox Church, which contains order of service for all ceremonies and rites except the Eucharist and the ordination of priests. It details among other things the order of service for occasional religious rites. Eudaimonism, an ethical theory based on the idea that the behavior of man is determined by his striving after happiness as the highest aim in life. Eudaimonism came 188 Euhemer into being in the classical world, and echoes of it are to be found in the teachings of Socrates and Aristotle. In the modern era, the ideas of eudaimonism were carried further in the ethical theories of Spinoza. They were also shared by the French 18th-century materialists Helvetius and Diderot. Eudaimonism was interpreted in a rather unusual way in the ethical theories of utilitarianism. Being fundamentally different from Christian ethics, in which supreme bliss is only attainable in the next world, eudaimonistic ethics nevertheless suffers from one-sidedness, its limited nature stemming from its failure to take into account the class-based character of morality. Euhemer, a quarterly journal published by the Polish Society for the Study of Religion in Warsaw since 1957. It puts out scholarly articles on theoretical problems connected with the study of religion, the history of the world's religions, the history of freethinking and atheism, the sociology and psychology of religion. Euhemerism, principles for the rationalist interpretation of the origins of gods and heroes and of the content of myths, which were first expounded in the book Sacred History written by the philosopher Euhemerus, who was born in Sicily and lived at the court of Cassander, king of Macedonia. According to Euhemerus, gods and heroes are deified great men of the past, and myths are the fabulous presentation of real events of the past. The naive conceptions of Euhemerus follow, whereas nevertheless represented an attempt to provide a natural explanation for supernatural phenomena. Eumenides, kind goddesses and benefactresses in the pantheon of ancient Greece. Initially they were held to be goddesses of revenge Erinyes. Later, after blood revenge had been abolished, they became benevolent deities. Eunomians, an extreme group within the Arian movement, named after their leader, Eunomius. See also Arianism. Eusebius of Caesarea, also known as Eusebius Pamphili, Roman writer on ecclesiastical questions and historian. He was bishop of Caesarea in Palestine from 311 till his death. His main works were Preparatio Evangelii Ca, Historia Ecclesiastica, and Vita Constantini. Eusebius was one of the first Christian writers to attempt to present as compatible the achievements of classical science and the interests of the Christian Church. Eunuchs, Archimanderite in Constantinople, and founder of Monophysitism. He denied that the manhood of Christ was consubstantial with that of ordinary men. According to Eutych's teaching, the human nature in Christ had been totally absorbed by his divine nature, and therefore his human flesh only appeared as such. This Evangelization 189 meant that Eutychs recognized Christ as God and not as God made man, as Orthodox Church teaching did. At the Chalcedon Council of 451, Eutych's teaching was condemned as heresy, and he himself was deposed. Evangelical Christians, one of the trends within Protestantism, closely related to the Baptists. Unlike the teaching of the latter, that of the evangelical Christians is based purely on the Gospels. Evangelical Christians consider that salvation has been accomplished and that all those who have come to believe in Christ are saved. Salvation is granted to man without any contribution on his part, purely on the strength of faith in Christ's redemptive sacrifice. In Russia, this movement began to spread from the middle of the 19th century, and its adherents were referred to as Red Stockists and later as Pashkovtsy. The leaders of the evangelical Christians were hostile towards the October Revolution, but in the 1920s they adopted a loyal stance with regard to the Soviet state. In 1944, the evangelical Christians allied themselves with the Baptists and formed what now operates as the Union of Evangelical Christians, Baptists. Evangelical churches, the old name for Lutheran churches, the same name is used to denote various associations of Protestant churches, which adhere to Lutheranism. Evangelists, according to church tradition, the authors of the accounts of the life of Jesus Christ, the Gospels. SS Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are held to be the authors of the canonical Gospels. Historical research had shown that the Gospels were probably compiled at the end of the 1st and beginning of the 2nd century AD, i.e. after the period when those men, to whom the authorship of the Gospels is attributed by Christian tradition, were alive. Evangelization, a term used to denote active ity aimed at converting peoples and individuals to Christianity. In order to justify such activity, the Church turns to the exhortation made by Christ to his apostles in the Gospel according to St. Matthew, "Go therefore and make disciples of all the nations, baptizing them." During the period of colonial annexations and right up until the second half of this century, the Church set about the task of evangelization with the help of missionaries, who propagated Christianity and sought to convert the local population of the countries where they were working to the Christian faith. The collapse of the imperialist colonial system induced the Church to devise new methods of evangelization in order to adapt to the new socio-political conditions in the countries of Asia and Africa, recently liberated from colonial oppression. After World War II, the term evangelization had also been used to denote efforts on the part of the Roman Catholic Church to consolidate its position among those sections of the population where the process of secularization is advancing most rapidly. 4. 190 Eve. Example, among workers and young people. Questions connected with evangelization were discussed at the Second Vatican Council. One of the congregations in the Curia is that concerned with evangelization of the peoples. Eve, according to the Bible, the first woman on earth, the wife of Adam, and the mother of the human race. Led astray by the serpent, Eve herself ate of the forbidden fruit from the tree of knowledge and persuaded Adam to do likewise. For this disobedience God cursed the first man and the first woman and all their progeny. The biblical story of Eve can be traced back to a Mesopotamian legend. Everlasting world. Infinite world, everlasting world. Evidence for the existence of God, a system of argument, LTS in theology and religious philosophy used for the logical substantiation of the existence of God and on that basis of the necessity of religious faith. The most widespread of these arguments are the following: ontological evidence formulated in the 11th century by the scholastic theologian Saint Anselm, Archbishop of Canterbury. It is based on the conception of the existence of a perfect being not only in our consciousness but also in reality, which could only be God. This evidence was criticized by St. Thomas Aquinas, Kant, and many other theologians. The logical inconsistency of that evidence lies in the fact that the existence of a concept of God is substituted for the existence of God. It is on the principle of ontological evidence that historical evidence, psychological evidence and anthropological evidence are based. Cosmological evidence formulated by Plato and Aristotle, which can be summarized as acknowledgement of the existence of a primary cause or a primary motive force as the impulse behind any beginning or movement. In the works of Leibniz and Christian Wolff, the existence of God is deduced from recognition of the existence of an unconditional essence or cause of all kinds of existence that cannot be reduced to any final causes. Kant convincingly pointed out the ontological sophistry in this proof. Existence, from his point of view, cannot be demonstrated through logical analysis of a concept, since it is not an aspect of that concept. Dialectical materialism, after revealing the inconsistency of the conceptions of the primary impetus, the special cause, and rejecting the oversimplified view of the interaction of cause and effect, demonstrate the scientific and methodological erroneousness inherent in the recognition of supernatural causes, including cosmological evidence for the existence of God, teleological or physical teleological evidence that can be summarized as the acknowledgement of the existence of absolute expediency in the world, which was brought forth by a supremely wise architect. This evidence is made particularly wide use of in modern Arcade 191. Religious and theological practice. Providing as it does a distorted interpretation of expediency, theology constructs a picture of the world that rules out the manifestation and operation of internal LTWs governing the development of reality. The theory of Charles Darwin revealed expediency as a motivating factor within living nature, but it was the teaching of historical materialism drawn up by Marx and Engels which served to banish teleology from the science of society, thus robbing teleological evidence for the existence of God of any significance whatever. Moral evidence based on the concept of the existence of a universal moral ordering of the world, an absolute and eternal moral law as the manifestation of a divine principle in the world. Immanuel Kant, who propounded this law, assert that the universal moral law in its capacity as an unconditional transcendental prescription or categorical imperative can become a universal rule for behavior only when the existence of God will be recognized. This evidence is based on the false conception of the existence of an eternal morality that is outside history and outside classes, its nature being determined by an external supreme cause. The illusory nature of such conceptions has been convincingly demonstrated by Marxists. Exaltation of the honor. Abel and Life GMNG Cross, a Christian festival, which in the Orthodox Church is one of the 12 great feasts and is celebrated on September 14. According to the Christian tradition, this festival was instituted in memory of the acquisition in the 4th century by Saint Helena, mother of the Emperor Constantine of Rome, of the cross on which Jesus Christ was allegedly crucified. After the acquisition, this cross was raised up on the Mount of Golgotha near Jerusalem. Later, on the site where it was found, a church was built that was consecrated on September 13, 335. It has been established that the story of the acquisition of this cross was fictitious and that tales of the cross only began to appear in the late 4th and early 5th centuries. At the same time, the festival of the exaltation of the honorable and life-giving cross began to take root, for which the basic idea was that man, like Christ, passes along the way of the cross in his lifetime, which leads eventually to his salvation. In the sermons preached on the occasion of this festival, special importance is attached to the role of the cross and the need for every believer to bear his own cross, as once did Jesus. The idea is promoted to the effect that men and women should rely entirely on the will of their Savior. In Western churches, this festival commemorates the exposition of the allegedly true cross at Jerusalem in 629, after it was recovered from the Persians. Exarch, in ancient Greece, the head of the priests attached to a specific temple. In the Byzantine Empire, the governor of a region, one from the barbarians, or, up until the 7th century, a bishop in charge of the Christian church within a diocese. In the Orthodox Church of today, the head of an exarchate. Exarchate, in the Byzantine Empire in the late 6th and 7th centuries, an administrative unit under a military governor. Exarchs or Gov. 192 Excommunication. Ernest would be in charge there of military forces and also civilian administration, in the Orthodox Church, a province of the Church which sometimes embraces several eparchies and which enjoys a certain degree of independence. An exarchate is headed by a bishop or patriarchal exarch, who is subordinate to the patriarch. The Russian Orthodox Church has exarchates in Western and Central Europe, Central and South America and in the Ukraine. Excommunication, a kind of ecclesiastical censure, entailing the exclusion from the membership of a given church. This practice is employed in many religions, including Christianity and Judaism. It was used to hold in check resistance by dissenting elements. In order to bring effective influence to bear on the minds of the faithful, excommunication is accompanied with a ceremony of grim solemnity, during which curses are pronounced over the man or woman being excommunicated. The Church teaches that torment in hell will be the consequence of excommunication. Exegetics, section of theology concerned with the interpretation and analysis of the meaning and content of the Bible. One of its main tasks is the selection of evidence supporting the divinely inspired nature of the Holy Scriptures and their perpetual importance for the fostering of religious faith and morality. Existentialism, subjective idealist philosophical movement, which became widespread in EU. Europe in the period between the two world wars. The central problem of philosophy is seen as the search for the meaning of life, the existence of man, who comes into his own in the clash with death in borderline situations. On grasping the meaning of life, man attains freedom, which places upon his shoulders responsibility for all that is happening in the world. Within the existentialist movement there are two trends, atheist existentialism and religious existentialism. The existentialists' criticism of religion was not of a particularly militant character. Religion was seen just as absurd as existence itself. The majority of the representatives of existentialism belong to the religion strand. Jasper's philosophy is distinguished by its openly religious thrust. Marcel substantiated Roman Catholic dogma with reference to the fundamental principles of existentialism. Buber looked for points of contact between existentialism and Judaism. The school of Protestant neo-orthodoxy and the school of dialectical theology take on board the intuitionalism and irrationalism of existentialism, whose characteristic features are also pessimism, a subjectivist interpretation of freedom, rejection of rational cognition and a preference for intuitive understanding of reality. Exodus, the second book of the Pentateuch or the books of Moses, part of the Old Testament. Exodus contains the biblical legend of how Ezra 193. The Jews of old, who had become the slaves of the Egyptian Pharaoh, were led out of Egypt, in accordance with the will of their God, Yahweh, by the prophet Moses, who performed various miracles to that end. And also of how Yahweh entrusted Moses the law on Mount Sinai. The biblical story found in Exodus is, according to some historians, a myth, which probably has some founding in actual events linked with the struggle by the Jewish tribes to conquer Palestine. Expediency or natural order, special form of causality within the natural world, or society. The question of natural order has been the subject of fierce ideological debate between materialists on the one hand and theologians and idealists on the other. Expediency manifests itself, within the natural world, in the adaptation of structures or functions of living matter to its environment, and in a certain purposefulness of the processes in living nature, which was used in teleology to demonstrate the creative activity of God, allegedly directing nature towards specific objectives. Similarly, expediency in society manifests itself in the formation of improved social systems, in the purposeful activity of men, which was used in the religious philosophy of history to substantiate the idea of predestination. The scientific interpretation of natural order was revealed through the teaching of natural selection in Darwinism. Scientific materialist teaching regarding causality demonstrate that a certain purposefulness in the processes observed within nature expresses itself in the 13-01018 form of an overall trend, which is the result of the interaction between plants and animals and their habitat. Historical materialism revealed the causal nature of the way in which useful forms of social life are shaped and the purposeful nature of human activity based on the understanding of objectively operating social laws. The laws of the external world, of nature, are the basis of man's purposeful activity. Extreme unction or an anointing of the sick, the Christian sacrament administered to the sick and consisting in the reciting of special prayers in conjunction with the anointing of the forehead, cheeks, lips, breast, and hands with holy oil. The Orthodox Church teaches that the anointing of the sick brings man bodily healing and peace to the mind, and at the same time it frees him from those sins, of which he has not yet repented. Roman Catholics do not acknowledge to the same extent the healing functions of extreme unction but regard it more as a form of farewell consolation for the sick and also the dying. Both in its content and the way in which the sacrament is administered, it represents a survival of primitive healing magic. Ezra, author of a book by the same name in the Old Testament and codifier of the Pentateuch, around 444 BC. Ezra moved from Babylon to Jerusalem, where together with Nehemiah he embarked upon activity aimed at restoring the cult of Yahweh in its pure form and bringing into operation once more the 194 Ezra bans and prescriptions contained in the books of the Old Testament known at that time. At a large gathering of the people he read out the Pentateuch. 2 other books of the Old Testament are attributed to him that are not part of the canonical text. They appear in the Apocrypha of the English Bible as I and 2 Ezras, and they are included in the Vulgate as an appendix after the New Testament. In the Russian Bible, they appear as 2 and 3 Ezras. F. Fairy tale or fairy story, a type of oral poetic narrative handed down in the folklore of many peoples. Fairy tales can be divided into the magical, fantastic, ideological, and domestic categories. In addition, there is a large group of fairy tales concerned with animals. Many fairy tales can be traced back to a mythological subject and contain echoes of ancient magical rites. Faith, dogma, i.e. a set of religious ideas adhered to by the individual Christian, Muslim, Buddhist etc., a specific attitude towards real or imaginary objects or phenomena when their authenticity and truth are accepted without theoretical or practical proofs. Faith of this sort, so-called blind faith, is seen as the opposite of knowledge. It is into this category that religious faith falls, namely, faith in gods, angels, life after death, the immortality of the soul, and various other doctrines etc. Faith and reason. The contradiction between faith and reason inherent in any religion came most clearly to the fore in Christianity, which declared faith in God to be the highest spiritual faculty of man. Theology, which reduces the capacities of human reason to no more than a series of formal logical operations, declares it to be incapable not only of knowledge of God but also of truly knowing the world without recourse. 13*. To faith. In religion, human reason is contrasted with absolute divine Son, which in reality constitutes human cognitive faculties in an absolute form, presented as an independent entity divorced from man. Faith in the Second World, interdenominational association of reactionary clerical groups aimed at undermining the socialist countries. Clerical anti-communist organizations from 18 countries are affiliated to it. Among these are the Center for the Study of Religion and Communism in Great Britain, the Research Center for Religion and Human Rights in Closed Societies, and the Human Rights Society in the Federal Republic of Germany. The faith in the Second World concerns itself with the fabrication of slanderous material regarding the religious persecution, which allegedly takes place in the socialist countries, and sets out to disinform people on these matters throughout the world and in this way to whip up anti-Soviet sentiments. The association's headquarters is in Zurich. False apostles, name given by the groups of early Christians wrangling between themselves to those with whom they disagreed. Judeo-Christians, for example, considered St. Paul to be a false apostle. In the non-canonical teaching of the 12 Apostles, advice is given for distinguishing 196 false decrfals of Isidore. Apostles from false apostles. In the Revelation of St. John, the divine reference is made to those who call themselves apostles, but who are not really apostles. False decretals of Isidore, a collection of church documents, mainly false, were compiled in France in middle of the 9th century so as to claim early authority for the supremacy of the Pope in the worldwide church and to substantiate his independence of secular power. The false decretals propounded the idea of papal infa/2 ability and d as the basis for canon law. In the Middle Ages they were widely used by the papacy in the struggle for supremacy over the secular sovereigns of Western Europe. The compiler of the false decretals is an anonymous figure, concealing his true identity behind the pseudonym Isidore Mercator. The author included in the collection over 100 epistles, papal decretals, the so-called Donation of Constantine and other documents, the false nature of which was demonstrated irrefutably at the beginning of the 15th century. Fanaticism, religious, blind, extreme devotion to religious ideas and the endeavor to follow them unswervingly in everyday life, intolerance of adherents of other faiths and all those upholding different beliefs. The history of various churches, in particular the Christian Church, knows a good number of examples of religious fanaticism. It is to be found in particular in the lives of religious sects. A typical way in which this kind of fanaticism manifests itself is the predominance of emotions over reason. Types of fanatics also vary, from the passive contemplative fanatic, by way of the mystical, to the active, extremist type. Religious fanaticism manifests itself in various forms, in the unquestioning observance of religious rules or vows, or ascetic exploits, in the foisting of the true faith on people round about, etc. The extreme expression of religious fanaticism is religious cruelty. Religious fanatical moods are sometimes exploited by the clergy and the ruling strata so as to fan hatred for the representatives of other denominations or faiths, or to instigate violence against heretics. F.N.G. Chang, materialist and atheist of medieval China. In his treatise on the destruction of the soul he spoke out against the Buddhist teaching regarding the immortality of the soul and life beyond the grave, stressing the importance of rejecting life beyond the grave for man's ability to act in this world. Fang Cheng developed materialist views on the dependence of the soul on the body. Farming cults. Agrn cults. Fasts are religious proscriptions or limitations on food altogether, or certain types of food. They are used in various religions, as one of the major means by which the Church regulates the lives of believers and reinforces their piousness. There exist one-day fasts and others that last for several days or even weeks. In the Orthodox Church, 4 fasts of the latter type are known: the Great Fast, which precedes Easter. Father 197. Christmas Fast, the Fast of the Apostles and the Assumption Fast. One-day fasts are laid down for the faithful on Wednesdays and Fridays and also on other days of the year. During fasts marriages may not be celebrated and believers may not participate in secular entertainments. In Islam considerable importance is attached to the fast known as Sawm, during which it is forbidden to take food between sunrise and sunset. In Judaism, apart from public fasts, individual fasts are also kept to honor vows made by individual believers and on the day when Jews honor their parents' memory. On fast days a special atmosphere reigns in Churches, which helps the faithful work themselves into a repentant mood, encourages the desire to confess and strengthens them in their conviction that man left to his own devices is not strong enough to overcome his base nature and sin. He needs to place his hope in God and the Church and link his whole life with them. Fasting is an important means of bringing ideological and emotional pressure to bear on believers. Fatalism, a conception of the predetermined character of events in nature, society, and in the life of the individual. In one or other form it is intrinsic to many idealist teachings and occupies an important place in the religious world outlook. Acknowledgement of God as creator and ruler of the world inevitably leads to negation of man's capacity to influence the course of events and condemns him to passivity and inaction. In the dogma of various religions, fatalism manifests itself to varying degrees. It permeates the dogma of Islam. The ideas of fatalism find clear expression in Calvinism. In a number of religious movements, attempts are being made to move away from fatalism. People are credited with free will, the right to take charge of their own destiny. In the final analysis, however, theology arrives at an insoluble contradiction, for it turns out to be incapable of reconciling divine will with man's free will. Fatalism is contrary to the materialist world outlook, which starts out from the principle of objective necessity, i.e. the conviction that the development of nature and society is subject to certain fundamental laws. Man cannot at will change those laws. This, however, does not mean that he is passive or powerless in face of the forces of nature or laws operating in society. As he discovers the laws of nature or social development, man goes on to apply them in his activity. In contrast to that, fatalists assert that men are the helpless tools of their particular fate, which serves to perpetuate social injustices and to convince men that it is essential for them to reconcile themselves to inevitable circumstances. Fate. See destiny or fate or lot. Father or pater, priest in the Roman Catholic Church. Maintaining this form of address for the priest by the faithful, the Church sought to foster in 198 FATIIERS of TIIE Church. Ver a sense of religious humility and obedience. Fathers of the Church. C. Patristics. Fatiha, name of the first surah of the Quran, beginning, in the name of God, the Merciful, the Compassionate. Praise be to God, the Lord of the worlds. Its text constitutes part of Muslim prayers and is much used liturgically. It consists of 7 ayats and in some ways it forms a parallel to the use of the Lord's Prayer in Christianity. Fatima, daughter of the Prophet Muhammad by his first wife Khadija, wife of Muhammad's cousin, Caliph Ali. The cult of Fatima is widespread among the Shahites. The Shahite dynasty, which held power in Egypt during the Middle Ages, bore her name and was known as the Fatimids. Fatima was buried in the famous Medina cemetery. When making a pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina, Shahite women visit the grave of Fatima and give alms in her memory. On the walls and gates of Shahite mosques the name of Fatima is to be found side by side with the names of Allah, Muhammad, Ali, and other imams. Fatima, small village not far from Lisbon, near which in 1917 3 illiterate peasant children, while grazing their flocks, allegedly saw visions of a woman who declared herself to be Our Lady and who instructed them that Russia should be convert to the Roman Catholic faith and then peace would reign in the West. She also asked for a chapel to be built in her honor. The mere Akil at Fatima was exploited by clerical circles in the 50s, during the Cold War, in anti-Soviet propaganda. Fatima has since become one of the places of pilgrimage for Roman Catholics. In 1967 it was visited by Pope Paul VI on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the miracle. Fatigm, word used by the ancient Romans to denote the embodiment of the will of the gods and the all-embracing inevitability of destiny ruling the world and men. Phas, in the mythology of ancient Rome, the god of mountains, woods, meadows, and flocks, protector of shepherds and hunters, who sends down fertility to the fields, animals, and men. In the mythology of ancient Greece, his counterpart was the god Pan, many of whose traits were attributed to Faunus. Like Sylvanus, Faunus lives in wood groves, caves and frightens travelers with voices from the woods, instilling in them so-called panic. Faunus' wife was held to be Fauna. Fear of God. See God-fearingness. Fear theory, conception, AC according to which the emergence of religion and faith in God can be explained by the presence in man of a sense of fear, stemming from the fact that he is dominated by external forces, the inevitability of death and uncertainty as regards what the future holds. The individual, as he lends life and substance to terrible forces which he does not understand, gradually creates gods, which in their turn instill terror into the faithful and demand propitiation. The fear theory was to be found not only in classical times, but it also won support from Hob Bess, S. Spinoza, Hume, H. Helvetius, Halbach, and Feuerbach. The latter, admittedly, pointed out that fear is not sufficient grounds for explaining religion, that it is only one of the components that go to make up man's sense of dependence on the external world. Marxist theory also recognizes the effect of fear on the process of the emergence and later that of the consolidation of religious conceptions. Lenin referred on several occasions to fear before the blind force of capital as the root of modern religion. Marxists, however, do not regard fear as the prime cause of religion, insofar as it can itself be explained with reference to the socio-economic and historical phenomena. Fedosiev persuasion, a trend within the Bispopovtsy group of the Old Believers that was established at the end of the 17th century by Feodosy Vasilyev. This persuasion drew its support from the poor strata of society, mainly fugitive peasants, hence their irreconcilable attitude to the autocracy and the Orthodox Church and their strict asceticism. Yet in the 1820s and 1830s this persuasion split into a number of soglasiya, while some of the believers joined the Pomorsky persuasion or the Ye-Dinov.Rts, in the wake of social stratification within the communities of the Fedosiev persuasion. The spiritual center of the Fedosiev persuasion was for a long time a community. Founded in 1771 in Moscow at the Preobrazhenskoy Cemetery, where there was both a monastery and a convent. At the present time small groups of the adherents of this persuasion are to be found in the Baltic republics and in a number of the central regions of the European part of the USSR. Fedotov, Georgy. Russian teleologist philosopher, historian of culture and political germtalist. In 1925 he emigrated to France, where he was one of the founders of the journal Novigrad, that was published in Paris from 1931 to 1939 and in which he elaborated his ideas of Christian humanism to counter mechanical progress, that was indifferent to man and his creations. He opposed the propagation of the cult of violence. Fedotov saw the path to the implementation of his social ideal as one of Christian socialism. He was an ideological opponent of revolutionary change. Fedotov was the author of many works on the role of the Orthodox Church in the history of Russian culture. Fetishism, veneration of inanimate objects, to which are ascribed supernatural properties. Fetishism is one of the elements of the religious picture of the world, an ingredient of virtually all early forms of religion and also advanced religious systems. Fetishes, or the inanimate objects of such veneration, may include stones, sticks, trees, or any other kind of object. They can be natural in origin or man-made. The forms which this veneration of objects take also vary, from making sacrifices to them to sticking nails into them, in order to 200 Fwa. Cause a spirit pain and thereby in a more reliable way to force him to carry out a request outlined to him. Fetishism is also widely practiced in modern religions. Fe 1 Wa, for Muslims a written conclusion or the judgment of a religious authority on questions of theology and law. The fatwa is based on the Quran, the Hadith, the Sharia, and collections of fatwas made earlier. Its acceptance is not obligatory for all believers. Feuerbach, Ludwig Andreas, the last of the representatives of German classical philosophy, a materialist and an atheist. In his work Das Wesen des Christentums and Das Wesen der Religion Feuerbach, from a position of anthropological materialism, subjected religion and philosophical idealism to crushing criticism, reducing the religious world to no more than the sum of its basic earthly elements. Feuerbach regarded religion and theology as products of the self-alienation of the human sense, which compensate for the lost ties uniting man with man, me with you, the individual with the family or clan. Feuerbach regarded men's sense of dependence on forces outside the control of their will as the basis for religion, and he interpreted religion as a distorted realization of that dependence. A shortcoming of Feuerbach's atheism lay in the fact that he regarded the sense of dependence as an abstract anthropological quality rooted in egoism as a characteristic inherent in man since time immemorial, while he failed to appreciate the social roots of religion. Feuerbach combined critical analysis of the religious world outlook with convincing criticism of religious morality. Feuerbach regarded enlightenment through education as the only way to combat religion. The abstract and contemplative character of anthropological materialism determined the broad nature of his interpretation of religion, which led him to attempt to construct a religion without God, based on love of man as the highest creature in other man's life. Feuerbach's atheist teaching was critically reworked and elaborated further by Marx and Engels. Fichte, Johann L. Gottlieb, German idealist philosopher. Fichte attacked superstition and traditional religious concepts, reducing revelation to no more than cognitimi of the spiritual principle, of the moral law. He also held that God, the absolute ego or infinite moral will of the universe, manifests and fulfills itself through individual human egos which stem from it. Accordingly, he rejected all attempts at the presentation of evidence for the existence of God, apart from moral evidence. He declared God to be the living operative moral order, and faith to be the discharge of moral duty. In Fichte's teaching there is no place for traditional Christian concepts of sin and salvation. All this provided grounds for Fichte subsequently to be accused of atheism. Fikh 201. Fideism, philosophical movement based on the recognition of the need for religious faith hand in hand with knowledge. In the present-day struggle of ideas in the sphere of philosophy, this implies the outwardly scientific defense of religion with the help of arguments drawn from idealist philosophy. All the main trends in modern Western philosophy, neopositivism, pragmatism, existentialism, persona/ism, neothomism, anthropology, philosophical, are closely bound up with fideism. Those schools of fideist philosophy have become particularly famous, which, while acknowledging the achievements and necessity of science, nevertheless proclaim that man cannot confine himself to science and cannot do without religion as faith, for science is concerned with the phenomena of nature, while religion provides answers to questions concerned with man's spiritual life and is the only basis for morality. The very study of nature, in the opinion of modern proponents of religion, demonstrates the limited and absolute relativity of human knowledge, thus confirming the main premises of religious faith. The infinite range of knowledge yet to be attained that nature holds out to us and the relative character of modern scientific knowledge are proffered as an argument in favor of the fundamentally limited potentialities of science, which speaks in favor of religion. The whole of modern Western philosophy is permeated by a new variatio 11 of the ideas of the God-seekers. A process of the theologization of philosophy and its religious reinterpretation is underway. In philosophical arguments, subjects such as sinfulness, guilt, purification, hope and retribution and reward are reproducing themselves. The coming together of idealism and religion stems from the common, related social and epistemological roots that give rise to both of them. Religion opens up before idealism the illusory prospect of an integrated world outlook, while idealism helps religion to acquire a semblance of intellectual respectability. Significant and apt in the current situation is Lenin's conclusion to the effect that idealism is merely a subtle, refined form of fideism, which stands fully armed, commands vast organizations and steadily continues to exercise influence on the masses, turning the slightest vacillation in philosophical thought to its own advantage. Fifth Monarchy men, a religion a sect which came into being in England in the 17th century as an offshoot of the millenarianists. It preached the advent of the fifth monarchy, i.e. 1,000 years of the kingdom of God, which was interpreted as a kingdom of justice and equality without temporal powers. Followers of the sect tried during the English bourgeois revolution to introduce certain radical reforms, such as the release of the poor from debtors' prisons, the provision of help for them by the state, the abolition of tithes. These attempts ended in failure. The leaders of the sect were beheaded and it broke up completely in the early 1660s. Fikh or Fiqh, Muslim. 202 Filare. Jurisprudence based on the Quran, the Sunnah and Ijma and analogies. In the medieval Muslim world, fiqh reigned unchallenged and theologians assumed the role of jurists. Orthodox Sunnite fiqh comprises 4 independent schools of jurisprudence or madhabs: Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi'i, and Hanbali schools. In some countries where Islam is widespread, secular legal institutions are being set up, which leads to a significant narrowing of fiqh's sphere of influence. Filaret, from 1826, Metropolitan of Moscow. He became famous for his public prayer for deliverance from sedition, which he offered upon the occasion of the execution of the Decembrists. Filaret zealously strove to make sure that democratic ideas did not reach the people. On several occasions he spoke out against materialism, atheism and progressive literature. He was the author of the Extended Catechism, which was studied in divinity lessons in pre-revolutionary Russia. He is honored by the Russian Orthodox Church of today as an interpreter of the Holy Scriptures and a wise teacher of morality. Filioque, an addition to the Christian creed first formulated at the Third Council of Toledo. According to the creed ratified at the First and Second Ecumenical Councils, the Holy Spirit proceeded from God the Father. The addition consisted in the affirmation that the Holy Spirit proceeds from both God the Father and God the Son. The Orthodox Church did not accept this addition, and this was one of the formal pretexts for the Great Schism, i.e. the division of the Christian Church in 1054 into the Western and the Eastern Church. Finalism, religious idealist teaching concerning the movement of the world from the beginning to its end that is predetermined from on high. Finalism is diametrically opposed to the conceptions of the world as eternal or that of the world's cyclical development. It is intrinsic to Judaism, Christianity, Islam, as opposed to Hinduism and Buddhism and the religions of the ancient world. Finalism is the logical consequence of creationism and goes hand in hand with teleology and eschatology. Finalism also manifests itself in those conceptions of natural philosophy in which any changes in nature are regarded as finite and directed towards a specific purpose. Fire worship. Ritual veneration of fire, whereby purifying magical powers are attributed to it. It is an ingredient of many religions. First appearance of Reli. Jun. The question as to the time when religion first came into being is of considerable significance for man's world outlook. A number of religiously inclined scholars attempted to demonstrate the primordial nature of religion, i.e. that it came into being when man first appeared. The facts, however, point to an enormous period of time in man's history when there was no religion. At the present flood. 203. Time. The majority of anthropologists suggest that the beginnings of mankind go back 3 million years. At the same time, all the most ancient types of man in a whole number of significant respects are markedly different from modern man, Homo sapiens. Particularly striking were the differences in the structure of the brain, which in the case of ancient man was considerably smaller and had less developed frontal lobes than the brain of modern man. Proceeding from the low level of ancient man's thinking and his limited capacities for abstraction, we can assume that at that stage man did not yet know religion. This assumption is also borne out by archaeological and paleoanthropological discoveries regarding the Olduvai and Lower Acheulean epochs, which provide no evidence for the existence of religious beliefs. Admittedly, some foreign scholars are of the opinion that Homo sinanthropus may have had some primitive religious ideas, interpreting, as they do, necrophagia as a sort of magic ritual. Yet the eating of corpses was probably the result of periods of starvation and does not provide sufficient evidence for us to conclude that Homo sinanthropus knew religion as such. The first rudiments of religion only appear among modern man's immediate ancestors, namely, Cro-Magnon man. FL/Gel Ants, a religious brotherhood that protested against social and spiritual oppression from feudal lords and the Roman Catholic Church. It came into being in Italy in 1210. Flagellants came from the ranks of the urban poor and would proceed from town to town preaching the end of the world. They also protested against indulgences and worship of the saints. They practiced self-flagellation as a sign of penance and baptism through blood, which allegedly brought them redemption from sins. In the 14th century it was possible to encounter flagellants in France, Poland, Alsace, Lorraine, Swabia, and Denmark. In 1349 the flagellants were condemned as heretics by the Church and they gradually disappeared from the scene. Flock, term traditionally used in the Christian Church to denote rank and file believers, who are compared with sheep, tended by pastors. It is priests who are cast in this latter role, priests who allegedly care for the flock, point it on the path to salvation and lead it along that path. Flood, the legendary event described in the Bible, men had grieved the God Yahweh and he brought a flood of waters upon the earth to punish them, so that everything that is in the earth should die and so as to destroy all flesh, with the exception of the just man Noah, who had been warned in advance by God. Noah's family and specimens of animals he took with him into the ark. The biblical story is rather inconsistent and contradictory. The infallible, omniscient God was sorry that he had made man on the earth and later he abandoned the idea of any further punishments against him. In 204 Flora. Innocent animals had perished for the sins of man. Legends of the flood are to be found in the folklore of many peoples. The biblical story of the flood is closest of all to a story on a similar subject from the folklore of Assyria and Babylon. These legends would appear to be based on actual local floods, which took place in various countries at different times. The biblical legend apparently echoed the flood in southern Mesopotamia, traces of which were found in the course of archaeological excavations in the 1920s. Flora, in the mythology of ancient Rome, the goddess of flowering and the spring. Her temple was built and her festival was instituted in 238 BC, by order of Sibylline books. This festival incorporated all the elements associated with agrarian cults, complete with their merriment and licentiousness. Florence. Council of c. Ecumenical or General Councils. Florence, Union of, an agreement concerning the union of the Roman Catholic and Orthodox Churches concluded at the Council of Florence in July 1439. It was agreed at Florence that the Orthodox Church would accept Roman Catholic doctrines concerning the filioque, purgatory, and the primacy of the Pope, while retaining Orthodox rites, the Greek language for use during services, the right for priests to marry and for all the faithful to receive the Eucharist in both kinds, i.e. both the bread and the wine. The papacy was endeavoring, via this union, to bring the Orthodox Church and the Orthodox countries within its sphere of influence. The Greek clergy and the Byzantine Emperor, John VI Palaeologus, agreed to this union hoping to receive help from Western Europe in their struggle against the Turks. The decree of union was signed by the Russian Metropolitan Isidore, a Greek by birth. Yet the Russian clergy and Grand Prince Vasily Tutiomny refused to accept the Union of Florence, and Isidore was deposed. The Union of Florence was only recognized in certain regions of southwestern Russia, which at that time were ruled over by a Lithuanian Grand Prince. The refusal of the Russian Church and secular authorities to recognize the Union of Florence undermined the plans of the papacy with regard to bringing Russia into its sphere of political influence, which was important for the consolidation of the international position of the Russian state. Soon afterwards the union was rejected in the Byzantine Empire as well. The Jerusalem Synod of the Orthodox Church in 1443 consigned it to perdition. Florens K.Y. Pavel. Russian religious philosopher, priest, and theologian, follower of Vladimir Solovyev. The central question in his main work Stolp I Utverzhnyi is Tiny was the substantiation of the veracity of the orthodox doctrine of the triunity. According to Florensky, the antinomy of such doctrines, for example, as that of God having one essence and three hypostases, could not be explained on the basis of logical laws of ident, ity. The resolution of blatant anti. Forster 205. Nomes was only possible via the unconditional acknowledgement of the truth of such doctrines which had to be presented to reason as self-evident axioms. Florensky also wrote other theological works devoted to the justification of asceticism and the worship of icons. Apart from theology, Florensky pursued interests in physics, mathematics, and the humanities, folklore and atheism. The oral tradition in popular literature in the form of fables, fairy tales, ballads, legends, religious verse, songs, and sayings always contained both elements of fiction and mythology and of man's advancing scientific grasp of the world. The forms of folklore which took shape over the course of history were originally linked with the religious world outlook. At the same time, other ideas were also to be found in folklore, such as criticism of the religious world outlook and anti-clerical or even atheist motifs. This aspect of folklore became particularly pronounced in the 17th century, in connection with the growth of the struggle against feudalism. It found vivid expression in a large number of tales involving caricatures of priests, who were mocked first and foremost for their self-interest. In Tsarist Russia those who performed and collect anti-clerical folklore were subjected to persecution by the authorities, but despite this it was enormously popular. Fontenelle, Bernard Le Bouvierde, French writer and philosopher of the Enlightenment. In his work that was to make him widely known, Entretien sur la pluralité des mondes, he publicized to a wide audience the heliocentric system of Copernicus, the ideas of Mo and Galilei, and he criticized the anti-scientific picture of the world provided in the Bible. In his Histoire des Oracles, particularly in the second essay in that work, De Origine des Fables, and other writings, he rejected the idea that religion was God-given, considering it rather as born of human consciousness. With reference to the example of polytheism, he criticized religious superstitions and prejudices, accused priests of Christian and non-Christian religions of deceiving the faithful and promoting ignorance, and fought anticism. Former existence or for mere life, a concept within the range of ideas found in the teaching concerning reincarnation and which is used to denote those stages which precede the present given existence and which exert an influence on the latter. For example, the idea of such former existences is elaborated in detail in connection with Buddha Shakyamuni, who proclaimed to the world the teaching concerning salvation. The details as to the former existence are expounded in the so-called Jataka stories, which tell of Buddha's 550 previous incarnations. The material for the Jataka stories was gleaned mainly from Indian folklore. Forster, George, Ger Man, philosopher and natural scientist. In the 1780s he abandoned his religious convictions and adopted a materialist stand. In his criticism of religion he followed in the footsteps 206 for 1 Etude of the French materialists. He translated into German Les Ruines aux Méditations sur les Révolutions des Empires by Constantine Violani. For Forster there was nothing above reason, and the idea of God was for him a reflection of the forces of nature, while religion he held to be the product of human emotions, needs and conditions of life. Fortitude, one of the qualities of the human character. Its moral value is beyond question. Fortitude is an indication of courage, inner strength, steadfastness, and it is one of the prerequisites of moral tact. Fortitude or patience is essential in all man's dealings, public or private, in his work and also in his creative activities. A lack of fortitude or impatience leads to a loss of man's self-control and to mistaken acts. In a social context, fortitude can play a positive role in the endurance of trials and tribulations, in man's striving towards lofty aims. However, when elevated to the level of an ethical principle in religion, it acquires implications which are harmful for the development of the individual and which hold back social progress. Fortitude as a cardinal virtue in the Christian sense is a means of bearing suffering and adversity, when obviating them seems impossible. Religion's conceptions of fortitude attribute a false significance to the endurance of sufferings, passing over their real causes. In Christian ethics, the interpretation of fortitude is drawn from Christian conceptions of love, humility, and forgiveness. Fortuna, in the mythology of ancient Rome, the goddess of fate, luck and chance. Her attributes were the sphere, the ship's rudder, the cornucopia, and the wheel. Fox, George 1624–1691, English founder of the Protestant movement known as the Quakers. In 1647 he began preaching that truth is attained by believers with the help of special illumination from the Holy Spirit, the inner voice of God, speaking to the soul and pointing the way to truth. This idea lay at the basis of Quaker teaching. France, Anatole, French writer. Many of his writings are permeated with freethink ideas directed against religionist doctrines and morality. He condemns religious fanaticism, hypocrisy, and asserts the greatness of life's natural laws and man's aspirations. In his book L'Église et la République he speaks out against clerical nationalist reactionary circles. Francis of Assisi, St. 1181–1182–1226, founder of a religionist brotherhood near Assisi. In his preaching he advocates the life of poverty, referring as he did so to early Christianity and calling on men to renounce all forms of property. His protest against social inequality was rather passive in character, and this meant that the papacy was able to use the Franciscan movement to further its own ends. The brotherhood was turned into the official Roman Catholic order of Franciscans, which later abandoned, to a large measure, the ideas of Saint Francis of Assisi. His Francominitsky 207. True followers called themselves Minorites or Friars Minor. Franciscans, Roman Catholic mendicant order. It was founded by Saint Francis of Assisi in Italy in 1207–1209, but soon also spread to other countries of Western Europe. The founder of the movement himself called it the Order of the Friars Minor, and it was approved by the Pope under that name in 1223. The insistence on poverty in the monastic rule applied not merely to the individual friars but also corporately to the order. The Franciscans did not live in monasteries but in the world outside. They wandered from place to place preaching in the language of the common people, advocating poverty and asceticism and engaging in charitable work. This accelerated the growth of their popularity and led to an increasing influx of donations. This order, which had come into being as a counterweight to the official church with its wealth and luxury, evolved in the course of time into a reliable tool in the hands of the papacy. The Franciscans waged a bitter struggle against heresies and were involved in the work of the Inquisition. In 1256 the Pope granted Franciscans the right to teach in universities. They were also engaged in missionary work. In the 16th to 18th centuries they were driven out of a number of countries. At the present time, however, the Franciscans are still one of the influential Roman Catholic orders. They run a number of higher educational establishments, missionary organizations, etc. The order is led by a general who is elected every 6 years. There exists a Franciscan order for nuns, too, the Order of Saint Clare, founded by Saint Francis of Assisi and Saint Clare. Between 1212 ANS 1214. Frank, Semyon, Russian religious philosopher and follower of Vladimir Solovyev. After beginning his public career as a propagator of Marxism, Frank soon moved away from Marxism and began to oppose materialism and atheism. He became involved with the group associated with the publication Vika, which had a subtitle, a collection of articles on the Russian intelligentsia. In 1922 he emigrated and subsequently developed in his philosophical writings the ideas of universal unity and God made man, God incarnate. Starting out, on the one hand, from the recognition of the divine value of all that exists and, on the other, from the imperfection of the concrete, empirical world, Frank attempted to devise a Christian theodicy and Christian ethics. In his last work, Realnostiki Lovek Metaphysica ki Loveshisko go Bataya, his leanings towards pantheist, Soviet Orientalist, and historian of religion. His works include Pamyatniki Yegipetskoy Religi IV Fivinsky period, Religi Yaimona Ivetki Izaves, Proroki Chudotvortsi. H. devoted particular attention to the links between biblical subjects and pre-Judaic and pre-Christian mythology. Franklin, Benjamin, scientist and statesman, one of the leaders of the American people. In their fight for independence, Franklin criticized the religious world outlook and dogma, opposed explanations of natural and social phenomena that resorted to the supernatural. Inconsistency typical of the deist outlook is inherent in his work. He accepted the idea of an abstract God, man's predisposition to religion, and the moral educational value of Christianity if approached from a non-dogmatic point of view. He combated intolerance, religious, and advocated legislation guaranteeing freedom of conscience and the secularization of public life. His philosophical works include a dissertation on liberty and necessity, pleasure and pain, the way to wealth. Frantsov, Georgy, Soviet scholar, specialist in the history of religion and atheism, philosophy and sociology, an academician and political journalist. In the 1920s and 1930s he published a number of studies on the history of ancient religious beliefs and the origin of religion. The year 1959 saw the publication of Frantsov's major work, Uisto, Kaf Religii Svobodo Myslaya, devoted to the origin of religion and atheism and the emergence of Christianity. In 1965 Frantsov published Исторический Puty Социальной Мысли, which sheds light on a number of questions connected with religious ideology. Fratra Militiae Christ, or Knights of the Sword, another name for the Livonian order. Fraser, James George, Scottish religious historian and ethnographer. He achieved fame mainly thanks to his work entitled The Golden Bough, which provides a picture of the development of the beliefs and rites of all eras. Fraser expounded in this work his view of the intellectual development of mankind, in which he distinguished three stages: magic, religion and science. Fraser's work The Folklore in the Old Testament was of major importance for criticism of the Old Testament tradition. In it are brought together numerous analogies and parallels with biblical narratives. Fraser also made a major contribution to the study of totemism. His other works are devoted, among other things, to such subjects as the worship of Nature and faith in life beyond the grave. Although Fraser's views and methods, which are in keeping with the tradition of classical evolutionism, were the subject of criticism on various occasions, the scholarly merits of this author Olio brought together in his works enormous material that is indispensable for the study of church and religious traditions, are beyond question. Freethinking in Feudal Society 209. Freethinking, manifestation of a critical attitude in relation to the prevailing ideas in a given society and sometimes to a socio-political system as a whole. The term freethinking appeared in Russia in the 18th century and signified a critical attitude to Christianity. Those who adhered to the official ideology referred to critics of autocracy and the Russian Orthodox Church as freethinkers, lending this term strictly negative ethical implications. Freethinking in Feudal Society 1y, form of ideological struggle of the social strata opposed to feudalism against the spiritual dictatorship of the Church, which upheld feudal practices. It was direct against dominant monotheistic religions, in particular Christianity and Islam in their orthodox forms. The social basis of freethinking in feudal society was provided by the peasantry and the urban population. The domination of religion in all spheres of social consciousness during the feudal era shaped the specific form of the critique of religion, that was in itself not free from religious overtones. It was not so much a system of views, but a collection of disparate ideas, which to a greater or lesser degree undermined the religious world outlook. These ideas were rooted in the anti-clerical and anti-religious feelings of the masses that found expression in folklore, including, among other things, the entertainment provided during carnival time. Free-thinking in feudal society manifested itself in secular literature, in philosophy, in heretical socio-political teachings presented. 14201018. In religious form. In the guise of religious literature, heretical tracts concealed perfectly down-to-earth demands of ordinary citizens and sometimes demands for equality of property. Anti-clericalism is one of the specific features of medieval heresies. Emphatic exposure of the social policy of the Church, and the dissipation of the clergy provided new soil, in which doubts in the ideology justifying existing practices of the Church could take root. In medieval philosophy, the teaching concerning 2fold truth, leading to the conclusion that philosophy has the right to be independent of theology, was a striking manifestation of free thinking. One of the trends in that free thinking was the reinterpretation of the idea of a monotheistic God in a non-religious vein. The deist interpretation of God, that could be traced back to Aristotle, was taken up by the Arab and Latin Averroists, who denied that the world had been created out of nothing, denied divine providence, the world beyond the grave, divine retribution or reward, the immortality of the soul. The pantheistic interpretation of God in the teaching of David O. F. Tennant and Johannes Eckhart was materialist in tone. It acknowledged that the world could not have been created, since it and God were co-eternal. Pantheism provided the basis for a number of heresies aimed against feudalism. An attempt to interpret the causes of religion was to be found in the tract about the three deceivers, Moses, Christ, and Mohammed, founders of Judaism, Christianity and Islam. A considerable role in the development of free thinking in feudal society was that played by the 210 free will fight against church authoritarianism and dogmatism, the fight that was rooted in rationalism, and the idea that man could come to understand nature by means of experiments. This enabled Pierre Abelard, for example, to adopt a critical approach to the Holy Scriptures, and to single out and make public the contradictions in their contents. Free think in feudal society is closely bound up with progressive phenomena of medieval culture, and it was a fruitful factor in the development of that culture, paving the way for bourgeois atheism. Free will. Man's capacity for making conscious choices in his actions in accordance with the aims he set himself. In religious trends that abide by the idea of divine predestination, free will is virtually negated. Yet at this point an insurmountable contradiction comes to the fore: the negation of free will virtually removes from man responsibility for his own sins. To try and overcome this contradiction, the Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches, and Islam combine belief in divine predestination with recognition of the fact that man has a free will, which is interpreted as freedom of choice between good and evil. This means that he is responsible for his sinful actions. Free will in its religious interpretation does not depend on any external conditions, but exclusively on the relationship between the individual and God. The Marxist conception of free will starts out from the fact that men's activity is determined by external factors, but that at the same time the individual does possess freedom of choice. When aware of the nature of the laws operating within the world around him, man can take decisions after evaluation of all the external factors involved. This conception of free will presents it as the capacity to take a decision armed with knowledge of the situation concerned. From this there follows the conclusion that man bears both a moral and a social responsibility for his actions. The Marxist teaching is based on a dialectical materialist approach to the problem of free will, and it emphatically rejects both fatalism and libertarianism.